Chapter 1. Chapter Text. Who would even do something like this? I heard muttered, one amongst a dozen of whispers which, together, were a cacophony. The halls of Winslow were narrow, usually sandwiched between classrooms on either side, but on the second floor, windows were to the left and classrooms to the right. A crowd had gathered in front of one class, students broken up into cliques, but squeezed together because all of them wanted to see. A row of windows had been opened to let in air, not too wide because part of Winslow's history was that a student had thought it was a good idea to push another that had been too close as a prank. The kid had fallen and broken his neck. "Someone is totally getting fired," one of the voices said, and laughs sprouted from the particular group. They were all white, which made my stomach bubble with discomfort at the implication. It wasn't out of the ordinary for the skinheads to try and get the janitors or security guards fired or give a teacher of color shit to deal with. "Chen's going to have to move," another said. "Yeah," said another still. "Fuck him," said a guy. "Gave me an F on my history paper." "That's because you fucked it up and didn't even try to hide that you were copying," his friend said with large grin. He got a punch on the shoulder and stumbled back. There was no pain or anger, instead laughter erupted. "All right," a voice boomed behind me. I turned and spotted Mrs. Michelle, tall and a little hefty, with a fringe that didn't do her blocky face any favors and dressed in business casual. Her voice was hoarse, and the one time I'd looked at her with the sight, I'd seen how her throat filled with an inky blackness that felt like corruption. "All of you. To your classes." She wasn't the only one, the janitors were with her, and I could see the frustration written across their expressions as they wheeled their buckets. I got caught up in the tide, my path taking me across the classroom whose door was ajar. The stench hit me first, a rolling stink of urine laced with asparagus and subtle flavors of shit. As I got close enough to see into the classroom, I saw a painting on the board, made with varying shades of brown and mixes of red that almost looked like blood. The image was of two bodies, twisted together and hoisted up. I couldn't tell their genders, but they were having sex and it was ugly. "Move aside, Ms. Bear," said Mrs. Michelle. I had math with Mr. Quinlan, a class which I thankfully didn't share with Madison or Emma, though Sophia would be there, and since I'd awakened, she seemed like she was always paid attention to me, which was hard not to notice. The class was mostly full and I found my sit at the furthest end, next to a wall which had posters of math equations and quotes about math being able to explain the universe. Color warped and shifted when I used the sight, shadows got darker and light brighter, though it hit each object strangely. The desks were the most vivid, bright, and whole, filled with light and life they didn't have when I wasn't using the sight. In the air around me, spider webs spread out, thick or thin, some taut but many loose and fluttering in the air to the smallest breeze. I ignored the webs and directed my attention to my desk, focusing the sight so that I could see the spirits that made up the desk, all the attention that had been devoted there. The desk had lived a long life. In the real world it was a tanned brown and just sanded, but with the sight it was made of heavy wood and inscribed with overlapping scrawls of names, profanities, and jokes. There was nothing out of the ordinary, nothing too bright to show a magical working, and nothing dark that showed different spirits in the mix. I sat and pulled out my textbook and notepad. My bag I put in the table under me because even though I had magic and I could make it come back to me, I didn't have the power to do something like that all of the time. The last dregs of students started coming in and Sophia was one of them, dark-skinned, tall in a way that wasn't my awkward type of tall, and lithe from running in the track team. I'd also started running when the bullying had reached its worst, but my body didn't look like hers as a result. Her expression was almost angry, an anger I also saw in her eyes as they moved directly towards me. On instinct I used the sight and saw her. She had less weight now, more shadow than human, with dark glowing eyes. I saw bright hot spots coming from her backpack pockets and another at her waist, and when I focused on it, I saw that it was a knife. She had her attention to me, and with the sight, this presented itself, a taut spider web moving from her to me. A resignation settled in my stomach as I sat back. It had to end, I thought. For some reason I couldn't understand, Emma, Sophia and Madison had started bullying me shortly after we'd gotten into high school. From the other two, it had been a hollow hurt, strangers deciding to do petty stuff that generally made my day horrible, but from Emma it had hurt because she'd been my best friend. Almost a sister. Things had escalated to the point that one of them had pushed me into a locker, me spending a few days in hospital and a week of seeing strange things before I'd found an amount of luck and awakened. The bullying had stopped since my awakening, with Sophia only watching me with suspicion. Sophia did something. She reached into her pocket and touched one of the hot spots. I couldn't see what it was, but I saw the reaction. The web moving from the girl in front of me to her desk flared bright and started to change color. The girl herself started to get restless and looked around. It wasn't even half a minute before she grabbed her bag and moved to another table. Sophia sat in front of me and didn't turn back. The resignation was a pit, building but never filling. Sophia sat in front of me, her focus on scrawling notes in her notebook while Mr. Quinlan started the lesson. I couldn't focus and I spent much of my time looking either at Sophia's back or the spider web which stretched from me to her. "Taylor," said Mr. Quinlan, and I started a little as I turned to him. I heard a few chuckles. Mr. Quinlan wasn't the stereotypical math teacher. He liked to work out and it showed. He wore clothes that were a little too snug and showed his muscles, but with the sight all of the muscle was gone and he was scrawny, almost sickly, wearing large glasses that always shifted to the bottom of his nose. Pay attention, okay? Sorry, sir, I said and swallowed. Ever since the locker, all the teachers knew who I was and treated me with a gentler hand. I wasn't sure I appreciated the attention because it reminded everyone else of everything that had happened. I still couldn't pay attention, but I made sure to watch out for his attention, and when it was directed at me, I made sure to look a little busy. Sophia stuck a finger in her mouth and pressed it on her book. A burst of wind burst out from her, though it wasn't a physical wind. It spread out and the webs connected to us either broke or were blown away. My heart started to beat faster. 3 months into this world and I still hadn't done anything worth much. Most of it was just trying to get a routine so that my house would be protected. But Sophia knew magic, real magic instead of the playing it felt like I was doing. She had enough power to do this, whatever it was. She turned over and I sat back, wanting to scoot away but unable to. Are you a Nazi? She said. What? No other words, no other thought, filled my head. Are you a Nazi, or a skinhead? She said. Or are you with them? Did they awaken you? No, I said. She shook her head. Gotta be better than that, eh bear, she said. No to what? Words have power and truth matters above all. It had been the first lesson I'd learned and it was the only thing I'd focused on for a while as I'd been getting used to things. I don't identify as a Nazi or a skinhead, I said. Nor do I share their beliefs. I don't think the person who awakened me was a Nazi. Then who was he or she said. I swallowed. I'm not, I stopped. Words had power and truth mattered, with a promise I could will something into existence, bind another or call someone forsworn. It hit me that I'd almost made a promise there. I made an oath not to tell anyone. Not that I want to tell you, I thought. She nodded and turned back. Wait, I said, why? But I stopped as she ended whatever magic she'd worked. All of the connections she's cut or redirected snapped or drifted back. Mr. Quinlan's attention turned in my direction but he didn't say anything. I looked down and focused on my books. Everyone was still talking about the prank by the end of the day. I spent most of my time thinking about Sophia and what she'd said, what she'd meant. Was that why her and Emma had started bullying me? Because they thought I was a skinhead? But what had I done to make them think that? I checked my watch and started my walk, switching to the side to look at the world around me. I turned towards the high-rises of downtown and saw how they gleamed against the sight, beacons against a city that was on its last leg. When I turned to everything else, it was a picture of contrast, some places so dark they were an abyss, while others had enough light that I could see the love that had been put into them. Without turning my head, I checked around me, looking over the silk attached to me, feeling the weight and intensity. There was nothing hard, all of them drifted with the wind, showing that the people who produced them were aware of me, but they weren't paying active attention. Sophia had sent boys to chase me only once, but I'd learned from that. I'd started jogging every morning to build up stamina, to become better, and when I'd awakened, I'd made sure to train myself to use the sight to keep track of things around me. Something that also helped to make sure I always knew if Emma or Madison had their eyes on me. It only sometimes worked with Sophia, because if she wanted to, she could make it so it was hard to spot when she was paying attention to me. Which meant all the time she made me know that she was looking at me intentional. Walking home from school was an hour at a brisk pace, but I had 2 before I had to get home. I took my time, kept my eyes open and watched the webs, taking in the contrast between light and dark, and seeing the spirits that were so dense that I could see them move. There was a breeze running through the bay, largely warm, and to the side it was a few ghostly children playing chase. 2 of them, chatting to each other, cackled before they ran towards a man wearing a hat. They jumped in together, grabbed the hat and pulled it off the man. The man turned, his hands going to his head before he turned and ran for his hat. He was lucky that a woman was in the way of the hat and she caught it. You could bind them, I thought, and not for the first time. Mr. Calvert had found me at a time where I thought I'd be spending the rest of my life in a facility. He was a practitioner and he'd explained what was happening to me. People who were close to death or experienced moments of extreme trauma, often found that they could see beyond the veil. He'd told me about the practice, an entire month of getting ready before he'd let me awaken. I'd told him about these guys and he'd named them wine spirits, though he'd noted how rare it was for them to have corporeal forms while still not being bound. He'd told me I could get some use out of them if I tried to bind them, but a lot of the times I'd seen them they'd been happy to play, and it felt a lot like a binding was hell on the others who experienced it. Just as I could see them, they could see me and knew what I was, and they scrambled. Most running while 2 flew into the air. I cut through a park, on the small side and not well kept, bushes were overgrown, the path which wound through the park was filled with moss or grass, and bird baths had dried up. There was a little pond, but it was almost black and no animal could live within. After cutting through the park, my house was only a block away, and when I reached home there was no one there. Dad would be at work as he usually was around this time, and that meant I could work. Food first, because that was a part of the ritual, and then I started preparations. I filled a bottle with water and then poured a heap of salt. The solution didn't matter as much as the ritual, the repetition, but I'd made sure to use something that made sense. Salt had protective properties and I was using this ritual to make protections around the house. I drank the salt water and let it sit in my mouth as I went into the living room. There was no need for speaking, no need for magic words because I hadn't gotten to the point where Mr. Calvert felt comfortable giving me that sort of thing, only spitting out the water in a spray so it hit a corner. I repeated the process, getting at each corner of the living room, making sure I used the same sequence I'd used yesterday and the day before, then I moved to the kitchen, upstairs starting with Dad's room, mine, and then the bathroom, then the basement. A knock at my door sounded just as I was done. Please don't let it be fucking Sophia, I thought, and I walked up to the front door where, on opening it, stood a boy shorter than me, younger and with a sharp face and curly hair. He had bored eyes and as they ran up and down me, that boredom persisted. To the sight, the boy was a dull and washed out, wearing clothes that were designed well and looked nice, but which didn't have the color to punctuate them. His eyes were as dull as any I'd ever seen before, his hair was fell and he looked almost dead, zombie-like. The only light and life there was to him were the thick webs tied around his fingers, all of them stretching out further than I could follow. Taylor a bear, he said. Who are you? I said, standing a little taller. He didn't snort, but I saw it running through his body. You can call me Alec, he said. I was sent here by someone we both know and he told me to teach you some stuff. I started before I stopped, remembering the oath. Who? I asked, suspicion in my voice. After Sophia's weirdness, I couldn't be in a trusting mood. Can't tell you that without breaking a promise, he said, and he let out a sigh. Listen, I have video games that are waiting for me and I want to get this done as soon as possible, okay? Can you give me that? Calm. Remember that words have power. Remember that even if people are telling the truth, they can still lie or at least give false information. I don't know if I should trust you, I said. How do I know that the person we both know is the one I'm thinking about? Okay, then, he said, slightly annoyed. The practitioner that we both know. I know a few practitioners, I said. Alec groaned. This is going to take longer than I thought, isn't it? He muttered. Okay, the guy we both know has a snake familiar. He sent me here to teach you some stuff because he thinks you're ready. Mr. Calvert did have a snake familiar, which meant Alec was at least telling the truth about being sent by someone we both knew. But could I trust that this wasn't some trap? Mr. Calvert had awakened me, given me purpose when I'd felt empty and hollow, but I wasn't so naive that I trusted him completely. The guy was old and I was still in my teens. Relationships like that almost never turned out for the best. Am I going to get hurt? I asked. Is this some trap or something? Not a trap, he said. And if everything goes okay you won't be hurt. It's just teaching you some stuff, teaching you to do your first binding and then we part ways. I felt my heart beat faster at that, felt the urge to move forward, to do some real magic, before I took a step back and focused on the words, reading for any traps. And when we part ways, will I still be fine? I asked, a bit of smugness in my voice. You're going to be one of those, he muttered and he shrugged. I really have no idea. If you're stupid, then you won't be fine and you'll mess up some shit. If you're not stupid, then everything's going to be fine. We'll come back here, anyway. I didn't move. Hey, he said. If you don't want to come, say so. I can just go back to my games. But I don't know when the boss will remember that you exist again. I dithered, afraid that there was something I was missing, that maybe that this was another of Sophia's pranks, but also wanting to go, to learn magic like what Sophia had been doing back at school. Okay, I said. Give me a bit, I'll be back. Sure, he said. You going to invite me in? I snorted. No. Stay here. I closed the door, got a post-it and jotted down a note telling Dad I'd be back later, and that if I wasn't back by 10 to call the police. Then I went to grab my backpack which had some pens and an empty notebook and returning to the front door. Alec was still there, leaning against the wall, his phone out and a video playing. It looked like it was one of the latest from Apple. He put it away as I stepped out. Ready to go? He asked. I nodded. Okay, he said with an expulsion of air. Tell me what you know so far. He had his hands in the pockets of his jacket. It was a good jacket too, not too heavy, but one that would serve as the sun started to set earlier and more of a chill passed through the air. He walked in the lead, both of us headed towards the park. The basics, I said. Truth matters. Also repetition and rituals. I know that ghosts are a thing and to watch out for goblins, but that's about it. He really didn't give you a lot, did he? Said Alec. My old man was fucked in the head, a shitty person that shouldn't have been a father, but even he gave us the basics. Should you be talking about your father like that? I asked. If you knew him, you'd agree with me, Alec muttered. Would I? I said. I don't want to call you out or anything, but that sounds close to an oath. I know, he said with a lazy shrug. But I also know that you'd agree with me if I told you who he was. Anyway, we'll be binding a ghost, they're the most common other in a city like this. Most of them aren't that strong, it takes a lot to get a strong ghost, but it'll be a first step, I guess. I reached into my backpack and pulled out my notebook and my pen. Writing things was dangerous. If I lost my notebook and someone used it to know about this world, then that would be my fault, and because it was my fault, it would also be Mr. Calvert's. But a lot of this stuff needed to be written down to make sure I didn't forget anything and take mental shortcuts. Ghosts, I wrote in big words and then underlined it. It was messy, especially since we were walking. What do I need to know about them? First, they come from death, especially shitty deaths, he said. Wait, can I ask something? I said interrupting. Shitty, you keep using that? But are you telling the truth when you do? Shitty's an adjective, he said with a shrug, and before I could ask, he continued, if someone died and they were in real pain, then they'll leave behind a ghost, or if they were brutally killed or something. Movies make you think that ghosts are these smart things that can haunt and play these tricks, but most ghosts are just poor things stuck in one moment of pain. All said in a bored monotone, even the swears were perfunctory. My stomach rolled. And that's what we're going to be looking for? I asked. Someone that was brutally killed. He shook his head. If anyone was murdered, better practitioners than us would have found them by now. We got into the park, cutting through so we would exit into a main street. What we're going to find will be much weaker. He looked at me. But I think that you won't like it so much. Why? I asked. Because the guy we found was homeless, he said. And he died because he hadn't eaten in a while. We got a cab to the train yard where Alec checked his phone and then started to walk down a neighborhood I'd never been to before. There were houses on one side of the streets and apartment buildings on the other. Behind the apartment building was the train yard, filled with abandoned carts. There were a few people in the streets, and using the sight I could see that some were looking at us, their attention too fixed for my liking, but Alec didn't seem to care. Practice is about patterns, that sort of thing, so if something's been done a long time it's more powerful, or maybe not that, but it's generally accepted that it works. In the old days, salt was about purity and persistence, if you salted food it lasted longer and it didn't rot. Ghosts are others that are short-lived and they're filled with all the bad emotions the person had at the moment of their death. Salt is opposite to that, so it gets ghosts good. So, what? I said. I just have to throw salt at it. That'd just banish it, and depending on how powerful it is, not for very long before it appears again, he said. Ghosts live in the moment where they died, but they also like to spread it around. So if you don't want any of that, you'll have to protect yourself. With salt, I said. He nodded. We didn't bring any salt. There's a bodega around here, he said. Do you come here a lot? I asked. A few times, he said. A girl in my circle wanted a goblin around here that looked like a dog. We had to be in the area for a while. I got a sense of which place has the best food. Circle? I asked. My coven, he said. We call ourselves the Undersiders, but we don't do much. Just have a clubhouse and we pick up some others. Sometimes for the boss or ourselves. Mostly we teach each other magic. That sounds cool, I said, unable to keep the longing in my voice. You could ask to join, I thought, but Emma appeared in my mind and the hurt I'd felt when she'd stopped being my friend. You can bind something in two ways, he said. First one is chasing it into a circle and capturing it, then make a deal, or just make a deal with by giving it something it wants to get something you want. Ghosts are easy. You just have to convince them you'll give them something and they'll agree to be bound. What do I have to give, this ghost? I asked. Think about it, he said. You're going to be doing this stuff on your own, gotta figure it out. I took a breath in it after a moment's thought, the answer became clear. He died hungry, I said. So I could promise to feed him. Basically, said Alec. But what can I feed a ghost? I asked. Power, he said with a shrug. Maybe a bit of blood every day so it can grow stronger. But I wouldn't do that. If you give something your blood, it'll have a connection to you and it can use that. Ghosts aren't much, but they can be, so don't let down your guard. What about food? I asked. Maybe, I frowned. Maybe I could make it a ritual offering. Food every day. Alec shrugged. This is about trying things out. See what works, he said. Like I said, ghosts aren't much and if you mess things up it won't be too bad. Okay, I said. We found the bodega. Alex bought some salt, soda that came in a glass bottle and a bar of chocolate. I bought a few sandwiches. We went to the grounds of an apartment building, then to the other side where we found a cut in the fence that led us into the abandoned train yard. It suddenly hit me how stupid this had been because of how secluded the place was. Derelict in the real world, it was even more so with the site, bathed in darkness with not a smidgen of light. I had to focus less on the site to be able to move through the place because that was better. We went to an open train cart, with a small cot and tin cans scattered throughout. It was brighter when I peeked with the sight, with a sense of affection attached to it. We'll start with protection, said Alec. He threw the bag of salt at me and I almost dropped it. Draw a boundary around us for protection. The three basic shapes: square is hard and concrete, good against abstract threats, but it has corners and those are a weakness. Triangle is pointed, directed, better for attack than defense because it has those corners. A circle is round and it doesn't have a point where that energy pools. So which do you use? You said all of that too fast, I said. I don't think I got it. Don't want to repeat it, he muttered. If you're not paying attention, that's your fault. But I was paying attention, I said. You're just being an ass, I finished in my head, which felt like it would be close to a lie. I took a breath, doing my best to remember. Squares worked best against abstract threats and I couldn't be sure if ghosts were abstract or not. The circle was the safest bet and I started to pour it around us. His name was Calvin Whitmar, he said. Call out and see if you get anything. I nodded. Calvin Whitmar, I said. A web lit as I called the name, stretching from me to the train cart. But it was still thin, flickering. Calvin Whitmar. The web glowed brighter and become more solid. Calvin Whitmar. On the third, the line resolved, glowing bright and taut. I saw him as he flickered into existence. A man, sallow with a protruding belly. He had a shaggy beard and unkempt hair, and he wore layered clothes that made him look bigger. One moment he was at his feet, looking in our direction with sallow eyes, and the next he was on the ground, laying there, a whimper passing through his lips. What now? I said to Alec. Talk to him, he said. But remember that he doesn't have a lot going on. He tapped his head. Keep it simple. Stuff he'd be able to understand. Stuff around his death. He nodded. Calvin, I said and stopped. I felt uncomfortable seeing him like that, on the ground, such pain and loss in his eyes. You died because you were hungry, and I offer you food. I moved forward and passed my hand over the circle to drop the sandwich. The moment my finger was out of the circle my stomach yawned. I'd eaten at home, but I suddenly felt like I hadn't eaten in weeks. I was suddenly tired and dizzy, my stomach starting to cramp up. I stumbled back, the sandwich falling on the ground, and the feeling subsided, though I still felt like I could eat. You're gonna learn not to do that, Alex said. You're not protected if you leave your protection. You could have warned me, I muttered. I could have, he said. I could do a lot of things, but I choose not to. My mouth closed and I looked back at Calvin. He'd come to a stand but hadn't risen. It was more like he'd moved from laying on the ground and jumped to finding his feet. The way he stood was filled with fatigue, almost as though he was seconds away from falling. He disappeared and appeared again next to the sandwich. He looked at it, picked it up and brought it to his mouth. He took one bite and disappeared. What happened? I asked. You gave something that was made out of hunger a meal, he said. You just released it. What? What I just said, he said. But, I wasn't supposed to do that. I mean, what you do is up to you, he said. I taught you, now I'm going to take you home. Do what you want from now on. You. Careful now, he said. Don't want to lie. I don't like you right now, I said, which was the truth but it sounded pathetic and childish. He was annoying and I was annoyed by him. He snorted. Either you learn to be better or the really screwed up stuff gets you, he said. Now let's head back. Unless you want to get back on your own. I shook my head. Let's go. Dad was waiting for me when I got back, worry written across his features, which evaporated as soon as he saw me. He rushed forward and wrapped me in a hug, which left me a little tense before I eased into it. He pulled back and the relief turned into a low anger and frustration. You're okay, he asked. I'm fine, I said. Just a little hungry. I'd eaten the sandwiches I'd bought for the ghost, but I still felt a little peckish. Alec had explained in saying that became Calvin had been so new, he'd been a lot more powerful and the effect would linger for a while, though it would end at some point. I got pizza, he said. It's in the oven. I headed for the kitchen and Dad followed. You were out with a friend, he asked. Not a friend, I said through a mouthful, which was really disgusting but I was really hungry. A guy I met recently. A part of me thought we could be friends, but I don't think that's going to work out. He didn't. I swallowed and shook my head. It wasn't about the bullying or anything else, I said. Remember I told you that I'm into something like Wicca? Dad nodded, but it was stiff. Because I'd awakened, it wasn't a lie, but it felt so close that I felt uncomfortable. But this was safe, enough distance he didn't know about magic, but it explained some of the stuff I did around the house as religious practices. He's into the same thing, I said. He taught me some stuff that I didn't know, but he was annoying about it. But the police, he said. You told me to call them. Yeah, I said. Maybe that was overreacting, but, better safe than sorry, you know? I don't really know the guy, and even though I didn't think I was in danger, it was paranoia. Dad sighed. We should get you a cell phone, he said. So you can call. So that I can know from you what's going on instead of me pacing in this house when you're gone. I didn't say anything because I didn't know what I could. Dad didn't like cell phones because they were the reason Mom had died. She'd answered hers while she was driving, and could I bring Mom back? The flickered through my head. But I didn't think I'd like to have Mom back as a ghost. She would be pain incarnate, and I didn't think that would do her or me any good. I'm sorry for worrying you, I said, which was the truth. It's not your fault, he said. I should go to bed, it's been a hectic day. Just a general bad day for everyone. Good night, I said. I finished eating, then went upstairs to my room, pulled out my notebook and reviewed everything I'd jotted down. One page had ghosts and everything I'd learned, while the other had shapes and their properties within magic. Square, triangle and circle weren't the only shapes, there were also more complicated, many-sided shapes, as well as the line being the simplest. How did all of them fit within magic? What did they mean? What happened if I made a diagram with overlapping symbols, maybe something like the Deathly Hallows symbol from the Harry Potter books? Would that have special properties? I was left excited as I lay on my bed thinking about the possibilities and the tests I could run. As hard as the existence of ghosts were, I'd have to find more, probably get better at binding them to get a sense of all the things that worked. Which would mean I would have to find someone that had just died. Chapter 2. Chapter text. I probably bought more salt than I needed over the next few days. Dad didn't ask anything because in his mind it was part of the whole Wicca thing, though I couldn't help wondering what questions sprung to his head whenever he spotted something strange. It was uncomfortable to think about the sorts of things that could happen to a person when they died that would make the leave behind ghosts, but I needed those ghosts to get better at magic. Which meant I needed to know where people had died and filter out deaths so gruesome that the other practitioners in the bay would rush to get the resulting ghost. Newspapers weren't something I could use as a result, all the stuff that happened there would have attention, and I didn't have any faith that I would be able to stand up against a practitioner. Between thinking up the how of getting a ghost and thinking about the function of circles in magical diagrams, I spent a lot of time practicing with my sight. Getting a sense of webs and how they moved, and reading the differences between what I saw and saw to form an idea of a person's true nature. It was a Wednesday afternoon when something caught my attention, a sudden web that darted from its owner to me. I had a sense of the basic types of attention threads could denote, and there was a wariness in this one I wasn't used to, especially directed at me. I raised my hand. Miss Sanchez was going through her lesson. Yes, Ms. Hebert, she said. May I be excused? I asked. She glanced at her watch. It's only a few more minutes before the end of class, she said, and she went on with her English lesson. I didn't pay attention to her for the rest of the lesson, my attention on the web and its color. It was vivid and taut, but the color was a dark red with bits of sludge. When I compared the web to others around me, it was thicker, fuller in a way I couldn't put my finger on. Class ended and I was the first to move, pushing my books into my backpack and getting up. A few webs went taut as people looked at me, but the intensity wasn't the same. I walked out and left, down halls which were already starting to fill with people. This is a very stupid idea, I thought. You don't know who this is. It could just be Sophia doing something. But Sophia's thread wasn't the same as this one. And I wasn't sure if it would work, but I tried it out. Sophia Hess, I whispered while I walked. A web flared with light, moving from me in a straight line to the other side of the building. The web was already starting to fade, but I used it to get a sense of the other one, the one that looked apprehensive and ugly, to see that she was as far away as possible from the source. Not her, I thought. So who could it be? Was there another practitioner in Winslow? And were they dangerous? You shouldn't be doing this, I thought, even as my feet still carried me forward. I turned right into a staircase which took me to the second floor and walked a little faster, still following the threat. I sat down a hall with a line of lockers at either side, filled with people who were going to their classes. The source was closer now, and I could see that whoever it was, whatever it was in the girls' bathroom. Before I could reach it, a crack reverberated, everyone screamed and got low, the stink of shit spread into the hall as 3 girls ran out of the bathroom. I did my best to track them, but the smell was alive, filled with too much light to be normal. It caught the air and spread out, hitting like a truck, making my eyes water and my nose and throat burn. People rushed for the windows and pushed them open, but it wouldn't help, it didn't help. The wind rebounded before it could be pulled out, it rose to the ceiling and fell back over everyone like a cloud. I put my arm up to guard my nose and started moving. For others it was hard to see, but I had the sight, and for all that the putrid stink made my eyes water, I could still the impressions of people and move around them. I quickly ran until I could turn away from the smell, but it was distracting and it meant I couldn't keep track of the webs, which was why I was surprised when I spotted Sophia in front of me. "Come with me," she said and turned to stride away. I took a step forward before I suddenly stopped, realizing that fuck that. I didn't like Sophia, it wasn't out of the question to say that I hated her. In my list of people I hated, Emma was first and Sophia took second spot, tied with Madison. She hadn't participated directly in the bullying, at least not as often as the others, but she had a way of making a statement and reinforcing it, so I felt like shit for a few days. She stopped and turned back. People moved around us, some going towards the stink while others ran away. There were teachers and security guards in the group too. Principal Blackwell passed by, not running, but walking with a fierceness that had students move out of her path without even realizing it. She had an aura to her, I saw, not magic, but something palpable. "I said come," said Sophia. "I heard you," I said. I took a breath and steeled myself. "But I don't want to." "I could threaten you," she said, and she took a step forward. "I've been watching you and I don't think you know a lot." "Which makes sense, even with all of this you'd still be lacking." I swallowed and stayed quiet because I couldn't think of a retort. It was true, I didn't know a lot. Mr. Calvert had awakened me because he felt sorry for me and he kept teaching me stuff because of that, but it was clear that he had other stuff he was doing and I was only a peripheral interest. But even if I was lacking, even if I wasn't powerful, I couldn't give Sophia this. I couldn't give her what she wanted. So I stood my ground. I saw frustration flicker across her expression. She turned and walked away. I let out a relieved breath and turned in the direction I'd come from, the bathroom whose toilet had been messed with. I was sure that magic had been used there, between the web filled with apprehension that had been directed at me and how the cloud had rolled into the corridor. Sophia's interest in it seemed to also lend credence to the theory, but it also made me think back to the picture drawn in shit I'd seen before and how Sophia had been after that. My next class was art and I arrived late, but the teacher didn't mind. Everyone could smell that I'd been caught in the prank, which was excuse enough. All through it I considered the pieces, especially Sophia, and the comments she'd made. She thought that I had been awakened by Nazis, which made me think that maybe there were Nazi practitioners in Winslow, and maybe they were doing this, whether it was a curse or they had some other doing it. Sophia could be trying to stop it, I thought, and she could need any clues you can give her. It would be the good thing to do, stopping whatever it was that was out there. But a larger part of me didn't want to give Sophia the pleasure of thinking she was a good person. Whatever other this was, whoever was responsible for this, I'd sort them out myself. But I'd need a little help. "You can call me Gru," he said. Gru. He was a strapping guy, dark-skinned with cornrows that looked like they'd just been done. He had dark brown eyes that had an intensity to them, a nose on the wide side and full lip with a bit of pink to them. To the side he was broader, his face painted white with a skull mask and the rest of him cloaked in darkness. Even with how dark he was, his eyes were darker still, black orbs that seemed to suck in all light and leave it bereft. It was better to look at him without the sight. He shrugged. "Names have power," he said. He had a deep voice, almost soothing. Each word was slow and careful, with the patience to it. "If you don't want to give people that much power over you, then you use another name. It has its problems, if you change your name too much the spirits won't recognize you. But I was Gru when I started the practice and it works for me. It's already too late for me. If I wanted my own name, you'd lose any clout you'd gathered with the spirits or any others," he said. He took a sip of his coffee. The two of us were at a cafe in the nicer areas of downtown. I'd called Mr. Calvert yesterday and told him that I needed to know more magic to deal with another at school and he'd sent Gru. It was early evening and though Dad still hadn't bought me a phone, I'd told him I'd be out and in a public place. "Our backer said you wanted to deal with another," he said. I nodded. "There's something at my school," I said. "I'm one of 2, maybe 3 practitioners, and I think one of them is a Nazi." "E88, said Gru, his expression twisting. "Do you know about the practitioners that make up the Bay?" I shook my head. "There are 4 big groups. The Protectorate, New Wave, Empire 88 and the Asian Bad Boys. Aren't some of those guys gangs?" I asked. "I'm sure the Empire are in a gang. They are mostly gangs, but they have practitioner helpers that make the stuff they do stick," he said. E88 has a lot of members that are connected to old families and they seem to have a lot of practitioner which gives them influence. You're not dealing with the person in E88, are you? Maybe, I said with a shrug. Do you know who Sophia Hess is? Gru snorted and nodded. We've run into each other a few times. First time I was chasing a shadow person that had gotten powerful enough to make an impact. She wanted it too, but I was better and she missed out. Second time we were chasing a shadow fox, she sent a fucking gremlin after me. The thing nearly tore off my throat. That sounds like her, I muttered. She doesn't have a name like you. He shook his head. Most people don't, he said. Getting back to the other at your school. Sophia thought it was me, and she thought it was because I was awakened by the skinheads, I said. That made me think that maybe there's a skinhead practitioner at school, but now that you say that have a lot of practitioner, maybe she was just grasping at straws. He shrugged. If it happens that it is one of the Nazis then don't deal with it yourself, he said. They have a lot of strict rules that make this impractical, but the Protectorate generally tries to do good. Go to them. I bit my lip. Do you think that I should go to them anyway? I asked. If this other is dangerous. What's it done so far? He asked. It drew a picture out of shit in one classroom, I said. And it made a bomb in one of the toilets. I think it did something to the stink too, it seemed like it didn't want to get taken away, like it wanted to linger. So that's what that is, he said with a small smile. I blushed. I showered before coming here, I said. The stink bomb thing happened yesterday, but the smell is still cloying and it stays. Sounds like you're dealing with a goblin, he said. Alex said our backer didn't give you much. I nodded. I've mostly been practicing with the sight, and I've been thinking about the little that Alec told me. Mostly about shapes and meanings and thinking about how they come together. Tell me what you've figured out, he said. And I did. Most of it was the stuff Alec told me, but other stuff was about lines as my thoughts on them. Lines are directional, I said. They can either run parallel something or perpendicular. I think that perpendicular is cutting or stopping, but since lines don't cover, things can go around the line. But I have no idea how to relate that to the practice. Okay, he said. You're right about the perpendicular thing, but it seems like you don't get parallel. At least you haven't thought about it. That's because I have no idea what I can say about it, I said. With most of this it feels like I'm making it up. Made worse because I don't have anyone I can ask to explain. You could become an undersider, he said. Our members are, colorful, metaphorically speaking, but it's people who care about this stuff. And it can get you the perks that our backer gives us. Perks? He nodded. An allowance so that we don't join any of the other groups in the city, he said, and he sometimes sends us out to pick up an other that's causing trouble or one he's interested in. He also buys some of the others we bind if we're not interested in using them. I frowned. Why? I asked, but then a lot of things didn't make sense about Mr. Calvert. Gru shrugged. Back to your thing. It sounds like you're dealing with a goblin. I was told to look out for those, but I wasn't told how or what they are. They're the most common other in Brockton Bay, he said. There are 3 families of goblins in the bay, those from the train yard, those from the docks which live in abandoned warehouses, and those on the old abandoned rig. They usually keep to places that are broken, they don't like refined or civilized things, but if that civility breaks down enough, they'll rush in. But Winslow isn't run down, I said. It's a school. Sure there've been budget cuts, but not to the point that it wouldn't be considered civilized. Which means you're either dealing with a powerful goblin or one that doesn't have a choice, he said. How do I deal with it? I asked. You can bind things one of 2 ways. If it's weak, you'll use elements that are similar to its nature, but if it's strong, you'll use opposing elements. Like ghosts and salt. I asked. Ghosts are corrupt and salt is pure. He nodded. So what are the elements of a goblin? They're filthy little things, so pure things work against them. Silk, holly, or running water. They're also natural, so something crafted would work too. Metals laced with an element, iron that's hot or really cold. I pulled out my notes and started jotting down everything he'd said. So I'd need to catch this goblin in a chain or something like that. Or holly or surrounded in running water, he said. The last part is really hard. Better just do it with a chain or something. The goblin should be weak since it's in civilization in the first place. I nodded. A few more things. He pulled out his phone and checked the time. I have somewhere to be, so make it fast. Can you give me any tricks? I asked. Magic that I can keep practicing. I've been doing okay with the sight, but it's the only thing I can do and I'd like to learn more. Especially easier stuff. Okay, he said. What you were saying before about lines. You can use them with the sight. Lines perpendicular to a connection strengthen it, but if you make one perpendicular you cut it. But you have to make sure to use power to get that done. How? Blood works, he said. Or you can use the power of another you've bound. Sometimes there are symbols, then the spirits usually listen to what you want them to do. But for bigger effect you'll want to give power. Can you give me that? I nodded and slid my notebook towards him. He drew a circle with two little scythes running off of it, one at the top and the other on the bottom of the circle. You'll want to put a part of yourself in there to complete the circle, he said. The scythes basically turn things away. This will make sneaking easier because you won't have to keep cutting the connections that form. But there's usually a rebound. If someone would have paid attention to you and you force them to look elsewhere, it'll degrade the spell faster, or, if you keep doing it, it'll mean they pay more attention to you when it's not there. Can I play with this? I asked. Without being harmed by the effect. You can try, he said. Just don't use too much power. If you do, it means things can fill you up, and enough of something can take you over. Thank you, I said. I might need this. Sure, he said, and he stood. He finished off the dregs of his coffee. Stay safe, and if you want to check out our base, I can give you our number. I don't have a phone with me, I said. He took my notebook again and jotted down his number. Thanks again, I said. He nodded and left. There were more connections at school, so that was where I tried things out. Unlike the ghosts, this was easier because I didn't have to search for anyone and I could see utility off the bat. I was still looking for people. There were a few mortuaries in Brockton Bay which posted obituaries and I used those as I looked for a good candidate, but practicing with the symbol Gru had given me was more exciting. I drew the circle with my pencil as the teacher went on with her lesson. First a circle and two scythes at the top and bottom. I made sure that I had the sight on as I shoved a finger in my mouth and then pressed it in the middle of the circle. The effect was immediate. The webs that had been connected to me, all of them frail and loose, drifting in the air to show that people weren't paying much attention to me, detached. I smiled. Success. But how far could I push this? How far did the effect linger? The scythes meant turn, but how far could something turn? Experimentally, I started to rise from my seat. I caught Mrs. Ramirez's web nearing me before it drifted away. I stood straighter and more webs tried to connect. When I was on my feet and starting to walk towards the door, Mrs. Ramirez's web snapped into place, striking me with more force than I was expecting. Taylor Herbert, she said, and with those words suddenly every web had connected to me. I stopped, froze, my eyes wide. Where do you think you're going? Oh, out, I said, the words catching in my throat. What had I been thinking doing this like this? When I wasn't sure what it meant. This is experimenting, another part of me thought. One usually asks for permission before they do, she said. Sit back down before I give you detention. I swallowed and did, my head down as I went back to looking at the symbol I'd drawn. It looked like someone had rubbed it out while I'd stood. But at least I had a sense of how it worked. Attention could only be stretched so far before it connected again. Maybe if I tried to make the circle more direct, it would have a better chance of working. Taylor, said Mrs. Ramirez. Are you paying attention? Well, do, she said. I nodded and stopped. Was that a yes? Had I promised to pay attention? Maybe it wasn't and maybe I didn't have to, but I didn't want to take the chance and make this into a lie. I stopped thinking about magic as the class ran its course. But I resumed in Mr. Gladley's class, first thinking about what I wanted to try out and thinking about the past experience. Mrs. Ramirez had noticed me because she sort of had to, and when everyone had been directed, they'd also noticed me too. Which meant the solution was making the circle more directed. I drew another circle and this time I drew a triangle at the head. I stopped, thinking about the symbol Gru had given me and how it'd been designed. The little scythes had been drawn so they covered most of their side of the circle. Could that be because it gave me better cover? Then would my triangle, which was more directed, smaller, only cover a set distance? My mind drifted back to the Deathly Hallows idea, a diagram overlapping with shapes that meant different things of a variety of effects. Could I do that here? There was already a triangle at the head. I drew out the same scythes and the sides of the circle, making sure they were parallel to each other. But when I looked at the circle it looked unbalanced. I scratched it out and started it again, but this time I made sure that the scythes were directly across each other, which put the stem of one closer to the triangle than the other. Please work, I thought, and I licked my finger, then put it in the middle of the diagram. Connections drifted away again. I stood just like before, and this time, even as I walked out of the class, no one was paying any attention to me. Most of my classmates didn't care about me and my walking out, and Mr. Gladley was stopped by the diagram. I walked back in and sat down, already it had started to lose its thickness. I scratched it out and Mr. Gladley's attention turned back to me, his web getting taut. I mentally prepared myself for the questions he was going to turn my way. He did, and the class was exhausting as a result. I was happy when I ended and happier when lunch came around and I could get to work. Having drawn another diagram on the back of my hand with a pen, nothing directed, but enough that I could walk around the school without anyone paying attention to me, I set off for the toilet where the stink bomb had gone off. Since yesterday it had been closed, the damage had been so massive that a stall had broken and sewerage had backed up onto the floor. The main reason everything had been closed off, though, was because of the smell. It had gotten so bad that I'd heard that some students didn't want to attend any classes near there because it got too much. I had the sight active as I walked into the hall and I saw scent and how it lingered. It had a life to it, catching the wind in the wrong way so that it didn't escape outside. As a girl walked through the hall, past the toilet, I saw as the stink sunk, clinging to her as she went past me, a smaller cloud that barely lived. She was so distracted by the smell that she didn't notice me, but then it was also possible that it was because of my diagram. I checked on it. The ink was still strong and it wasn't getting thinner, which probably had to do with the fact that there weren't a lot of people here. Since I'd arrived, the smell hadn't come close to me, which increased my confidence that there was something magical about the stink, that maybe it was some sort of other. Alec had mentioned that abstract threats existed. Was it possible that this was something like that? Maybe a wind spirit that had turned bad, but didn't have enough power to be corporeal against my sight? I walked into the stink and watched as it continued to drift, not really landing on me. I looked at the back of my hand and found that the ink of my diagram was thinner, which further increased my confidence. The bathroom's door had been closed but not locked, not really needed when the smell was thicker inside. I pushed in and saw the damage. The floor was sopping wet. They'd put up a block to keep the water from spilling out and it worked, but my push meant some of the water got out. Inside, the stink was thicker and it jumped at the chance to spread out, clouding the hall with its stench and breaking my diagram. The smell was on me at once, getting into my nose, eyes, and mouth. I quickly devolved into a cough mess as I stumbled back and then ran away. Thankfully there was no one around, but the stink around me would give away the fact that I'd been up here. I decided that it was worth bunking my next class for a shower at the gym so I could get the worst of the stink off me. I wasn't surprised to see that I wasn't the only one. But I was surprised when I saw that the person there was a practitioner and, going by the ghost that stood beside her, a Nazi. The ghost was big, muscular, and he wore only pants that looked frayed from use. There was only defeat in his expression as he looked at me, as he was weighed down by the heavy manacles at his arms, legs and neck. "So there's another one," the girl said. I recognized her. I'd seen her around, but I didn't know her name. She was shorter than I was, but with an expression that told me she wasn't afraid of me. She had blonde hair which was now wet and dark brown eyes that were almost black. To the sight, her hair was a rich blonde, voluminous in a way that many would have killed for if it was only real. Her eyes were a bright, cold blue, almost piercing, and she wore a white robe whose hood wasn't worn. I thought Hess was the only one in Winslow. I swallowed, my eyes still flickering to the ghost and then to what she was wearing to the sight. "Not even hiding it, are you?" She grinned, which only unsettled me even more. "Impressed by him," she said. "Heard he was a scrawny bitch when he was first found. But our people." "I'm going to shower later," I said. "Stop her," the girl said, and I felt my heart jump. I started to turn, to run, and then I stopped as it suddenly dawned to me that there was nowhere to run. She was a practitioner and she knew more than me. She had a ghost that was big and maybe strong, and she had teachers better than those that I had. "Who are you?" she asked. "Tell me your name." I could say no, but what was the point? She could find out if she wanted to. "Taylor," I said. "Taylor Bear." "A bear," she said and snorted. "Should have seen the nose. Fuck off." I walked away without a second thought, and then, when I was out, all of the heavy hopelessness, the sense that no help would come, that it wasn't worth fighting, disappeared and I was left pissed. But even pissed I realized there wasn't anything I could do about it. She was still more powerful. I could catch the stench, I thought. Maybe send it after her so she always smells. The thought was dangerous, especially when she had protectors, but it made me smile, and that was good after seeing that a person like that could even exist. Out of sight, out of mind. I refocused on the stink and everything I knew. For the sake of argument, the stink was abstract, without form, and that meant if I tried to bind it, I'd have to either get the stink into a circle or use one as protection. If it was abstract, then I'd have to use something hard, a square which is rigid to confine it. But I wanted to layer on elements that would make the binding more powerful, or my protection more powerful. Which meant, maybe I could use an opposing element. Maybe soap? It was worth a try at any rate. I got home and went about my ritual, first protecting the house, then making dinner, then going up to my room and writing down everything I'd experimented over the day, everything I'd learned about the stink spirit. The next day I went to school with some dishwashing liquid, a few towels and some salt. I didn't know if I'd use the latter, but it was better safe than sorry. I waited until the third period before drawing the diagram at the back of my hand, but this time I used blood instead of spit. When I looked at the lines, they were thicker than they usually were. I walked into the toilet. There were a few people in the classes on the floor, but they ignored me because of my diagram. The stink also ignored me and, as I stepped into the toilet, saw that the diagram had started to thin. Quickly, I thought, and I got to work. First pushing the water back and then forming a barrier with the towels to make sure that it wouldn't rush back in. Then I got started on the circle, squeezing out the dishwashing liquid to draw out a simple square, adding to some of the sides that seemed thinner than the others. I glanced at the back of my hand and the diagram was still going strong. I licked my hand and rubbed in the ink. The moment that it was gone, I saw a few webs flicker towards me and connect. Most didn't have too much intensity, but there were two that were taut, Sophia and the Nazi. Ignoring them, I focused on the task at hand. Spirit, I said. Because I didn't know if it had a name. I saw something with the sight, a flare of activity that reverberated through the acid green cloud that permeated the room. Stink spirit. Another reverberation. Stench spirit. Show yourself. At those words, the cloud started to shift, coalescing and condensing into a smaller shape until it became a small bird, smaller than a chicken and thinner, though it looked a lot like a chicken. It craned its head to the side, then turned so one of its eyes were on me. I swallowed. This was the second time I'd done something like this, and the first time hadn't been a success. Can you talk? I asked. The spirit squawked. That's a no, I muttered and belatedly realized that might be a line and vowed to never do it again. Okay, I've gotta bind this guy, but how is that going to work? I thought, and I wanted to kick myself for all the things I hadn't asked. Alec had been the one to teach me a binding, but looking back, it had been half-assed. Hopefully you're smart enough that this'll work, I thought. Spirit, I said. There are 2 practitioners in the school other than me. And, I think some haven't realized what you are, or they haven't figured out how to catch you, but when they do, they'll come and try to bind you. I swallowed. Both of them are, I wanted to say shitty, but the spirit was made of stink and might actually love that, bad people. Cruel. One is worse than the other. People like her believe that some other people should be slaves, that they're inhuman and they should be treated like shit. Who knows how she would treat you if she caught you? I don't know if this is true, not strictly, but I think I'm the best alternative for you. Come work for me and you won't have to go through whatever they would do if they bound you. The spirit squawked again, but I didn't know what that meant. It turned again and looked at me. Do you want an offering, or? You really don't know anything, do you, bear? I heard and I whipped around. Sophia, except she was a shadow fox with glowing orange eyes. What are you doing here? I asked. And, I checked, I could still see that the web that was hers was still there, and it wasn't pointing at the shadow fox. How are you here? I came to see if you're the one that's been pulling this shit, she said, all the stuff I'd seen, and it was disconcerting to see a fox, even if it was shadow, speak with her voice. But with everything I've seen, especially that speech, I don't think you have the brains for it. I wanted to swear at her but held back. But it worked, she muttered. It has to be bound in something. Give it something that can hold it and I'll show you a containment seal. Why would you help me? Everything comes at a price, she said. I give you the seal and you talk to me like I wanted. Is it a deal or not? I thought about it. I hated her, I really did, but I also wanted that seal, another piece of magic to my slow-growing collection. Yet. We'll meet at lunch, she said. I nodded and got back to the spirit. I pulled out my lunchbox from my backpack, then pulled out my sandwiches, put one in my mouth and ate it, while the others I resolved to throw away. Unlike with the ghost, I threw the opened lunchbox out of the circle. The chicken bird flapped its wings and settled on the lunchbox. It looked at me expectantly. Don't try anything, I said, before I carefully stepped out, afraid that it would expand into a cloud and strangle me again. I closed the box and squeezed the spirit in. I felt a well of achievement. My first binding. You stink, said Sophia. And you're your usual charming self, I muttered before I could actually think through what I was saying. At least the charm that I know from you. She snorted. Your binding isn't complete, so that spirit's influence is leaking, she said. I'd noticed. I'd had one class to go to after finishing the binding and everyone had recoiled from being around me. I'd looked with the sight and seen that an acrid stench was coming out of my backpack, and since it was mine, it meant everyone recoiled from me, that they were disgusted by me. I sat down at her table. The cafeteria was full to bursting, people eating and chatting, some with projects spread out in front of them, and others with their laptops at the center of their tables, with food spread around them. The leakage from my binding meant that, even though there weren't a lot of empty tables to move to, people found reason to get up and leave, most after glancing at me and scrunching their noses, a few after 2 loud guffaws. You said you'd show me a containment seal, I said. She nodded and reached for her bag. She pulled out a notebook with paper, none of them with lines. She pulled out a pencil and a marker. This is a Chinese or Japanese thing, she said as she started. She started to sketch using the pencil, drawing out script that was either Japanese or Chinese, but making them harsher, angular instead of the smoother shapes I often saw on TV. A few of the Asian cultures believe in commanding more than bargaining, so when they bind something at its core it's about sealing it. This isn't that. When they do it it's usually more refined, laced with patterns that have been used for generations so you know they're powerful. This is a bastardization of that, to be used in conjunction with Western practice. She was talking too fast, the entirety of her attention on the seal she was drawing. She'd completed the pencil work and started to fill it in with marker. It's better to use it if you've gotten the other to agree to the binding before using it. I've seen it work if you don't do it, but it fades quicker. She completed the characters. There were 3 of them, running down instead of across. She pulled out a ruler from her bag and started to draw a rectangular border around it. She started to use marker again to fill it in. Using the ruler, she started to rip the pages so that only the bordered seal remained. She pulled out some glue and ran it on the back of the page. "Give me what you used to contain the spirit," she said. I pulled it out and started to hand it to her before I pulled it back. I couldn't put my finger on it, but there was something there. I frowned at her and she laughed. "I'll give it back to you after I've pasted on the seal." Fuck you, I thought. Fuck you for wanting to take this away from me. For being you. When after? I asked, my voice tight. "The second I'm done putting this on, I'll give it back," she said. I shook my head. "No thanks. Give me the seal and I'll do it myself." "Whatever," she said. I took the seal gingerly and put it on the lid of the box. I pressed against it and started to run my finger over it so that the glue was spread evenly across the seal. When I looked with the sight, the wafts of stinky air had stopped spreading from the lunchbox. Around me, the webs were starting to realign. More people were noticing the empty tables around us and some had already started to move closer for a seat. We wouldn't have the same privacy we'd had before. I filed that away, that the stink spirit could mess with connections in the same way the diagram I was using could, though it had the unfortunate effect of making people disgusted of me. Sure would make a good curse against Sophia, I thought. Or the Nazi. Use it on the Nazi first. Make everyone treat her like shit like she treats everyone else. I took a deep breath and let it out. "You're good with seeing connections," Sophia started and I couldn't be sure if it was a question or a statement. I shrugged. "Watch around us and make sure no one's paying attention. I don't want to take the fox out after I already used it." "You can't do it on your own?" I asked. She bristled. "I can," she said. "But I'm not like you, there were better things to learn and I haven't needed to since I got the fox. It's why I might need your help." "You need my help," I said. "After all those times you called me pathetic and worthless? You come to me. You are pathetic," she said. "You let yourself be a victim and it looks like you relish it. Everything Emma and Madison did to you, you could have done something, anything, and you didn't. You just sulked and skulked." Heat started at the bottom of my stomach. My hands clenched into fists. I said a little too loud. People at the nearest table turned towards us, some paying attention. "Let myself," I whispered, but it still had the same heat. "You, all of you, you made sure there was nothing I could do about it. Who would I be able to tell? Who would believe me? You're all popular, the teachers like you and I'm some girl, a nobody in comparison. I had no choice but to keep my head low and hope that you'd stop." "You should have fought," she said. "And then what?" I said. "Can you honestly say it would have stopped? That you would have stopped?" She didn't say anything. "I would still have been the victim, but now I would also be a snitch and you would have used that against me," I said. "You're cruel, Sophia, all of you are. And now you're doing some victim blaming shit so that you can feel better about yourself. Calm down," a part of me thought, but it was so far away. "You're using definitive language. That's a slippery slope." I swallowed and breathed, trying to calm myself. Sophia was quiet, she looked frustrated, and I hoped that some part of what I said had sunk in. But I didn't have that hope. "Ask your questions so that I don't have to be around you," I said. "Tell me about why you were there," she said. "How you knew that whatever it was going to attack." "It was watching me," I said. "There was a warped web around me, it was apprehensive. I used that web to see where it was." She frowned. "See," she said. "Or get a sense of where it was." "A sense, more like a direction," I said. "I didn't have to focus, I just had a sense of where to go to find it." She nodded. "I couldn't see it," she said. "I didn't see any threads. The only thing I saw was you when you called my name. The thing, whatever it is good at hiding. Should I tell her that it's probably a goblin? Are you trying to catch it?" I asked. "Yeah," she said. "Whatever it is, it's trying to get influence, and the more influence it gets, the more powerful it will become. Once shit gets to the point that it's spread more online or it's in the newspaper, it'll be too powerful and it might start to actually hurt people. What do you think it is? I asked. You're here to answer my questions, she said. Did you see anything around the toilets, anything that would give me a sense of what's going on? There were girls in the bathroom, maybe they did something or saw something, do you know who they were? It was chaos, I said. I didn't see much. Just people running out. One was black and the other two were white, but that's about it. Not much, she said. You removed the spirit. It was meant to last, to keep giving it power, but now that it's gone, they'll be able to fix the bathrooms and people will be able to go back to class. Keep your eyes open and if you see anything, come to me and I'll teach you something else. Chapter 3. Chapter Text. Our basement had always been a mess, between the old furniture, boxes filled with old toys, clothes, books, and magazines, and the piano in one corner covered in dust that Mom had loved to play. But after binding Stinky I saw it for what it could be, the perfect place for my practice. I want the basement, I told Dad that evening as we ate dinner. You want the basement, he said. I nodded. I want it to be my space, I said. So I can do whatever. Is this a Wicca thing, he asked. I want it to be mine, I said, sidestepping the question. A place where I can do stuff without worrying that you'll come in and find me naked or something. Is that something that could happen, he asked. Taylor, do we need to have the talk? I don't know if we need to, I said. An uncomfortable feeling had settled in my stomach. But we don't have to. I know all the important stuff. This isn't it going to be that. Dad sighed. Anthony's kid is a goth, he said. Is all of this like that? Or is it a religious thing? I can't pin it down, Dad. It's something I like doing. I looked down. Ever since the bullying started, it's felt like I've been going through the motions. Not really living or doing anything that made me happy. But this does. Can I ask for something, he said. Just so that I'm less worried. Sure, I said. I want you to read about cults, said Dad. At some point, you might want to meet with other people like you, who believe the same things you do, and, I've heard about kids being taken in by cults that way. I just want you to know the signs, to have your eyes open for that sort of thing. I promise, I said. An oath. It had power and saw it playing out with Dad as the last of his resistance crumble into nothing. From then on, I cleared the basement. Mostly it was something I did after school, but on the weekend Dad and I made it our thing. We didn't move Mom's piano, instead we cleaned it up and put it in its own section. There were photo albums we looked through, pictures of me as a kid or of Mom and Dad. I decided that the basement wasn't fit for them and moved them to my room. While I did that, I kept my sight mostly active at school, watching for anything that could be the goblin with its mischief. But for the week everything went on as usual. There were a few fights between the skinheads and any other group that wasn't white. The ABB thought it would be a good idea to throw up a tag in a teacher's class, and I was sure a girl in my class had started to do drugs. We finished cleaning up the basement and I got Dad to promise that the space was mine and he wouldn't just walk in. Oaths didn't mean the same thing to the unawakened as it did to practitioners, but I hoped that the diagram I drew on the door to keep him away would work better. When I tested it, closed the door and lighted fireworks, it seemed that it worked and Dad wasn't interested in the least in finding out what was going on. I started the real work. Stinky had been in the lunchbox for the week because I couldn't risk getting her out, but now I had a space where I could safely get him out while making sure the stink didn't spread. With duct tape I drew out a square, looked at it and found that it felt too simple, and I drew out a diamond shape within the square. The shape as a whole meant that there were triangles within the diagram, and when I thought about the meaning behind it, I couldn't figure it out. Triangles were directed, more for attack than defense, but these were pointed outward. Did that mean something, and if it did, what? For that matter, what did the diamond shape in the middle do? What did it add to the diagram as a whole? Maybe simpler is better, I thought, and I removed the diamond. I put the lunchbox in the middle of the circle and stepped out, careful not to step on the tape. I thought about it for a second and then ran upstairs to get an onion, came back, and put it in the circle. Stinky, you can come out. The lid of the lunchbox popped off and landed on the floor. Stinky swelled up as a giant cloud before she congealed into the chicken bird. It tilted its head to look at me. Hey, I said. Sorry I haven't brought you out in a while, but I've been a little busy preparing this. I brought you an onion as an apology. I don't know if you eat them, but, they're not exactly stinky, but they make people's eyes burn and you do that, so I thought you'd like it. Stinky flapped her wings and landed in front of the onion. Looking at her, she seemed a lot more like a dinosaur than she had before. She was green to the sight, but the scaling of the neck, the beak, the eyes, and the frill at the top of her head all brought the image together. She started pecking at the onion. I sat back and watched. I have no idea what to do with you now that you're here, I said. I wanted to catch another all this time, feel like a real practitioner, but I didn't think about after. I snorted. That's not exactly true. I've been thinking about these girls I don't like. The ones I told you about and a few others. Anyway, I think it would be a good idea to knock them down a peg. It'd be funny anyway. But I'm terrified that since two know more than me they'll retaliate and I won't be able to handle it. And some of the others, friends with one of them, Sophia, and I think she'll protect them if I try anything. Not a lot of options. Stinky wasn't watching me, instead her focus was on the onion. An idea hit. Maybe, I can use you, this for good, I said. The Nazis think they run the school, but maybe I can knock them down a peg. I smiled a little as the idea came together in my mind. The sight was useful as I scoped things out. The people who really believed in their superiority were visible with the sight, some with glowing tattoos they hid in the real world, others bald even though they had hair, and some with concealed weapons covered with blood. More often than not, these were the leaders, visible by how the configuration of webs around them seemed to center around them. There were some relationships between people, but they were dimmer in contrast to relationships with the leaders. Not all the webs were the same, there were some that were thicker, brighter, and fiercer, but there were also those that were thinner, with an uncertainty to them. This will help them more than the others, I thought. Maybe it'll mean they won't buy into it. I kept watching, making sure, at one point, that they weren't connected to Tammy the Nazi. She, like Sophia, didn't use the sight as much as I did, and this meant that she wasn't as adept at seeing indirect focus. It meant that I did my scoping without being spotted. I made my move a week later, targeting a senior by the name Jonathan Asher. He was a bully with a group 5 men strong, he had the tattoo 88 at his chest and his fists were bloodied. He liked to target kids who weren't protected by larger groups, loners who were easy to miss. Of the 5 in the group, 2 were his buddies, and the other 3 were hanging on either because they were afraid of him, or some because they wanted some of his protection. Stinky, I whispered. I was in the halls with a diagram at the back of my hand that turned away attention. A web stretched from me to Stinky flared and before it disappeared, I dabbed my finger in my tongue and drew a line over my hand parallel to the web. It got brighter and it stayed, no longer turned away. I had the lunchbox out in a hand at the lip of the lid. There were people around me but they ignored me, going to their classes while others went to lunch. I want you to go to Jonathan Asher, I said, another web flared. I hope you can see that. And I want you to make it look like he farted. Something loud and smelly, but lasts as long as a fart usually does. Then you come back and get in the box. Please let this work. I opened the lunchbox. Stinky flew out, skirting over everyone before she dove down. I couldn't hear it, I was too far, but I saw the reaction as attention was directed in his direction, as mirth radiated and people stepped away. There was laughter from someone, but I was watching Stinky as she flew up, over everyone's heads and flew into the lunchbox with force. That actually worked. I'd sent Stinky out and she'd done what I wanted. But it was something else knowing if what I really wanted to happen did. Hopefully whatever image Jonathan had built up would start to crumble. I'd have to watch him for the next few days to see how it was going, and reinforce it as it was needed. The ripples of what I'd done faded quickly, I looked at the lines and at lunch the whole farting thing had already been forgotten by most everyone. A part of me wished that high school was like the movies, where everyone had each other's number and everyone would get a text when someone did anything embarrassing. Or maybe it could be like the Gossip Girl movies with Lindsay Lohan, where they had a blog of all the school secrets. But it wasn't like that and I needed to shake them a little more, take away Jonathan's power. I thought about it all night while I did my homework, checked any deaths that might have made a good ghost, fed Stinky her daily helping of onions, and checked over the notes I compiled in what was starting to feel more and more like a grimoire. And by the next day I had a plan. Stinky, I said when I was close to school. As secretly as possible, so the practitioners at school don't see you, I want you to keep close to Jonathan Asher, and make him fart. Especially when he's around people. I want you to make the smell stay a while, but not so much that it's suspicious. Come back to your binding at the end of the day. I opened the lunchbox and Stinky flew out, caught the wind and drifted up before she swooped low. She moved between people and they didn't notice her, none of the telltale signs of a twisted noise as a fart trailed past. Knowing that Stinky was out there, doing the good work, was thrilling and terrifying at the same time. I didn't know if it would work, but it felt like I was doing good. Jonathan was a bully and I had the power to take him down a peg, to protect his victims, and that brought me a little strength. But I also didn't want to take all of this lightly because I knew that magic was dangerous. I kept my sight active most of the time, watching webs because there was still a goblin out there. Taking Jonathan down a peg didn't mean that I had to forget that I still hated Sophia, and that I could keep her from deluding herself into believing she was a good person. She didn't have the same skill with the sight as I did and that would give me forewarning and a chance to deal with the goblin first. But you're not prepared, I thought, and I made a mental note to use some of the allowance Grandma gave me to buy myself some chains. I would need to infuse it with an element, so that would mean also buying a lighter to make it hot. At lunch I spotted a few of Jonathan's friends, but I didn't see him. It was too much to hope for that it was working. The end of the school day came and Stinky didn't come back to me. I waited as much as I could, looking in the air to see her flying towards me. But she didn't. Stinky, I said and the web flared, pointing away from school. Fuck, I muttered and, glumly, I walked back home, started my protection ritual, prepared dinner and started doing my homework. The last dregs of the sun were starting to disappear when I heard a squawk from outside. I rushed out to see Stinky in the air, flying in a circle around the house. I went back in and came out with the lunchbox. She flew inside. Jonathan didn't come to school the next 3 days, which left me with some time to focus on why I came to school in the first place. Ever since the bullying had started my grades had dropped and getting them back was hard, and it was harder now when there were so many more interesting things that could take up my time. But I had to focus, because all the turning attention away I'd been doing for the last few days had rebounded. Teachers were now paying attention to me and so were other students. I didn't like the students' attention, they remembered me as locker girl and when they whispered it felt like that was all they were talking about. The teachers, though, wanted me to do better and they were doing all they could to give me the support I needed. And with memories of Mom being frustrated of giving her students second chances only for them to disappoint, I put in the effort to do my work and focus in class. Sophia kept her distance, which I appreciated, and after I'd met Tammy the Nazi, she hadn't bothered me again. School was just school. Normal and boring. The weekend came and I spent most of the day with Dad. He popped out in the afternoon, work stuff, and I used the time get a start on my reading and finishing off any homework I'd done the day before. I went out for a walk in the park, watched some guys who were playing basketball, and then went home. The next week was a continuation of the last, watching for the goblin, keeping track of Sophia, paying more attention at class, and watching some of the webs around Jonathan and his friends. His group had decreased, moved from 5 to 4, and I could see that the third was teetering on leaving. When I looked at Jonathan with the sight, his head hung down, but his expression looked meaner. His knuckles were still bloody. "Third time's the charm," I muttered when I released Stinky again, but this time I told her that she should get back at end of the school day. By lunch Jonathan wasn't at school and by the end of the day I heard what had happened. Apparently he'd shit himself in class and been taken to hospital. "But you're a stink spirit," I said to Stinky at the end of the day. I'd told her to make it seem like Jonathan was farting, I hadn't thought that it would actually hurt him. But is it a bad thing that he's hurt? I thought. He's been doing it to everyone else and he hasn't cared. He deserves this. It's karma. I really wish you could talk so you could tell me what you actually did, I muttered as I pulled up my grimoire and started writing down observations of what Stinky had done. It sucked that most of it had happened away from me so I couldn't be sure, but I'd told her to keep making it seem like he had a farting problem and I didn't see how that led to him shitting himself. You could ask the undersiders, I thought, but I held back. 3 of the 5 practitioners I knew were jerks of varying levels. I still wasn't sure about everything around Mr. Calvert, and I didn't want to imposition myself on Gru, who seemed like the type that liked his privacy. I can figure this out on my own, I thought. But figuring it out was hard when there wasn't any single story. Almost everyone that talked about it, though, said that he had a gut thing, that he'd had diarrhea and that he was getting hydrated in hospital before he got back. There was some discussion about drinking dirty water, which I knew wasn't the cause of it, and some people said that his family was poor and maybe he wasn't getting enough water. More and more I started thinking about calling the undersiders, seeing the rest of their group and what they were like. But every time I thought about it, almost got close to calling them, I thought about Emma. Not everyone was like her, sure, but, if someone I'd known that long could turn on me, what about everyone else? Wouldn't it be easier for them? It was just better to do this on my own. I didn't have friends and that was alright because I didn't need them. A web flared into life at the end of the day, bright and taut, almost pulling at my very being. I checked on Sophia and Tammy the Nazi and this wasn't them. Then I cautiously followed the web to the front of the school. It was a girl, dark blonde hair tied into a ponytail, she had green eyes and freckles beneath them, and she stood with an ease of a person without many worries. To the sight she looked much like she did without it, but her eyes were brighter, a bottle green that shifted with the light, and her mouth was stuck in a vulpine grin. "Who are you?" I asked when I was close. There was a crowd of people around me as they left for home, enough that she wouldn't try anything or anything she tried would take longer to stick. "You can call me Lisa," she said. I frowned. I'd been thinking a lot about Gru and Alec, and both of them had done the same thing. "I'm noticing a trend," I said. "Yeah." Her grin got sharper, showing razor-sharp teeth. "Practitioners don't introduce them like normal people," I said. "They just tell you what you can call them instead of telling you their names. I think it's hiding something." "You're right," she said. Gru wasn't born Gru, and the same's true for Alec, for me. She shrugged. We have our reasons for hiding. You're an undersider. I asked. I am. Am what? I'm an undersider, she said with a smile. The number Gru gave you is connected to a phone we managed to make work through magic. Every time you got close to calling us I could see it. I thought I'd make the leap and just come here to meet you. I swallowed. I didn't know that was possible, I said. It took a very long time, she said. But it's useful. I glanced at my watch. I have to get home, I said. I have stuff to do. I can walk you home, she said. I looked at her. She let out a little laugh. Come on, even if I figure out where you live it's not like I can attack you or anything. Getting into your house would put a mark on my back that I don't want. Promise me nothing will happen to me on this walk, I said after a month's thought. I promise no undue harm will come upon you, she said. I promise that, to the best of ability, and if you don't do anything stupid, I'll protect you if something happens while I walk you home. Okay, I said, and then I settled into a walk. She walked beside me. So what's been going on? She asked. Gru said you were dealing with a goblin. After the stink bomb thing, there hasn't been anything else, I said. And I dealt with that. Yeah, she said. You finally found something? I know Alec and he is not the best teacher. I nodded. A stink spirit, I said, my pride audible. Of course a goblin would do that, she said with a chuckle. I raised a brow. Your stink spirit was probably a wind spirit before a goblin caught it and warped it. Or maybe the pollution around here has reached the point that it's messed up the wind spirits. I've read about it happening in LA where their wind spirits had turned back because of all the air pollution. Are there forums or something? I asked. With other practitioners? Not a lot, she said. There was one a few years back, a practitioner that could work magic with code. But the site's gone now. A lot of people think the practitioner's dead. Have you contained your binding? I don't see any stink around you, but maybe you left it at home. I used a seal, I said. But I'd be happy if you showed me some other type of containment. She shook her head. You know how and you're about good for most things, she said. It's better if I teach you something new. Your eyes look like you use the site a lot. I shrugged. Can you move across the cables connecting things? Didn't even know that was possible, I said. I'm good at sort of getting a sense of direction and, maybe seeing the type of attention each web means. She whistled. How long have you been a practitioner? A little over 3 months, I said. And Alec was the first real lesson you got. I nodded. That explains it. Okay, so depending on how thick a cable is, you can move along it to see what's on the other side. Things like relationships make the cables thicker, or attention or items of personal import, or you can just thicken the connection with power. Can you give me a bit? Sure, she said. Danny A. Bear, I thought the web flared, thick and filled with a mixture of colors. When I focused on it, saw the emotions that filled it up, most were love, then worry, then pride and hints of shame. How do I move along it? I asked. The same way that you see something that's far away, metaphorically speaking, she said. I squinted, metaphorically, looking in the direction the web extended. There was no whoosh, no travel with the city blurring at either side to show that I moved fast. I was just there and I could see Dad behind a desk with a lot of paperwork, his brow creased with wrinkles as he listened to someone on the phone. Surprisingly, I could also see the strongest webs around him. Don't put too much strain on it or you'll break it, she said. What happens if I break it? I asked, pulling back. Enough times and it'll strain the relationship, she said. Things that happen in the spirit world find a way of being reflected in the real world. Your dad's love could get shorter or he might get frustrated of you more often. She shrugged. This is just postulation though. I nodded. Thanks for this, I said. But remember, she said. If you can see something, then it can look back. You've got to make sure that you look with the corner of your eyes. The others that are better with connections might still see you, but most might miss it. I nodded again. We walked in silence before I said, I did something. I sent Stinky after someone. Stinky is the stink spirit. I nodded. Did you send it after another practitioner? I shook my head. That's a slippery slope. Generally, innocents, the unawakened, are protected from us by old forces. Messing with them means that the spirits don't look kindly on you. Tell me this guy deserved it at least. He's a Nazi, I said. Okay, she said with a large smile. That's better. I'm sure he'll have done something that makes him deserve it. Is that why you wanted to call? Not all of it, I said. I wanted to understand what I actually did. I sent Stinky after him, you know, to knock him down a peg. I told her that she should make it seem like he farted around groups of people. But he's been in hospital for a few days because of diarrhea. Which I don't get, Stinky's a stink spirit. The lines of what another aren't rigid, she said. One thing can become another given enough time. Is Stinky corporeal? She's a bird. Okay, so she's still young, relatively speaking, still malleable, so she's going to change a lot as she grows in power. But it's still a wind spirit, so, how many times did you send it after this guy? 3. Ah, she said and nodded. Magic numbers. 1, 3, 5, and 7 as well as their multiples. But 3 stands out the most because of the Holy Trinity or things like the Triumvirate. You hit someone 3 times and it sticks the 3rd time. But it also means that if it rebounds on the 3rd try, it hits you 3-folds as hard. So, I said, conceptualizing everything. When Stinky was making the guy fart, she made it seem like he had a problem, and on the 3rd time, he got hit 3-fold and it became real. Guy's probably going to be incontinent for some time if not forever, she said. I let out a breath. I have no idea how to feel about that, I said. And I can't tell you how to feel, she said. Maybe the guy really deserved it. I don't know. But if he is a Nazi, even a young one, then he probably has bad karma. Explains the severity at least. We started to cut through the park. Okay, so I'm just going to come out and say this, she said. I really want you to join the Undersiders. Why? Because you're exactly what I need right now, she said. Alex lazy and he doesn't practice until he has to, Rachel doesn't think about the practice like I do, and Gru's almost usually busy with other stuff. I need someone that I can talk to about this stuff, who actually thinks about it as the awesome that it is. We've only talked for what? Less than an hour, and yet, I have a good feeling about you. I don't know, I said slowly. Okay, she said. This Saturday, you come by the clubhouse and see what it's like. You don't have to decide on anything, whether you join or not, but I give you something in return. I have a book I've been writing about others and practitioners I've come across in Brockton Bay and I'll give you a copy. I let out a long sigh. Okay, I said. I'll check it out. School, home, and homework, feeding Stinky her onions and mostly practicing with the sight. I'd found what might be a good ghost. A man had been found dead at a crack house in the lower bay, but the thought of going to a crack house on my own terrified me and I decided to push it off until after I met the Undersiders. Maybe Lisa's notes would teach me something useful to get better at binding ghosts. I spent half my time getting into gear with school again, and the other half scoping the skinheads and their connections. Jonathan had come back, but the power he'd had was gone, the connections around him had warped and someone else had taken his place. The totem pole had shifted, but the pole existed. What sucked the most was the fact that some of the people I thought were just scared of him had moved to the second leader without rethinking what they were doing with their lives. All of it sort of sucked the joy out of what I'd done to Jonathan because it felt like I hadn't changed anything. Except maybe help the kids who were being bullied by Jonathan personally, but I had no idea if they weren't being bullied by anyone else. As Friday rolled around my thoughts turned to the Undersiders and the fact that I would be meeting all of them together. I'd already talked with most of them, but also be meeting Rachel, and taking in all of them as a group. It was exciting if a little terrifying. But all of that was cast aside as a web connected with me, the same color, filled with the same apprehension as before. The impulse was to look at it like Lisa had taught me, but I tamped the feeling down and eased my focus, moving parallel along the web and, when I found the source, made sure to look with the corner of my eye instead of giving the source my full attention. The image was unsettling, 2 forms overlapping, a girl, so pale she was almost a ghost, with long nails at her finger and hair that was greasy as it fell to her shoulders. At her stomach was a mass, what looked like a baby except it was alive and wriggling, its arms pulling and pushing, and its legs kicking all to get the girl to move. The pair were in the staff room and they were moving stuff, taking things from one bag and moving it to another, reaching into the fridge, sniffing and spitting at something before putting it back. I quickly jotted down my diagram on the back of my hand, with the triangle at the bottom and at the top, and then the little scythes that would turn away attention. The triangles, giving the diagram direction, were for MRS Knot and the Goblin. I took out a needle and stabbed my finger and I let the blood drip into the diagram. I shoved my stuff in my backpack, got up and left the class to no one's notice. Nervous energy radiated through me as I kept track of the Goblin. They had lost track of me and hadn't noticed yet. They were still moving through the staff room and now stood in front of a television set up on a metal stand. They moved quickly, furtively, glancing over their shoulder every few seconds. I saw the direction of their attention and pulled back before they looked in my direction, but I quickly turned my attention back on them. They'd moved to the coffee machine, an object that was filled with the purest of light, showing love and devotion, and did something that lingered after they left. I was close and my heart was beating faster. I pulled out a pair of gloves and put them on while I walked, then my chain which I wound around one hand and the lighter which I was prepared to heat the chain with. This is so stupid, a part of me thought. You should call Sophia. But I cut that thought off. Sophia saving me would mean she was right and that I was just a victim, that I wallowed in it. Stinky was in my backpack, I had no idea how I'd use her, but she was an option. I held the chain under the heat. I got closer to the staff room, empty with no one around, their webs messed with so they found reason to be elsewhere. I put my lighter away and opened the door with force. They whipped around. Her eyes were hollowed out, almost lifeless, but the goblin, the size of a toddler but with features that were more animal than human, which managed to fit into a stomach, looked outright terrified. They moved, running towards me and I froze. They crashed into me and I fell hard. The door was still ajar and they slid out, taking off at a run. My heart was still beating hard, my butt aching from the fall and I just watched as they continued to run, a lopping gait that didn't push them as fast as it should. No. 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 You can't just freeze like this. You can't prove Sophia right. You can't give her the satisfaction. I got up and pushed myself off. Using all of the practice I'd gotten from my morning jogs to catch up. They looked over their shoulder, saw me and the goblin's eyes went wider as it tried to push them faster. I caught up and, with a scream, I punched them at back of the head with my chain. They fell forward, tried to catch themselves, but their arms gave out and they crashed onto the floor. The girl's stomach was squeezed by the fall and I saw it the goblin was pushed up the girl's through and out of her mouth. It was covered in vomit and this allowed it to slide on the floor before it found its feet and started to run on all fours. I jumped over the girl and kept running after it. The thing was fast, but I was bigger and had a longer stride. I caught up, unwound the chain and spun it, hoping to catch it. The thing leapt and it was carried forward by a stray wind that smelled like a wet fart. It's using wind spirits, I thought as I watched the interplay. The wind spirits weren't corporeal, more like a mist darting forward without any real direction, all of it coming from the open windows. Stinky. Redirect it towards me. I shouted. And then come back. Stinky burst out the lunchbox and seeped out of my backpack, she flew out and flapped her wings, it took 2 beats and she was beyond the goblin, circling back, leaving pungent aroma. The goblin hit Stinky's draft and it couldn't do anything as it was carried back towards me. She reached me first and flew into my bag. I readied my chain and, when it was close, wound it around the goblin's stubby little neck and squeezed. No. No. No, it squealed, and the sound was eerily like a pig had learnt to talk. The goblin wriggled and tried to claw at me, but it couldn't cut through the fabric of my hoodie. You fucking bitch, let me go. Let me leave. I felt a measure of pity for it, but the girl was still on the floor, not moving, and now that the goblin wasn't in her belly, seemed almost emptier, hollow. There weren't any connections around her, only 2 really, one of them to the goblin near me and another that had the same feel. The goblin's voice was earning attention. People had no doubt heard the commotion and I could see that they were close to coming into the hall, only stopped by my diagram. Which, at a glance, was growing thinner. I looked with the sight, saw a storage room and started to move towards it. The goblin was fucking heavy for its size and its wriggle didn't do me any favors, but I wrenched it back, pulling it closer to the storage room. I reached the door and fiddled with it for a bit before it finally opened and I managed to get through, closing the door with a kick. It was just in time because my spell waned and people started out to see what the commotions was about. I saw as webs clustered around the girl, as people noticed the smell in the air, and heard the squeals. Be quiet. I said in frustration. The goblin still wriggled, still tried to pull free, but it was getting weaker by the second and, thankfully, it'd gone quiet. Stinky. Come out and stay with me. I want you to mess with the connections. Make it so no one comes here. Stinky did as I'd asked and she did it in a way that left me a coughing mess. She exploded out of her lunchbox and spread in a cloud that smelled like cat piss that had been allowed to ferment for a few weeks. I coughed and weaved, and my eyes burned, but under the sight I saw that people who'd neared suddenly ran off, their arms at their noses. Fuck, Stinky, I said in between coughs. Don't affect me. Stinky was still close around me, but now she didn't smell half as bad and most of the burning in my eyes felt like it was from chopping onions. I allowed myself a few moments to catch my breath, not something I was happy about when the air had a disgusting tang to it. The goblin had stopped fighting, getting too slow and it had slumped against the ground. What's your name? I asked. The goblin didn't say anything. Answer me. Taint Nasher, it said, voice deep and whiny, with a hint of fatigue. Really? Fucking yes, you rancid cunt, Taint Nasher squealed. Don't call me that, I said, my tone short. There were more people outside, keeping their distance from the stink. Why are you here? Why were you messing with the staff room? To cause trouble, you bent-backed bitch, it said. I frowned at that one, because it didn't even make sense as an insult. To make sure the trouble sticks, you putrid, I pulled the chain and it squealed to a stop. My mind was running fast, trying to think about everything that had happened and what I wanted the most. I wanted to bind it because it was starting trouble and to stick it to Sophia, but I also wanted to find out if it had been sent here or come on its own. I had no idea what a powerful goblin looked like, but this didn't seem like one. Not to mention the other connection I'd seen off the girl. Were you the one that did the shit painting or released the stink spirit? I asked. Information first and binding later. There was the chance I'd mess it up and I wanted to get as much out of this as possible. No, it said. Let me go and I'll give you a trick. Answer the question, I said with a bit of a pull. Fuck you, it said. I reached for my pocket and pulled out the lighter. You do that and you'll kill us both, it screamed. You put a wind spirit to fire and it'll catch. Fuck. I put the lighter away and squeezed the chain tighter around its neck. Answer my questions, goblin, I said. Did someone send you here? Yes, the goblin squealed. Skidmark. He's the one who sent me here. He gave me the girl and told me to spread the taint around so they'd come crawling to him. Skidmark? Who's Skidmark? My essence, the goblin mewled. Please. Mercy. Mercy. I ain't strong and the meat bag was shielding me from the worst of it, but now it isn't. Please. And it sounded so close to a child that it shook me. I swallowed. I'll let you free if you promise that you won't go back to Skidmark, I said. That you won't hurt anyone else or spread more taint, and that at the end of the school day today, you'll be waiting for me at the back of the school. And that if I don't get there for some reason, you'll go to the Protectorate and tell them Skidmark sent you to the school. I fucking agree, it said. I hope I didn't make any mistakes. I unwound the chain. After another diagram and getting Stinky back in her lunchbox, I left the storage room. The goblin used other means, cloaking itself through magic to make sure the unawakened didn't notice it before it scampered off. Between Stinky and Taint Nasher, I was left rancid and I took the opportunity to go to the showers to wash things off. A nice good, long shower, and still I didn't work all of the stink off me. Most of it was on my clothes and the rest was at my hands and arms. I was a little worried that I was starting to settle into a pattern where I stunk a lot of the time and another part of me was afraid that that would become my thing. But I ignored all of that because I was riding a high. I'd caught the goblin without Sophia's help and after school I'd be able to bind it, but more than anything, I could stick it to Sophia even more. I found her before she could reach the cafeteria at lunch, catching her before she could go to her table where Emma, Madison, and a few other girls sat. "Hey bear," she said. "Sophia," I returned. The webs around us weren't sticking, too focused on the serving bay while others cared more about meeting up with friends. "You told me to come to you if I saw something and you'd teach me something else. I expected that you'd come for me before you did anything," she said, her tone cool, though with the side her eyes were set in a scowl. She was still shadowy and her eyes still glowed, but the shape had shifted into something more menacing. I shrugged. "Your expectations aren't my fault," I said. "Teach me what you said you would and I'll tell you what happened." "Follow me," she said after a moment. We left the cafeteria and found a hall that was mostly empty. We settled next to an open window, mostly so Sophia could escape the odor that hung off of me. She reached into her bag and pulled out her notepad and a pencil, and started to sketch something down. It was a symbol, a trapezoid with the longest edge facing the bottom, a line bisecting the shape in the middle, with another, shorter line capping off the central line. "That's the symbol for stone," she said. "Put it in on a paper with a circle around it, and it'll make the thing tougher or heavier." She shrugged. "It starts with tougher, but the more you get the spirits to do a certain thing, the more like it becomes." This was actually more than I expected from her. She ripped the paper and handed it over, then her expression turned expectant. "It was a goblin," I said. "It was in the stomach of some girl. The one they found," she said. "They think she's been doing the pranks. Her parents are being called in, but the girl's out of it, at least that's what people are saying." A frown marred her expression as she said all that. "Where's the goblin?" "I told it to leave the school and to come back at the end of the day," I told her. "I told it not to hurt anyone and if it can't meet me at the end of the day it has to go to the Protectorate." "What do you know about the Protectorate?" she said. I didn't answer that because I really didn't know anything about them. "How big was it? Was it powerful?" "About the size of a toddler," I said. "Someone called Skidmark sent it. Taint Nasher, the goblin, said that this Skidmark wanted it to spread the taint." Sophia shook her head. "And you let that goblin go," she said. "When it could just run back to Skidmark and tell him that it told you about him and his thing. That wasn't very smart, eh bear?" "I told it not to go to him," I said, a little smug. "Directly or indirectly," she said. My eyes opened wide and my heart started pounding. "Goblins are a community. It will have friends and they can just go to Skidmark," she said, as smug as I had been. You think Skidmark will come after me?" I asked, my voice hollow. "Maybe," she said with a shrug. "All I know is that the Protectorate wouldn't like this if it heard about it. Messing with innocence is already a big deal, but going after children just so you can sell more drugs? It's in his best interest to make sure that that information doesn't reach the Protectorate. Fuck. 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 I swallowed. I wanted to ask for help, but to ask Sophia I just couldn't. Good luck, bear, she said after a sort, and walked away. Chapter 4. Chapter text. My options for people I could ask help from were limited. Not Sophia because she would use that against me, and definitely not Tammy the Nazi because even thinking about asking help from her left me feeling dirted. There was only the Protectorate, Mr. Calvert, and the Undersiders. The first I didn't know how to contact and I didn't know anything about them except that Gru had said they did the right thing. Mr. Calvert would likely have me talk to the Undersider, and the Undersiders would likely help me because Lisa wanted me to join them. I asked MRS not to borrow her phone. Of all the teachers, most of which were starting to get annoyed at me because I was missing class, she was the most sympathetic, especially when I came to her class smelling of Stinky's stench and the goblin's corruption. I called, spoke to Alec and hoped he wasn't so much of an ass that he wouldn't pass on the message. Their webs were there at the end of the school day and I felt relieved because there were other webs all around the school. I counted 7 in total, one of them belonged to Taint Nasher, and all of them were positioned so there wasn't an exit I could use where they wouldn't be able to see me. Above everything else, they seemed like they were making a point of making sure I knew they were there. The Undersiders used the crush of everyone leaving to get past the security guards, into the building and they found me near the girls' bathroom, hands clenched into fists and my brow lined with sweat. Taylor, said Gru. He was in the lead, still stunning to look at with one set of eyes and surrounded by darkness in another. He walked in the lead of his little group, with the others arrayed around him. Lisa with her vulpine grin, stretched further now, and her eyes which never settling in one place, Alec with his bored and washed out expression, with his fingers moving as though he was controlling a few puppets, webs filled with light stretching out in different directions, and a girl I assumed was Rachel, tall and a little broad, with hair that was cut too short, as though she had done it herself, and an expression stuck in a perpetual scowl. To the sight, she was cracked, with a dog's head visible within her head, sometimes resettling so I saw white, razor-sharp teeth, and other times so I saw white eyes. I swallowed and stepped back. Don't worry about Rachel, said Lisa. She usually doesn't bite. I watched her grin and how it stretched, there was a bit of apprehension in there that didn't not do anything to reassure me. I'm sorry I called you here like this, I said, my voice sticking in my throat as I pushed the words out. But I didn't have that many people to ask for help from. It's okay, said Lisa. This is one of the good things about having friends in these situations. We help each other out. So, can you explain again, because this idiot wasn't paying attention when you told him what's going on and he forgot most of it. Alec shrugged. I got the basics, he muttered. She screwed something up. Do you know a guy named Skidmark? I asked. Yeah, said Lisa. He's a goblin king that heads the Archer Bridge merchants. Which, I mean why, Alec said, more emotion in his voice than I usually heard. He lives under a bridge, metaphorically, and he doesn't go for trolls? Come on. Suddenly, a lot of things made sense. The merchants were one of Brockton Bay's gangs, though they were the smallest and least organized. They had territory in the border between downtown and the lower bay, with it centralized at the Archer Bridge, a small neighborhood of run-down apartment buildings that had been barred at one point but which now lived squatters. Taint Nasher, the goblin that's been causing trouble, it was sent by Skidmark to spread the taint, I told them. It's here to get people addicted to drugs. Sophia thought that he'd come after me so that I wouldn't go to the Protectorate. And I think she was right, there are things waiting for me to get out. You would have been safer if you'd just left and went home, said Gru. They wouldn't attack you if there were a lot of people around. And that nifty barrier you have around your house would have kept them away, said Lisa. It's not years good, but it's good. You should trust it more. My stomach dropped. There was so much I didn't know about this world. It's too late now, isn't it? We'll have to fight them, he said. And we'll have to be quick because I have a ritual to keep, I said. I'm sorry if that feels like I'm rushing you. It's okay, said Gru, his voice gentle. This stuff gets scary once you see its underside. Stay and watch, learn a few things, we'll take care of it. I nodded, then. Is that why you named yourselves the Undersiders? I asked. Symbolic or something? Lisa's grin was bright, showing small fox teeth. I told you I liked this girl, she said. Can we deal with this? Rachel said, his voice filled with the snarling of the dog inside her head. It's my shelter day today. Right, said Gru. Alec, take care of the ones on the roof. The webs of light around Alec's fingers moved. I squinted and, in the distance, saw people, except they were not, at least not completely. They didn't have full forms, just flat pieces that moved in the shadow of people's attention. Taken from a distance, they looked like they were made out of a dull static, but looking closely I could see the nuance, see the impressions of what they were made of. It felt like all of them had lost their self and were echoes like ghosts, but they seemed more vivid than the ghost I'd seen had been. One moved too close to a person and I noticed how some of the spirits making up the guy were stolen, not enough that the guy noticed, but enough for it to be seen through the sight. The other was left a little stronger, a little bolder at the edges. What are those? Papermen, Lisa explained. Hard to get in big numbers, but Alex a special case. I've been dealing with things like these since before I awakened, he said with a grin that didn't translate to the sight. There were only 3 papermen close to us, with the other web stretching off into the distance, tapered at the end so I couldn't see their final destination. The men moved, running up to the school building and started to climb with a bit of deft, going for the goblins on the room. Lisa walked over to Alec and touched his shoulder. I watched it all with the sight, saw the areas of attention and as webs stretched to connect to the papermen, only for them to be redirected. This gave the papermen opportunity to get close before the goblins noticed. There were 3 on the roof, one of them took flight, but the others weren't so lucky. They tried to fight, first with fists and claws, then rocks, sludge and knives, but the papermen didn't care. They grabbed and punched and threw so a goblin crashed against the floor, not a fight with any form, just relentless flailing and kicking and punching and biting. One of the goblins farted and I saw the tinges of foul air, something I'd started to get used to, but the paperman sucked up the air, adding it to its static and growing more vivid, bolder around the edges. Caught 2, said Alec. Bring them in and we'll bind them, said Gru. We should be able to sell them. They're witnesses. They'll be valuable. One of my men swallowed something. He's just powerful enough that he's making the others tough to control. I'm sending him back home, said Alec. Will you still be able to hold the 2? Gru asked. Alec nodded and I watched as the paper man who'd missed his goblin went to relieve the one who'd sucked up foul air. I saw a thread coming our way. Someone's coming, I said, but Lisa was already on it. She drew a line in the air and who the security guard who'd been coming towards us turned left instead of coming right, missing our group. What's the other goblin doing? The one that you missed. It flew off, I said. Gru looked at me. The others, does it seem like they know we're here? I checked the webs, they were still like before, watching their respective exits while some paid attention to Taint Nasher so they would surround me. I shook my head. They didn't know what had happened to the others. We'll use you as bait, he said. Once you're out in the open, they'll be confident enough to attack and we'll take them out. It's going to be scary, but trust us, okay? We'll protect you. I nodded. Now go to that goblin of yours and try not to think about us, said Lisa. I swallowed and started walking. They were there, behind me, their line of attention centered on me, but the moment I turned a corner their webs were cut and I had no idea where they were or how they were moving. The impulse to call a name and follow the web was strong, but I focused on moving forward towards Taint Nasher and whatever was planned for me. There weren't a lot of people at school, a few of them were around their clubs, but they were restricted to certain classes which limited the chance they'd run across me. I pulled out my glove and chain, put the former on and wound the latter around my gloved hand. I started to heat the chain to the point I could feel its heat through the glove. The back of the school was an area not oft frequented. There was a thin stone path at the base of the school, but beyond it were unkempt brambles that stretched as far as the fence that bound the school. Taint Nasher was hiding in one of these brambles and it came out as I stepped out. Still as ugly as before, but now I had more time to take it in, as tall as a toddler with skin that looked a pig's, dark with patches of white and the short hairs. Its face was a mixture of pig and human, a pig nose, upturned, a small mouth with mismatched teeth, small, muddy eyes and round ears. It wasn't wearing much of anything, only a sash that showed all of its privates, her privates. My expression twisted. I'm here, you spunk rag, Taint Nasher said. Just like you wanted me. Without focusing too much, I saw that the others knew that I was here too. There were 3 of them and they'd started circling around, one was in the air and the 2 others were on foot, moving on the rooftop to get close to our position. I swallowed and stepped outside. Through much of the day, I'd thought about all the things I'd done wrong in the encounter with Taint Nasher and one of them was the fact that I hadn't exactly set conditions. I'd told her that she should be waiting for me at the end of the day, but now that that had happened, there was no follow-up. I hadn't bound her, hadn't given her the order that after meeting me she'd agreed to be bound by me. Just that she'd be waiting for me. Without hesitation she attacked. She reached into her nethers, pulled out a wet clump and threw it at me. I dodged to one side and spotted her as she moved, lunging all at once towards me. Stinky. I said. Push her back. Stinky exploded out and flew around me. The air caught Taint Nasher and pushed her away. The flying goblin swooped, flying on leathery wings with a long prehensile tail that held something. The tail threw and I spotted the lighter, headed directly for Stinky. She stopped and ducked low, but the lighter caught her trail and the fire flared, following behind her before Stinky exploded. Watching her disappear was a punch to the gut. My first binding and weeks spent with her only for her to disappear just like that. There wasn't a lot of time to ruminate because Taint Nasher had landed and she was running for me again. I unwound the chain and started swinging it around my head, prepared to catch her if she got closer. She stopped, wary of the chain, and started to circle around me. She looked up and I noticed then that the others had arrived. The flying goblin was still in the air and the others scaled down the walls and surrounding me. Taint Nasher started to cackle, a deep, grating sound as she started to strut in a half circle. "You're fucked now, bitch," she said with another cackle. "Wait," said one of the smaller goblins, its voice wheezy. "Where's the others?" The answer was a dog as large as a horse that leapt over me, landed and without pause, started to rip into the goblins. They tried to run but the dog was too fast, biting or swiping, drawing blood. A pebble struck the dog and it yelped, a deep growl cutting into the air before it pounced towards the offending goblin. That gave the others room to run, running into the shrubs while others ran for the wall and started clambering up. Shadows shifted and a hand got in the path of the goblin climbing up the wall and pushed, it toppled, tried to catch the air only for it to be shot out of the air. The shadow disappeared and appeared within the bramble, and a goblin was thrown out of the shrubbery in the path of the dog. I noticed the undersiders then. Gru was different, he was no longer surrounded by shadow, he was thinner, without the muscle and his expression was placid, though his eyes were scared. Rachel was still cracked, but now the big dog that had been at her head was gone, though I could still see shifting shapes within her, and Lisa had a gun. "Sorry about Stinky," she said. Her gun went off but it didn't have the bang, nor did it have the kick. The bullet struck the flying goblin as it tried to catch the air and fly. It started falling. But they wouldn't have come out if they didn't think they would win. "Stinky," said Alec and he snorted. "Nerd." The goblins were all on the ground, trying their best to scramble away when they thought they could, but it didn't work. The dog stood over them and it bit into any goblin that tried to run, though its expression twisted whenever it did. Alec's papermen arrived, they'd still been on the roof and they threw themselves to the ground. When one landed it shattered the ground, a crack forming that tore through the path, into the building and up a wall. The other didn't land with a thump, but I felt as a reverberation of unending emptiness that harkened back to before I'd awakened, before I'd had any drive, any pleasures, at the worst of the bullying. I let out a shaky breath. I wasn't the only one who'd felt anything, but it looked like I was the worst affected. Lisa shot Alec a glare. "Stronger than I thought," he muttered. "Okay, dirtbags," said Lisa, a little too chipper. Her grin was stretched tight and her shoulders almost hunched under the sight. "Here's what's going to happen. I have a few pieces of paper with some diagrams and you're going to go into them. You don't and we'll tie you up, seal you in some room in this school and lock the doors so they aren't opened for maybe a month." She reached into her pocket and pulled out a small notebook, the diagrams already drawn. She ripped the pages, 6 of them, and put them on the ground. She stepped back. "So? What's it gonna be?" Slow, pulling themselves more than walking, they each moved towards the pieces of paper. One looked like it would balk, but Rachel whistled and the giant dog moved forward and opened its maw. "Fucking don't you mangy mutt," the goblin said. It started to pull itself to the paper. When a goblin reached a paper it disappeared into it, leaving the paper scrunched into a ball covered with snot. "This went well," said Gru. He was back to normal again, with the white skull mark and cloaked in shadow. "Sorry about your spirit. I wanted to say okay, but, Stinky hadn't exactly been a friend, but she'd been something close to a pet." I swallowed and chose to refocus. I glanced at my watch, I had less time to get back home. I'd have to walk faster. I have to go home. "I'm not gonna walk her," said Rachel. Her dog walked up to her, she scratched behind its ear before it climbed into her head. "I've got things to do." "You don't need to," said Lisa. "I'll walk Taylor home. If that's all right." I swallowed again and nodded. "I don't think he'll send more goblins after you," Lisa said and I started a bit. The pace I'd set was brisk and I could see that Lisa was starting to struggle, something I'd missed because I'd been using the sight to look around me for any webs of lines of focus. There hadn't been anything yet. "Sorry," I said. "What?" "Skid mark," she said. "I don't think he'll attack again. He's been around a while and he'll have some power at his disposal, but he's in a gang in a city with 2, maybe 3, other gangs that are part of this stuff. It's better if he doesn't use that power on you when he could use it to defend himself or his territory." I swallowed. "But he sent the goblins after me now," I said. "Because it was easy," she said, "and you were periphery. But Gru will talk to our backer, and he'll talk to the Protectorate. It's already too late to mitigate the damage. You're too small for him to attack." I took a deep breath and it didn't come out, I had to push to make sure it did. It didn't leave me any bit as relieved as I was hoping it would. "Listen," said Lisa. "Sleep on it. Tomorrow you are still coming over, right? I nodded. We'll have sold the goblins by then. I can use your share to buy you things that can protect you against goblins. My share? I said. She smiled. Yeah, she said. You're the reason we were able to bind those things, you deserve a cut. Just roll by, I'll get you some stuff, maybe I'll even teach you an elemental sigil that'll give your stuff kick, and give you the rest of your cut. I still haven't agreed to join, I said. And there's no obligation to join us, she said. You worked and you deserve your cut. I want you to join us, but if you decide not to, I won't force you and I'll get the others not to force you to. Though I might bug you from time to time, metaphorically pick your brain, that sort of stuff. I nodded. We cut into the park and using the sight I could watched everything around me. There were people jogging, children playing, and I even saw something that looked like a raccoon covered with mud and leaves. I thought for a moment it might be a goblin, but it didn't feel right. I'm seeing a thing, I said. What is it? Lisa looked. A minor nature spirit, she said. It's that muddy because this park isn't taken care of. If you wanted to, though it would take a very long time, you could start cleaning up the place, make people visit here more often. It would nurture the spirit and make it more likely to bargain with you. What would that mean? I asked. Bargaining with a nature spirit. A lot of this stuff is abstract, she said. It's a lot about connecting the dots and sometimes there. But trying my best to make it concrete, in the park, it might, metaphorically, give you more luck. If there are bees in the area, for example, or wasps because they're more aggressive, you could find that they don't sting you. Or do you know that annoying thing that happens where you catch a root growing out of the ground and you trip? I nodded. Yeah, well, that wouldn't happen to you. I shrugged. I can't see the utility. Well, the spirits in the park might like you, she said. They make things easier for you, but if you're being chased by something, they could make it so it has a harder time. It trips more than it should, or it's stung by the bees or wasps. I think I get it, I said. Just, remember abstraction, she said. What I'm saying is too hard, there might be other ways it could be good for you. But like I said, it takes a long time. In the city, there's one person that went that route, and she could do it because she's agoraphobic. It's gotten to the point where the spirits in her house love her so much it started to look like a domain. I don't know what that is, I said. He didn't even give you essentials, said Lisa. I shook my head, but it was more confused than anything. She sighed and then smiled, though her grin was frustrated to the sight. I'll add it to what I'm going to give you tomorrow. Thanks, I said. We walked in silence. Lisa, I said when I was near my house. Should I trust our backer? She was quiet for a moment before she said, I don't. He's useful, he gives us stuff and the practice is easier because of him. But, what he's doing isn't out of some generosity. Everything has a price in this world, remember that. We reached my house. I'll see you tomorrow, Taylor, she said. Yeah, I said and I was left with a strange feeling in my gut. I'd promised Dad I would read up on cults and now more than ever it felt like I should start up on that reading. We met at the boardwalk, one of the nicer areas of Brockton Bay, mostly so because it was a tourist hotspot and thus was kept clean. To the sight, it was an area that was bright, each shop letting off a low gleam. I hadn't come to this part of the bay in the 3 months I'd awakened, never finding reason to, but I saw that it was littered with runes, diagrams and magic that rose off the ground and left trails of light. It was entrancing to watch, to see, all of it so big. Lisa smiled. They put in a lot of attention here, she said. We sat on chairs that were outside a line of food shops, there were fries and burgers spread across the table, and drinks for all. People moved around, chatting and enjoying their Saturday afternoon. The day was slightly windy and a cool breeze was coming in from the sea, a diagram hung in the air, hard to make out, but I could see that it turned away some of the fouler air. The people I've asked say Brockton Bay was at the brink, once upon a time, getting closer to become the sort of place no one wants to come to, so legend came to the bay and got the practitioners around her to agree to come together into another branch of the Protectorate. They made this. What is the Protectorate? I asked after a bite of my burger. Gru mentioned some stuff, that they do good and they have strict rules, but, are they the cops or something? Some are, said Lisa. Most aren't. The Protectorate is, an umbrella for a certain group that spread across much of the America. It's starting to get a foothold in parts of Canada, but it's not set yet. Basically, 4 particularly powerful practitioners, lords of their cities and with a spreading influence, came together to enforce the rules. Hero, Alexandria, the High Priest and Legend. If you haven't noticed, they're sort of a big deal because they have names, Alec put in. I got that, I said. They wanted the focus of the practice to be less nebulous, more protecting people. So they formed a group where they traded knowledge with anyone that joined, and that person had to spread theirs, but there were very strict rules about the types of magic you could do, and how to spend your time. You basically have to become a magical hero, said Alec. You have to make sure that if there's a thing going bump in the night, you deal with it so it can't hurt innocents. That doesn't sound too bad, I said. It doesn't, said Lisa. But it's not perfect, and that imperfection can screw people over. There are places where people don't have enough resources, they have information but they're not given power or support while still being expected to follow through on their end. It means that the protectorate as a whole has a high turnover as people are forced by obligations to deal with threats they can't handle. Is that why you're not a part of them? I asked. You can say that, said Alec. But is it true? I said after a moment's thought. Alec shrugged. That's the question, isn't it? Which isn't answering my question, I said, a little frustrated. Cut it out, said Gru. We have our own reasons why we don't go. Personal reasons. Kinda obvious if you think about it, Alec said. We're getting money from a guy we don't really know, who isn't telling us the big picture. No one would do that if they weren't running away from something shitty. I guess that's true, I said. I'd say it's arguable, said Lisa, and I saw her grin. Alec groaned. But I'm not going to go into it. At least this time. Did you sleep all right? Gru asked. Nothing go bump. Nothing that I heard, I said. Didn't sleep all right, though. Nightmares. Gru and Lisa frowned. Did they see Mother? Gru asked. No, I said. Was that a possibility? I didn't think it was. There are some things that can attack you in your sleep, said Lisa. But your protections should ward them off. But for greater protection I'd recommend another boundary in your house, hard shapes against an abstract threat. I let out a long breath. I think I'd like that book very much, I said. Let's start walking back to base, said Gru. He picked up his leftovers and stuffed them into a paper bag. Don't throw that away. Rachel's dogs enjoy this stuff. I hadn't finished my burger and we piled it in the bag. I still had some of my juice and I carried it with me as we left the shops, walking into a stretch that would take us into the docks. The disparity was startling, to move from a place so filled with light to one that had entire sections in darkness. Do you always have the sight on? Gru asked. I shrugged. Not always. I said. But I use it so much that it feels like it's always on. But I can sort of control what I see so that I don't look at certain things. Tried using the sight like that, said Gru. But the world was filled with too much darkness. I saw people on a level that felt too deep and, he shook his head, I didn't like it. I shrugged again. I mean that happens, I said. I go to school with Nazis and I can see that ones that have blood on them. Even though they're scary, they're not as scary as the people who have silver tongues. They're the one with the most connections around them. But, I'd rather know what I'm getting into, you know? Not be blindsided. I can guess, said Lisa. You and me aren't so different. The finer bits are different, but we like to look out. How good are you with reading connections, getting information from them? I made a so-so gesture. That's what I specialize with, said Lisa. Connections between people and things to get a sense of them. There's more, but I don't want to tell you all of my tricks. I nodded and kept watching without moving my head, seeing the darkness that surrounded us and the spots of light. They were in odd places sometimes, a trash can that was too bright with light, an abandoned building that looked in good condition to the sight. There were also people around, but most of them did their best to keep their head low and not pay attention to us. I spotted their web, an indirect sort of attention that had bits of trepidation before it eased as we disappeared. We stopped at a building that surrounded in layers of graffiti all around it, which looked bright and more intricate to the sight. It was a magical diagram that spread across the warehouse. What's the diagram do? I asked. Protections against most others, said Lisa. Most of it is stuff above our level, but our backer made sure we had a place where we could be safe. A backer you don't trust, I thought, and the feeling rolled in my stomach. I'd started my reading about cults like Dad had wanted, and what I'd read had left me wary. I'd been apprehensive of Mr. Calvert before, but looking at all the things, how he controlled my access to the world of magic and how, until I'd met the Undersiders, he'd been the only true connection I had. I hadn't been able to help but to be more so. Even this being with the Undersiders now, didn't help, because a sense of community was important to the whole cult thing, and liking the Undersiders, liking their company and what they could offer me, was a way to get ensnared. But I also wanted what they could offer, and they seemed like nice people. And Lisa had warned me of Mr. Calvert, even if it was indirectly. Remember to keep your guard up, I thought. We walked in through a large door that was on rollers. The Undersiders first before they invited me in. The building looked shabby on the outside, but inside it was nice. It was 3 stories, with the first floor being the common area. There was a kitchen with a full-stocked fridge, a study off to the side with non-practitioner books, and a living room with a TV connected to some video games. The second floor had their rooms for all 4 of them as well as 3 extra rooms that weren't being used. Part of the deal of joining the Undersiders is signing a contract that you don't go into another person's room, said Lisa, who led my tour. Alec had taken the first chance to play some games and Gru had gone into his room to do some work. That's the only contract we have you sign, but there's a more general agreement that you won't ever go to the people we're running from or use that information against us. There's no other promises to protect your secrets or anything like that. I asked. She shook her head. We're here because being part of a group is smarter, she said. But I don't think anyone who's part of this group wants to be tied down, so we do our best not to. The third floor was comprised of 2 giant rooms that were mostly empty, with the third smaller room that was filled with a whole manner of supplies. Salt, jugs of water, plants and roots, pens, pencils, paper and jars of ink, and chains and bits of various metals, stakes made with various woods. This is where we do the major rituals, she said. It's not often used, but when we do, you have to request it first because there aren't a lot of rooms. What we do keep here most of the time are Alec's papermen because those can be a pain if they get too powerful. What are the papermen? I asked. Let me get you your stuff, she said. There's information in there. We walked back down into one of the empty rooms. She had the stuff in a duffel bag with a rune on it I could see with the sight. The runes to make it feel lighter than it is, she explained before I could ask. In there's a few chains, some holly, chicken wire, stakes, a knife, a metal baton. There's essentials and my dramatis personae in there, too. I gave her a look. Don't look at me like that, it's an official term. All the stuff was already here and I didn't have to buy it like I thought, and since the month's almost done, we can expect the Undersider allowance to come in so we can top things off. There's also 1800 in there. Fuck, that's more money than that's belonged to me, I said. And now it's yours, do with it whatever you want, she said. Do you want to hang out some more or do you want to head back home already? I'm afraid of this entire situation, I thought. I'd like to go speak to the other practitioners. See what they're like, first. Lisa smiled. Yeah, I get that, she said. I can see that you don't trust us. I felt uncomfortable at that. Which is honestly understandable. We don't really know each other and there's the whole thing surrounding our backer. Unlike most of us, you have options, so use them, see what the field's like before settling on anything. Thanks, Lisa, I said. But, she said. Don't be afraid to come to us. Whether it's for help or just because you want to hang out, talk about stuff magical or mundane. Rachel's cool, but she's not the talkative type and I enjoy talking. I shrugged. No promises. Let's head downstairs, she said. I have Victoria Dallin's number, she's in New Wave. She's a bit pushy, but she's alright. She can get you introduced to the wards, most of them go to the same school. We went downstairs. You leaving already? Alec asked, pausing his game. Yeah, I said. So, are you joining or not? I'm going to look at the other groups first, I told him. Then decide. Smart, he said with a nod and returned to his game. And also, I don't want to split the allowance any more that we have to. Lisa muttered. Ignore him, your life will be easier. I could disagree with that if I wanted, he muttered. But will you? Not worth it, he returned. Like I said, lazy, said Lisa. She handed me over a card with the Victoria Dallin written on it and a number. I'll walk you to the boardwalk. Thanks, I said, shrugging on the duffel bag and leaving the Undersiders behind. Chapter 5. Chapter text. 2 more days without being attacked and I finally let myself take a breath and enjoy things again. I had 2 books, Essentials and Lisa's Dramatis Personae, and after a cursory look I'd saw that there were a few warnings about the risks that could be faced by the newly awakened practitioner. All of it interesting and informative. There was also the symbol Sophia had given me, the stone symbol, and I would have time to investigate its properties given time. Not to mention all the money and gear I had. As much as I wanted to go to Victoria of New Wave and learn more, it felt better to first practice with the bits of magic I had. So I could go talk to them on equal footing. I didn't want to meet them and beg for any scraps they could give me, especially when I didn't know the type of people they were. You made it out alive, Sophia said on Monday. It felt like she'd been waiting for me at the front of the school. I couldn't read her expression both with my regular sight and the sight. No thanks to you, I muttered, my hands clenched into fists. I'd started reading through Essentials, mostly scheming to get a sense of all the parts I'd missed. The sudden well of magical knowledge had made me think that the week would start off well, but Sophia being the first face I saw dissuaded me of the notion. Yeah, she said with a snort. You didn't ask for help. Ask for help. I said. I tried and failed to keep my incredulity out of my voice. That really is you, isn't it? You don't just do things out of the goodness of your heart. She sighed. I don't need this nagging, she muttered and turned away. Why were you even here? I thought. It wasn't important. What was important was the web connected to me. The attention wasn't direct, I wasn't within sight, but it showed that I was on the person's mind. I licked my finger and drew a line at the back of my hand to strengthen the connection before I moved beside it to see the person it belonged to, Principal Blackwell. A low level of anxiety clung to me for most of the day. I felt the urge to redirect the line, but the little I'd read about backlash told me that Principal Blackwell's attention might be a rebound of all the times I walked out of class. I paid attention to all the connections stretching from my teachers. All of them watched me either with annoyance or pity, but all of them watched me like hawks. I kept my head low and made a silent promise to myself that I wouldn't redirect attention, and that I'd focus on my schoolwork so there wasn't any trouble. Which made the day supremely boring. The only times I was free to read was lunch. I spent my time at the library, but since I couldn't eat there, I had to cut that short. The day drew out until school was done and I quickly went to a craft store where I bought pens, paper, pencils, rulers for lines or angles. I bought books that were different sizes, chalks of varying grades, tapes of varying makes and a lot of glue, some box cutter, beakers that could funnel salt into neat lines and a lot of salt. You know it's spring, right, said the guy I was buying from. No snow and it's Brockton Bay. I know, I answered. Sophia's bag had been filled with her art supplies and I'd found a genius in that. I wanted something similar, so I made sure to buy a portable set of supplies to always keep in my backpack. I took a cab back home, a waste of money, but I didn't want to take the chance that I'd miss the time I started my protective ritual. After that was cooking dinner for me and Dad, getting some of my homework down and then heading for my room to get some of my reading in. Reading Essentials put into perspective how much I should have distrusted Mr. Calvert. There was a lot of information in Essentials that I hadn't known about, information that Mr. Calvert had been stringing out slowly to keep me attached to him. I'd been practicing using the site without knowing the warnings, without knowing that I could get so enraptured in the world of spirits that I wouldn't be able to see the real world the same way. He hadn't told me about 2 of the 3 power bases that most practitioners had, the implement and the domain. I made a note to read Essentials in depth to consider what those were and if it was worth getting them, but I didn't think that was a part of my journey. There were also different categories of practitioners and I got a sense of how these categories used magic. I'm going to give myself time to absorb all of this before going to Victoria Dallin, I told myself, because I wanted to know the right questions to ask when I got there instead of fumbling around. Not to mention that going to some girl I didn't know was anxiety-inducing. She could just not want me there because I would effectively be intruding in her life when she had other things to do. Better to go there when I was good and ready. I spent the next 2 weeks balancing between schoolwork and reading Essentials. Then got into reading Lisa's Dramatis Personae and everything she'd figured out there. There were 9 large groups in the Bay and a patchwork of solo practitioners and others both. Lisa kept track of the solo practitioners she could, but most kept to themselves and she had a hard time collecting information. There were also a few others, but not many were so powerful that they had a voice in the council. I noticed that there wasn't any information on Mr. Calvert. On the weekends I worked on the symbol for stone that Sophia had given me. I drew it out on different pieces of paper and tracked the scaling of stone properties as time passed. The first property was hardness, paper became stiffer and harder to tear, then it increasingly got heavier with the more time and power I put into it. But the stone property ate power, which left me feeling lightheaded for a few days where I only read instead of using any power. I tracked Blackwell's attention and as my grades started to look up, I saw as she eased her focus on me and the relationship between me and my teachers either got better, or I just disappeared into the background. Almost a month passed and there weren't any other pranks pulled on Winslow, though the girl who'd been caught had stopped coming to school. I had the sinking feeling that she might have gone back to Skidmark the Goblin King, and who knew what happened to her if she did. 2 days later, on a Saturday where I was getting some reading done, a knock interrupted me and I found Mr. Calvert standing beyond. I was taller than most girls my age, not obscenely so, but so tall it was annoying sometimes, especially when it came to buying clothes. Mr. Calvert was even taller than me, thin and dressed in a suit even though it was just a Saturday. He had skin on the dark side, the only hair on his face his thin eyebrows, under which were dark brown eyes. To the side he was a figure with 2 heads and each looked at different directions. He was thinner than he was in real life and when I took him in deeper, he seemed indistinct. Miss Bear, he said, he had a very deep voice, though there was a warmth underneath it. Almost as if he cared. Which doesn't necessarily mean it's not an act, I thought as everything I'd read up on cults came to the fore. Reading Essentials had shown how much of the basics Mr. Calvert had been keeping from me, and I couldn't help thinking about that as a power play. Guard up, Taylor, I thought. Hello, Mr. Calvert, I said and I stepped outside. I didn't think he would attack me, but I didn't like people invading my space. I wasn't expecting you. Yes, he said. I had a meeting today and it ended sooner than I expected. I thought it was worth checking on you, to give you a bit of information on the goings-on of the city, particularly Skidmark. Care for a walk? I promise that I will do all that is within my to make sure you are protected while we walk, he said. I don't know how far our walk will take us, but if you at any point tell me to take you back home then I will. What if I can't? I asked automatically. Mr. Calvert smiled. It's good to see you're quick on the catch, he said. I have a good measure of you and I think I'll know when you would want to be taken back home. If such an event were to occur, I'll take you home. Was that enough? I took a breath and closed my eyes, going over the wording. There were places where it felt too ambiguous, but it was good enough. I nodded. Mr. Calvert started walking and I followed after him. How much do you know about the practitioners of the Bay? He asked. Lisa gave me her Dramatis Personae, but I haven't read it as much as I would like, I told him. He nodded. Within cities or large enough towns, the structure of the community is such, a lord or lords sit and rule, they set the tone of how practitioners and others function in their town or city. Are the Protectorate the lords of Brockton Bay? I asked. In substance if not form, he said. The Protectorate are an organization, they have equal rule between them and in combination have the power to enforce their rule over the city. Attacking innocents is something the Protectorate is strongly against and Skidmark broke that rule. They dealt with him with as much force as they could muster. He's been arrested? I asked. Arresting is quite hard to do, he said. One of the members of the Protectorate works as a police officer and she's certainly in a position to make it so. But there are rules that must be followed, oaths she swore that she's bound to and it means the process can't be moved along. It's far more efficient to make him use as much power as he can and then wait for the other practitioners to close in on him. And this happened. It's in the process of happening, he said. But for your sake, you can consider Skidmark a problem that's been dealt with. I nodded. It was a beautiful day out. There wasn't a cloud in the sky and there was breeze coming in from the sea. There weren't a lot of people out, but the few who were out were kids enjoying their Saturday. I looked at Mr. Calvert. Both of his heads turned, taking everything in. I wanted to ask about that, but it felt rude in the same way looking at Dad with the sight often was. Which was why I didn't do it at all. Why didn't you give me essentials? I finally asked. It has a lot of useful information. There is danger in introducing a person to this world, he said. Your mistakes are mine, in part. It's usually the case that if a practitioner chooses to awaken someone, they take them in an apprentice position. I couldn't do that for you. I often travel to Boston and New York on business, and an apprenticeship would not work well. So this was better. I asked, a bit of my frustration leaking through. In limiting the information I gave you, I also limited the danger that you were in, he said. I'm careful, I said. And that's not something I knew about you, he countered. You were a girl I found, one I thought would greatly appreciate the practice and I gave you that gift as I was fortunate enough to have it given to me. But I had to make sure that I didn't expose myself to too much risk in the process. It sounded all nice when he put it like that, but cult leaders were often charismatic. It didn't escape me that there was a similar thing going on with Mr. Calvert. What's going on with the Undersiders? I asked. It feels like you're just giving them money. It feels like you were pushing me to join them by introducing me to them. I'd rather not disclose my plans for the Undersiders, he said. However, I will admit that I had wanted you to join the Undersiders. Rachel and Alec are wild cards, but Lisa and Gru would have taught you well. It would have been one less worry. Sorry to ruin your plans, I said with a shrug. But you don't need to explain, he said. We each use the practice in various ways. You should do what feels comfortable. Okay, I said. I think I'd like to head home now, unless you're going to teach me something because I could be doing some reading. He frowned and then nodded. At midnight, he said. The witching hour, come with me and we'll go looking for a spirit or other for you to bind. I felt my heart start to beat faster. Will I need to bring anything? I said. Do you have any others or workings you can use? He asked. I don't think there's anything I can use. Then I will serve as protection, he said. I will help with the binding, but whatever other we capture will be yours to claim if you wish it. Fair warning, I'll be inviting another young man on the excursion. He's been awakened for a short while as well and he's chomping at the bits to know more about the practice. And I'll be protected? I asked. I'll make the same promises again when we next meet, he said. The conversation ended just as we reached the house. Make any protection you feel you need to. Okay, I said. See you. You're playing a very dangerous game, a part of me thought as I got into the house and went to the basement. This is how people do stupid things. But it wasn't an opportunity I could just throw away. What could I bring? My heart started to beat a little faster as I ran across everything I knew. There was the stone symbol, which might be useful in making paper rocks. They could be light so I could carry them, but still pack a wallop. But the thing with paper was that it wasn't heavy, and the moment it hit wind, it would be pushed back. I went upstairs and picked up the phone, dithered for a while before I pushed through the anxiety and called. It rang 4 times before it was finally picked up. "What?" said Rachel, a hint of annoyance in her voice. That one word, and my voice broke for a reason I didn't quite understand. I cleared my throat. "Is Lisa there?" I asked. "Or Gru?" "No," she said. "They're out." Silence stretched between us. "Anything else?" I don't know if you can help me," I said. "But, I wanted to ask if there was a way to make something that's light be not affected by the wind." "That's not my thing." "Turn the wind away, maybe," she said. "How?" I asked. "You know how to turn things away?" "Yeah." "Do you know the elemental runes?" "No." "Triangle up is fire, triangle down is water, triangle down with a line running through is earth, and triangle up with a line running through is wind. You put a line under the complete triangle to show the spirits which way it's pointing. Draw a circle, put a wind rune inside and turn it away. Gotta go, I have a spirit to train." She put down the phone before I could get a word in. I quickly ran downstairs to my notebook and jotted down what she'd, first starting with a triangle pointed up, and, when I'd started to write fire under it, the page began to smoke. I looked at it with the sight and I saw an influx of spirits coming into the paper. I quickly scratched out the triangle before it could burst into flames. I did it again, but this time I didn't close off any of the triangles. I felt a little giddy because it had been so easy. I now had elemental symbols in my bag of tricks even if I didn't know how to integrate them yet. But thankfully I had a few hours of experimentation before I was set to go out with Mr. Calvert. A triangle drawn in a circle called the spirits for that element and meant it sprouted into being. A water triangle drawn meant the paper found reason to get wet, and the earth triangle was similar to the stone symbol that I had, making the object tougher, but more than anything it rooted it. I experimented with both turning away the air and the earth triangle. Turning the air didn't work the way I thought it would. I threw the balled up piece of paper and it caught the air instead of parting it. The paper turned around and flew back at me, and before I could think to catch it, it clobbered me in the face. Thankfully I hadn't also put the stone symbol on it and it was just a piece of paper. The earth symbol made the paper a bit harder, though not as hard as the stone symbol, a bit weightier, and when I threw it, it dropped faster, but it wasn't as affected by the wind as it should. At least inside the basement, so I went outside and tested it again and there was the same result there. "Okay," I muttered to myself back in the basement. "I have to find a way to integrate the stone and earth symbols together. Will that make them more powerful?" I wrote in my notebook. It was finally my chance to make a diagram with a lot of moving pieces, which was an exciting thought. First a circle, then a triangle pointed down with a line running through the base. I made sure not to close the triangle because I didn't want the diagram active just yet. Within the triangle I drew the stone symbol, using the line through the triangle to rest the base of the hammer of the stone symbol. The symbol worked in a direction, but not the one I wanted. The paper was harder and it felt heavier, but when I threw it, it fell much faster than I'd meant it to. I had to go upstairs and eat some lunch before the answer finally came to me, or at least a hypothesis. Maybe since the stone symbol was inside the earth triangle, it was doubling or magnifying the earth triangle's power to root things. Which meant another approach, one where they didn't overlap, though I made sure to jot down that a symbol within another could magnify or maybe warp the nature of the other. I tried different things, all with an eye out for balance, before I finally came to a diagram that looked about right. It was formed of 3 circles, one large and forming the center. I made this one the centerpiece and filled it with stone rune. The other 2 were like wings connected to the main circle by lines positioned at the bottom, and within them I drew out 2 smaller earth triangles. I imagined the entire thing as a sentence, with the positions of lines and symbols denoting the order to read it. I want this paper to have the properties of stone, but I want it rooted down and make it harder to move. I tested it out and it worked. The wind still affected the paper, but it wasn't as strongly as it should. With that done, I made more of the pieces of paper and made sure not to close off the stone symbols because I didn't want to be lightheaded again, then made myself sandwiches, carried water and orange juice, and the knife, chain, and lighter that I now had. I made sure to make some seals as well. I didn't think they would work, but it was better to have them at the ready. At 8, after eating dinner with Dad, I set my alarm and went to sleep because I didn't know what I would be doing, but I knew it would be done better if I was well rested. Then I woke up at midnight, checked that Dad was asleep and quietly left to wait for Mr. Calvert outside. Mr. Calvert rolled up in a double cab and I stopped because in the back of the truck sat a bear with eyes that burned with fire. I swallowed as I took it in with the sight. It was made out of cloth, but beneath I could see light and life. I'd seen goblins and ghosts, and they weren't nearly as terrifying as the bear. I tried and failed to move closer to the truck. Is this yours?" I asked Mr. Calvert as his window rolled down. "No," he said. "The bear belongs to Saba." At the word, I noticed the woman at the back. She had dark skin, her hair a little curly and with dark eyes that looked at me with a bit of embarrassment. To the side she sat with a little slouch and her expression seemed tired, though there was a quirk to her lips that promised happiness. Around her was a shroud of fire, nothing as intense as the bear, but reminiscent of how a smoker almost always had the lingering scent of cigarette smoke to them. She wasn't the only person in the truck, there was also a boy maybe a year younger than me, sitting at the front. He was black with his hair cut into a buzz cut and he seemed to vibrate as he peeked to see me. To the side he had a mischievous smile and shining eyes that didn't stop taking everything in, but other than that he looked the same to the side as he did to my normal senses. I told Ashrakat that the bear might be going overboard, Sabah said, her voice gentle. But, she shrugged. She's protective. Ashrakat. I said with another swallow. The bear shifted as it took in a breath and it momentarily flared brighter. It was even brighter as it opened its mouth to yawn, wisps of fire escaping from its mouth. My partner, said Sabah. Introductions can be made inside, said Mr. Calvert. I've been told that the bear won't harm anyone if Sabah isn't harmed. I moved slowly and got into the car beside Sabah. I glanced back through the window at the bear and it was still asleep. What is that? I asked. There's fire inside of it. Bullshit is what it is, said the boy. Metaphorically speaking. I'm Trevor, by the way. Taylor, I said. Bullshit. Bullshit, said Trevor. Sabah got lucky and she got the eye of a powerful other. She, said Sabah. Sorry. She loves her so much she's giving her gifts, but people like me have to scrounge to get the good stuff. I looked at Mr. Calvert. I thought there was supposed to be one other person, I said. That was supposed to be the plan, but things changed, said Mr. Calvert as he drove. Ashrakat contacted me today and asked that I take Sabah with us. I promise your safety is on this matter, and I promise to do all that is within my power to make sure you are safely returned home. The promise put me a little at ease. I stopped. One of the promises I'd made with Mr. Calvert was that I wouldn't tell anyone that he was the one who'd awakened me. I was worried that my question would cut too close to that. I changed track. Where are we going? To the campgrounds, said Mr. Calvert. There aren't a lot of others unless you go deep into the mountain, but I managed to send out word to the elves that lives in the wood and they can help us hunt another. Elves, said Trevor. Are they anything like fairies? The lines of what make an other are not rigid, said Mr. Calvert. A fairy might be an elf and vice versa given enough time and the penchant the fae have for change. This isn't strict, but more often than not fairies cloak themselves in glamour to various ends, while elves tie themselves into nature, so much so that an elf might be mistaken for a forest spirit. What's the distinction? I asked. Between a forest spirit and an elf. Again, the lines of an other aren't rigid, he said. There are a lot of things that can cause them to change. But if I were to put a word to it, a forest spirit is tied to the place it grows with it. A forest that has been culled by human hands, tended to grow in a certain way, will produce spirits that have a similar nature, more docile and accepting of humanity, but if a forest were to grow untamed, the spirit which forms would be wild. An elf tends their forest, making it grow in ways that benefit them, they use nature much as humans do, though they leave less of a trace and imbue more magic. We drove around the hill then into Richmond Heights, a road that would take us closer to the mountains that bordered the back of the bay. How stupid an idea would it be if I tried to bind these elves? Trevor asked. A very stupid idea indeed, said Mr. Calvert. Particularly if tried in their own home. Trevor shrugged and turned so he could see me. So what's your deal, he said. I've seen Sabah at the council meetings a few times, but not you. There are meetings. I said. No one told me that. There are meetings, said Mr. Calvert. Yeah, said Trevor, and they help out a lot. Most of the people and others I met, and the tricks I learned, I got because of the meetings. But one of the Nazi bitches sent something after me because they thought it would be fun, which sucked because I had to use a good other that I bound. Sorry about that, I said. Trevor smiled. It's no problem, he said. Not anymore, anyway. I think they forgot about me. Which means I can do the fun stuff again. So, what's your deal? I'm not sure how to answer that, I said. How long have you been practicing? Sabah asked. 4 months, I think. I said. Sometimes time really flies, metaphorically speaking. Trevor whistled. I think you might be youngest practitioner in the bay, he said. In terms of time awakened. No, said Sabah. There's a guy about your age, I think his name is Marcus. I was talking to Crystal from New Wave and she mentioned him. You've met the New Wave family, said Trevor. Yeah, we go to the same university, said Sabah. Different majors, but we talk sometimes if we have time. How are they? I asked. She's nice, she said. Chilled. But her family can be too much sometimes. Especially Victoria, she's really into magic and it's the only thing she wants to talk about, which is a thing. I don't fucking blame her, said Trevor. This world is awesome. Hey Taylor, you want to trade tips and tricks? I don't have a lot, but the more I learn, the better. I don't have a lot, I said with a glance at Mr. Calvert. I stopped short of looking at him directly because I didn't want a web to form. But we can meet and share things, I guess. Awesome, he said. Maybe I can introduce you to, Nat, it wouldn't be a good idea. What? Jerome and Martin, he said. Jerome's pretty cool, he's got this whole fighting magic thing where he strings his attacks to spells that make him stronger and faster. But Martin can be a real jerk and a creep. Is that why you didn't join them? Asked Mr. Calvert. Trevor nodded. Yeah, said Trevor. Jerome hit it, but I heard Martin gloat about how a girl that didn't go out with him had lost her job. I mean, I don't know if he did anything, but he seems like the type that would curse people for that sort of thing. I don't know you, Taylor, but, yeah, it would be awful if I got you in that sort of space. Yeah, I said. Thanks. I really don't want that. You're a good person, Trevor, said Saba. He shrugged. Maybe. The lights from Richmond Heights ended as we drove further up. Along the road there were more trees, large and dense, some hiding lights and causing shadows to stretch. I saw something between the trees, a man or woman who was taller than the trees, rail-thin and holding a rusted sword. Holy fuck, what is that? Said Trevor as he spotted it too. Perhaps a greater guardian other, said Mr. Calvert. Kenta lives in this area, that would be one of his. Kenta was the leader of the ABB and perhaps the most powerful single practitioner in the city. He had a dragon familiar named Lung, and Tattletale's note said the dragon was so powerful that when the Protectorate has stood against Kenta and Lung, they had decided to end things in a draw instead of destroying their power base and leaving themselves open. We passed by the Guardian without incident and steadily got into denser and denser forest. We drove until we found a parking spot before we all pulled out. The area was so dark it was hard to see a few feet ahead of me. Should have brought a flashlight, I muttered. I have some, said Trevor. He reached into his backpack and pulled one out and threw it to me. I caught it. He licked his fingers and dabbed it on his sneakers, which I noticed glowed with a diagram. He did the same thing to his gloves, which had a different diagram. I pulled out my chain and fed it with heat before I pulled out my pieces of paper and put them in my pocket, a pen held ready in the other hand. Saba spent the time talking to her bear. What's that about? Trevor asked with a gesture at my pen. I have paper rocks, I said, and I pulled it out to show him. Made it myself, I said with an amount of pride. That's cool, said Trevor. Got these from Jerome. Sneakers make me run faster and the gloves make me punch harder without the recoil. Do you mind if I copy that? I asked. Like I said, share tricks and tips, he said. A lot of people are closed off about giving stuff away, at least the people I've met. Which can be a real bummer. Mr. Calvert's the only person who just decided to help me without asking for anything. Yeah, I said with a glance at Mr. Calvert. He was dressed in hiking gear, but he carried nothing with him except a gun at his side. He reached for his watch and turned the dial. The watch glowed a bright gold, the sound of a ticking clock reverberated. In front of Mr. Calvert the air seemed to get thicker and color resolved itself into a man so old and thin it looked like a good wind might blow him over. Let's be off, said Mr. Calvert. He and his other walked ahead of us while Saba's bear kept the rear. We walked in a path that had been formed by hikers and frequent campers before we found a rock with a rune carved into it. I looked at the rock with the sight and it's darker than anything else in the forest. We turned into another path, this one thinner, with thick trees at either side of it. The branches should have been held to get through, the rocks on the ground should have meant I tripped, but I didn't. A part of me thought I could walk here in total darkness and I wouldn't fall. We walked for a good while before the path opened up into a large alcove lit by millions of fireflies. At the center was a massive tree, so tall it towered above all others though I hadn't seen it coming in, and so wide it had a wooden door at its center. To one side of the alcove was a fountain made from stone, shooting up bright blue water that filled the air with a musical sound, and on the other was a floor of flowers whose scent drifted into the air and left me calmer. Signward. Signward, a boy said. The visitors have arrived. I looked up and spotted him in the trees. He was 3 feet tall and his skin was a mahogany brown. He wore a hat made out of sewn together leaves and a parka made of silk so light I could see through it to leather crafted shorts and bare feet. He jumped down and landed without a sound before he darted forward in a skip. Signward. Signward. Come out, we have visitors, he said, and this time I detected an accent I couldn't place. The closer he came, the more of him I saw. He sounded like a boy, but his face looked in his late teens. He didn't have a beard or spots, but there was an age to him that was visible. His eyes were big and round, dark green in color, he had sharp ears as elves often did on TV and his nose didn't protrude out, instead it was flat with little slits visible. Signward. I hear you, Ewald, said Signward as she opened the door to the tree. She was at least 9 feet tall with skin as dark as ebony with gold lines accentuating her big eyes, running down her neck and pooling at her shoulders. She wore only a leaf-spun tunic, a bra made from wood and carried with her a white bow bigger than I thought was necessary, and a quiver filled with arrows. Greetings, honored hosts, said Mr. Calvert and he bowed. Saba followed the bow and Trevor and I belatedly did the same. Greeting to you, honored guests, said Ewald and he did the bow with more grace. You are welcomed into our home and are offered guest right. You may eat and drink as you please without worry of repayment. Ewald got closer and ran around us, taking us all in. So young, he said. But this one smells old, fires from before the worsts of the bad things stole them. Flames from a djinn, said Calvert. Ashrakat, said Ewald, shocked. You bound her? No, said Saba. Her and I, we're together. She's chosen you, said Ewald, his voice excited. I told Signward I wanted to choose someone too, but she said no. You are too young, said Signward. I've lived for 300 years, said Ewald. Too young, Signward insisted. She was closer to and though she was close to human, I felt even more terrified of her than Saba's bear. She had golden eyes which shone with a gentle light, her lips were full and painted gold and silver in a pattern that shifted every time she moved. She looked at everyone with almost boredom, but I had the strong sense that if she wanted me dead, I would be. Ewald pouted. It doesn't matter anyway, he said. We're supposed to go hunting, aren't we? There is another who has grown troublesome, said Signward. Any help we can give we will, said Mr. Calvert. Then let's be off, the sooner we are done, the sooner I can rest easier, she said. You smell nice, said Ewald. What? You smell nice, he said again. Like a moist earth that has just been upturned and bugs are coming out. There's also a fading smell of onions and skunk musk. The forest was dark around us, the trees tall and dense, but thankfully the ground was accommodating enough that I didn't constantly trip over exposed roots or slap into tree branches. Ewald was spry as he moved, with an eye for places he could find to jump from so he could swing on branches, land on roots and dart through growths that had him disappear minutes at a time to appear elsewhere. Thank you, I said. He smiled and then ran off, jumping through a set of brambles before he disappeared. Nu, Signward was saying as I paid attention to her conversation with Mr. Calvert. But it is a beast and it has come with ravenous animals that have sullied the peace. I caught sight of a bear 3 nights past. A bear, this far south, said Mr. Calvert. Signward nodded. It grows daily in power, but it is a subtle monster and the practitioners have no reason to search for it. It is helped that not many innocents frequent these parts which makes it our problem, not theirs. Mr. Calvert hummed. We're looking for another that's wild, said Mr. Calvert. Tied to nature, what would be the natural binding? Positive binding, we could use something wild too, said Trevor. But bindings like that are weak most of the times, so we have to either use something domesticated or something man-made. Mr. Calvert nodded. How are we going to find it? I asked. Yes, said Mr. Calvert. A good question. It's tied to wild animals, said Saba. If we find on, maybe we can use the ties to find it. Ewald appeared. I found bear prints, he said. This way. This way. We followed after Ewald, which was harder for us than it seemed for him, but still far easier than it should have been. It felt like there was always a path open in the direction we needed to go. Ewald popped up again and held a hand up to his mouth. He pointed back. Signward gestured for us to stay while she pulled free an arrow and knocked it. She moved into the trees. The branches bent as she pushed against them and snapped back with a sound that was quickly sucked up by the surrounding leaves. I heard a thwip before there was a roar. Another thwip cut through the air, then 3 more. All still spurred on a roar, but it quickly turned into a groan that became feebler as time passed. It is done, said Signward. We walked forward into the little space where the bear had been, large and black, with matted fur and a pool of blood spread out beneath it. Come, said Ewald. He appeared next to me and took me by one hand and Trevor with the other. His skin looked like wood but it was soft to the touch. As he tugged, he pulled with more force than I expected from his size. I followed after him. We stopped at the pool of blood. Ewald let us go and continued forward to the blood. He scooped it up and washed his face with it. You too. Trevor did it without a second thought. He scooped up some blood and rubbed it on his face. Why? I asked. There's power in blood, he said. And since we killed it. I killed it, said Signward. And I helped, said Ewald. Since we killed it, we can claim that power. I'm giving you some of it. Wash your face and you'll get some of the bear's power. I sighed before I did it. I scooped up some of the water and rubbed it over my face. My senses ratcheted up immediately, my sense of smell and my eyes in particular. I rubbed the blood at my ears and the dimensions I could hear also increased. A laugh left Trevor, a giggle of excitement, and I couldn't help reflecting it. I felt stronger and more powerful. I stood and there was a confidence to me. I had power and there wasn't any reason to be afraid. Careful, said Signward. Too much power when you are unused to it inebriates. I'd never been drunk, but I noticed the distance between how I usually was and this. It didn't take away from how strong I felt, but I was aware that this wasn't how I usually thought, and that helped to rein the feelings in. With the blood, you should be able to see the ties around the bear, said Mr. Calvert. Look at those which are most insistent and make sure you are not noticed. I can do that, I said with confidence, then belatedly remembered that that was a promise and that if I failed it would cost power. I looked through the webs that tied the bear in place, some connected to Trevor and Ewald, but there was another. I followed along it but made sure to look at it with my peripheral vision. I saw the other, big, furry and built like a cross between a wolf and a bear, with a coyote's ears. It prowled at speed, its eyes darting this way and that as it searched for prey. I felt it as it started to turn in my direction and looked away. I know where it is, I said. But it's fast. We can be quick too, said Mr. Calvert. The sound of a clock reverberated again and the tempo became faster. If you'll lead the way. I nodded, and with Ewald beside me, we were off. We walked for a good while, the forest working with us, and with the power from the bear blood, with senses heightened and my sight seeing deeper, I saw as a massive network of spirits shifted to make sure our path was straight and direct. This reminded me of what Lisa had said about how getting the favor of a forest spirit might work, and it made me wonder about her example. If she'd done something to piss off the elves and tripped her way out of this place. A laugh left me without my meaning. I think it was a good idea that I didn't do the whole blood thing, I heard Saba mutter. She and her bear were behind us as we walked. I started to say something when a web flared to life. It wasn't the thickness of sight, but whoever it belonged to knew we were there. A howl filled the air, the 2, 3 and then 4. Wolves, said Trevor. Here. Mr. Calvert hummed. Does the other know we're here? I checked and. It's coming closer to investigate, I said. The wolves are much closer and they're circling. Signward knocked an arrow but didn't pull her bow back. We kept going, not towards the wolves, but towards the other which was coming closer. A wolf appeared with glowing eyes and a thwip reverberated, the arrow flew and hit the wolf in the neck. It didn't have time to whine before it died. 3 more wolves still around us, but it didn't look like Signward needed my help to tell which direction they came from. She fired when one appeared, then fired as the other appeared. We kept ahead. Only the other remains, said Signward, and we cannot attack it for it would anger the greater spirits of the forest. This task will be yours, practitioners. Mr. Calvert nodded. How should you handle it? He asked us. You have a gun, I said. Bullets are man-made. You could shoot it. Do any of you know how to shoot a gun? He asked, and we shook our heads. Another solution. My chain, I said. But, maybe it's too short? How do we get around it? I could if it was distracted, said Trevor. Saba. You distract it with your bear and I step in. Are you sure? Said Saba. You'll be fighting a predator. I've dealt with really shitty things, said Trevor. Trust me. I'm just worried that this might be because you're drunk on bear blood, said Saba. Not, okay, maybe a little, he said. But I think I can do this. I nodded and handed over my chain. I also pulled out my seals. These might not hold it for very long, but anything that could work, right? Yeah, he said with a grin. It was serendipity that we came into a clearing as we reached the other. It was shaggy and brown-furred, its face that of a wolf and the rest of its body that of a bear. I noticed that Ewald and Signward had disappeared, and that Mr. Calvert looked fuzzier than normal, maybe hiding himself with magic. The other noticed us and roared. The sound had a force of its own, one so strong that it almost bowled Trevor and me over. But Saba was unaffected. Go, she said, and her bear ran forward at speed. Bear and other met. Their paws came together before Saba's bear was pushed back. The other swiped and the bear shambled to the side. Before it could go on the offense, the other pounced and bit into its neck, ripping apart the cloth and exposing its internal fire. Gotta move. Gotta move. Gotta move. I reached into my pocket for the pen and papers. I closed the lines of the circle, scrunched and threw. The paper sailed and hit the other, but it didn't have much weight. I did it again and again, enough that Saba's bear swiped a claw that met the other's face and came back with blood. Both roared and pounced again, and the bear lost, the impact spilling out more of its fire. Trevor! I shouted, and that budged him. He ran around, faster than he should. I threw and hit the other in its nose. Saba's bear bit its neck and shook. The other roared and pushed back. The bear spread its legs for leverage. Trevor used that opportunity to go on the attack. He jumped and punched, the impact so hard that the other was sent stumbling back. The bear swiped but the other rolled, only for my paper to it in the eye. It yelped and then roared. It got up and almost fell as Trevor landed on its back from a jump and wound the chain around its neck. The other started to writhe in an attempt to throw Trevor off, but the bear caught one of its arms. I reached into my back for one of my seals and ran forward. The other flailed, its sharp claws glinting in the light, and I worried that if I went forward, I would get cut. An idea came to me. Wind spirits, I said. Cousins of Stinky. Help me get this seal where I want it to go. I threw and the seal flew, it caught the air and changed direction. It overshot before it corrected and landed on the other's snout. All fight left it. But it wasn't done. The seal wasn't meant to last and I could see how the ink on it had already started to fade. Draw a circle, said Mr. Calvert. And bind it. Here, said Ewald. He threw a stick and I caught it. I started to draw a circle around the other. So, said Trevor. Who gets to keep the beast? It's too small to be a beast, said Ewald. A beastling at best. You did most of the work, I said. You and Saba. I think you two should decide. I don't want it, said Saba. I already have what I want. And what's that? Asked Trevor. Inspiration, said Saba. For my designs. Then I get to keep it, said Trevor with a broad grin. Fuck yeah. Thanks for this, you guys. You too, Mr. Calvert. And us too, said Ewald. And you too, said Trevor. He finished off the binding with Mr. Calvert's help while I pulled out some of my orange juice and drank it. There hadn't been a lot of fighting and I still had some bear blood in my system, but we'd been walking a while and I felt a little tired. Trevor bound the beastling other into a ball that looked a lot like a poke ball but made out of wood, which of course he did. The lip was connected together by a seal that made sure that ball was closed tight. I caught one, he said. As he came closer, I saw that there were diagrams all around the ball, and others at the top and bottom. I think that shall be it for the night, said Mr. Calvert. I hoped that we could bind something for each of you, but we've spent a while here already. It's fine, I said. Can I get the blood from the wolves you killed, Signward? Maybe I can play with their power. You are free to them, said Signward. Thank you. You may also have my stick, said Ewald. I looked at it with the sight and it was just a stick. But Ewald's smile was wide and maybe it had magical properties I didn't know about. Thank you, I said. Chapter 6. Chapter text. I got home at 6 in the morning, went to bed and conked out until late afternoon. Dad was a little worried, but after I told him I'd woken up during the night to do some work, he calmed a little. I ate and watched TV for a bit before I went downstairs to jot down everything I'd learned during the excursion with Mr. Calvert. I now had wolf blood in a wooden canister gifted to me by Signward and I had the stick that Ewald had given me, but I didn't know what I could do with it. I wanted to test out the wolf blood to see what it could do, but there wasn't a lot and I didn't know where I could find predators to hunt when the blood was used up. Maybe I could hunt a prey animal, but I didn't know how to hunt in the first place and I wanted to have that power on hand. It was exciting to think about all the ways I could work the power of the blood. With the bear blood, I had been able to increase my hearing by washing my ears in blood and I was a little interested to see if that could work throughout my body. I tested it a little as an idea hit. I covered my hand in blood and rubbed it into my throat. I tried to speak and I came out as a snarl. I howled and the sound came out more naturally. I barked and that sounded just like a dog, which was amazing. There was still the feeling of being off balance attached to it, but it wasn't nearly as much as the bear and the power faded pretty quickly, something I jotted down in my notes. There wasn't a lot of time consolidating my notes before Dad knocked and I went out for dinner. I'd pretty much missed the day with the long sleep and soon evening came. I went to bed because there was school the next day. School, as usual, was boring, but I wanted to excel because I could see how well that was working for me. When I'd first awakened, I'd seen how everyone felt about me. With most there was ambivalence, some pity, but most had been drawn to me by unhealthy webs. Emma and her friends had made me an acceptable target and I'd seen all that work in the webs that stretched around me, making it easier for people to treat me like shit. But now that I was putting in work to better myself, all that work was slowly being undone, though there were lingering traces. Emma hated me, it hurt to think about when she'd been my best friend once upon a time, but every time I looked at the web that stretched from her to me, there was a deep anger I didn't understand. A part of me wanted to understand, it wanted to know why she looked so scared under the sight, but she'd treated me like shit for so long that I didn't want to be around her. And since I'd awakened, she hadn't bothered me, which was reason enough to keep my distance. I spent the next week experimenting with all the bits of magic I had, and there were a lot now. There were the elemental triangles and how I could integrate them into symbols. There was the wolf's blood, which I had the idea to mix with nail polish to paint my nails with. It worked and my nails changed shape a little, growing naturally into points that reflected a see-through pause with the sight. I was sure that if I made it into a ritual, I'd have sharper nails, which I wasn't sure was a thing I wanted, but it could be useful, and I did it. I still hadn't found anything new. Trevor had been quiet after catching his other, and I hadn't gone to talk to Victoria Dallin, but I felt so busy working on the stuff that I knew, that I didn't mind them not being around. It was on a Wednesday 2 weeks later that I had contact with a practitioner that wasn't seeing Sophia in some of my classes. Lisa waited for me outside of school, her arms crossed and her grin taut as she stared down Sophia, who stood with Emma and Madison a distance away. She smiled when she saw me, and Sophia's frown deepened. "Taylor," she said. "It's been a while." "Yeah," I said. I glanced back at Sophia, whose eyes were still on us. "What's that about?" "She knows Gru and I are in the same circle," she said. "She doesn't like Gru, and I see that dislike extends to me a little." She smiled. "Anyway, she isn't important. How've you been?" "Good," I said with a smile. "Wanna walk?" "Sure," she said. "No goblins attacked me," I said. "Rachel told about me elemental runes." "She mentioned that," said Lisa. "And I met the elves." Lisa's brow rose. "You were with our backer," she said. I nodded. "I thought you didn't trust him." "I don't," I told her. "But, it was magic and I wanted to know more." "That's very dangerous," she said. "I thought the whole reason you didn't want to join us was because you didn't trust him." "Yeah," I said. "But you met with him." I shrugged. "I thought there wasn't a lot of risk," I told her. "That's a slippery slope," she said, a bit of frustration in her tone. I frowned at that. "Sorry," she said. "Just, be careful, all right? Our backers, I don't want to say he's not a good person, because I don't really know him. But he's got plans and he might draw you in." "Has he drawn you and the others in?" I asked. Her smile turned strained. "I didn't come here to talk about our backer," she said. "I wanted to see if you'd actually gone to Victoria or if you've been putting it off." I didn't say anything. "That's answer enough," she said with a smile. "Why?" I shrugged. "I've been busy," I said. "You're not lying," she said. "But I feel like that's not the only reason. I can't help but see a pattern, because you also didn't call us when we gave you the invitation." I shrugged again, my hands in my pocket and my shoulders hunched. "Sorry again," she said. "It feels like I'm getting on your case a lot. Did the elves teach you whatever you're doing with your nails?" "They're glowing a little. They taught me to increase my senses with blood from an animal they hunted and I was gifted," I told her. "I had the idea to put in nail polish. Careful you don't lose your hands." I stopped. "Is that a thing that could happen?" "Yeah," she said. "But it would take a long time. Elves are, they're not the opposite of fairies. But they're the other side of the coin. Fairies use glamour, which are like lies that the universe buys into and makes more concrete the more people believe in them. Elves like things that grow slowly into big things, they prefer more solid things." "Did you see their tree?" I nodded. "I wouldn't be surprised if they raised that tree from a seed hundreds of years ago, fed it slowly to make it more powerful." "So what's the significance of a stick?" I asked. "Yule gave me one as a gift." Lisa shrugged. "I don't really get the elves," she said. "Fairies I can understand, they're immortal and they get bored so they cause trouble to keep things interesting, but elves feel like they could watch paint dry and actually enjoy it just to see the end product. Maybe it's that? Maybe the stick could get stronger the more you use it, or you could plant it and it would grow into a tree." We cut into the park. "How have you been doing?" I asked. "How's it been with the Undersiders?" "There's not a lot happening," she said. "Which is boring. I've been mostly compiling the people around Brockton Bay." I frowned. "What? You're not from Brockton Bay?" I said. "What makes you think that?" I shrugged. "Most people say the Bay when they're talking about this place," I said. "But you said Brockton Bay." "I'm sure a lot of people in this city say Brockton Bay," she said. "You're not denying it." "I'm not," she said. She smiled, but to the side it looked strained. "It goes into my past and that is not something I want to talk about." I nodded. "Have you bound anything yet?" she asked. "I know it sucked that you lost Stinky." I shook my head. "There haven't been really any good options, and I've been practicing the stuff I already have," I told her. "I've told myself I'm looking for ghosts, but," I shook my head. "I don't like what they are." "Yeah," she said. "I can understand that. You could try and court an elemental spirit. But that has its traps." "Like what?" I asked. "Water and earth spirit are hard to work with. They're too big. You move them and it messes up the ecosystem. Fire, have you read the Dromedus Personae?" I nodded. "Then you know about Kenta and Ashrakat." They both work with fire, so any fire spirit might be drawn away from you and towards them. Wind works, but it's hard to catch because it's fickle. But you already managed once, maybe you can do it again. I'll think about it, I said. But I'm not in a rush to stick to any one thing. Which also means you're not in a rush to talk to Victoria, she said. You really want me to talk to her, don't you? I said. Because I think it would be a good thing for you, she said. She's a good person. Are you friends with her? We talk, but not a lot, said Lisa. Why not? I caught a brief frown from her fox mouth. I swallowed. What's going on? Are you hiding something from me? I'm hiding a lot of things from a lot of people, and you're one of them, she said, her voice light. But she couldn't fool me with the sight. There was something there, something she didn't want to figure out, and it made me aware how much I didn't trust Lisa too, all things considered. She was cool, and her and the Undersiders had helped me, but I couldn't forget that they were somehow connected to Mr. Calvert, which had its own problems. My house came up in the distance. It was good to see you, Lisa, I said. Which it had been, even if it left me not sure how to feel right now. You too, she said. She turned away while I kept forward. I caught a flicker from Dad's web and I found him in the distance. I waited as he pulled and my heart stopped as I spotted something in the car with him. Taylor, said Dad. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Dad looked frazzled more than he usually did. He'd spilled coffee on his shirt, there was a cut above his head and his glasses were shattered. What's going on? I said, a little distracted by the thing. It was small, the size of a fist, with small hand and a beak for a mouth. It had short limbs, 3 fingers, all of which ended with claws, and it sat on Dad's head picking at his cut. A bad day, he said, and he sighed. Spilled coffee on myself, bumped into a door and dropped my glasses while I was jogging to a meeting. Work I was doing was lost. I decided to check out early just in case I accidentally burned place down, he said with a chuckle. Can I do something? I asked. I don't know if it'll work or anything, but... Is this your religious thing? He said. You can say that. Dad looked around, there were people around, but they weren't paying attention to us. Sure, he said with a shrug. If you think it'll help. I shrugged off my backpack, dug through it until I found a seal and then started to move forward. The thing noticed me, but it didn't move away. It just sat and picked at Dad's cut. I covered it with the seal and it didn't fight or try to escape. Are we done? Said Dad, trying his best to sound like all of this didn't seem crazy to him, and almost succeeding. I'm not sure, I said. I'm going downstairs, can I talk to you after? About work? Sure, he said with a sigh. I really need some sleep, and to shower because the cut's been bothering me. Yeah, that's a good idea, I said. I looked down at the thing in my hand and I let out a long breath before I walked in the house. I quickly went into the basement because I didn't know what it was or what it'd been trying to do with Dad. I drew a circle out of chalk, double bordered similar to what we'd done when we'd bound the beastling other with Mr. Calvert. I picked up the same lunchbox I'd bound Stinky in and put it in the circle, then opened the piece of paper and dropped the other in the circle. The thing was small, but it landed like a rock. It turned over and looked around even though it didn't have any eyes. It was entirely black, almost shadowy, but with enough solidity to it that I couldn't see through it. What are you? I muttered. The other didn't answer. I felt the urge to bind it like I'd done with Stinky, but this wasn't a wind spirit and it hadn't been changed by goblins. I wasn't sure, but it felt like it was the reason for Dad's bad day and I didn't think I could appeal to its better nature. I sighed and stood straight. This other wasn't as big or strong as the beastling other, but the same general binding would work. Other, I intoned. The other turned towards me. Can you speak? There was no answer. I have caught and bound you in place, I said. You came against Danny a Bear, but you were duly caught, by all rights you are now mine. Bindings were rarely ever permanent, especially for more powerful others. Trevor's deal had gotten the beastling to agree to be bound to him for 3 moons, and maybe I could stretch this longer. I bind you to my call. I bind you to my word. I bind you to my service. With the binding concluded, go into that lunchbox and wait for my word. It felt stupid because I was trying to make my voice sound deeper and I added a little volume, but theatrics mattered. Others, big and small, were more likely to listen if they were either entertained, moved, or cowed. I waited, a part of me terrified that the other wouldn't listen to me, which would mean I would have to bargain. But the other, whatever it was so small and weak that it listened and went into the lunchbox. I pulled the lunchbox out of the circle and pasted a seal onto it so radiation wouldn't spill out. With that done, I let out a long breath and readied myself for the protection ritual. You don't have to worry, said Dad with a light smile. It was the next day and we were at breakfast. He'd slept shortly after he showered last night and gotten up this morning. It was just a bad day, everything will be fine. Do you think it's a good idea to go to work? I asked. You don't take a lot of days off. He snorted. I can't afford a lot of days off, he said. I'll be fine. I had a good night's sleep and everything's been going okay. I nodded slowly. What happened? Before the whole bad luck thing. He shrugged. Just another day, he said. Looking over resumes, and there were a few people who I interviewed to work with us and references I had to check. Then everything just went to hell and I became a klutz. I frowned. It's nothing to worry about, he said with a smile. These things happen. Thankfully it wasn't a major accident or anything like that. But I'll have to run a little damage control, which is never fun. He took a massive gulp of coffee. Which is why I should get in early so I can get started. Bye. Bye, Dad, I said. I couldn't help that I was still worried as I went to school, the other in my backpack and a weight settled on my shoulder. I still didn't know a lot about what others did in their spare time, but I knew they could be sent against someone, and it scared me that someone might have sent one against Dad. Which didn't make sense. Dad was the head of hiring in the Dock Workers Association, a job that had lost most of its meaning since dock workers weren't really needed. A strike had happened a long time ago and boats had been left in the docks. They were now hard to move and they were a winch that squeezed the bay tighter as the years went on. What little I'd heard from Dad said the ships were so ruined that it would take a lot of money to cart them out of the boat graveyard. Dad wasn't important. Dad's job didn't make any waves or anything of the kind, which was why it didn't make sense that anyone would send another after him. Unless, of course, they were indirectly trying to attack me. What if Skidmark knew about my involvement in what was happening to him and this was payback? Or what if it was Tammy the Nazi? I needed to know what this was first just so I would be able to guard against it, and the number of people I could ask were limited. There was Lisa and the Undersiders, but after yesterday, I was wary of that entire thing. There was Sophia, but I really didn't want to go to her. There was Trevor, but I didn't know if he'd know what this was. Saba, but she seemed like wasn't interested in the practice, and there was Victoria, whose mother was a top lawyer and whose entire family was wrapped up in magic. An anxiety settled over me and lingered for the entire day. But I had to do this for Dad. If he was in danger, I had to make sure I did everything I could to protect him, even if it was uncomfortable. I called. Hello, said a girl on the other side. Hello, I said. Is this Victoria Dallin? Who's asking, she said. Taylor, I said. Lisa gave me your number. Lisa from the Undersiders, she asked. Yeah. I'm new to things and there's another I'd like some help with, I told her. I don't know what it is and, someone might have sent it against my dad. Did you catch it? She asked, her tone now steel. Yeah. It's small and I don't think it's too smart, but... I get it, she said. If someone's after your dad then they might try something else. Can we meet? Can you get downtown? The Star-Crossed Mall. Yeah, I said. Gotta do some stuff first, but I'll be there. Good, she said. As scary as things feel, try not to panic. That almost never helps. Okay, I said. Thanks. Bye. Bye. I put down the phone and let out a long breath. I swallowed. The anxiety hadn't gotten any better. The conversation had gone better than I thought it would, but I was still worried about how things would turn out. Doing the ritual helped to calm me a little. I'd been doing it so often that it had started to become meditative. After the protection ritual, I painted my nails. I'd put the blood in black nail polish, which went better with my clothes than the red I'd bought on impulse. A part of me wondered if I was stuck using the same color nail polish now, or if just nail polish would fit the parameters of the ritual. The ritual was still new, so it made more sense to change it now than in the future. I made a mental note to buy more nail polish colors. Dad still hadn't bought me the phone, so I left him a note that I was meeting Victoria Dallin and that I might be home late. I used some of the money I'd gotten from the Undersiders to take a cab downtown to the mall. When I was there, I felt something in my very core, as though I was being pulled. I followed the pull until I found her. Victoria Dallin wasn't taller than me, but she was certainly more striking, which made it seem taller. She had an athletic body which was framed well in the clothes she wore, black jeans that were faded and yet worked, a red shirt under jacket that might have been made out of leather, and thick heel ankle boots that made the look feel more robust. She wore her hair, which was a pale blonde, long and straight, and she had makeup on that had a natural feel to them. I wasn't even really in her company yet and I was already jealous of how put together she seemed. Under the sight she looked the same, but there was an aura to her that rippled out. It was yellow or gold, almost immaterial, but I saw how it wrapped around certain people. She noticed me and smiled. I swallowed and closed the distance. Hey, she said with a smile. I'm Victoria. Taylor, I said, a bit nervous. Sorry if I took you away from something important. This was more important than my plans for today, she said. Come with me and we'll talk over food. My day's been a little busy and I forgot to eat. I nodded and followed her. We went into a cafe and found a table. She ordered some food while I just got some juice, then when our server was gone, she pulled out a piece of paper with a diagram. She pulled out a pen and closed some of the spaces. The paper flared. "You're turning away attention?" I asked. The diagram was more complicated than mine. She nodded. "It's more complicated than it needs to be," she said. "But it's something I've picked up and I was, metaphorically, dying to try it out." I nodded. I took a breath and reached into my backpack. I pulled out the lunchbox and put it on the table. "Spirit," I said. "Other. Come out on the lunchbox and wait for my next command." The lid popped open and the other stepped out onto the table. It looked around, but it didn't move beyond that. "That's the thing I found on my dad. I think it might be linked to a spell of bad luck he experienced." "Yep, that'll do it," she said. "That right there is a hex, or a jinx." "How can you tell?" I asked. "The ghostly quality is sign that it's abstract, a spirit in some capacity," she said. "This is boiling things down a lot, but the darker colors are often linked to badness or ill will. If it was something harmless it might be another color. It doesn't look too big or too smart so it's not a curse, something smaller." "It can't talk," I said. Stinky, a stench spirit I had, couldn't talk too, but at least she seemed smart. Victoria was smiling. "What?" I asked. "Stinky," she said. I blushed and shrugged. "I'm bad at coming up with names," I told her. "Most people don't name nameless spirits," she said. "It gives them a little more power, a little more weight in the world. But the name you give a spirit sort of sets the tone for what it's going to be like." "Did Stinky leave or is she bound by someone else?" I shook my head. "A goblin threw fire at her," I said. "Skidmark sent them after me." "Oh," she said. "Oh. You're the reason things have been hectic lately." My expression flickered and she noticed. "Oh, that's not to say it's your fault, just that you played a role in everything even if you weren't the inciting incident. Anyway, it's good that this is happening. Things start to fall apart if we let people mess with innocence and Skidmark was caught before he could do a lot of bad. Now he'll be dealt with and, hopefully, the gangs will be less powerful for all the power they have to expand." "That's good, I guess," I said. I looked at the hex. "I'm a little scared that this might be him." "Skidmark works mostly with goblins," she said. "There are other practitioners in the merchants, Squealer and Mush. But the former works a lot with gremlins and the latter, the last time I heard anything about him was that he'd holed up at the landfill. Probably working with the spirit there." "There's a spirit at the landfill. There's our spirits in a lot of places," she said. "There's a spirit that works with Mayor Christner. He's innocent but his son isn't, and his daughters will be awakened soon. There's the man in blue witch, he's problematic, and the spirit of the docks, though that one's turned ugly and stays in the boat graveyard." Victoria stopped and glanced back. I followed her web of attention to see our server. Our conversation went silent as we waited for her food and my juice to be served. I really would have appreciated if they'd brought the juice first, but I didn't say anything. When she was gone we continued. "Do you know how to follow ribbons?" she asked. "Yet. I think you could be able to use the spirit to do that unless whoever it is has methods to block you," she said. "Have you tried that?" "How?" "The last time I did that, it was with a bear and I used its blood." "Bear," she said. "Yet. Up at the campsites," I told her. "There was a beastling other there that Signward and Ewald had problems with and I helped them get it." "Oh, wow," she said. "Did you bind the other?" "A guy I know did," said Trevor. She frowned. "Is he still hanging out with Martin and Jerome? Because those guys are creeps." "He mentioned that," I said. "And he warned me against them, but I don't know if he still hangs out with them." She nodded. "You can just take the spirit and use it," she said. "You shouldn't tie your mind on the physical so much with this stuff, the abstract matters a lot. When you bound this little guy, you established a connection, so it's easier for you to interact with him. But always have your guard up, most others aren't as small as this guy and they're just waiting for the chance to take power in some way. If you sent this guy against someone too and they blocked him, they could send him back and that would be tough." "Okay," I said. I let out a breath and then reached forward. I took the hex. It wasn't heavy and it broke a little with the contact. I focused on it and used the sight to see the webs which stretched around it. The strongest was the one from me to the hex, then there were others which were frail and fading. The second strongest belonged to Dad, and it snapped as I followed it to its destination. I followed 5 more, but they were equally flimsy, nothing that told me there was a strong emotional connection to any of the persons involved. Signs of places it had gone, none where it had stayed. I pulled back and shook my head. "I don't see anything and I don't think it's blocked." Then, This spirit might have been doing what felt natural to it, she said. Before you awakened, do you ever remember just having an awful day out of nowhere for no good reason? I nodded. Well, stuff like this guy are responsible for that. Sometimes they're sent by people, but other times, most of the time, it's because someone needs to have bad luck so the world is more balanced. More balanced? I said, and there was more anger in my voice than I expected. Victoria's eyes widened. I'm sorry, she said. I don't know what I said wrong. The words died in my throat. My mom had died and Dad had become different. Shortly after dealing with that, when things had started to look up again, Emma had suddenly changed. We'd gone to high school and she'd been horrible. Then things had picked up again, a bit of good luck, only for me to get shoved in a locker filled with filth. It was galling to hear that all of that shit could have been happening to me for a reason. That the world had wanted balance and it had gotten that by grounding me into the dirt. I'm gonna go, I said, and my stomach tossed and turned. Jonah. Go back into the lunchbox. Jonah listened and the lid snapped shut after him. Wait, said Victoria. Maybe we can meet up again. Maybe you don't want to join the wards, but my sister, cousin, and I have been talking to them about dealing with something big and you don't need to join to get in on it. We could teach you more about the practice if you came along. Please, she said. Having more people would help. It's something we've been talking about with some practitioners in Portsmouth and Manchester, and the wards in Boston. They've already started and given us a lot to work with. It'll maybe be fun if you like magic, but it will keep a lot of people from getting drawn in by the scary stuff. What is it? I asked. A game, she said. A trip into a place a little to the left of our reality. It's a set of instructions called How to Go to a Friend's House. It's stupid name, I know, but that's probably why some people try it out. A few people have disappeared because of it. It's not so big that the protectorate have to deal with it, but solo practitioners are worried it might grow in smaller towns and we decided to run through it so many times it doesn't have power in the end. This game is hurting people. I asked. People are disappearing, she said. No one's after your dad. He doesn't need any help, but these people do. I took a breath, held it and then nodded. Can invite Trevor? I asked. He might like something like this. Sure, she said. Okay, I said. I'll meet with your friends. Awesome, she said, and I couldn't help but hear relief in her tone. She pulled out a card with her address and handed it over. It was a thought in my mind as I got home. It was heavy and shifted so I couldn't shrug it off, that there indeed was such a thing as fate and that putting my family through hell was a way to balance the universe. I thought about Mom and how she'd died. The accident, was that her fault or were spirits involved that had made things that much worse? I thought about how Emma had turned on me, had that been because of what had been going on with her life, or had it been the universe seeing balance? What she, Sophia and Madison had done, the bullying campaign, was that all the universe? What's going on, Taylor? Dad asked as we watched TV. There was a show on tonight, one we both enjoyed, but it was background noise to my internal turmoil. You seem out of it. I shrugged. I'm just thinking about why bad things happen, I guess. I said. About the bad stuff that happens to us. Is this about the bad luck? Dad asked. Because today was a good day. I managed to fix most of what I messed up yesterday. Work has piled up, but I'm sure I'll get that sorted by the end of the week. I took a deep breath, held it and then let it out in a rush. It starts with that, I said. But, I shrugged and shook my head. Never mind, Dad, it's just something I've been thinking about. Okay, he said and he sighed. Your mom would know the perfect thing to say right now. I gave him a look. He still didn't like talking about Mom. My gaze slipped and I saw him with the sight, how big his eyes were and the tears that feel like waterfalls. Beneath that was an angry beast bound in heavy chains. I quickly pulled back. Something that would have helped you through whatever you're dealing with. I'm sorry I can't be that for you. I shrugged. You're not Mom, Dad, I said. But you're a good dad. He smiled. I have a present for you, he said. He got up and walked upstairs. When he got back, he had a box. Your phone. I know I said I'd buy it a while back, but, he let out a breath. Anyway, it's here now. It's a smartphone, I said as I took it. I thought you'd buy me a burner or something. He shrugged. You have more friends now, he said. I thought you'd want to get in on the texting all the kids do nowadays. I don't think I'll be into texting, I said. But I'll be able to take pictures and that's awesome. He smiled. Just, be careful with it, okay, he said. Don't text while you're walking, especially when you're next to traffic. Keep your eyes around you so you don't get taken off guard. I'll be careful, I said. He gave me a satisfied nod. Anyway, you want to tell me how you know Victoria Dallin, he asked. I didn't think you two hung out in the same circles. She's in the practice like me, I said. Which was true and vague enough that Dad would think of it as the Wicca thing as he did with everything else. He seemed surprised by that. Lisa told me to talk to her, get some perspective. I'm going to be meeting her tomorrow, after school, maybe I'll be home late. Is this you asking for permission? He asked. I shrugged. We never established curfew, did we? I don't think you've ever needed one. Let's say 10 on a school night. 10 on a school night, I said. Dad snorted. You're your mother's daughter, he said, and he missed that I hadn't agreed to anything. But my thoughts went back to the spirits, the misfortune, and the balance of the universe as I lay down to sleep. I thought about everything I knew and how to make sense over everything. There was karma, which wasn't about justice more than about being just. Breaking your word, breaking guest right, or being a bad host earned bad karma. There were other things. Attacking someone who didn't deserve it, attacking innocents, or attacking someone without telling them could also earn bad karma. People with bad karma found that the universe worked against them, it opened them up to bad things, like Stinky's influence had been able to stick on Jonathan. Maybe that was the balance? But if so, did my family have bad karma? How could they when Mom and Dad weren't bad people? My grandmother on my mother's side was a bit of a snob. She wasn't rich or anything, but she was of a higher social class and she hadn't liked it when Mom had married Dad. But she wasn't a bad person. And my grandparents on Dad's side of the family had worked in the docks when they'd still been a thing. Grandpa Dean had driven the ferry before it closed, and Grandma Mabel had worked for the union like Dad. Why did we deserve all the bad things that happened to us? School the next morning was a slog. I didn't do a good job of focusing and I almost broke the promise to myself not to use magic to skip. I called Trevor at lunch and told him about meeting with Victoria and how she'd invited me to a thing. I texted him the address and he sent a thumbs up emoji. I was relieved as school ended and I went back home. I prepared for the ritual, did it, filled my backpack with anything I thought I'd need, Jonah and Ewald's stick even if I wasn't sure I'd need it, and then caught a cab that took me up the hill to the homes there. It was a nice area, with houses that were freshly painted, all with neatly trimmed lawns. Victoria's house wasn't the biggest in her street, but it was bigger than mine and better kept. The door opened before I could reach it and a girl opened who wasn't Victoria. She was a little shorter, with freckles that covered all of her face. To the side she looked the same, except her hands were covered by gauntlets of bone and she wore a crown of bone that rode up to massive points. The crown dug into her skin hard enough that it drew blood, and the red ran at rivulets that framed her eyes like tears. Hey, she said. Taylor. Yeah, I said. Amy, she said. Come in. Thanks, I said as I walked in. The place was normal looking though there were a few runes put up in places, very likely for protection. You're a little early, she said. You and Trevor are the only people who've gotten here, yet. Oh, sorry, I said. It's fine, said Amy. She walked past me and I followed. Vicky's downstairs with Trevor, she wants to see his other and Trevor wanted to get the magic started. Trevor's enthusiastic about this, I said. So's Vicky, she said. We reached a door down the hall and we stepped in. It led to a thin staircase with a railing to one side, and beneath I saw a basement that was twice as large as it was supposed to be. Domain, Amy explained, a bit of boredom in her voice. You know what that is, right? Yeah, I said. I read about it, but I haven't seen one before. It's our dad's, she said. But he's fine if we use it to practice. On one end there was a bookcase filled with all sorts of books, there were tables and chairs with trinkets and jars filled with liquids and others filled with blood, runes under the blood. There was a doll behind a case with a diagram around it, a silver music box with its own diagram and an orb that was cast over with fog. There were 7 tables spread out, 3 of them used and 1 of them surrounded by a diagram that meant I couldn't see anything on the table. Of the 3 I could see, 1 was covered in books and papers and implements, while another had a similar setup, though it has a quarter of the books and it was neater. To the side, the messy desk glowed with spirits to show that its users almost lived there. The last was a table filled with food and drink. Trevor and Victoria were at the center of the basement, inside a large, cleared space, a circle in front of them and the beastling other out of its poke ball. Vicky, said Amy as she suddenly stopped. Gotta head up. Taylor's here. Victoria looked up from her conversation and smiled brightly. Amy shuffled past me. I got down and reached them. Trevor had a bright grin as he gave me a fist bump. This was the second time we'd met and yet he seemed more familiar. Good to see you, said Victoria. How are you after yesterday? It's complicated, I said. Well, I'm here if you want to talk about anything, she said. I shrugged. What were you guys talking about? I asked as I looked at the beastling other. Its eyes were those of a wolf but they were red. The other couldn't talk, it was too feral, but there was intelligence in its eyes. Mostly about what made this guy come this far south, said Trevor. Victoria nodded. Spirits like these don't like being in places too close to civilization, she said. They run rampant up north, where there are tracts of nearly undisturbed wildlife, so if it came here, there must be a lot going on up north. Way above anything I pay attention to, said Trevor. I wanted to know if you can maybe help me with a better binding because some of this guy is leaking out from the pokeball and raccoons are starting to be a problem in my area. Where do you live? Victoria asked. At the train yard, he said. The train yard was a long stretch of neighborhood near the abandoned train yard, the very same one Alec had taken me when we'd gone looking for a ghost. That might be a problem, said Victoria. Some goblins have started to live in the abandoned train yard and if there's food around, you can bet more of them will come. Someone say goblins, a guy said. I looked up to see him, a Hispanic guy, tall and lean, with rich brown skin and long, black hair. From the looks of it, he'd just come from the gym because he was still wearing his baseball gear and carried a duffel bag. To the sight, he was covered entirely in blood, thick and clumpy, but it slid off him and left a trail wherever he walked. Yeah, said Victoria. I'm a little worried about a third warren opening up at the train yard. If another one opens, we'll have to worry about being a goblin town, said the guy. He looked at me, normal eyes beyond a blood-covered face. He smiled to reveal teeth darkened by blood. Hey. Oh, fuck, said Victoria. I forgot. Taylor, this is Carlos and the blood you're probably seeing is blood that was freely given and it's used for protection. Dios mío, said Carlos. Sometimes I forget about that. It probably looks freaky, doesn't it? I swallowed. The people who I've seen that have blood on their hands, it's because they've done things. Most of them, I added, thinking about Amy. Well, I haven't, he said. My family's cursed so this helps so the curse can't sniff me out. Oh wow, said Trevor. That's a lot of blood. It's a big curse, said Carlos. My dad came to America thinking he'd escape it, but it found us. He smiled. But that's not something I want to talk about today. I can't do anything about it yet, so I bathe in blood. Like a tub full of blood, said Trevor. Because the imagery of that is fantastic. I mean it's diluted, said Carlos. Do you have any idea how many deals I'd have to make if I wanted to get that much blood every day? He frowned. I think I know you, you're the guy that hangs out with Jerome and Martin. You know what they did last Halloween, right? I wasn't a part of that, Trevor said quickly. And when I heard about it, I cut ties. What happened? I asked. Those guys made a haunted house but filled with others, said Victoria. It takes a lot for innocents to see through the veil, and Halloween has special rules around it so they could do some shit without consequences. They scared a lot of people hard enough that fear left something, said Carlos. The people were left lesser and those fucks collected all of that to make something, maybe a wraith or an incarnation of fear or something. What sucks is that they're really smart, said Victoria. But they choose to use that to fuck with people instead of doing stuff that matters. Like that, she sighed, Pokeball, I haven't looked at in detail, but they strung together different bits of sealing techniques to make it work. There's an Arabic binding poem, a seal at the back with a lock at the front, and the wood they used I'm sure they got from the elves. They could achieve so much. They could broaden the collective knowledge of humanity and push us to a new golden age, but nope, they just fuck around doing stupid shit like using a luck spirit to win a gaming tournament. You guys really don't like them, I said. They're cool when you first meet them, said Carlos. But then they let you know who they are and you're left disgusted that you bought into it. Yeah, Trevor said with a sigh. But they're approachable. Sorry, but, the rest of you are standoffish. You're not the first person who said that, said Victoria. In our defense, this world draws in a lot of power-hungry people, said Carlos. Another boy stepped in, maybe 15, carrying a backpack. New people, said the boy in greeting. This is my cousin Eric, said Victoria. Eric, Taylor, and Trevor. Yo, said Trevor. Hey, Eric said with a wave. You're the guy that hung out with Jerome and Martin, right? Is that what I'm going to be known for? Trevor muttered. Because I'm multifaceted. I'm also the guy who made a ghost bounce back after the Nazis sent it to me. Oh, really, said Eric. Yeah, said Trevor. And I'd rather be known for that than the other thing. The Nazis suck, right, said Eric. Yeah, said Trevor. Eric looked at me expectantly. They do, I said. After a moment, why did that feel like a test? Because it's good to know where we stand, he said. I don't want to be friends with some secret piece of shit. Whoa there, said Victoria. Maybe dial that back. Or maybe not, said Trevor. It's not said enough, but fuck Nazis. Fuck Nazis, said Eric. Carlos grinned. Fuck Nazis, he put in. Two people came in from upstairs. Victoria's eyes filled with light. Fuck Nazis, she shouted and gestured for them to roll on. Fuck Nazis, one of the boys shouted back, a redhead. Fuck Nazis, his friend said, not a shout as much. Everyone, I noticed, was looking at me. Fuck Nazis, I said. Too many people were smiling. What was that? A curse, maybe, said Victoria. Similar to how you invoke during a séance. What will it do? I asked. No idea, said Victoria. No idea if it'll do anything to be honest, but 7 people and 7 power sources, so it's bound to something. Taylor and Trevor, these guys are Dean and Dennis. I'm Dennis, said the redhead. Amy said she's been down in a bit, said Dean as he sidled up beside Victoria. He kissed her on the cheek. She smiled. Chris was just behind us and she's waiting for him. This is everyone? I asked. The wards. Not everyone, said Carlos. Chris is coming. I've got a younger brother and he's newly awakened, but I don't want him to take part in this because he's too eager. There's also Missy and Dinah, same deal for them. They're too young. Hey, said Dennis. Aren't you that kid that? Nope, said Trevor. No. No. Don't want that to stick. I'm just me. Okay, said Dennis. I see that I pushed a button. Whose other is that? Mine, Trevor said with all the confidence. For now. Nice, said Dennis. Amy came in with another boy. There were a lot of boys who were practitioners, I noticed. Chris, said Carlos. Taylor and Trevor. The boy waved. We're all here, said Victoria. She went to the messy table and picked up sheets of paper that had been printed out. She handed them out to each of us. On them were a list of instructions, directions to get to a friend's house where the person would be royally rewarded. This is what we'll be dealing with hopefully in 2 weeks' time after some of the other practitioners have had their go at the game. In that time, I hope that we'll teach our newest members. I'm not a member of anything, I quickly interrupted, which earned me the attention of the others. I almost sunk. Sorry, but, I don't want to be a part of any teams right now. I'm here. Okay, said Victoria. I'm hoping we'll teach Taylor and Trevor a few things so, if they decide they want to, they can help us when we go through the game. So what's this powwow going to be about? Asked Dennis. Weld and his wards went through the game last night, said Victoria. They should be back by now. We'll make a magical call and see what they had to say, things they picked up. Then I was thinking that maybe we could take a trip into another place, maybe the spirit world? Taylor has a hex and maybe we could help her give it power. The ruins are the best place for that, said Dennis. You would know, said Victoria. So you can lead that, as long as I'm not stepping on toes, she asked Carlos. Dennis is old enough to be able to take care of himself, he said. If he agrees, then that's that. Good, said Victoria. Let's start on drawing the diagram for the call. Chris, can we talk before that starts about designs? I want to make sure the picture is clear this time. Sure, said Chris. He walked over to the table filled with food and grabbed a sandwich. Seeing that was open, Trevor followed shortly after. Dennis groaned. So this is why you invited so many people, so we could be your grunts. Shut up, said Carlos. It'll be fun. Maybe, said Dennis. He turned to me. While the nerds are talking, want me to help you through a diagram to push things together? That'd be fantastic, thanks, I said. Let's get a table, he said. We walked over. I pulled out my books and he did the same. I noticed that people around me were doing the same. Trevor, Carlos, and Eric were discussing the beastling other, while Chris, Dean and Victoria were talking over the diagram for the call. The only person who seemed like they weren't talking to anyone was Amy. She stood with Victoria's group, but there was a bit of distance from them as the others Victoria and Chris got lost in conversation, while Dean kept close to Victoria. Okay, said Dennis and I turned away from that to focus on the diagram he had open, 3 circles, 2 large at either side and 1 at the center, smaller than the rest, connected by 2 pipelines with words, symbols, and diagrams, 1 line thicker than the other. How much do you know about shapes? The bare minimum, I said. He nodded. We'll start by taking in the shapes, he said. You can change this around with what you're working on. He pointed. This shows that it's mostly about aspects of time, but you can make it whatever you want if you know the language. Hopefully I'll at least give you the simple stuff. Anything you can, I said. And he started his explanation. Chapter 7, How to Get to a Friend's House. Chapter Text. Bring a gift. It has been a long time and the friend might not recognize you, but a gift warms even the coldest of hearts, and the friend has grown quite cold from their solitude. Come with an appetite, for a meal will lie in wait. Travel should begin at dawn. The friend is not one to be awoken too early nor disturbed too late. They sleep, you see, and they are quick to ire if they are jolted from their slumber. The road should be straight and the drive sedate. The carriage should be filled with song to fill the soul with mirth and laughter. If you are accompanied by other friends, the conversation should be jaunty. Drive with an eye to your surroundings. This is quite important. The friend lives out of the way and many find the turn easy to miss. Do not miss the turn or you will be lost. Forgive the friend, for the road to their house is not well tended. It is an old road, for the friend is old, and travel should be taken with care. But do not dilly-dally, for the road can be quite treacherous when night falls. Drive straight and drive true, still with an eye for your surroundings. The road might not be well tended, but everything has been put to catch and hold your attention. The friend has a flair for the dramatic and you will find that their art reflects this nature. Be sure to compliment the friend. Drive straight and true until a village is seen to the right. This is a waypoint and it is sign that your path is still true. Keep on driving and have care not to miss the turn in the road. It too is out of the way and to miss is to take a detour into the beneath. Forgive the friend again, for the road is not often used and is not well kept. Drive straight and drive true. The music should be lively and conversation should continue. Laughter should ring and happiness should reverberate. For you are visiting a friend, of course, and the occasion should be one of happiness. Ignore the wolves and they will have no reason to harm you. Keep straight and keep true until you see a man. He is not the friend and this should be remembered. Be polite and be kind but tell him that you are trying to get to the friend's house. Keep straight and keep true. The road is safe from the things that lurk. Keep to this, let it fill you up, and they shall not harm you. Keep your eyes on the road for cows are known to lay upon them. Do no stray from the path. If an unkindness is needed, then so be it. But unkindness should be avoided. The man is known to the friend and to be unkind to him is to incur unkindness for the friend in turn. There will be goats on the road. Do not fear them. There will be properties in the wayside, a gingerbread house, a run-down school and a stately manor. Eat from the gingerbread house if you so please and for each treat give away a bit of sweetness, read the books in the school if you so please, and with each page lose a bit of focus, and mingle with the lords and ladies of the manor to gain a cutting tongue, losing a bit of compassion with every conversation shared. Keep straight and keep true. There will be another property, further in the distance. Tell the man to travel safely. Have care to be polite. Keep straight and keep true, for the friend's house sits at the end of the road. If you have reached the gate, call to the friend and tell them you have come to visit and you have brought gifts. They may be quite happy to see you and will reward you quite handsomely for your troubles. Chapter 8. Chapter Text. And we are about done, said Chris as he stepped back. Almost half an hour had passed and the diagram in the middle of the floor had changed. It started with a pair of diamonds in the center of a double-lined circle. The entire thing was wrapped around a double-lined diamond large enough to fit circles within it, with the diamond itself closed off in a square. There were lines drawn cast out from the centermost circle in the cardinal and intercardinal directions, with circles capping off the cardinal directions while the intercardinal ran to the corners of the enclosing square. The outer edge of the diamond didn't fit comfortably within the square, and the points that escaped formed triangles that had been filled in with chalk. I thought circles were the go-to shape, said Trevor as he looked down at the diagram. Maybe it was my eyes playing tricks on me, but it looked like the lines were off. Whenever I looked at them, it seemed like the bottom was just at the cusp of movement, as though the circle would roll and all the lines would collapse. I shook my head and it didn't help make the lines straighter. Usually, said Dean. From the flow of conversation I'd learned that he and Victoria were dating, about the only thing I knew about him. I'd been too engrossed with Dennis' lesson. But this is about direction, power, finding places to pool, that sort of thing. Final touches, said Victoria. She moved carefully within the diagram, taking care not to touch the chalk-drawn lines. The interaction between the outer square and the diamond meant each corner became a bisected triangle, and with each, Victoria drew out a symbol using differently colored chalk. When I looked at the chalk with the sight, it blazed with different types of light. What's going on with the chalk? I asked. They look bright with the sight. Made them myself, said Victoria. I bartered for some form of power from different others and added it to the chalk while I was making it. I know a lot of people like to work with blood, draw with it or whatever, but sometimes the consistency isn't right, and it's a bit gross. Not as gross as when you were crushing teeth, Amy said, her voice a little quiet. She hung back, sitting on one of the tables eating an orange. Teeth. I said. Another gave me teeth it collected and each had power, she said. Had to grind them down. Which was a lot of work. I prefer mixing blood with ink, said Dennis. Had to learn to write with a quill and everything just so I feel like a proper wizard. Didn't think about that, said Trevor. I've been struggling a little on how to integrate power into diagrams. Mostly it's been about using my own personal power. Which can get exhausting. I've heard about that, said Dean. You've heard about it? I asked, a little confused. How could someone go through with all this without experiencing it? I hadn't been using real magic too long and already I'd experienced the fatigue of using too much power, especially when I'd been working with the stone rune. A few of the people here are from old power, said Dennis. When Brockton Bay was still thriving there were a few families that ran this place, most of them left when it looked like things were going to hell but a few stayed. The Anders have met all wealth. Nazis, said Eric. The Stansfields, Dennis continued and he gestured and Dean. Wait, you're a Stansfield, said Trevor, and I had to take a step back to look at him. The Stansfield were perhaps the most influential family in the Bay, with Mr. Stansfield running a company that dealt with investments or something. He was connected to a lot of people in the city, the mayor, the police chief, the district attorney and a whole lot of other people that weren't even on my radar. It was said that to be a friend of the Stansfields was to find that life moved much easier. Don't make a big deal about it, please, he said. I don't like to define myself by that. Trevor snorted and I caught a bit of darkness flick through his expression. Okay, he said, and there was a bit of sarcasm there. And the Lavery family, Dennis continued, missing the whole thing with Trevor. I noticed as Amy shifted a little into the sight, I saw the blood around her eyes got thicker. The Lavery family had run the mob back in the day, when the teeth had still been a staple in Brockton Bay. Shortly after a horrible gang war known colloquially as the Dark Solstice, the teeth had moved to New York and the Lavery family had disappeared. Those families have, or had with the Lavery family, a lot of power, both political and magical. Dean taps into that so he's not like us plebs who have to use blood to get power. Lucky you, said Trevor. Dean sighed. I guess you can say that, he said. New wave is new money, I said. Metaphorically speaking. I heard that your parents were the first to come into magic. Yeah, said Eric. Our moms went through something with another. They were saved, but they saw just enough that they could see on the other side. They were given books by some kid at their school, and they gave our uncle some. Things snowballed from there. Victoria had finished the symbols and she moved to a few cupboards and pulled out a few objects. A baby rattle, a bent fork, a rusted key and a comb with bits of hair. She put each object into the circles in the diagram. They're second generation, said Dennis. They don't have old power to tap into, but they're a step above us plebs. We do have some power, said Victoria. Aunt Juniper is a Dushan and, they're not exactly a big deal, but they know a lot of people and we could tap them for help. Way better than us plebs, said Dennis. You keep calling yourself a pleb but you're a ward, said Trevor. You're around people that know a lot about this stuff and they teach you things. It's not like you can't join the wards too, said Dennis. I mean, I could, but I heard that there were a lot of restrictions and I wasn't up for those, he said. There aren't that many restrictions, said Carlos. And you learn more than you would on your own. We have the Library of Alexandria with us, the foremost store of magical knowledge in the world, and you can use that to learn your craft. As long as it's above board, said Chris. What's that mean? Trevor asked. Chris stood from looking at the thickness of the lines and stretched. He reached for his backpack and pulled out a film camera and started to take pictures. There's some stuff that you can't learn because it's too dangerous, he said. Some stuff that even the main guy in Brockton Bay can't access because he doesn't have clearance. But that's all to keep the world safe, said Carlos. There are very scary things in this world, and it's better if they don't get out. Stuff like what? I asked. I thought about all the stuff I'd been thinking about how the spirits dealt out bad luck to balance the universe and a part of me shook as it tried to imagine worse. Curses like the type that's after my family, he said with a shrug. Stuff that's gotten a lot of people in the past and it's so powerful that no one thinks we can really win against it. Or gods who get a sudden boost in power because of some movie. That can happen, said Trevor. Not by a lot, but a little, said Victoria. That Thor movie that came out a while ago. Trevor nodded while I shrugged. Hadn't even known. You can expect that if it gets popular that's a little power in Thor's direction and there'll be more storms. I think it sort of works because it plays into the old days, said Chris. When the Greek pantheon told stories about themselves and they were shared and they grew in power. The whole Hollywood engine is fickle, but it can still boost power, Victoria continued. It's sort of like buying back stocks, said Dean. It'll increase return on. And it's done, said Chris as Victoria placed a shallow silver bowl filled with water over the centermost diagram. She carefully stepped back and shot a smile at Dean who looked a little glum. We've still got 15 minutes before we have to make the call, said Victoria after a glance at her watch. Who else is old power in the city? I asked. It was honestly more fascinating to hear it from people than from Lisa's notes, which meant I could maybe start working on filling in the blanks on my own. I am, said Carlos. I come from a long line of practitioners on Dad's side. But he broke it because of the curse. He thought he could run from it. When I awakened, I got all the power of my family even though they're so far away. In the Protectorate, Hannah is old power from what I heard, said Dennis. Dude, said Carlos. Maybe Hannah doesn't want everyone knowing about her past. Oh, right, fuck, he said. Sorry. Don't want to step on toes. But anyway, she's old power and Kenta might be old power, but I don't know about him. I know a little, said Victoria. Of course you do, Chris muttered. Hey, said Victoria. He's a big player in the Bay and you guys didn't scrounge up everything you could about him. No, said Chris. Dennis shook his head. Carlos shrugged. Anyway, said Victoria. He's from Japan. He managed to bind a dragon that had been sleeping in some place in Kyushu and he became public enemy number 1. The dragon was a big deal and he messed up the balance. He got the dragon to be his familiar which meant people couldn't come up after him, but then the Leviathan appeared with everything connected to it and he left after. Expressions shifted, a tense atmosphere that hung in the air and pressed against my shoulders. I looked with the sight and I caught something there, nothing physical, but as though the spirits were being weighed down by something and they transferred that weight to us. What's the Leviathan? I asked and the air got thicker. The god of the depths, Victoria. No one knows what it is, but it's maybe as powerful as the water gods of yore. Whenever there's a hurricane or a typhoon, you'll find it at the center of everything. Newfoundland, New York, the tsunami in Kyushu, said Eric. That was it. Do they bring balance to the universe too? I thought. A lot of the others I'd come across had some intellect, which made it more terrifying to consider that most of the disasters that happened at the world could be premeditated. After all, there was a bit of relief in the random, the world wasn't fair and it was crazy to expect it to be. But when it wasn't, when there was a reason, it hit so much harder. Had I deserved all the bad stuff that had happened to me? Had my mother? Did every person who a bad thing happened to deserve it? I thought about the girl who'd been possessed by a goblin, who still hadn't come back to school. Had she deserved everything that had happened to her? Was it all because of some balance? Is that the scariest thing there is with magic? I asked and I couldn't be sure why. There are 2 others, Victoria said and the air got thicker still. The behemoth, god of the thunderous earth and the Simurgh. A shiver ran up my spine, twisted my stomach and squeezed my heart. What the fuck, said Trevor, his voice came out hollow. What the fuck is that? That's her aura, said Carlos, his voice a whisper. He swallowed and I mirrored it. My heart's beating was heavy, labored, as though I'd been running and my heart was close to giving out. There are things, infernal things that destroy completely. Demons. People who work with them are called diabolists. The stories I heard about her, are that a diabolist screwed up big time and summoned something like her, a demon of madness. Maybe we should stop talking about her, said Eric, his voice shaky. About them. Names have power, who knows if we're calling them by talking about them. Yeah, said Trevor. I still don't know all of it, but fuck yeah I agree. I was surprised to find that I was nodding my head. Even so, the tense air hung, and it made it hard to start the conversation again. Eating helped a little, and so did going back to my notes so I could clarify the stuff Dennis had told me about building a circle to combine 2 spirits together, feeding one to the other. It's time, said Victoria. The purpose helped to move things along faster. Chris. Okay, he said. He cleared his throat and started a chant that sounded like Latin. I didn't know any Latin, but I knew patterns, and he repeated the incantation 9 times. The diagram shifted. The lines I'd spotted, those that had looked like they would fall, did. The square shrunk as it turned in a clockwise direction, and it stopped when it met outer boundary of the diamond. The little triangles that had been filled with chalk emptied and each of the objects in the circle blazed with power. In the center of the circle, the overlapping diamonds came together into a single diamond, and the water in the bowl leapt up and broke into mist that spread out. The mist hit the first layer of the circle and pushed it against the second until it closed, it turned in a counterclockwise direction, and the lines stretching out from it were pulled which rolled the smaller circles with the items of power down. Between a blink, the small circles and the items disappeared and so had the outer diamond, which left only a large circle with an image of a clubhouse and about 6 other kids about our age. That took more power than I expected, said a guy who stood at the head of the group. The image resolved, more color coming into it and I saw that he was made out of metal. I couldn't look at him with the sight, not through the image, even though I wanted nothing but. That's why I said we should just call, a girl behind him said. We didn't need to do this, not after the power we spent. We'll discuss that later, said the guy. He looked around. There are new faces. Yeah, said Carlos. Taylor and Trevor. Victoria invited them. Guys, this is Weld, behind him are Rebecca, Sanjay, Tabitha, Sammy, and Hunch. That's too many names for me to remember, Trevor muttered. New wards? Weld asked. Nah, Just new practitioners, relatively, said Carlos. Weld nodded. How did things go? Victoria asked. Awfully, said the girl behind Weld, Rebecca. Weld glanced back. Sorry. We reached the friend's house and we got gifts, said Weld. But it was tough getting there. Even with everything we've worked out so far. Victoria asked. She had a notebook out and she wasn't the only one. I went over to my backpack and did the same. I'd already read through the instructions she'd given us and honestly, they didn't look that complicated. They were stupidly simple and I could see myself bored enough that I'd try it, especially in areas where there wasn't a lot to do. But it was magic and magic could be dangerous. Even with that, said Weld. Can you run us through it, she said. For Trevor and Taylor's sake. Weld took a deep breath and let it out in a huff. Okay, he said. First, our link broke. The rope we used wasn't as strong as we thought it would be and our speeds didn't match. The second car got to the turn 15 minutes after us. Victoria jotted that down. We couldn't stop. Hunch said it didn't feel right, so we took our time. The road's fucked up so it's better to take it slow anyway. But the sun started to set and we couldn't see the friends' artwork which means we missed a few of them. What effect did that have? Carlos asked. The friend was a lot more short-tempered than when the McKinley circle talked to them. The McKinleys didn't have to eat the friends' food, they brought their own, but we had to because they were insistent about it. Fuck, man, Dennis muttered. What's the food? I asked and a part of me was afraid of the answer. Mostly meat, most of it uncooked. The ones that are cooked are burned and tough, said Hunch, a young boy with eyes that looked like they had gears in them. And we had to compliment it without lying, which was tough. The friend's pretty easy to compliment, though, said Sanjay. Maybe it would have been worse if we'd missed more. They also didn't like some of our gifts, said Weld. They felt insulted by them as they took them. But they still gave you yours? Dean asked. Weld nodded. She told us that she knew us and she gave us what we desired, he said. Can I ask, said Victoria. Just a sense of taste, said Weld. Which I did want, but I would have loved something else. Yeah, said Victoria. I had a strong feeling that I was missing a lot of context there. How was the road in the dark? Carlos asked. Hard and slow. It was easier to see the town, though, because the lights were on. The wolves attacked us. My fault, said Hunch. I turned towards them and they jumped at the car. I stepped on the gas because I was so surprised and crashed into a cow, said Weld. The wolves were prowling for a while, but the cow appeared just after I lost concentration. The wording isn't right on the instructions, said Chris. It stops saying to drive. I think it's expected that you'll walk after that. Maybe, cause the car was totaled even though we weren't driving fast. Thankfully, the second one was all right. But we had to kill the wolves before we could make it out to the other car. The man made that hard because he just wanted to run even though that would have gotten him killed. We had to restrain him, which is unkindness, and he wanted recompense when we left him to go back home. What did you give him? Asked Victoria. We told him that he should talk to the friend and he agreed, he said. Which might be another reason the friend was so touchy, but that's taking away more power from them, so it's good in the long run. I have no idea how that'll impact you and the next group, though. What about the schoolyard? Said Victoria. Did you get what you wanted? Weld sighed. Not clear answers, he said. But there was a starting point. A dramatis personae with a few names. I didn't know most of them, but I know William Manton and Aphrodite Sitchin. I'll send you the rest and maybe you'll find something. I only looked at one page because I didn't want to lose too much. Victoria nodded. Give us anything else, said Carlos. Anything we might need to prep for before we visit the friend. And how to treat with her, said Dean. That's usually always important. Becca, you mind taking over, said Weld. Sure, said Rebecca, and she moved forward. You shouldn't eat before the trip, but you're allowed to eat when you're caught up in it, just be sure that you're not full when you get to the friend's house. So, said Victoria. It was near 8 and the meeting with Weld had only just ended. We were supposed to go to the ruins, wherever those were, but things had drawn out more than we'd expected, and a lot of us had to get home. A lot of the others had already left, Trevor amongst them. I was one of the last waiting for a cab to take me back home. I shrugged. I liked it, and it doesn't have as much baggage as everything around the Undersiders, even if it's close to that, since Lisa wanted me to come here. Good, she said. This stuff, it's fun because of the community. All of us coming together to do amazing things. It's why the Protectorate works. Then why didn't your family join them? I asked. Because the Protectorate system has its failings, she said. There's a lot of stuff you have to do because of deals you have to make. But at their core they're about helping people, which, honestly, is one of the best things about them because practitioners have this thing of focusing on the big stuff without thinking about the little things. Like this game? I asked. Maybe I don't know a lot, but it feels dangerous with all the traps we discussed. I can't see people making through without disappearing. She frowned. People disappear a lot of the time, unfortunately, she said. A lot of others get power from making an impact, and the easiest way to make an impact is to kill and keep killing. A lot of serial killers that were never caught, the Zodiac Killer, the Long Island serial killer or the Cleveland torso murderer are others in one way or another. I let out a sigh and swallowed. Are the spirits responsible for everything bad that ever happens? I asked. Like Jonah and bad luck, is it all spirits? Victoria took a deep breath. Her house wasn't at the top of the hill, but Brockton Bay still sprawled out, the tall buildings of downtown alight. That's a hard question, she said. There are a few magical schools and in some of them they teach philosophy. I wish that I could attend one of them, but I don't have that sort of clout. You don't know? I asked, pushing the conversation back. I wish I did, she said, but, she shrugged. You haven't been to the spirit world yet, have you? I shook my head. There are these things called omens, spirits that sort of embody a state. There are omens for hurt, physical and emotional, or suffering or that sort of stuff. At a point where they gather the most, bad stuff happens. But the question is, are the omens drawn to places where bad stuff is happening or does bad stuff happen where they've gathered? All of it gets complicated because practitioners have a hand in things too, she continued. There are some people that collect omens and send them out to cause suffering. That hex might have started as a simple omen at its start before it started to get smarter in a direction. Which means omens can cause stuff to happen, but it's something else entirely to think about if they do. I nodded. But you're a practitioner, she said. If you pay attention, you're supposed to be able to feel that balance. Karma is their easiest way to feel it on yourself, but sometimes it's worth looking at how you react to other people, it might tell you how the universe feels about them. Whether they have bad karma or not. She nodded. Being a practitioner, we can sort of trick the system so that we don't feel the effects. We can ride a wave of good karma to get better things, store the good karma that we have, maybe gift it in little ways to people who need it, or we can skirt around bad karma, but I wouldn't do that because the universe doesn't like that. Can we do that for others? I asked. Ensure that they skirt bad karma. We're already doing it, she said. Stuff like the game mostly attracts innocence with some bad doings. It can be something big or something small, it can be something personal or something passed down through the line like Carlos and the curse on his family. But by taking out some of the scarier things, we make sure people don't meet really bad ends. I nodded again. My cab arrived. Will we be seeing you again? She asked. I'll stick around until the game thing is done, then I'll see how things go from there, I told her. Victoria grinned. Awesome, she said. I saw that you had a phone. No, I said. I'll call you so you have my number. Bye, Taylor, she said. The trip home was silent and I got back to find that Dad was sleeping on the couch, the television watching him. He woke up as I got in. He smiled. How was it? He asked. It was cool, I said. Victoria and her friends are really nice. Dad smiled brighter. I'm happy for you, Taylor, he said. Heading up. Homework and stuff. Might be time for me to head up too, he said. I got into my room and checked my notebook, all the notes I'd made both about the game, the diagram Dennis had showed me and the diagram Victoria and Chris had drawn out. Trevor had asked about the elements and I jotted them down. After that was done, I did my homework then went to sleep. School the next day was okay, mostly because I rode the high from the conversation with the other practitioners my age. There was still a pit in my stomach as I thought about Lisa and how she'd pushed me towards Victoria, but everything had seemed normal and okay, and maybe I'd misjudged Lisa's intentions. At lunch in the library I turned away attention from myself and called the undersiders. Yo, said Alec. Hey, I said. Is Lisa there? Lisa, he said, not really a shout. Give her a minute. Lisa picked up the phone less than a minute later. Hey, she said. This is a surprise. Really? I asked. The honest truth, she said. Is something up? Nah, I said. Just talked to Victoria and spent the sum of yesterday with her friends and it was pretty cool. Knew you'd like her, she said. Not 100%, but more than 50. Learn anything cool? Dennis offered to take me to the ruins for spirits to feed a hex I picked up, I said. So that's cool. Learned about a game thing Victoria and a few other people are taking care of and I think I might be part of that. You have a hex? She said. Yeah. Long story short, it got to my dad and gave him bad luck, I told her. It didn't fight me or anything when I caught it. Did someone send it? It didn't look like it. That's good, said Lisa. Things with Skidmark are still falling into place. He could do something like that. Victoria didn't think it was him. I don't too, she said. It doesn't fit. Thankfully, you're saying it wasn't sent by anyone, so that's a relief. That I've noticed, yeah, I said. Anyway, thanks for pointing me towards Victoria. Sure, she said. You could repay me by having coffee with me on Saturday. Okay, I said. I'll see you then. Bye, she said. I wrote another hi for the rest of the day until school ended. Ever since things had turned around with Emma, I hadn't really had any friends. I'd sort of accepted it, accepted how road my life had become as I'd gone to school, gotten bullied, then gone home for a chance at a breather. On and on without looking forward to anything. Now I had things that were close to friends, Lisa, even if she was connected to Mr. Calvert, and that was worrying, and maybe Victoria because she was genuinely a nice person. Now, even though school could be boring, I didn't mind it as much, it was bearable in a way. It was terrifying because life had taught me that good things happened just so the bad things hurt worse. But I'm a practitioner and I can get good karma to make sure that things that horrible don't happen to me again. I can make sure that they don't happen to others like they happened to me. I got home and did the protection ritual, painted my nails with the nail polish imbued with blood, then considered the fact that the blood I'd gotten from the wolves was starting to dry. I didn't know any way of preserving blood and I honestly didn't want to bother Lisa or Victoria about it, which meant, after Dad had gone to sleep, I snuck out with my backpack, my chain, and my stick, then went to the park. When I was there, I used the blood to dial up my senses by painting all my face down to my neck, and went for a walk to the park. There were a lot more things awake in the night, things I hadn't noticed before. I spotted the spirits of the park and maybe what was a goblin, but they scampered away and I didn't care about catching them. I felt ridiculous as I walked around with Ewald's stick, especially after I'd checked it over and still found nothing special about it. But consensus was that elfwood was something to be treasured. I had the stick in hand as I walked and I gave it a few twirls between my fingers. I was really bad at it. 15 minutes into the walk I spotted a kid. He was short, maybe 10 or 11, dressed in a private school uniform with a tie and everything. He had blonde hair, neatly parted, but he didn't have eyes or a nose, he only had a mouth that dominated his face, with giant teeth revealed, framed by big ears. I swallowed. The kid began to giggle, a sound that bounced through the trees and surrounded me in every direction. Maybe this was a bad idea. I took a step back and this was the wrong thing to do because the kid's laughter got louder. He took off in a run, pell-mell, his arms cast out. For a second I thought about running before I remembered that I was a distant cousin to wolves. I stepped forward and growled, the blood on my face helping to make the sound deep. The boy didn't falter and I didn't back down. I ran ahead, my stick and chain at the ready. I swung the stick first and the boy stopped on a dime, turned and dodged. He lunged, face-mouth opened. I twisted around and swung my chain, it hit the side of his head hard. He stumbled. With a harsh bark, I swung my stick. The boy tried to fend the stick off and it didn't work. The impact landed and the sound of bone breaking reverberated. There were no features to tell me that the boy was surprised, nor that he was a little scared, but I felt it nonetheless and I bristled, almost slobbered in anticipation. I went on the attack as he tried to turn and run. My chain was long and I cast it out to hit him in the back of the head. I missed and was lucky enough to catch his foot. The impact was hard but he shrugged it off. There's something in the stick, I thought. I took off in a sprint. I wasn't the best sprinter but the blood seemed to course through me and fill me with a need for speed. I clubbed the boy in the back of the head and he fell forward. He turned around and flung some dirt at me that caught my eye and nose. I let out a breath. Annoying. He scrambled to his feet but I caught him with the stick in the chest. He fell back and landed hard. Stay down. I said and the words were a snarl. He tried to get up and I clubbed him again. I was breathing hard, filled with a righteous fury that he thought he could beat me, the cousin to wolves. Stay down. The boy stopped moving. I noticed for the first time that he wasn't breathing. Agree to be bound to my word, I said. Agree to be bound by me for a period of 3 full moons. Agree or I'll hit you again and again and again. I agree, the boy said. In full, I snarled. Tell me what you agree to. I agree to be bound to you and to your word until such a time 3 full moons have graced the skies, he said, his voice young sounding even if he spoke like an adult. A part of me still wanted to give him another good hit, just to make sure, but then I stopped for a second and thought about it, thought about the feelings that ran through me and how they weren't my own. It was the bear all over again. I'd used too much power and gotten drunk off of it. I made a mental note to watch for it in the future, because much though it had helped me here, it could be dangerous. I turned to the right as I felt something look at me. It was a girl, maybe 4 or 5, dressed in a white dress with the head of a deer. She looked at me with large expressive eyes and I couldn't be sure what she was. I started to growl, felt the sound in my shoulder blades as if they wanted to rise, but before I could bark the girl had already scampered off. Chapter 9. Chapter text. Have a good day at school, said Dad as he left. My only answer was a smile. It wasn't a lie. It was really an obfuscation of the truth, but I still felt horrible about it. It was a little ironic that when I'd sworn oaths to tell only the truth, more than ever I lied to Dad. Not a lie, I thought. At least not in form. But in spirit, it's something else altogether. Dad left expecting me to go to school, but that had been a lie gone unsaid. I'd showered after my morning jog, then came to the kitchen with my backpack ready. It made sense that, given the show and my track record, Dad would assume that I was going to school. I didn't correct his assumption. You've got to remember why you're doing this, I muttered as I made my way into the basement. I stopped as a web flared to life. I looked up and there, on the ceiling, was a hand with a mouth and eyes. I yelped and ran forward as it dropped. I tripped and I fell head over heels down the stairs. I felt a weight at my legs, and when I shifted my view with the sight, I caught another hand crawling up my leg. The first hand was still up the stairs, though it moved quickly down. Small wonders I hadn't broken my neck, but a twinge in my arm told me I'd jostled something. Can't focus on that. I had jeans on and they were the only thing protecting me from the hand's fingernails. I turned around and kicked. The hand was spry and it dodged out of the way. I rolled so I could squish it and it scrambled out of the way. It was at my hip now, and I worried that once it got to my waist those nails would dig into skin. Stick! I shouted and the web flared. I got to my feet and ran forward. The hand reached my back. I grabbed the hood of my hoodie and pulled, hoping that I'd pull my entire jacket off. It didn't work, but it pulled the hand up, which jumped up to my neck. Nails dug in and I screamed. A palm touched the back of my neck, a tongue licked and then teeth bit. Another scream left me. My legs wobbled and I fell forward. One hand reached out and it found the stick. I swung it around and the hand scrambled down. I couldn't stop the stick, though, and it hit me at the back of the head. Fuck. 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 Nails dug into my back. I ran backward towards a wall and I slammed into it. The hand had already scrambled to my side and that let me smack it off. The other hand scrambled towards me and I ran forward and kicked. It sailed through the air before it landed hard. The first hand neared and I swung my stick. The hit landed and the hand sailed and slammed into the ground. It rolled and came up. One eye had been burst by the hit and it shook its body. Two hands, one had disappeared beneath a table and the other in sight. The wound in my neck ached. The hand under the table had some sort of magic that made it so I couldn't follow its web with the sight. Other. I said. The hand in with one eye darted forward. I swung the stick and it dodged. I jumped as the other hand crawled out from beneath cover, its web flared, and it tried to jump me. I swung the stick and missed again. I kicked and the hand contorted and grabbed my shoe. I stamped down and the hand scrambled up my leg. I swung the stick and caught it. It flew and landed in a roll. I threw myself to the side and quickly came up, the other hand dodged. Other. You are bound by my word. I swung and missed. By my word I order you. Tell them to stop. Stop, said the other. But the damned things didn't stop. I scrambled back to my chain and was cut off by a hand. I whirled and beat the hand aside. Stop them. I said, and desperation found my voice. The other stepped out of the circle I'd told him to stay in all night. Stop, the other shouted, his voice shrill. The hands stopped. What the fuck was that? I asked. How did you do that? You weren't supposed to get out of the circle. You weren't supposed to hurt me. I didn't hurt you, the other said. They hurt you. But you made them. I didn't hurt you, the other said. My heart beat fast against my chest and my eyes burned. My neck ached and I could feel blood under my shirt. I hadn't let myself think it, but I could have died. I took a breath and let it out. It came out shaky. I swallowed and found my throat dry. This is a learning moment, I let myself think. I'd met Stinky and Jonah, and they'd mostly been okay. Jonah was a hex but he still hadn't caused trouble. I'd let down my guard, even when the other had tried to attack me last night. I'd only made a circle around it and thought my word would be enough to keep it from hurting me, and that hadn't been enough. How did you do that? I asked. The other didn't move to answer. Answer me. Your protections were lacking, he said. Fuck you. Fuck you so much. I took a breath and held it. I wanted to close my eyes but I couldn't take the chance that I'd missed something else and the other would attack me. Answer all my questions, I said. Answer them without attempts at obfuscation. How the fuck did you get those things out? Your protections were lacking, he said. I said no obfuscation. And I obscured nothing. Your protections were lacking. My hands closed into fists, so tight I could feel my nails dig against flesh. How? I asked. How were they lacking? A simple circle works for a simple other, he said. I'm not a simple other. So the only thing that kept him in the circle was my word. The circle itself had been worthless. I looked at the hands. Maybe the hands weren't a part of him even if they had come from him. When I looked at the other, he still had both his hands. Okay, I muttered. The back of my neck still ached and I wanted to get it cleaned before I went to get it checked out. But I didn't want to leave the other here when they could get up to more tricks while I was gone. The best thing I had right now was my word. My circle was worthless and I couldn't use positive or negative bindings until I figured out what type of other he was. Which meant I had to be very careful of my wording. Go into that circle and take these hand things with you, I said. The other followed the order and the hands followed until they were in the circle. Where did those things come from? I asked. Lots of different places, he said. Can't remember where I got these ones. How did you make them appear? I asked. He tapped his belly. You ate them and threw them up. Yes, said. Okay. I can figure this out. I want you and anything that's yours in any measure, including things that come from your body, to stay in that circle. You aren't allowed to hurt me, directly or indirectly, and you're not allowed to use or release any tools or beings that could hurt me, directly or indirectly. I waited a second. Is there any way you can see of hurting me with the order I gave you? I asked. Not right at this moment, he said. But you might. I muttered. Yes, he said. Fuck you so much. An idea hit me. I had no idea if it would work, but it was better than nothing. I added another circle above the one I'd already drawn, then drew pillars within the circles in the cardinal directions, which I used to fit in the seals I'd learned from Sophia. Tell those things to get out of the circle, I said. Go, the other said. The hands lunged and met an invisible wall. Small reliefs. Stay in the circle, I said. Don't send anything against me, directly or indirectly. If you think of something that means you or anything that's from you or working towards your ends, directly or indirectly, is able to leave the circle, get out. I'm the only one who can tell you to leave. Hopefully I didn't miss anything. I left, headed for the hospital. Unlike a lot of people in Brockton Bay, Dad had medical insurance and I was covered under his policy, which meant I could go to the better hospital downtown, where there weren't long wait times. But since the place was good, they decided to call the police when I told them I'd been attacked. When the nurse left, I called Victoria. What's up? She said. I need help, I said. I was attacked by another. Oh, are you okay? I'm getting checked out, but they called the police. I heard that there's a practitioner who's a cop. Can you call them for me to sort things out if it's not any trouble? I have no idea how I'm going to explain this. I can call my mom and she can make the call, said Victoria. Hanging up. Thanks. Bye. Bye, she said and she dropped the line. The nurse or doctor returned, cleaned the wound and bandaged it. She told me that I would need to be given antibiotic, which I should take until they were finished, so I wouldn't get any infections. The human mouth, and I hoped it was human, had a lot of bacteria and it was better to have that out of my system. The police have been called, she said. You might want to call your parents so they can talk to you too. It'll look suspicious if I say no. I let out a long sigh and gave them Dad's work number. I focused on his web and I saw all the worry connected there. I closed my eyes to them and I focused on my story. I waited and Dad arrived first. Taylor, what's going on? He asked. They told me you were attacked. Yeah, I said. I was bitten. How? Where? The park, I said carefully. They attacked me from behind. I fought them off. I didn't see their face. Because hands, even if they have eyes, don't have faces. The police, said Dad. Have already been called, said the nurse. They should be here already. Maybe the cop practitioner is keeping them from coming. Did you have your pepper spray? Dad asked. No, I said. It had been in my bag which hadn't been with me in the basement. He shook his head. You're going to have to go back to taking the bus, he said. If someone can attack you in the park? Then. The bus is going to take too long and I'm not going to get to miss the time for my ritual. No, I said. Please. Something else. I could, get a bike or something. I really don't want to take the bus. Dad frowned. Does this have anything to do with, the bullying? The time I landed in hospital? I wouldn't be happy if I took the bus again, I said. Because I wouldn't be protected and that would make me scared, thus not happy. God, this is exhausting. Dad sighed. I can't let you be in danger, he said. Even if you're a little unhappy for the trip. I can get a bike, I said. Where are you going to get the money? He asked. I could start tutoring, I said. There are some kids at school that are struggling with their lessons. I've been doing well lately. I could tutor them for cash. Okay, said Dad. Okay. How about this? I take out some money from your college savings and you tutor so you can repay it. I'll repay it, I said with a nod. Okay, then, said Dad. I don't know if I feel completely better, but it's a bike, so, he nodded. Thanks, Dad, I said. A web flared and I turned left just as the door opened. A woman stepped in dressed in her civvies. She was a little shorter than me, with curly brown hair, her skin looked a little like she'd just gotten a tan and her eyes were a warm brown. To the side she was dressed in the blue of a police officer and her badge blazed with light, her eyes were intimidating and her mouth was set in resolution. Hello, she said. I'm Officer Williams. We were called. Yes, said Dad. My daughter was attacked while she was walking to school. Is that right? Officer Williams asked me. I was attacked, I said. Her lips quirked a little in a smile. She touched something in her pocket and everything around us shifted. It was like a wave that messed up every web around us. Dad, the closest to me, sat back and paid attention to nothing in particular. Ms. Bear, she said. Yeah. Taylor. She smiled. It's good to meet you, Taylor, she said. Is it? I asked. Good to meet me. She nodded. It's always better if we know all the practitioners in the city so we can keep track in case there's anything we have to watch out for, she said. I frowned. How are you doing? Victoria was worried about you. I think I'm okay, I said. The wound's been looked at by the doctors. Can I look at it? I shrugged. She walked behind me. I expected her to peel back the bandage but she didn't. It's not cursed at least. I think you should be okay if you follow the doctor's orders. Thanks, I said. What was it? That attacked you? I don't know yet, I said. I was going to start to figure it out what it was, but it managed to find a loophole. First binding, she asked. I shook my head. Sort of the third. Oh. First was a stench spirit, the second was a goblin, but that wasn't really a binding. I just told it to come back to me. The third was a hex and the last one was the thing I don't know yet. Did the other two go off without a hitch? She asked. The ones you felt like were true bindings. I nodded. Third time's the charm. If I were to guess, you got off easy on the other two so the third binding counted more. You failed and you failed harshly. This will stick in a way, because I'm sure this is a memory that'll stay with you. Yeah, I said. I took more protections before I left even though I was in pain. Good girl, she said. A feeling of warmth started up in my stomach and filled all of my body. If you're Victoria's friend, then you've already heard about the wards. You've decided not to join. I shrugged. Don't want to be part of any teams right now, I said. I'm figuring things out on my own. You could have that room with the wards, she said. You'd have to make certain promises, things you can't deal with without prior approval or at least until you turn 18. But we would offer you support, a knowledge base, bits of personal power if you ever need it and help in times of need. I really don't want to join any teams right now, I said. She smiled. I can understand that, she said. But know that you can always call us and join. She pulled out a card and handed it over. Okay, I said as I took it. And that'll be all, Ms. Bear, she said and with those words every web resettled and Dad paid attention. Over already, he said as he snapped out of the spell. Stress must be making me tired. Must be, said Officer Williams. People will investigate and an alert will be given out. What will be investigated and who will the alert be given to? But of course these weren't questions Dad knew to ask. Can I not go to school? I asked Dad. My backpack is already at home. Okay, said Dad. I'll drive you home. No. It's okay. I can take a bus. Are you sure? Yeah, I said. Okay, said Dad. I took a cab back home, because just because I could take the bus, it didn't mean I would. It's getting too easy to tell these lies. Round fucking 2. I checked the house. I looked at everything deeply with the sight and I started from the top down. Every room, through every corner and every crevice, but I couldn't find anything. I wanted to calm down but I didn't let myself, because I'd let down my guard this morning and it hadn't worked out for me. It was through luck or some unknown rule that had stopped the hands from leaving the basement, going upstairs and strangling me in my sleep, and it didn't sit well with me that I'd been saved by luck. Be better. The other sat in his circle, the hands gone and most probably eaten again. He sat with his knees curled up and his head hidden in his arms, the sound of a soft sob reverberated through the room. It bounced around me, got in my ears and shook my heart. There was something about the cries of a child. Even if you were angry at them, they had a way to tug the heartstrings. I swallowed and shook my head. Fuck that, I said. Stop. Stop crying. The cries abruptly cut off. I was left relieved, though the silence was a bit terrifying on its own. I went over to a chair and put it in front of the circle. I took my notebook and a pencil, then prepared my phone to record the conversation. I'd come here this morning to learn as much from the other as I could. Most of the things I knew were because of other people, Mr. Calvert, the Undersiders, and Victoria and her friends. There wasn't anything wrong with that, but the times where I figured out these things on my own were the times I loved magic the most. There were still the runes I had under my belt and the diagrams I'd made and ones I still had to think up. I could ask for answers from other practitioners, but I wanted to be self-dependent. I took in a deep breath and let it out. It was shaky around the edges, but that was healthy. Fear was healthy. I started the recording. Do you have a name? I asked. I do, the other returned. What is it? It could be a lot of things, he said. There was childlike mirth in his voice. It is a pronoun. It can be used as substitution for a lot of things. I scowled. The other didn't have any lips, but I caught his smile nonetheless. Tell me your name, I said. He mumbled something, so soft I couldn't hear. Tell me your name, tell it loud and tell it clear. Chompers. The sound was cast out and it was a shriek that cut into my ears. For a moment I couldn't think, at least not clearly, there was only a ring in my ear as if a gunshot had gone off next to my ear. Fuck, I muttered and I grit my teeth as I heard the sound of laughter around me. I shook my head and focused on him, on Chompers. He still sat with his knees pulled close, but mirth radiated through him. I felt angry, but I couldn't succumb to that anger, not when it could get me to make a mistake. Why was fighting him so much easier than getting any clear answers? I thought. It shouldn't be this hard. But then, there was far more danger in a practitioner being able to pin something down than just beating it with a stick. Knowledge of that kind could be spread around and it could make another weaker like we were planning on doing with the friend. Calm and think carefully. I took a breath in, long and deep. Chompers, I said. Speak at a volume where I can hear you clearly, but not so loud that it hurts me. Okay, said Chompers. I nodded. I'll be asking you questions and you'll answer them. I will, said Chomper. But I'll make it hard for you. As hard as I can. I could command you to not do that. You could, he said. But I'll find my way out of it. You're still new, all things considered, still unlearned. I could make this experience easier for you if we were to strike a deal. I'm listening, I said. Grant me an hour each day I am in your service, he said. An hour where I am free, and I will answer these questions. I frowned. If you're free, then you're also free of my word and you can come after me, work against me. Chompers smiled. That's the way of it, he said. Terms and conditions, I said. We make a contract to figure out the limits of your freedom in this hour, and in return you answer in as much detail as you can when I ask you a question. This is the broad strokes of what we'll discuss. Let's begin, said Chompers. He wanted an hour of freedom whenever he wanted, but that was out of the question. I decided to give him an hour from 10 to 11 at night. In that time he wasn't allowed to hurt me or my dad directly or indirectly, or conspire to have us hurt through his power or through the powers of others, knowingly or unknowingly as much as he could. As much as you can, I said. What if, you're drunk or something, and you have lowered inhibitions or something like that? That could stretch the limits of unknowingly. Then I will not be permitted to action that would cause such a state, said Chompers. I wrote it down. He would have his hour, but he wouldn't kill or harm anyone. Does inflicting terror count as harm, said Chompers. I am a being of fear, my very presence unsettles. I would not be able to move if I could not cause harm. Then limit the harm from scaring, I said. We could say, you can't permanently scar someone by scaring them. I can accept, he said. The discussion took almost an hour before we had a contract we both agreed with. I read it over and listened to the recording. I had to check everything we'd said, and though my voice was audible, Chomper's voice came out garbled. I deleted the recording. It would have been really cool to have that on hand, but some things didn't work out. I read the contract over, I gave him an hour and he gave me answers. Spirit was a hard thing to judge, so there was a clause in the contract that I could revoke the contract if I found the manner in which he answered the questions wanting, but for that to happen we'd have to go to an impartial party to adjudicate the matter. He wouldn't be allowed to harm me or Dad while he had his freedom, directly or indirectly. He wasn't allowed to harm other people and he wasn't allowed to inflict permanent terror. He wasn't supposed to call into action events that could harm me or my dad or our interests, as abstract as the notion of interest was. I read it over 7 times and I didn't spot any holes. He signed the contract first, then I did. We have an accord, he said. Ask away, young practitioner. What are you? I asked, and the words let out of my mouth. Another of the abyss, he said. A bogeyman from the academy. The abyss? I asked, and Chompers started off explaining all he knew about the abyss. It was a lot, but delivered so I could detail what he told me. The abyss was another place like the spirit world or the ruins, and maybe like whatever the place the friend lived in. Chompers described it as the base layer of reality and where forgotten things went. It was supposed to be a large place with different sections and different others, but Chompers only knew three: the academy, his home, the road, which was a path that moved in a straight line through the abyss, and the infirmaries, which were adjacent to the academy. Each section has different rules, and from each sprout different bogeymen, he said. Are all others bogeymen? I asked. Or are most? No, he said. Others are varied, and not all of them call the abyss home. Some are ideas given form, some are undying will in the case of revenants, some are all the hate in the world given form and purpose. Others are fears so strong it left an imprint on the world. I wrote all of this down. Personal question, I said. What do you do most of the day? Like, what's your day-to-day? In the day I sleep, he said. It's not a human sleep, it's a hibernation of sorts. I straddle the line between being here and in the abyss. At night I roam, in search of others, practitioners, or innocents, a way to make enough of an impact so I do not return to the abyss. I swallowed. How do you choose who you kill? I asked. My stomach turned at the thought. I do not make a habit of killing, he said. Then those you eat. Those without tethers are the easiest, he said. Those who will go unmissed. The homeless mostly. Fuck this world. Fuck this world for being shitty to the people who least deserve it. Other times, the universe guides me. There is a balance to everything, and some have more ill will wrapped around them than others. Things have a way of putting a person who has a debt against the universe in a position where I can find them, scare them until they're hollowed out, and then I eat them. A part of me wants to bind you so that you can't ever do that again, I thought. But I only had 3 months and I had to give him his hour. Not to mention that there was also the big picture to think about. I needed to know as much as I could about him and things like him, so I could get better at protecting myself and other people from stuff like him. We're taking a break, I said. The same terms that keep you in the circle and keep you from trying to get out or harm me still apply. Chompers nodded. I went upstairs with my notes and notebooks. I started to collate the notes I'd picked up, and it was only then that I realized the subtle play Chompers had made. He'd given me a lot about the abyss, and sure, that was interesting, but it had kept me from asking critical questions about him in ways I could figure out to better work the binding or circles to keep him in beyond my word. I made a note to ask about that when I got back to questioning him. I made myself a sandwich and drank some juice. Then I sent Victoria a text telling her that I was okay after everything had happened, something I'd completely forgotten about. I thought about telling Lisa about the attack, but that felt like I might be bothering her for nothing. I started up on dinner and made sure to give it all my attention to make up for the sort of lies I'd told Dad. Then I teed up a movie to watch. It was a quasi-romance horror I'd heard about, and Dad was into that sort of thing, as long as they weren't gore. He got back, asked about my day, and we watched the movie. Dad went to bed early and I stayed up as 10 neared. I pulled off the seals around the circle before the hour came. Come with me and don't cause trouble, I said. Causing trouble would cause harm indirectly, but I didn't want to take the chance that he could weasel out of the terms of the contract. Chompers followed me out of the house. I kept track of Dad to make sure he wouldn't wake up when I opened the door. Chompers and I got out of the house. He turned towards something and I followed it with the sight. It was the girl again, dressed in a dress that almost glowed with how white it was, and with big, scared eyes. The hour came and Chompers was free. He bolted towards the girl and together they ran off. The next hour was tense as I waited. I looked over the contract and hoped that I didn't spot any loopholes. The hour ended and I felt the web from Chompers' flare. I'm back, he said. Don't cause trouble as you go into your circle, I said. He didn't and I left him in his circle for the night. I made sure to check the house again the next morning before Dad woke up. I couldn't take the chance that Chompers had made plays while he was free that would set up circumstances so he'd have his freedom. I'd read the contract over again before going to sleep and I hadn't seen anything, but I couldn't let myself relax and wait for something bad to happen. There was nothing, and as I carefully went to the basement, sure that I had the attention-turning runes so Dad wouldn't come running in if something happened, I made sure to look around with the sight for anything that was hiding. There was nothing and I let myself breathe out a breath of relief. Chompers was in his circle, his knees drawn and his face hidden. I checked on Jonah, who I hadn't interacted with in a while, and I made a mental note to at least do something that would make him more useful. The idea of a hex still didn't sit well with me, but it was better to have a hex that I could use against greater monsters. There were also the elemental runes and how I hadn't worked with them in a while. I had a few diagrams I'd made, the reinforced earth diagram which packed a wallop but drained a lot of power, there was the diagram I used to make weighted paper which was easier to use, and there was the air diagram I'd made which had returned to me after I'd thrown it. It was exciting that there was so much to do, especially when there was still so much on the horizon. There was the game and the work that would be done there, and the lessons that I would be taught. I was supposed to go to the another place and I wanted to get a feel of that before whatever lay ahead with the game. Dennis had also taught me the diagram to make spirits stronger and I hadn't used that yet. Focus, I thought. I had to meet Lisa around noon, which gave me a few hours to work before I had to leave. I went to sit in the chair in front of Chompers. He looked up. How was your freedom last night? I asked. Productive, he said. Worrying. I nodded and opened my notebook. I saw a girl with you when I bound you and again when you were free, I said. He sat straighter. Who is she? Or what is she, if that's more appropriate? Chomper's mouth opened wide and out spilled ahead. I knew the circle would protect me, knew that it was unlikely that he could get through. But I scrambled back no less. My chair tipped back and I fell back hard. The impact jostled my arm and disturbed the wound at my neck which just brought with it a world of ache. I quickly got up, prepared to kick something away but Chompers hadn't moved. He now sat cross-legged, the head of an albino girl in his lap. The head's mouth was open and though no sound came out, its expression was twisted in a scream, the head's eyes were open wide as they searched for something, she was covered in fluids that weighed down her hair, and Chompers ran his fingers through to pull out some of the gunk. I tried to speak but my breakfast rose up and shot out of my stomach with force. I tried to get my bearings and it didn't work, the moment I turned my eyes back to the head my stomach rolled again. There was something about throwing up that just left a person weak and I felt it here. As though I'd gone on a long run, I was a bit hungry though I didn't want to eat, my throat and nose burned, and my ears were filled with tears. A laugh hit the air and surrounded me. I wanted to tell him to stop, to hide the head, but as I tried to speak my body rebelled. I turned around and ran upstairs. Taylor, said Dad as I ran through. What's going on? I didn't answer and went into the bathroom and locked myself in. Fuck him, I thought. But really, why was I surprised? I gave myself a few moments to clean my mouth and my face. Then took a few breaths to make sure I was okay. Remember that this is a fight, I thought. He's trying to get out of this as much as possible. He's trying to get under your skin so you make a mistake. Don't give him that. I took a few breaths until I was sure I was okay on an emotional level, then thought about what I'd tell Dad who was waiting outside in the hallway. I opened the door and before he could ask, I said, girl problems. Okay. If you need me to restock, I'll be going to the store soon, he said. Might also head to the bank. That'd be awesome, thanks, I said. Dad smiled. Any plans for today? I'm meeting a friend at the Star-Crossed Mall, I said. Victoria Dallin. Lisa, I said. Dad's smile became brighter. Have a good day out. I'll try, I said. I sort of threw up in the basement so I'm going to clean that up. His brows rose. If that happens again, it might be the medication, okay, he said. Tell me so we can tell the doctors that they aren't sitting well. Sure, I said. I got a bucket and went downstairs, cleaned up the sick on the floor, all while in silence. I got back and sat on the chair. The head was cleaned, but now it didn't have any eyes. I swallowed and spoke slowly so my discomfort wouldn't be clear. You were supposed to answer my question. I could say that the terms of our contract are broken and nullify it completely. You'd lose, he said with certainty. This was the start of an answer, but you couldn't wait to hear the rest of it. That's not entirely my fault. I let out a breath. Okay, I said. Then continue with the answer. Who or what is the girl? This was her head when she first found me, said Chompers. She thought I was more innocent than I actually am and now she's less than she was in the beginning. Direct, please, I said. That hasn't told me what she is. She was entirely, and still is in some respects, a guardian spirit, he said. I frowned. Why would a guardian spear? The thought connected. He'd had some control of the hands he'd made, and maybe after biting off the spirit's head, it had been bound to him in some way. Tell me more about the type of guardian she was, I said. I'm not missing that this is all trying to get me not to ask questions about you, I thought. That you don't want me to figure out your secrets. But I was going to play along with his game. Victoria and the others wanted to get as many gifts as they could from the friends so they used a lot of power and was spent, and I could do something here. I could take away all the power that Chompers had and make him weaker for it. She's something called an alabaster, he said. That's the name I've been able to find, though I haven't been able to find much else about her, about them. But I've been around this one long enough to know how she works. She calls towards her the innocent and adrift, children without homes or the mentally infirm. Would it be correct to assume that your appearance played a part in why you were able to draw her to you? I asked. Yes, he said. I jotted that down. Why do you keep her? I asked. She offers me food to chomp on, he said and he smiled wide. How? I asked as I tamped down the general anger I had. If she was a guardian spirit, then how can she let you hurt people she's bound to protect? Chompers brushed the hair of the head. She's not much of a fighter, he said, and I made sure she couldn't fight me. Is why she has the deer head. Chompers nodded. Does the head you hold bind her to you? I asked. It does, said Chompers. Doubly so for the head she has. It was the third daughter of a third daughter 3 times over. There was magic to it. Pure and gentle, a woman of the times that would have become a good wife and mother. She doesn't have a fang in her, all trusting. Saintly in a way. This feels like a trap, like you're leading me to something. Can you tell me where she is? I asked. Chompers smiled. Hidden, he said. She has a sanctuary whose door is hard to find. I told her to hide and lock the door behind her. I've made a deal to hide the key that could gain anyone access. I could order you to have the key given to me, I said. You could, but I gave the key to another. It can only be given to me in my hour of freedom, he said. You could order me to fight to get it back, but I'm sure I would be sent to the abyss in the process and she, as well as the people in her sanctuary, might be pulled in with me. She wouldn't survive long. They wouldn't survive long. You want to rework the terms of your binding, I said. Yes, he said. There are so few guardian spirits left in the world, and more than a few are perverted. You don't have to look far but to see the alabaster of Brockton Bay to see an example. If you were to cleanse this alabaster, you would make the world a better place. I took a breath. If we were to make a deal, I said, what would be the terms? My freedom, he said. One other for another other who holds a flock of innocents, so to speak. I feel like there's a trap in there somewhere, I said. There might be, he said and shrugged. What would happen if I asked you to give me that head? I asked. Ordered you to give it to me. The head was connected to the alabaster and maybe I could use it to find the alabaster, bind it and find a way to free it from Chompers' influence. I would give it to you, but you wouldn't be able to use it, said Chompers. There are 3 ways you can get something in this world, either it's freely given, it's discarded and can be freely taken, or earned. You earned a gift for besting me and you chose my service. If you took the head, you would have to earn it another way or I would have to give it to you freely. If I wanted the head, what would be the price? I asked. It has to be less than getting the alabaster, right? Even if you gave me the head, it had less of a connection to her since you took it. It's still a lot of power, he said. Guardians have an aura about them. If I gave away this head, I would be giving away a cloak of innocence and the idea of safety. It would not be 3 moons, but it would be a large chunk of time, perhaps a month and a half. That's too much, I said. Half a month and I give you 30 more minutes. A month and another hour, he said. The same terms would apply, but they would be from the hour of 1 and 2 in the morning. No, I said. New terms added. You wouldn't be able to interact with the alabaster while you're free. I can still interact with it, said Chompers. But it cannot leave its sanctuary nor can it change the door to its sanctuary. I frowned. I'll write it down and we'll work through it. It didn't take an hour because a lot of the work had already been done with the first reading. Chompers and I signed the contract, and after removing the tags, he threw the head out of the circle. Fucker, I thought as I noticed that he'd tricked me a little. He'd given me the head, but he'd kept parts of it. The left ear was too dark, there was a patch of black hair on her head, and, when she opened her mouth, her tongue seemed too big for her mouth and her teeth too sharp. After the deal was made, the contract signed, the time Chompers would be with me had gone down a month and 2 hours each day, time that I was sure would accrue and which I made the mental note get a sense of the 2 hours less I had him. As disgusting as it was, I focused on the head and the webs that stretched from it. There were a lot more than I expected, certainly more than any person should have. I couldn't count them all, but the sense I had of the webs stretching from the alabaster's head at least numbered 300, and I could guess that some of them were false lids because of the attached limbs. It would be a lot of work to eventually get a sense of it all, probably more than the 2 months I had with him. I guess you win round 2 in our little matches. That makes me trying to free the alabaster from your influence all that more important to win. I made a circle around the head, similar to the one around Chompers, then I moved a table so it was hidden in case Dad dropped in. He wasn't, he'd been pretty good about not going into the basement and my diagrams secured it, but it was better to take protections. I went upstairs and prepared for my day out with Lisa. Chapter 10. Chapter text. What happened to your neck? Lisa asked as we walked through an antique shop hidden in a nook in the mall. I always had the sight active, but now I paid attention through it so I wouldn't miss anything. Lisa's idea. Apparently it wasn't impossible that an object with some amount of power be sold in places like these or in old bookstores. It was unlikely that we'd find anything, but it was less about looking and more about being together. I messed up a binding, I said. The store was cramped, with aisles filled with items big and small, to the side everything had a weight to it, a brightness that cast everything in a warm glow, but some were brighter than others. I managed to get a bogeyman into the house and it released a few things to get at me. Lisa's expression was a little wide. I hope your dad didn't find out, she said. I shook my head. He'd already left, thankfully. But I had to go to hospital to get it checked out and they called the cops, which meant I had to be careful what I said, but it worked out. And the other? Still bound, and it's better now, I said. I'm not sure if it's a proper binding but it's holding. Lisa stopped over a box. The web from the store owner flared. We turned in his direction and he eyed us with suspicion. Lisa checked over the box before she put it down. If you tell me what the other is, I might be able to help you with the binding. I shook my head. I'd like to figure things out for myself. Sorry if that's a little rude. No, I get it, she said. But you could help me with something, I said. I usually do my work in the basement, but I can't with Cho. Don't tell me its name, Lisa interrupted. I frowned. Why? If you give me the other's name, I'd be able to call it, and something like that isn't something you give away for free. It's knowledge you offer to get something. Okay, I said. I didn't know that was a thing. Most of the people I've met, you and the rest of the Undersiders, Victoria and her friends. You've given me a lot without expecting repayment. I mean we taught you because our backer asked us to, she said. Victoria, she's a different beast. She likes to share knowledge, which is sort of becoming the norm with the protectorate, but even that has conditions. Most others, it kind of depends. I'm sure the wards are helping you because they want to seem like an option if you ever want a circle to join. Everything has a price, I said. Even if it's abstract, Lisa said with a nod. She looked me over. Sorry if I'm bringing down the mood, she shook her head. What's going on? I asked. Our backer wants us to try and get a guy named Trevor to join, you know him. We met, I said. When I went out to the elves he was there. Lisa sighed. Well, our backer's having us show him the ropes a little like we did you. I don't mind if he joins, but he's still a kid in a way and I don't want to send him into whatever our backer's planning. You could talk to him like you did me, I said. Ease him out of it. Lisa smiled. Not many people are like you, Taylor, she said. Everything I see about the kid tells me he'll be an undersider pretty soon. It's his decision at the end of the day. You're right, said Lisa. She smiled, but her features to the side hadn't changed. Let's not focus on that. Let's focus on the other you caught. How's it treating you? It's getting under my skin, I said. I sighed. We're sort of playing this game, there's this other that the bogeyman has that I want to free. We've both had minor victories against the other and I feel like we're at round 3. That'll decide things, she said. I figured that. I've got about 2 months to figure things out and I hope I'll know enough magic that I'll figure things out. Which goes back to help I actually need. The bogeyman is in a circle in my basement and it can be terrifying when it wants to be. I want to blind it so it can't see outside the circle. You could integrate a day rune into your circle and insulate against it or something like that, she said. Insulate? I said. Lisa looked at me with confusion. What? I don't understand how you can't know what it means to insulate, she said. Have you been doing runes? A few, I said. How do they look? Mostly symbols and circles, I said and felt some embarrassment at it all, like there was something obvious I'd missed. The most complicated is the diagram I used to make paper with the properties of rock, but it's mostly interconnected circles. I'm so sorry, said Lisa. Sometimes it's easy to forget what's intuitive in this world. Do you remember what we said about lines? Parallel to magnify and perpendicular to cut, I said. Or block, she said. Similar properties. If you draw lines outside of a circle with a rune inside of it, then that radiates out. If you draw lines and close them off, you ward against the element within the circle. So if you had a day rune and warded against it, you would keep day, or light, out. I know some runes but I don't work with them a lot. Can you give me those runes? I asked. It's something I'll play with when I got home. She reached into her purse which made the web that stretched from us to the owner of the store flare bright. I turned in his direction and he looked at us with distrust. I didn't blame him. We were too young to be in an antique store in the first place and we didn't look rich enough to be able to afford anything in this place. Let's head out to eat and I'll draw them for you, she said. We went to the food court and had some burgers. She drew the night and day runes which looked the same save that the night rune was the day upside down. Like the triangles for the elements, a line to show the direction of the rune was needed. The rune itself was a circle with a line underneath and a thick base like made the entire rune look like a lamp. After we ate, we went to a bookstore. Romance? I said. Really? Hey, don't knock it, Lisa said with a smile. I remember reading a few and they were really boring, I told her. She shrugged. I don't understand romance, she said. But I appreciate it, in a way. I mean, some of them are really creepy, but some have the guy make a grand romantic gesture and I'm like, ah, that's cute, but girl you really shouldn't forgive him for the shit he's pulled. Romantic gestures are not true change. I snorted. How do you feel about rom-coms? I asked. Lisa groaned. Which wasn't an answer. There's one that's out, you want to watch it? Sure. Why not, she said. I smiled. If you don't want to watch it, then we don't have to watch it, I said. No. If you insist, I'll watch it, she said. Okay, I said. Okay you insist. Sure. I insist. We went to go watch a movie that was honestly better than I expected. Dad wasn't home when I got back. I first checked the house to make sure nothing had gone out of the circle. I went into the basement and found Chompers in his circle, a torso with only one arm in his lap. He methodically worked through eating bits from the arm, with teeth so strong they bit through the arm in one bite. I looked from him to the head and I felt so tired around the entire thing even if I wanted to get started on the investigation. I went upstairs to my room with all my notebooks and my stick within arm's reach so I could integrate everything I'd learned from Lisa today. There was the day and night rune, but of particular interest was the theory I'd gotten on lines and how to integrate them into circles. Lines outradiated, lines with a cap in the shape of a T were blocks and when they were reversed they were insulation. Triangles were directed and they moved towards a target, but what happened if they were drawn in? I worked with the day rune first. The simple shape at the center of the circle with a line to show direction. I looked at it with the sight and I saw as the spirits shifted within the piece of paper to make the paper glow brighter. I eased the sight and looked at the piece of paper again. It didn't glow but it caught the light and seemed to be starker against the light. When I put it in darkness, its glow stopped but the moment light touched it was attention-grabbing. I drew lines out from the circle, radiating out, and this time the piece of paper blazed with light. It wasn't too bright, but it seemed to glow all on its own. I put it under my bed and even there it still glowed, though it was much dimmer. I drew a line through the diagram and cut it off. Next was the night rune. The piece of paper became less reflective and when I put it in darkness and looked away, the paper was surrounded by darkness. I had to use the thin web that stretched between me and the piece of paper to find it. I drew radiating lines and the paper became black. I put it in shadow again, turned away, and this time couldn't find it even because the web stretching from me to the piece of paper wasn't visible. I had to use a torch to find it, laying a bit away from where I'd put it. Useful, but I had to make it so I couldn't see into the circle and so Chompers couldn't see me as I worked. Should have thought to ask about sound nullification runes as well, I thought, and then I pulled out my phone and sent a text to Victoria because I didn't want to ask Lisa for too many things. It honestly felt like she was my friend and I didn't want our friendship to be me asking for help or asking for magical knowledge. It felt like it messed with things. But my relationship with Victoria wasn't really a friendship, at least it hadn't become that yet. Victoria responded half an hour later of a symbol and with the message, Price, what attacked you? Me, bogeyman and improper binding. Still got the other in a circle. Victoria, okay. If you need help. I'm here. If you're not busy tomorrow, trip to the ruins? Me, okay. Text me details. I kept up my work on the runes. I didn't work with all of them, because I could imagine what fire radiated outward was and I didn't want to test it out. When I did it with the water rune, water spilled out and wet the paper, but pretty quickly the ink of the lines were ruined and the spell was cut short. I worked for a few hours before I felt tired and went upstairs. I took a bit of a nap and woke up as I felt a pull from one of the threads. I groggily woke up and followed the thread to get a sense of Dad as he walked up the stairs. The web flared as Dad knocked on the door. I got up and hid all my magical stuff before I opened the door. Come downstairs, Dad said. He tried and failed to hide his smile. Okay, I said and I followed behind. My heart skipped a beat as I got to the living room to find that I now had a bike. I couldn't help it, I hugged Dad. Helmet and protective gear on, the next day I biked through the city. Brockton Bay wasn't bike-friendly, but with the sight I could get a sense of how people moved and I could get between them. My breaths came out in pants as I arrived in the North End in front of the best elementary school in Brockton Bay. I found the others in front of an expensive-looking truck. Victoria with Dean and Dennis. The ride, all things considered, was exhilarating. I had a giant grin as I stopped in front of them. New bike, said Dennis. Yeah, I said. I got off and pulled off my helmet, then elbow and knees pads which I put in my backpack. My dad bought it for me after I got attacked by the bogeyman. I made him think that I was attacked while I was going to school. How did you get a bogeyman? Dennis asked. I went out on a walk and it came after me, I said. We're going to have to hide that bike so it doesn't get stolen, said Dean. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a piece of chalk. Help me put it in the back. Sure, said Dennis and the two of them moved my bike to the back of the truck. Don't scratch it, please, I said. It's new. We'll try, said Dennis. How did you bind the bogeyman? Asked Victoria. I haven't bound one yet, but I've read the theory about them and I could loan you a book if you need it. A part of me wants to figure it out on my own, I said. Okay, she said. I can understand that. You don't mind me talking to you about what we're going to be doing today, right? Hey, said Dennis as they finished putting the bike in place. Dean was still bent over to draw the diagram to keep my bike safe. There were people around us, not a lot because it was a Sunday, but their webs didn't stray too close to us. Did you bring your hex? Yeah, I said. Bound and sealed in a physical object, he asked. Yeah. Don't take it out, he said. He came up with an umbrella and tossed it over to me. I frowned as I caught it. Good reflexes. Thanks, I said. I looked up, there wasn't a cloud in the sky. It'll make sense soon, said Victoria. Dennis threw her umbrella and he had his own as he hopped down. Check out the umbrella. I opened it and there was a diagram drawn on the top. It was a circle with a triangle at the center and 3 lines to ward off water stretching from it at the top and at the base. I took a picture of the diagram. Dean finished the diagram and hopped down. He had his own umbrella. Let's get going, he said. So, Taylor, said Dennis as we walked. How did you awaken? It doesn't feel like you're an apprentice or another chose to teach you the ways. I can't say, I said. Can't, said Dennis and I felt webs of attention from each of them. I swallowed and looked down. You don't have to answer anything you don't feel comfortable with, said Victoria. Some people don't awaken because of good things. I caught as the web between her and Dean flared with emotion, but it felt one-sided. Victoria was more focused on Dennis and that web flared too. Okay. Okay, he said. I'll drop it. He shrugged. It's something I've been wondering about, anyway. Trevor already shared his thing. An uncle of his died and his stuff was sent to them. He picked up a book and that had the awakening ritual. How did you awaken? I asked. Were you chosen by someone or another person, he said. It was after a medical thing where I was left hollowed out. I saw crazy things and I was lucky that there are people on the lookout for that sort of thing and they found me before I lost it. Now I get regular lessons from Ethan or Bernie, which is cool. Who are Ethan and Bernie? Ethan is Officer William's husband, said Victoria, and I don't think you've met Bernie yet. He travels a lot, said Dennis. He's been gone for the last few months. Last time I heard he was taking care of something up north. We're here, said Dean as we reached a queer center. The building looked much newer from than the surrounding buildings and there was a lot more security through the cameras. We stopped short of them seeing us and Dean started to draw on the wall. We're going to the ruins, said Victoria. Which is like the recycling bin for abstract beings. You'll see for yourself when we get there, but the place is ruinous, but the things that stick out are those that have fallen and been built up again. Which is why we came to this place, said Dennis. The Nazis don't like anyone who's different from them and this place is where differences are shown proudly. They hit it sometimes but the damage never sticks. There's love to this place, Victoria added. And that makes it a good entry point into the ruins. Dean, I realized, was drawing a door. It was taller than we were, under an arch that reminded me of designs I'd seen in castles. At the head of the arch was a symbol, but from the moment he'd drawn it, it was smudged by water, old and ruinous. He finished the door by drawing a doorknob. He spat on his hand and went to grab the knob. His hand reached into the wall before it twisted. I heard as an old door clicked open. He pushed and the door opened with a loud groan. Beyond stood the same alley we were in, but the building beyond was a husk, with part of a wall jutting up, its edges smoothed by water. It was a shape in the darkness, covered by a torrential rain that was hard to see through. I think I'll need to protect my backpack if I'm going to go through that, I said. The umbrella should keep it dry, said Dennis. As long as you don't lose it. Dean readied his umbrella and stepped through. Victoria followed shortly after, then Dennis and finally me. The rain fell hard but the rune on the umbrella kept me dry, with an effect to it that changed the direction of how the rail fell so it wouldn't even get my legs wet. But the ground pooled with water, there wasn't mud, but I was sure my shoes wouldn't come out of the experience unscathed. Dean closed the door behind us and drew a symbol on the doorknob. I looked around. The center had been destroyed too, but it was in much better condition than everything else. The city was covered in darkness, so much that the buildings of the north end were shadowy outlines. To my right I caught someone or something, a dark shape, androgynous with their back bent and long hair drooping to the ground. Gallant knight, said Dean. Come out. A man dressed in silver armor stepped out from behind him, stepping into the rain. Instantly he was drenched, with wisps of smoke rising off him the longer he spent in the rain. Should we be worried about anything here? I asked. Not usually, said Dennis. I usually come here on my own and I've been fine. But ugly stuff can lurk here, desperate stuff. I nodded as I looked around. Dean set the course and we followed. We walked out to a sidewalk and ignored more shadowy figures. There were no roads, only deep, dark crevices which divided the city into true blocks. How will we get over? I asked. There'll be ropes, said Dennis. He walked next to me while Victoria, Dean, and the gallant knight walked ahead of them. What's going on there? I asked. Dean, I don't really know him but seems distant. They have fights, said Dennis. You get used to it. That's a fight. That's being passive-aggressive, Dennis whispered. Anyway, don't let them ruin this for you. He grinned as he looked at me, then frowned. It was a pun. I know it was a pun, I said. I thought it was an accident and we could just move past it. He winced. My heart, he said and then he chuckled. Can you tell me more about this place? Sure, he said. It's the place where abstract things are taken apart. He pointed at a figure in the darkness. It was a man, sickly thin, curled into a ball, the rain falling hard around him. He had red skin, the flesh twisted by a fire, it looked like the very water that touched him brought him pain. Another man, dressed in slacks and a sweater with a cap on, his face desiccated and a cigarette in his mouth, walked towards the burnt man. The burnt man shifted, did his best to crawl away but he couldn't move fast enough. The desiccated man walked through him and both broke apart. When they reformed, the desiccated man looked as if he'd been burnt, a glow emanating from inside his body. The new man still had cigarette at his mouth, but unlike before, smoke drifted up from it. When they're weak the others surround them and take pieces to shore themselves up. Just like Chompers does with the things he eats, I thought, but he did it in the real world instead of here. Dennis pointed at something else, a woman with large eyes, her arms wrapped around herself and her gaze shifted to take in threats. She'd be good to have and strip apart, said Dennis. At my raised brow he said, she looks scared and you could strip that aspect off to make that hex of yours better at getting a sense of how to move. But she'd lose more of herself. I asked. Yeah, said Dennis. Everything has a price. You take something and you leave something else bereft. But, I don't know, maybe that's better? Because, she's an echo, or a ghost. Something so bad happened to her that her fear left an imprint on the world. Abuse was my first thought and I saw more of it as I looked at the woman. Another figure walked near her but she'd already spotted the being and moved out of the way, hopping through the window of a building to hide. We could release her, I said. I released a ghost before. He frowned. He sighed. That's not as clear-cut as you think it is. You don't just do away with power, it doesn't just go away. What happened was maybe you fed the aspect of the ghost that was so strong it could cast out of this place, but there were still a lot of aspects to it, smaller aspects, and those you didn't feed and they're still here and they were grabbed by something else. Sometimes this stuff feels all too shitty, I muttered. Yeah, he said. It's something you get used to and learn to look past. But is that good? It is, he said. No good or bad about it mostly. I sighed. Do you want it? It'll be a little harder, but we could catch it, he said. Make that hex of yours better. I've been thinking about something that'll warn me about stuff, I said. I got attacked and I spend a lot of time every time I go back home searching for things that might have gotten out. Could we get started working on that? Sure, said Dennis. Yo. The others turned. Splitting up. Victoria gave us the thumbs up. Turn away attention, he said. We'll keep something in front of us so she doesn't see us without any extra senses and we'll pounce when we're close. How are we going to catch her? I asked. Can we interact with her? Isn't she abstract? She's tangible enough to be touched here, he said. I nodded and I drew out the directed attention on the back of my hand. I caught Dennis' attention blocker and it was different from mine, a little more complicated. It was a circle with two intertwined diamonds. He drew out lines that were capped in the shape of a T. I filed away that the intertwined diamonds were connected to attention, which made sense with the diagram Victoria and Chris had drawn out. Try and not focus on me, he said. My thing isn't like yours. Okay, I said and I ignored him as I focused on the woman and the web that stretched between us. I looked at her with my peripheral vision, always keeping something between us as I moved. I closed my umbrella as I got into the building she was in and made sure to follow her while keeping my attention away. There was Dennis to think about, but I did my best not to look at his web and how it flailed without connecting directly to him. I got into the room she was in, a large, open space with a few windows at the end. There wasn't anything I could use for cover. I pulled out my pen and drew out an encircled night rune with radiating lines. I looked down at myself and found that darkness stuck to me. Thankfully there was a lot of darkness in this place, with the rain outside and what little light there was. I snuck into the room and I walked along the walls. So close, I could see as the ink at the back of my hand thinned quicker. Gotta go for it, I thought. The spell broke and her web connected and flared. I bolted just as she darted towards a window. A boy appeared. Late. Late. Late, the boy said as he ran faster than he should and slammed into the woman before she could reach the window. I reached them and I threw myself into the fight as the woman succeeded in throwing off the boy. Good job, said Dennis. Come back. The boy ran at Dennis and disappeared into a toy watch. You won't win a fight, said Dennis. She's too heavy. Agree to be bound to me, I said. Stay close and follow my word. Her voice broke. I agree. Please. My stomach twisted, but I did my best not to think about it as we went for the next other. We managed to get 4 spirits and we used a ruined building with enough there that it blocked off a lot more of the rain. The diagram was 4 large circles connected to a bigger central triangle through pipes of different sizes. Why are we doing this when they just walk into each other? I asked. 2 reasons, he said. 1. Ever see those people that throw paint at a canvas to get a picture? I nodded. When spirits come together like that, walk through each other, metaphorically, they've got unwieldy buckets full of paint. They're throwing them but they can't decide beforehand what the final picture's going to be. Isn't that the point of those art pieces? I asked. No idea, said Dennis. I don't get them. Anyway, we want to sort of have a picture of what we're doing so we have balloons filled with paint instead of big buckets. Metaphor still going. Do you need to say that? I asked. The spirits can be dumb sometimes, he said. I snorted. So there's still the risk we don't know what we're going to get. I asked. We just know the direction things are leaning. He nodded. The best way to get the type of spirit you want is to feed their nature slowly, build it up through making them do their thing. If you're working with a fire spirit, you might want to make 2 fire spirits come together which might fill them with other things. Or you could have them burn places down to feed their nature and make an impact. The second one is better if you want a distinct sort of thing. Okay, reason number 2. 2. We're pushing things together, he said as he finished off the diagram. All of these guys are full and they don't really need to shore themselves up. On their own they would just be, but we want to make a complex spirit so we have to force them together. If they're full, will there be spill like adding more water into a full glass? I asked. There will be, said Dennis. Which is why we have these triangles in the central circle. He pointed at the dark triangles at the border of the central circle which pointed out of the circle. They're escaping a little which means they're jetting out and the fact that they're filled in means they're empty. So, they're sort of a funnel. I asked. Pushing excess energy out. He nodded. Could we gather that energy, he asked. Yeah, he said. We could add circles so the energy jets into them, but that would need a lot of work to make the entire thing be balanced. Not worth it to do it on the fly. Okay, I said. I'm still trying to make sense of all this. I swallowed and felt embarrassed. I didn't learn until yesterday that you can use lines to radiate, block, or insulate. You're still new, said Dennis. It takes a while to get used to this stuff if you didn't grow up with it. How long have you been a practitioner? I asked. Over 2 years now, he said. But there's still a lot I don't know. Learning every day, in a manner of speaking. Okay, going to finish it off. He closed off a line and everything shifted. Lines moved and drew in towards the central circle. Each of the ghosts and spirits were turned to wisps and they were sucked into the central circle, the congealed as a mass while some of the wisps shot out of the circle. I spotted other things crawl into the room with us, men and women, dogs and cats and snakes. Don't worry, they shouldn't attack us, said Dennis. The beings ate the wisps that shot out and some fought each other, breaking apart and coming together again a singular bigger being, or different beings with one bigger than the other. A man came in, dressed in white like a southern gentleman, with a whip held in his hand, its tip red with blood. Nope, said Dennis. His hand rose to show a golden watch and a clockwork man a few inches shorter than I was appeared in a flash of light. The clockwork man had no weapons but he moved at great speed as he darted forward. In the space of a second the clockwork man held the gentleman in a hug and held him in place. What is that? I asked. Dennis swallowed. America has a very dark past, he said. It's filled with the blood of a lot of people. Native American, Black and Asian people, and that left a mark, places drenched with blood and very big curses left by disgruntled peoples. But that history is also filled with masters, people whose cruelty was so pervasive that spirits of the sentiment are still here today. We'd only been able to get 4 spirits, but they hadn't been the only ones we'd chased. A lot had been Black and Latino men or a mix of the two. Dennis had described them as the echoes left behind from each person of color who'd been stopped by the police for no reason. Probably doesn't help that America's still so racist, I said. It doesn't, said Dennis. The central circle started to spin, it was made out of 3 parts and each spun in a different direction. The vent of excess energy got thicker as the circles started to squeeze tighter into the center. The sound of gears grinding against each other reverberated. A man appeared and all the spirits around him moved away. It wasn't a full person, but the whole of one. When they moved, the world bent and spiritual stuff was sucked in. Crankor, said Dennis. Throw him in. The clockwork man shifted and the man in white was thrown. The empty man darted forward and sucked the other one in. Now keep him back. For a few seconds there was no movement. Then the clockwork man darted forward and shoved. The empty man was thrown back and sent through a wall into the rain. The sound around us stopped and the spirit stuff congealed into a form. The spirit was neither a man nor a woman, they were a teenager with big scared eyes and bigger ears, they were short and thin, battered with bits of bruising visible. They were dressed in a dress with jeans visible beneath, not boots on, only feet covered with mud. It was scary though, because they seemed so tired, as if the weight of the world fell on their shoulders. Victoria said you name your others, said Dennis. Can you leave for a bit? Name are important and I don't want you to be able to summon them. Oh, there needs to be a lot more than a name, said Dennis. The name helps, but I'd need to know what they. I nodded. What they are like. I'd need to build up who they are to solidify the link so they came. Ember, I said. Okay, he said. Ember, I said. I bind you to my service. Ember nodded. You are not to harm me, my father or my interests while in my service. Now come and keep close. Ember stepped over the lines. They kept close. They drooped but there was a keen awareness of surroundings. We'd better head out, said Dennis. Victoria and Dean. Already there, he said. We found them in front of the door with kids aged 7 to 14 around them. There were 13 of them in all. They opened the door and we stepped through into the real world. Let's get going, said Dean, his voice hard. Victoria sighed. What's with the kids? I asked Dennis because Victoria and Dean were going through things. The kids talked and some pushed each other, but try as I might, I couldn't understand what most were saying. Preparation for the friend, he said. They'll fill the car with jaunty conversation and laughter so we can plan. Everything counts, right? We don't know how pissed the friend will be, especially when the shuddering salamanders have their go through. We reached the car and I got my bike. I thanked the others then biked back home with Ember still close. Ember ran like the wind because one of the spirits we'd found was that of a runner and from the looks of him he'd been bullied, the hardest successful catch. We moved through traffic and got home. Dad was out in the backyard talking with Jaden's older brother Marshall. It was a little surprising because I'd heard that Marshall had moved to New York, but I didn't keep good track of our neighbors and he could have been back for a while. You have permission to come in so long as you don't cause trouble, I told Amber and we walked in. Dad didn't notice as I came in. You're supposed to be able to sense danger, have a sixth sense for it. The diagram Dennis had used wasn't one of the best ways to create a complex spirit. Dennis had described it as the equivalent of throwing blobs of paint at a canvas. Some people could make it work, they could express themselves through it, but for most people it ended up a mess of colors with no rhyme, reason, or theme. We'd gone for a spirit that could look for trouble and warn me, and that was how Dennis had structured the diagram. But there hadn't been fine control to the process and some useful bits might have been lost. The man, said Amber with a point at Dad. They swallowed. He scares me. Dad. I asked and I stopped myself as the impulse came to look at him with the sight. I good enough and directing focus that I could look around him and see that there was nothing magical and he wasn't in danger, but I didn't look at him directly. It was too personal. Amber nodded. I don't think he's dangerous. Maybe ignore him. I want you to search for magical dangers in the house and warn me. In particular, pay attention to any others I keep in the basement and any stuff they release. Yes, they said. I'll do it. Go ahead, I said. They ran off. There was a web that connected them to me and I used it to look at them as they moved. They ran through the house, turning things over to look under them. I went to the kitchen as they searched through a cupboard. Without the sight, it looked like a strong wind rushed through, opening and closing things, the sound of dishes as they were being moved. One of the spirits had been a thief who'd grown out of it and cast off their thievish impulses, and I could see that in how Amber moved, how they didn't really care about the result of their search. Be more careful, I said. And make sure that Dad doesn't see you. I wasn't really sure what the rules were. They were a spirit but some spirits could be seen by people, while ghosts were supposed to be invisible. Amber still moved, but there was a care to their movements and how they looked around. A cat burglar coming in the night. I stowed my bike and then went to check on Chompers. He was in his circle, sitting without moving. The alabaster head was still in its circle and that still made my stomach twist. It was just better not to deal with that. I still couldn't get used to the literal head that I'd have to work with. I still have time and I have to work on a diagram to hide everything I do from Chompers. I went upstairs to get started in collating my notes. My door opened 30 minutes in and Amber walked in. They started to move through everything in search of anything problematic. I ignored them as much as I could. They closed the door quietly as they left. They went to Dad's room next. Dad got in and came up. He knocked and opened the door. "How was your day?" he asked. "Good," I said. "Was that Marshall? Has he been back a while?" Dad shook his head. "There's problems with his mom, she might be sick and he's back to take care of Jaden so social services doesn't get involved," he said. "Oh, do you know what's wrong?" I asked. "It might be a mental break," said Dad. "She's in hospital until they figure things out." "I hope she gets better," I said. "Yeah," Dad said with a sigh. "I don't think they need those kinds of problems." "Well, it seems like you're busy." "I'm going to hop out for a bit, night out with the guys. On a Sunday." "We're not going to get too rowdy," said Dad with a smile. "Bye," I said. "Bye." Amber came back a while later. "There's trouble," they said. "But I don't understand. The circle's thin." I got up and went to check Chomper's circle. The lines I'd used as pillars within the borders of the circle had started to thin and one of them threatened to break. I looked at Chomper's. "Did you do this?" I asked. "I did," he said. With a sigh I redrew the lines, all while I did my best to make sure I didn't look at the circle with the alabaster's head. I got that done and went upstairs to finish off the work on my notes. Dad wasn't back for dinner and he wasn't back when I let out Chompers nor when he returned. But when I woke up to let Chompers out for the second time he was in bed. School the next day was boring, though Tammy the Nazi had a bruised eye and a cut lip which brought a smile to me as I imagined that the curse me and the others had made had gotten to her. It made me think about sending Jonah after her for a second before it hit me how stupid an idea that would be. I really needed a way to naturally feed Jonah, but since he was a hex, that meant letting him give people bad luck. I thought about doing what I'd done to Jonathan. He was a person who really deserved bad luck, but I didn't want to make a habit of that and get in trouble with the Protectorate. So I was left with nothing to really do about Jonah except leave him in the lunchbox. The week passed quickly. I settled into something of a routine of waking up to free Chompers. I kept up my practice with the day, night, and silence runes as I tried to figure out a diagram that would keep Chompers out of the loop most of the time but allow me to turn it on and off easily when I wanted to interview him. I got a text from Victoria on Thursday that the Shuddering Salamanders would go through the game and there'd be a meeting the next day to figure out anything new. Which made me think about Trevor. "Yo, Taylor," he said. "Hey. Victoria wants us to meet up with her tomorrow," I said. "Did she call you already?" "Eric called to tell me, but I'm busy," I said. "Too busy for the game?" "Yeah," he said. "I sort of joined the Undersiders and we're after a revenant that's been going through the lower bay. I think I'm going to be busy for a while." "Okay," I said. "Stay safe out there." "As much as we can," he said. "You too." Bye. I did my work on the diagram, but things weren't panning out and I hated that Chompers had freaked me out enough that he now had my space. That was a victory all on its own and I didn't want to give that to him, not when a spirit that helped people was warped into something ugly because of him. But on Thursday I couldn't muster enough will to go in there and deal with the alabaster head so I made up my mind to do it on Friday because I had to. "You're back, little practitioner," Chomper said as she took. "I thought I'd scared you off for good." I took a long deep breath and ignored the head in the distance. "I've been busy," I said. He smiled. "That's not all of it, is it?" he said. I didn't answer. The reason I'd pushed myself to be here, above everything else, was the fact that I'd be at Victoria's place again and if things were drawn out again, I wouldn't lead Chompers out of the house. "I'm visiting a friend," I said, "and I'm not sure when I'll come back so there's a chance you miss getting you out of the house. I want us to make a deal and maybe this deal will set the terms of future deals between us." "Consider me interested," he said. I swallowed and nodded. "I will give you freedom under the same terms as our contract. It'll stretch from the moment I release you until 11, I said. But you will give me something from your stomach that'll be useful to me." "Useful?" he said. I nodded. He threw up a pair of eyes into his hands. I swallowed. What did I expect? "What can the eyes do?" I asked. "Put one in your head and you'll be able to see through the other," he said. Or perhaps, he threw up a tongue. It was black and scabby, with green pustules growing all over it. The tongue of a good liar. It has a few good lies. I frowned. "How does that work?" I asked. "Practitioner have to tell the truth or they lose power. It'll take on the debt of a lie," he said. "But it does leave a sourness in one's mouth." "Metaphorically or literally?" I asked. "Both," he said. "What about the eye?" I said. "Does it have a price like that?" "The man who had that was short-sighted," said Chompers. "Meta." "Both," he interrupted. Anything else? I asked. I didn't need worse vision. Chompers threw up the skin from a pair of hands that had been perfectly peeled, with nails and all. My stomach jumped and bile rose up my throat before it settled, but it left behind a burn. The hands of a lockpicker, he said. Let me guess, they'll do something like leave my hands twisted or something. I muttered. You might find your hands have something of a mind of their own, he said. They might steal without you meaning to while you aren't paying attention. And I'll get hit by the bad karma for stealing. I asked. Of course, he said. Do you have anything that's just power? I asked. Something I could use to fuel spells. A general source of power. He ate the hands and threw up a long finger that looked more like a talon than the finger of a hand. A finger from another bogeyman, he said. I could crush the bone and maybe inject it into ink or make chalk with it like Victoria did. Okay, I said. I'll accept that. Let's make the deal. Excellent, said Chompers in a way that gave me serious doubts. Even so, we struck the deal. Chapter 11. Chapter text. I don't think we've met, said Mrs. Dallin. I don't think so too, ma'am, I said and swallowed. It wasn't Amy or Victoria who'd opened the door, but Mrs. Dallin still dressed in work clothes and her hair done up. She didn't look too different with the sight, but like Victoria, she had an aura about her that seemed to run off in waves, though hers was thicker and it bunched up against and through me. You may come in, she said. I nodded. Thank you for your hospitality, ma'am, I said as I walked in. The hall that led into the house wasn't any smaller than it had been when Amy had invited me in, but now it felt cramped. I was all too aware of how close Mrs. Dallin was. Victoria told me you're still relatively new into the practice, she said after she closed the door. Yes, ma'am, I said. And I take it that the wound on your neck is a result of your inexperience, she said. Yes, ma'am. She walked past me and I followed, almost drawn in. It would be better for you if you were a part of the wards, she said. There are many dangers in the world of the practice, and to tackle them alone is idiocy in most cases. I hope to be the exception, I said. She hummed. Let me not keep you, she said. I nodded and went ahead. I glanced back without turning my head and I saw that her eyes were on me. I felt as she sensed my attention, but before she could look back I turned away. I walked into the basement where most of the others had already arrived. Carlos ate a sandwich that was also covered in blood through the sight, Chris worked on connecting his laptop to a projector, Dennis talked to Amy, Eric played a video game, and Victoria looked up to smile in my direction. It was a good act, but I could see with the sight that the smile didn't reach her eyes. Dean wasn't here and the last time I'd seen the two of them, they'd been going through something. Maybe I was wrong, but I could guess why something off. Taylor, she said. Good, you're finally here. We can make the call. I nodded and made sure not to ask about Dean. I didn't know anything about relationships or breaking up with someone, but reminders likely didn't help. Chris, she said. A minute, maybe more, maybe less, said Chris. I'll tell you when I'm done. Victoria nodded. How did Mom treat you upstairs? Victoria asked. Your mom's a very intimidating woman, I said. Victoria frowned a little. What? I asked. She sighed. Okay, so, as a part of karma, if it's used in the right way, people with better karma can sort of tilt things in interactions with those that have worse karma than them. Your mom did that to me. I said and I wasn't sure what to feel. Not intentionally, she said. But Mom knows how to work karma and she'd gotten to the point that it always gives her an edge. It's, maybe you don't have a lot good karma in the first place? Or there's enough of an imbalance that you feel the effects of it even more. Do you feel anything when you're with me? I don't think so, no, I said. I frowned. And I stopped. I felt a bit of heat touch my cheeks. What? Said Victoria. I did feel something, I said. Just, I don't know, maybe a bit jealous? You look good in an effortless kind of way. Thank you for the compliment, she said. But trust me, it takes a lot of work. Victoria shrugged. That might be it. Mom gives me some of her karma and I work to nurture it too. It's not to her level, but people treat me differently because of it. Can I guard against it? I asked. Not guard in the traditional sense, she said. But you can keep an eye out on what you feel and that sort of thing. You have to really think about what you're feeling and how you react to situation, make sure the actions and reactions you make are yours instead of being driven by other things. Instinct is important, but instinct can also be co-opted, so you have to logic through emotions. I'll make a note, I said as I made a mental note. Okay, said Chris. I'm calling. He pressed a few commands on his laptop before the swoosh call started. Chris had set things up so that the feed took video from a camera he'd connected to his laptop, the return image was projected onto a bit of wall and the sound came out from a set of speakers. It was a few seconds before the call went through. The guy that appeared was in his early 20s, he had dark skin, dreadlocks that had been styled in something complicated and an old scar visible on his bicep. They were a team of 4 and behind the guy I could see signs of a studio apartment and a wall covered with painted sigils and symbols. "Hey, Jamil," said Carlos. "How did things go?" Jamil sighed. "I think we might have lost someone." The words cut through our group. People had been spread apart and now they came together, their attention on the projected image. "You think?" said Victoria. Jamil swallowed. 5 people went to visit the friend and 5 people came back, but the salamander didn't recognize one of us above the gift that I was given, he said, and he sounded so tired. "Who did you lose?" Carlos asked. "I don't know," said Jamil. "Everything's been written over. We came back to the base and it was after an incident. Some of our stuff had been burned in a fire, it happens every so often and we have protections, but some of them didn't hold and stuff that would have told us who disappeared was burned." "But you're sure you lost someone?" said Victoria. "Better if I just start from the beginning," Jamil said. "At least the bits that I can remember. Things were worse like we all thought, it was raining and the road was slippery which made driving so hard. It was hard to see and I'm sure we missed a few of the sculptures, we passed the village and got into the turn before we hit a ditch and couldn't get out. We had to walk the rest of the way." "4 or 5 you?" Victoria asked. Jamil closed his eyes. "4, he said. And then we met the man on the roadside. We kept walking, there were wolves but they didn't bother us, there were the goats but they just looked at us and we walked through them. We reached the areas with the places and we went into the school, got some good bits of knowledge and moved on. We got to where the man was supposed to go home, but he told us that he could visit the friend and he wasn't going to miss the opportunity. First sign something was wrong, someone said off screen. Jamil looked in the direction and then nodded. "First sign that something was wrong," he said. "We tried all we could to get the man to go home, we offered him bits of power, tried to do the same thing Weld and his group did but he didn't budge. We decided it was better to keep moving, it just felt right, you know." "What happened?" asked Carlos. "The friend was happy," said Jamil. "It was strange, but I kept my head straight and asked for a tour before we could eat. They said yes and I looked around. The house isn't too big, pantry downstairs, 1 bedroom and a toilet with plumbing, they had a study and I glanced through their collection, some of the titles were familiar, written by practitioners. The oldest with a date I could see was 20 years old, it looked professionally printed and everything." Sally asked the friend about the books, and the friend said they were from another time. There was also something strange Drew saw in one of the windows. It was a road. It hadn't been used in a while and it had grass growing over it, but Drew had good eyes for the trip and she spotted it. We asked the friend about it but they didn't answer. We gave the friend their gifts and they gave us ours. That's when they told us that an imposter would leave with us. When we got out, the man followed and walked through into the real world. It was then that the pieces sort of fit, there were gaps but we knew that 5 people had come. We didn't think it was the man and we almost pushed it aside, but the salamander reacted to him and that was enough to give us pause." "Fuck, man," said Dennis. "I'm sorry for your loss," said Victoria. Jamil sighed. "I think what hurts a lot is the fact that I don't know who it was, what family they had or any arrangements we have to make," he said. "I don't know where we lost them and how we could get them back. There's stuff around, stuff they left, but none of the things that could help us find them. We have a major binding for the first time in what feels like forever, but the price, even if we don't remember it, is terrifying." "Can I come over?" said Carlos. "I'll call the ladies of Perpetual Ambivalence and we could search your place for something. Maybe we can look for whoever you lost when you get there." "That would be a real help," said Jamil. He sighed. "I know you guys want to get to all the details, but I'm just not up to it." "I think we understand," said Victoria. Jamil pressed a button and the picture flicked off. "Well fuck," said Eric. "This got a lot more terrifying." "How is that possible?" I asked. "It made an entire person disappear from the world." "It's powerful," said Carlos. "Or maybe it's not powerful, but it's tied to something more fundamental? There aren't a lot of things that can do damage of that type, clear memories and cause that large of a ripple." "Some gods can do it," said Dennis. "Gods?" said Eric. "We could be dealing with a god." "No, I don't think so," said Victoria. "Gods use champions. This is a game. Something close to a ritual incarnate but with a practitioner's hand." "How did you get to that?" I asked. "Sorry if this is stuff you talked about before. A ritual is something that occurs naturally and drives a certain point," said Carlos. "A ritual of strife would be like a game but at the end it would increase the amount of strife in the world. There aren't a lot of rituals that I have access to, so I can't be more concrete with the examples. But as far as we can figure it, this is a game because it stems from the hands of practitioners and humans. We think, said Chris. We can't be sure, but timelines and everything we've gathered makes that most likely. Games are younger, said Carlos. They're rituals, sure, but they're rituals that are either still finding their own feet or they've been taken over. That's what you think happened here? I asked. Yes, said Victoria. We think it might have started as something like an urban legend, a game that kids could play when they're bored and narratives added into it. Similar to a bug, said Eric. I shook my head. I don't know what that is. It's like an imaginary friend but belonging to a lot of people and it becomes so real that it can become an other, he said. I frowned. I still couldn't see it. But now you don't think what you thought is true? I asked. We think we might have underestimated it, said Carlos. If something can make a ripple like that it's far larger than we thought or it's tied into something else. We'll have to go back to basics, said Victoria. Compile everything we've gathered and look at it again with everything we know. The friend managed to get a practitioner and that means they may have the practitioner's power. We might have to call in more people if we want to work through the ritual. You're still going through with it? I asked. Even with the risk? Yeah, said Dennis. But we get if you don't want to. No, I said. I shook my head. I mean, this thing took a person, maybe it's been taking people the same way. I want to help. Then let's start working, said Victoria. I'll bring in coffee, said Amy. Tea for me, please, I said. She smiled and nodded. What we know so far, said Victoria. We first discovered it because of a site some technomancers were trawling through that had the game. We looked into it and found that it was connected to a few places and a few people. The fact that it used technology and that wording on the instructions said drive made us think that it might be newer, which was why we hadn't heard a lot about it, though people might have disappeared because of it. Which might now be false because the memories might have been taken out of our heads, said Dennis. It would have been noticed sooner if it did this to a practitioner, said Carlos. If it caught a lot of innocents then they wouldn't miss spirits nudging things to take elements of the lost away. Wait, I said. Forgotten things go to the abyss and this person was forgotten. Could it be connected to this? The abyss is fundamental, said Dennis. I felt a well of pride that, even if I was most likely wrong, that I was helping. If it's the abyss, then we can't win, said Victoria. It's old and big and supposed to be scary. I thought about chompers. Yeah. I can see that. There's sign that it might be, said Chris. One of the instructions to the second turn. If you don't make the turn, then you could go into the beneath. My files say the abyss is called by a lot of different names, the beneath, the grunge and the bottom are some of them. But why would the abyss be connected to this? Victoria muttered. Why would it make something close to a ritual? Could it make something close to a ritual? This feels a lot like a practitioner has a hand in things. Maybe they're trying to make the abyss more powerful, said Eric. How would this game make the abyss more powerful? Dennis asked. Eric shrugged. Just spitballing here. Chris, said Carlos. Mind searching for ways to get into the abyss. Maybe that would help. Chris clicked a bit before he shook his head. Locked. Taylor, said Victoria. You have a bogeyman. Can you call it and we could ask it questions? He's free until tomorrow, I said. You could give me questions and I could ask him. Or maybe I can come over tomorrow, said Victoria. I'd be interested to see a bogeyman up close. I swallowed and finally nodded. I'll drive up to the salamanders, said Carlos. Look for anything and talk to the ladies. Maybe they'll have something. I'm coming too, said Dennis. Carlos let out a long-suffering sigh. Don't judge me. Because that'd be like the pot calling the kettle black. Am I missing something? I said. Dennis has the hots for Abigail who's with the ladies of perpetual ambivalence, said Chris. Hey. And Carlos got the hots for Jamil. I see it, said Victoria. Yeah, my mouth said without meaning to. Yeah, said Carlos. We should call it a night, said Victoria. Do our own research for tomorrow and meet again Sunday so we can consolidate? We have until the next weekend to get things together before we make our run through and I'd like us to be as prepared as possible. We might have to pull back on schoolwork a little as we get more into this through the week. There was something intimidating about knowing I would get a visit from a friend. It made me so aware of things in my house and every object within. My house wasn't the worst, but wasn't in the best of shape. It wasn't anywhere near Victoria's house and that made me feel self-conscious. When I got back home, after checking with Ember to make sure nothing had happened, I started to clean up a little. The house wasn't messy but there were traces of Dad and me and I wanted those away. I got into the basement and cleaned and ordered it. It was gross, but I moved the alabaster head in a patch of darkness, drew a circle with 4 smaller circles in the cardinal directions. In the small circles I drew the night rune and I drew lines that radiated out. I made sure to have a lock of hair from the alabaster so I didn't have to turn things over when I wanted to find her. I felt so tired as I slept and my dreams were filled with a visceral fear as I thought about what it meant to be completely forgotten. The idea that so many people could have been lost and that families were left without important people was terrifying in a different way than the fear I felt for Chompers. It made me think about our go through the game and what it would be like if I disappeared completely. It had hit Dad hard when he'd lost Mom, but how would it be if he lost me and couldn't even remember me? Would he be able to go on? Is it worth it when I could put Dad with so much pain? It was a thought I wrestled with the next morning as I ate breakfast, then went into the basement to check on Chompers. I'd seen the types of things in his stomach and I could guess how he got them by using the thing with the alabaster as a sign. Things like Chompers existed on a seemingly large scale and the world needed more people who dealt with them. Was I willing to let them persist just because I was worried about Dad? The obvious answer was no, but it was a shaky no that made me think more about how Dad might deal if something really bad happened to me. I'd already made a mistake with Chompers, for which I had a wound at the back of my neck that sometimes ached if I turned my head too far, so there was the possibility of another, much bigger, mistake. This is the risk of doing good, isn't it? I thought. Everything has a price even if it exists in the abstract. Going over to the neighbors, said Dad. I might go to the store. Doors and windows around the house have been opening and closing, have you noticed? Yet. I didn't think you noticed. Okay, I said with a smile I didn't quite feel. I might be in the basement when you get back. Victoria Dallin's coming over. Dad smiled bright. You're becoming fast friends, he said. You can say that, I returned. Have a good time, he said. Bye, I said. I washed our dishes then checked on Amber to make sure they were doing okay. It was hard to look at them sometimes because they had a perpetually terrified expression. They didn't sleep, not really, but they hung around my bed when I was asleep and sometimes in the middle of the night I heard as they suddenly ran out of my room to go and check for trouble. Amber wasn't a ghost, not really, but they were so close that it twisted my stomach to think that I'd been the one to make them like that. How have you been doing? I asked. I'm afraid of the thing in the basement, they said in something close to a whisper. He's very dangerous. He's in a circle, I said. Amber swallowed and glanced back. He scares me when I'm there. I feel smaller the more I'm around him. I want to tell you that you don't have to be close to him, I thought. But that's why I made you. He scares me too. You're doing a really good job with looking out for danger, I said. I didn't miss that I'd sidestepped the matter entirely. Amber smiled but it didn't reach their eyes. Someone's coming, they said as they turned towards the door. I walked to the door and opened it before there was a knock. It was Victoria, dressed in casual clothes that didn't look at all expensive though they sat well together. Her hair was done up in a messy style and there was a hint that she hadn't slept too well but she still looked good. Hey, she said with a smile. Hello, I said. I stood back and gestured for her to come in. Please. She came in. Sorry if I'm here too early, she said. But I wanted to get started as soon as possible so I could get more research today. It's okay, I said. It was a little early, before noon, but I'd cleaned last night and I didn't think there was anything worth hiding. Do you want something? Juice, water, coffee, or tea? I could make sandwiches or something. Nothing, thank you, she said. Could we get to it? Like I said, there's a lot to do. I nodded. Follow me. I lead her to the basement and my shoulders drew in at my setup. It wasn't like Victoria and her basement, where there were tables where each person could do their work. I only had 3 books connected to the practice, the copy of Essentials Lisa had given me, her Dramatis Personae and the grimoire I'd started to compile for myself. There were a few objects, but the only 2 things of power I had were the stick Ewald had given me and the curse which was bound. That's a lot of salt, said Victoria, a bit of humor in her voice. Yeah, I said. My dad. He'd noticed all the salt I bought and used, and he'd asked a friend of his to sell the bag to him cheap. I smiled at the thought. Chomper sat in his circle, head bowed and a sob in the air. Victoria stopped and looked at him. She didn't seem scared, but she'd been a practitioner longer than I had and she'd probably seen a lot scarier stuff. These guys are supposed to be really dangerous, she said. Worse than a lot of goblins and those can be bad. How did you catch him? I beat him with a stick, I said. Really? Victoria said, so surprised a laugh escaped her. Just like that. It was an elf stick, I said. There must have been something special about it. Chompers, when I thought about him, seemed powerful, that I'd managed to beat him so hard with a stick that he'd agreed to being bound didn't make sense. Which likely meant there were some special rules with bogeymen I must have missed, a weakness I'd unwittingly used that I still didn't know about. The sob cut off and Chompers looked up, a mouth without lips, with large, yellowed teeth, smiled. Victoria still looked unperturbed. If you're trying to scare me, you're going to have to do a better job, she said. Chompers threw up a massive tide of viscera, hands, arms, legs and feet covered in chunky fluids that pooled around him. Before I could speak to tell him to stop, a baby shot out of Chomper's mouth, naked with an umbilical cord still attached, its tiny fists clenched tight, its eyes closed and its mouth opened. It wailed. Chompers, stop, I said. The baby's wail cut short. Chomper's head darted forward and with loud slurp crunch, he chomped through the baby's leg and swallowed it whole. The baby didn't cry, but it was clear from its expression that it was in a lot of pain. Victoria stumbled back, whipped around and threw up. A laugh cut through the air. Chompers, I said. Do not scare or disgust my guest. Of course, said Chompers. He swallowed the baby whole, then drank the viscera in one go. Victoria, wretched, tried to hold it and then threw up again. I quickly ran upstairs and came back with 2 buckets, one filled with water and the other empty. I found Victoria with her arms on her leg, dry heaving. I'm sorry, she said, her face was pink and there were tears in her eyes. Don't worry, I said. He got me too. I'll clean it up, she said. Just, water, please. I nodded and ran back upstairs. I brought her back a glass of water and she drank it all in one go. After that was done, she took a seat and, as disgusting as it was, I started to clean it. Stop, said Victoria. I promised that I'd clean it. Oh, right, I said. She gathered herself before she started to clean it. She went into the bathroom and washed her face, then came back a little more presentable. I've met goblins, she muttered. And they're disgusting, but I think this is a different sort of disgusting. I think he gets off on scaring people, I said. She nodded. They get more powerful the more they scare you, she said. He gets some power from what he did. I'm a little scared of what he might do if he finds an opening and that fear feeds him. Smart one, aren't you, said Chompers. I glared in his direction. I could do with that sandwich, she said. Then we can ask our questions. I nodded and we went upstairs. What are the terms of the binding, she asked as she slowly ate through her sandwich. Any price I have to worry about. He answers my questions, I said. We worked through a deal where he answers completely without misleading or omitting or any trickery, and I gave him a bit of freedom for a few hours through the binding. Victoria nodded. She still looked a little bit weak from the upchuck episode. Do you have anything on the terms that says you can't trade the questions to anyone else, she asked. Give me a section. I ran up to my room and came back with the contract. I checked it over, looked at the terms and there was nothing of the kind. A hole that Chompers had missed. I shook my head. Then I'd like some of your questions in exchange for something, said Victoria. She reached for her ear and pulled off her silver stud. This is a halo, she said. It's something I always keep with me just in case I have to contain a spirit. I think it could work for Ember, a place to keep her. She might be able to whisper dangers in your ear. If you give me instructions on how to make one of my own, I'll give you my authority to ask questions and get answers from Chompers for the period of an hour, I said. Only the authority, the burdens of the deal will stay yours, she said. I frowned and thought it over, looked for anything worrying before I nodded. She held out a hand and we shook. I'll check the books, write down the lore and give you everything by the following Friday at most. Okay. Let's head back down there, she said, a hint of anger in her voice. She took point and I followed. Her shoulders were squared and her eyes narrowed in a scowl. She went over to a chair, put it in front of Chompers and sat with authority. I looked at her with the sight and saw how the aura around her seemed to be fiercer. Taylor and I made a deal, she said. Her voice didn't boom, but it was unyielding, and for the next hour I will ask you questions and you will have to answer them. She has given over that right to get answers to me for the next hour. Answer my questions truly and completely or you will be bound by the agreement as set through the contract you concluded with her. Ask away, he said. The abyss, she said. What is it? It's another place, said Chompers, the place where forgotten things go. Gods, others, men, places, and sometimes the rogue spirit or incarnation. You're of the abyss, she asked. Yes, said Chompers. I'm from the academy though there are more places, the road, or the infirmaries. What's the road like? A narrow road, thin with a line that runs down the middle. It's straight with holes so large a monster could lie in wait and eat a passerby. Is it a gravel road? She asked. Not that I have seen, said Chompers. Do you know another named the Friend? No, said Chompers. Do you know of another who calls themselves the Friend? No. Do you know of another who makes others refer to them as the Friend? No. Do you know of another who many refer to as the Friend? No. She asked the same questions again but she traded in other for practitioner and Chompers' answer stayed no. Is the abyss alive? By which I mean, does it have intellect, goals, wants, needs or objectives? The abyss lives, he said. The abyss molds. The abyss shifts and changes those things that fall within its grasp. The abyss takes and it holds tight everything. Its goals are to get and keep. Its goal is to change all those within in. Change how? I asked. Chompers turned in my direction but he didn't answer. Change how? Victoria asked. Bit by bit it makes you lose bits of yourself and take the pieces of others to grow stronger, he said. It makes you face the worst aspect of yourself and gives you a choice, fight it to grow stronger, or cast that part of you away. How do you get into the abyss? Me, he said. I would only have to let myself be pulled before I wound up back in the abyss, or I would have to be killed, my power expended. I made a mental note of that. How about a practitioner, she asked. How would they go into the abyss? I don't know, he said. Not the specifics. But I know that a prized possession must be lost. Lost how? Victoria asked. Destroyed, said Chompers. She nodded. Is the abyss able to make people effectively disappear, she asked. Is it able to push spirits so that they forget that people exist? The abyss takes that which is forgotten or discarded, said Chompers. Victoria frowned. I got the sense that she was done with her questions, but she hadn't finished her hour, which meant she had more questions. We learned that the abyss could torment people with visions, all of which drove them towards change, that even if it didn't speak directly, it was smart in a way. She asked a lot about the academy, questions that I would have liked to have asked on my own. She asked about how things worked, what courses were taught there and an example of the type of bogeyman that called the place home. Then she moved on to the infirmaries and finally the road, though Chompers didn't know a lot about the road. I jotted it all down because it was stuff I was interested in, though I would have preferred to ask the questions. When her hour was done, we went upstairs. I don't think it's the abyss, I said. You too, hey, she said. She sighed. It was the same for me too. Things just didn't line up. Of course there's maybe a practitioner involved and they might be trying to work towards getting more people into the abyss. Why? I asked. Maybe they have a debt or the abyss offered them power. Or they wanted power of their own and their practice is tied to the abyss, she said. But why would it change its modus operandi? Fundamental forces almost never change because there's power in pattern and ritual. It might be something else, I said. Not connected to the abyss. Maybe something else fundamental, but what? She said. And what are the pieces? There must be a clue somewhere. You said you were going to start from basics, I said. Maybe talking to me will help. She nodded. It starts with a straight road and it turns in a gravel road. There's supposed to be gruesome sculptures along the road and we have to forgive and compliment the friend as we go through. We drive, get to a waypoint, turn, meet the man, though that might be different since the man left the ritual space to come into this world, pass through the places with power and knowledge, drop off the man, and finally reach the friend's house. Anything odd or that sticks out? I asked. A few things, she said. The whole thing is too fully realized. There are all these props that make it seem like it's been set up for a while, or at least the practitioner had time to get all the pieces to set their stage. The sculptures make sense, it could be people who made mistakes, but some of the things don't. They're too big, the village, the school, manor, and the gingerbread house. Where did it have the power to get those things? It's too powerful, I said. But it also feels like a practitioner. It feels like a practitioner because it's too powerful while still feeling young, she said. But we might be wrong because it has enough power to rework memories and ripple out to make it seem as though people never existed. It could have gotten a lot of powerful practitioners, but other people would have realized something like that and dealt with it, or at least warned others. And old things generally can't work newer technology, or at least don't incorporate it into how they function. She sighed. If we figured out the ends, then this might be easier. What is this person trying to achieve beyond the obvious? Why did they choose this form of attack? Where did they get the power to make another place as their ground? Or, if it's not another place, how did they structure things to make doors open a certain way? It could be a domain, but how did they make a domain that large? What's the obvious? I asked. She frowned. You said beyond the obvious thing they're trying to get. That they're trying to get more powerful, she said. But why do this? Why this game, and if they CO opted it, what was it before? I wish I could help, I said. This feels big. It's bigger than we thought, she said. I hope Chris and Carlos will have more luck on their research, but I'm a little worried about that too. We can't leave the road because there are threats, but we'll be looking for someone. How can we do that without getting into trouble? Maybe it's a good idea to involve adults. I said. Victoria smiled, but it was hollow. I don't think they'll be willing to put in the power, she said. Do you watch the news? Haven't in a while, I said. Well, there's a low gang war going on out there. Everyone's keeping it quiet, but it's only a matter of time before things spill. The merchants are done as a power. The ABB and EAA are fighting between themselves for now, but the Protectorate and New Wave are consolidating power so that they can strike if things get too messy. This is on us or it won't be taken care of for a while. More people disappeared so completely no one can remember them. I gave her a smile. You're smart, I said. I think you can figure this out. Thanks, Taylor, she said. I should probably leave. I didn't get much sleep last night. Okay, I said, and I walked her to catch a cab. The following week seemed to move a little too fast for my liking, which probably had to do with the fact that on Saturday we'd make a go through a game which was bigger and scarier than we'd thought. I asked Dad's permission to be out with Victoria during the weekend and he agreed only if he could meet Victoria's parents, which was a little awkward. Sunday blazed into Monday, and I couldn't focus for most of the day as I thought through the game. I hadn't really thought about how to protect myself because it hadn't seemed too serious, but now I was aware of how few others I had. There was Amber, but they were for threat detection and not for a fight. There was Jonah, but he wasn't strong and I didn't think I could get him to be stronger within the span of a week, and finally Chompers, who scared me. I can't let myself be scared, I thought. I can't let myself be scared when there's something out there that's making people disappear. When I could be disappeared if I don't have the means to protect myself. I had to use whatever advantage I had, which meant thinking about the Undersiders or maybe Mr. Calvert. But everything had a price and I couldn't forget that I didn't trust Mr. Calvert and that the Undersiders, even if Lisa was my friend, worked for Mr. Calvert. Why is it that working with Chompers feels less scary than working with Mr. Calvert? I've been waiting for you, said Chompers. Have you? He nodded. I could sense that something was afoot, he said. That you will be facing a great other and you'll need my protection. Let me guess, I said. You've already considered all the ways you could screw me over if I told you to protect me through the trip. A grin stretched wide. You've learned, he said. A contract, perhaps, he said. Simpler. Another hour free, I get to choose the time, and I serve as your protector as needed during the duration of my binding. I frowned. I noticed that I'm giving you a lot of freedom, I said. It's not direct, but I'm cutting down the time that I have with you. Everything has a price, he said. It's just I'm wondering about this price, I told him. I thought about Victoria and I mirrored her. I sat a little straighter and glowered as I looked at him. Chompers, what would be the best way to bind a bogeyman? He didn't frown but his smile dipped. Bogeyman are mercurial creatures, he said. By their nature, many are new and hard to define, but they can be bound by things that are in their nature. Like you being from the academy and the type of magic you display. I asked. Amongst others, yes, he said. What are those others? Personality, style, temperament, he answered, and it sounded begrudging. As a positive binding, I said with a nod. Positive bindings were like binding like and they worked on weaker others or for a shorter amount of time. What would be a negative binding? Things that oppose their nature, he said. Hard things that have weight, things that have existed for a long time. I turned to the stick as the pieces slotted together. Elves, by their nature, were gardeners. They planted seeds and saw them grow. That stick would have come from a tree tended from a seed, cut and then crafted to be a stick. I didn't know the type of wood it came from, but trees didn't grow overnight, which was probably why the stick had worked much better than the new chain. My mind went to the door, the same one that had kept me safe from the hand things. The house was old. It had been in Grandma Mabel's family for 2 generations before it had been given to her and Grandpa Dean. Then it had gone to Dad. There'd been a lot of additions, but something hadn't been changed and I was sure that the door into the basement was old. The door had served as a barrier of its own, which was why the hands hadn't been able to get out. I don't know everything about you, Chompers, I said. But I know enough that I can make sure that anyone who comes across you can bind you. I think we can discuss a new contract from that as a price. What are your terms, practitioner? He said, a bit of anger in his voice. We discussed things for a very long time because I was scared of being screwed over again. The core of the contract was that he'd protect and serve me during the duration of his time with me and in return I wouldn't give out information on his nature or his abilities. A lot of the work was spent trying to weed out the loopholes. In his duty to protect me he could give out the secrets of his nature, and since he served me, it could be argued that I had been the one who forced the reveal. I didn't know if that was strictly true, but I wanted that closed. We weren't finished with our discussion by the time Dad came back with some takeout, and I didn't take the negotiations back up until the next day because I wanted to look through everything we'd already discussed with fresh eyes. Chompers tried his best to push to extend the period so that I never revealed his nature, but I asked in turn that he be in my service for that period and he didn't agree to that. But that made me think about something else. I'd read in Essentials that some families were able to call specific others because of agreements they'd made with them, prices that had been agreed upon beforehand and special words to make calling the other easier. I thought about doing that with chompers, but it was part and parcel of these bindings to let the other go and do whatever until they were called, which meant chompers would still be messing with the alabaster, and he'd still use her to get innocent people to eat. Gotta keep my head on the price, I thought. I used the lock of hair I had to find the alabaster's web. It was still set in darkness, which I had been worried would sap a lot of power, though it hadn't taken so much that I'd noticed yet. It probably helped that I had the head in a dark place, which meant the rune was adding to a darkness that already existed instead of making new darkness. I still hadn't concluded the terms of the contract Thursday evening when Victoria, Amy, and their dad came to our house. Victoria's dad was a strapping guy, in good shape with features he shared a lot with Victoria. To the side he had so much light wrapped around him that it hurt to look at him directly. "Sorry I haven't been able to get this to you sooner," said Victoria as we retired to the basement. She pulled out a small, thin book that had been expertly made. "Oh, wow," I said. "I didn't think you'd make it into a book." "Amy did it," said Victoria. "She's better at that type of artsy stuff even if she doesn't really like it." "I don't think I ever said I don't like it," said Amy as she smiled lazily. "Thanks, Amy," I said. "It wasn't a bother," she said. "It kept my head away from what you're all going to do." "You're not coming?" I asked. She shook her head. "I'm not much of a practitioner," she said. I noticed that her bone crown dug deep into her head and produced more blood. Her smile was gone as she said, "I only awakened because I had to." Victoria gave her a half hug. "Anyway, is the bogeyman in there?" she asked. I'd made a larger circle around chompers. This one had circles with the day rune, with capped lines radiating from it. The capped lines meant ward off, which, with the day rune within, worked to block light from piercing the circle. It left the circle a dark expanse from our perspective, and since light didn't go in, chompers also couldn't see us too. "Yeah," I said. "Finally figured out how to make a diagram that works the way I wanted." "It's good," said Victoria. "But you haven't dulled sound." "I haven't figured out a way to make it balanced," I said. "Balance is very important," she said. "Which I still don't get why," I said. "I look out for it, but the rationale." I shook my head. "The lines we draw are like pits where power seeps in," she said. "If one side is closer than the other, more power can go into that place and the diagram might break. It's bad if it's unintentional, but you can use it to make more complicated diagrams, ones that activate when certain conditions are met. Like the connection diagram you drew when we were talking to Weld's team," I said. "I noticed that the lines looked like they would fall, that was intentional." "Yeah," said Victoria. "Shaping is very important to get certain combinations. There are some runes that make the process easier, they use a lot of power until they do their thing, but I could give them to you for another round of questioning with the bogeyman." I thought about saying yes before I thought about the terms of the contract I had to sign by tomorrow to get Chomper's service, and how he could just decide that it wasn't worth it if I tried to weasel out of things. I shook my head. "Sorry," I said. "Maybe another deal. I'm going to make a deal with Chompers and that'll break those terms." "I get it," said Victoria. "Oh, before I forget, you might want to add notation in the borders. Like, day keep out or something." "Why?" I asked. "Notation helps the spirits figure out what you're trying to do if you make the circle too complex," she said. I nodded. "Anyway, anything new for the game?" I asked. "Stuff to prepare for." "Oh, right," said Victoria. "We learned about other places that might be connected to this." "Paths. What are they?" I asked. "They're roads traveled by finders, they lead to certain places that have very distinct rules that have to be followed for gifts or the person there might be lost." "You did say it had to be fundamental," I said. Victoria nodded. "It's a first step, though," she said, "because it still doesn't explain a lot. We managed to get Colin to give us the info on the paths he could, but even he's scared of them because they're all dangerous. He gave us abstracts but not enough so that we could go into a path. Anyway, paths don't look for people, people may find them but that might because they found another that were part of the path and who got into the world, but the path itself doesn't seek people out." "A practitioner's hand." "Yeah," she said. "Maybe a practitioner messed with a path somehow?" Colin thought it might be impossible to do that, he thought that having someone go through a path would be close to awakening them, so maybe we've got the wrong theory, there. Maybe someone used the same idea as a path. "What does that mean for us?" I asked. "We have something of a plan that Carlos," she swallowed, "Dean and I talked about. We'll use the school to get more information about how the place came into being, then read a page each so we don't lose too much. You don't have to if the price is too high or if you have something else you'd like to know." "No," I said. "This is important. You can count me in." "Have you thought about the gift you'll give the friend?" she asked. I shook my head. "Look for one," said Victoria. The greater the gift you give, the greater the gift returned. A knock came from upstairs and the three of us went up. Victoria and her family left and I had to listen as Dad gushed about Mr. Dallin. He said I could go on the camping trip, which was awesome, and after that was done I went downstairs to conclude the deal with Chompers. We didn't finish it, of course, but when he returned from his freedom, we went through everything until the deal was done and the contract was signed. On Friday I went looking for a gift. I wasn't sure what the friend would want because I didn't know them, but I thought something close to the heart might be worth it. In the end I didn't buy anything. I went upstairs and searched through old books until I found The Glade, a short book about a girl who'd returned home after having run away in her journey to forgiving her family for the bad stuff. I hadn't really liked it, but it was one of the last books Mom and I had read for our two-person book club. We'd had 2 copies, one for Mom and the other for me. I'd give the friend my copy because I couldn't part with Mom's. Evening fell and I packed my backpack with everything I had. My stick, the length of chain and a lighter. I had Amber with me because they had good eyes and there would be threats, Jonah still in his lunchbox, and Chompers. I had the Glade which I would give to the friend, I had salt because it was better to have it than to do without, I had the bogeyman finger though I wasn't sure how I'd use that, paper weights that weren't finished and a few binding seals written out. There were bandages just in case things turned bad, I had orange juice and energy bars, and a flashlight with 3 extra sets of batteries. I'd bought a length of rope though I had no idea if I'd use it and a knife because that could be useful. The last thing is your bravery, I thought. I took a breath, held it and after a swallow, I biked with Chompers in tow towards Victoria's house. The others were already there and the cars, twin cabs, were parked outside. Dean's truck was newer and Carlos was beaten and battered. From what I could see, everyone was done up in good clothes and they shone with the light of a lot of magical objects. Ready? Dennis said as he offered a shaky smile. No, I said. But we have to do this. Victoria nodded. We'll drive out of the city, park until dawn before we drive straight, she said. I noticed the distance between her and Dean. It had to be hard, breaking up and then having to be around each other. I hoped it didn't negatively impact the mission. Let's get going. Chapter 11. Mary had a little lamb, little lamb, little lamb. Mary had a little lamb, whose fleece was white as snow. I took a long deep breath, my eyes closed as the shout of children echoed around me. It was maybe a little mean but I'd woken up very early after I hadn't slept well. Chompers had used his freedom to low-key unsettle us all by spitting out body parts, swallowing them again and spitting them back out changed or warped. I was also hungry because it was better to be hungry before we turned into the friend's domain. The children, ghosts that had been collected by Victoria and Dean, were arrayed around us. They didn't have concrete forms which meant they turned ghostly to fit around us. There were 7 of us in total split across 2 cars, Victoria, Carlos and Eric were in the car behind us, with their own ghostly children who were singing their own songs, and I rode with Dennis, Dean and Chris. Dean drove, Chris was in the passenger seat and Dennis, Amber and I sat in the back with the ghostly children. In the back of our truck with the supplies, Chompers stood, wind fluttering his hair. No, a ghost boy said. That's not how it goes. That's not how it goes. It is, a girl said and he pushed the boy. The boy pushed back and the girl almost bumped into Amber, but she was quick enough to move out of the way. The girl retaliated and laughter filled the car as other children laughed and egged the others on. Children are so annoying, I thought as I took a breath and rubbed my temple. But it was needed. The car was supposed to be filled with mirth, music and jaunty conversation. We weren't the ones partaking in the jaunty conversation, but that was within the range of the instructions. Dean drove at a sedate pace and, because of a knot Victoria and the others had tried to explain, the cars were tied together and they drove at the same speed. We'd spoken last night in the last hours yesterday and Victoria had hypothesized that the game might have gotten easier to get into because of the prevalence of the interstate, which were a series of roads that could be straight for long stretches. As interesting as that was, I hadn't really paid attention because I was worried about what we were getting into. We were going into another place that had the potential of making us disappear if we didn't play things right. All I thought about was Dad and how his life would be emptier with one less person in his life. I swallowed and looked outside. I hated my feelings, especially when it might have an effect on how the terrain presented itself, but it wasn't like I could just flick them off. Baba Black Sheep. No, a ghost child said. I want Old MacDonald. I know, said another. We should sing Ring Around the Rosie. No, said Dean. All the kids turned towards him. He was a quiet guy, but he seemed more so now, because of how bad things were between him and Victoria. A part of me wished he hadn't come. I knew he came from an old family and he was more useful than I was, but him and Victoria in the same place made things awkward for everyone. Sing another song, he said with authority. One of the kids blew raspberries at him, but they sang Old MacDonald instead. Why? I asked. That song's attributed history is dark, Dean said with a sigh. We've already got a lot working against us, maybe, and we don't need to nudge things in little ways to a bad end. Okay, I said and I went quiet. There's a road, said Amber and she pointed. Dennis sat in the direction of the road but from the looks of it he hadn't seen it. I didn't blame him because I would have missed it entirely. With most roads there was lead-in, tracks that moved from the interstate to the derelict road. There wasn't that with the road into Friend's domain, only an opening that might fit a car, surrounded on both sides by tall wide trees I was sure would ruin the paint job of Dean's car. Dean slowed and signaled to turn. Up front, between Dean and Chris was an old-looking CB radio, so old that there weren't any digital parts to in. The mic to speak with was a block, black, with bits of dirt that turned my stomach as Chris brought it near his mouth. He pressed a button. We see the entry, over, said Chris. Us too, said Eric, his voice almost lost in the crackle. Over. Careful, said Chris. Match the speed as much as you can, we don't want to snap the rope. Over. Got it. Over and out. I glanced back as we got off the interstate. The others were still behind us, a battered truck that was maybe red or maroon, so filled with rust that the paint job was hard to tell. Carlo's truck looked at least 10 years old and as it got off the interstate, I heard its loud rumble. But everything Carlos had said had made me think that the truck had been through a lot. Dean didn't slow as we drove into the trees. At once all light dimmed, the trees too tall and the foliage too thick. Dean put on his lights and they shone into the distance. They reached wide but there were patches so dark light couldn't pierce them, the clearest thing was the road. It wasn't even really a road, only track with long grass growing in the middle I heard as the grass scraped the undercarriage. The road was smooth for the most part, but there would be sudden holes that had the car tilt in one direction, almost throwing us to one side. Bad road, said Dean. I mean, it's understandable, isn't it, said Dennis. Until we started this, not a lot of people were using this road. At least I think that's how it went. We can't expect it to be in good condition. I guess you're right, said Dean. It's not as bad as I thought it would be, said Chris. Yeah, I said. My expectations had been of worse all things considered. I'd expected an actively hostile road that wore at the car. I'd also expected that the road would be as wet as it had been for the shuddering salamanders. Forgive the friend for the road is not well tended, I thought. When the others had gone through the road had been horrible but there hadn't been any trees, but that was probably because of where we'd started our run through the game. The trees that neighbored us got closer, the children still spoke around us, they were happiness incarnate, but children were afraid of places like this and I could see how they blurred around the edges, as some started to fritz in their movements. Chris pulled out a CD that shone under my sight. He got it into the system and pressed play. Jingles from maybe the 70s or the 80s started to play, filled with so much background noise that I felt the emotion. I didn't know the song but it filled me up and the tune made the trip a little easier on the mind. Remember to stay anchored, Dennis reminded me and I nodded. The song could draw the mind, if I listened too deeply, I might get distracted. I reached into my backpack and pulled out my flashlight to shine it into my side of the tree line. The flashlight wasn't the most powerful and the trees sucked up the light. I reached into my backpack and pulled out a piece of paper and a pen, and as quickly and carefully as I could and the ride got a little bumpier to spite me I drew a day rune in a circle with lines radiating out. I looked through my bag and my stomach dropped. Does anyone have tape? I asked. Chris reached into his bag and handed some over. I pasted the paper over the flashlight so that light would hit it from behind. I pointed the flashlight away and flicked it on. The light was almost blinding. It cut through the trees and illuminated the darkest depths. I spotted something. I said a minute later. It was a person, whether it was a man or woman I couldn't tell with how far they were. They had skin so pale it caught the light and shone, they were dressed in clothes that might have been Japanese, silk that was in red and white, which draped down outspread arms and dangling legs. The person had been hoisted up between trees, the ropes hidden so it looked like the figure floated. Something to the right, out, said Chris to the radio. Then, it's impressive that they managed to hide the ropes. The dress thing looks good, I said. There was a knot in my throat and swallowing didn't seem to help. Good style on the part of the friend. I wish I had that even a complexion, said Dennis. I gave him a confused look. What? He said. I do. The car drove through a bump and we all lurched. Beneath us I heard a loud clang as we hit something. Fuck, Dean muttered. I think it's a creative project. That feels weak. Between everyone who'd gone through the ritual, the largest number of art pieces was 13. But there were differences between the pieces and the others hadn't figured out if it was because some were missed or if they changed regularly. Tall trees surrounded us on all sides and they seemed bigger and more ominous as my light roved over them. Before, the darkness had tries to suck up all the light, but now the motif had changed into lengthened shadows and shapes against trees that seemed almost intentional. I spotted a tree, the second biggest I'd ever seen. It had the face of a person, old and gnarled, his expression twisted in ecstasy. Tree, I said. The others turned. It must have taken a lot of patient work to get that done. Tree has a face on it to the right, said Chris. Out. If it's carved, the detailing is incredible, said Dean. Good. White squirrel, the radio said with the crackle of Eric's voice. On the left. Before I could look, above us there was a cackle, first one bird before it was taken up by the others. It sounded so human that my heart momentarily stopped before I remembered that one of the art pieces was a flock of birds that took into the air. I remembered the white squirrel and came up to see it on the left, but I couldn't see anything through the darkness. To make things worse, I bumped Dennis a little, who did his best to see the tree on my side. Birds, said Chompers. In the air. That's good mimicking from the birds, I said, speaking over Chris, who'd still being complimenting the tree or the white squirrel. I hoped that they wouldn't miss anything. Sounds almost human. They must have been well taught. I'd missed one, which sucked, but it wasn't the worst thing. But it would color the friends' interactions with us. I hoped that we hadn't lost anyone. I thought back to the people in the car. Dennis, Dean, Chris, Amber, Chompers, and the kids. Some were others and those were exempt from the game, but it brought me a degree of calm to add them into the list. I thought about everyone in the car behind us, Victoria, Carlos and Eric. They had their others too, but they were bound. But as I finished the thought, it hit me that if I'd forgotten who they were, I wouldn't have recalled them. The others were finished off their compliments. A laugh reverberated, both surprising and filling me with a sudden happiness. It came from the CD, and that happiness added vigor to the ghostly children who'd gone quieter. It made them speak and laugh and cajole. A few of them even started to sing the jingle that still filled the car. Oh no, said Amber. I turned in my flashlight in the direction she was looking and I saw a top-heavy wolf run after a woman dressed in outdoor gear, over which was a red poncho. We're stopping, said Eric, a moment before our car lurched to an abrupt stop that had me continue forward before my seatbelt snapped tight against my chest and stopped me. What? Said Dennis, a little too loud. His shoulder had hit his door and his expression had twisted in pain. Fuck. A little warning next time. Carlos stopped, said Dean, he too surprised. That must be the person that was lost. And they're being chased by a goddamn wolf. Dennis said. How the fuck are we supposed to stop that? Bad word. Bad word. Bad word, the children cried and they laughed. Fuck. Fuck. Fuck, another screamed. I looked at them and they seemed more faded than before. I swallowed as I watched the chase. The woman wasn't as fast as the wolf, but the trees were closely clustered and they gave her places to squeeze through where the wolf had to take oblique paths or tear through trees. What if that's part of something we have to complement? Chris said. I got up and looked behind to see that Victoria's group had gotten out of their car. They were speaking but I couldn't hear the words, too far away. The woman in red is very good at running from the wolf, I said as I opened my door and stepped out into the forest road, my flashlight pointed towards the ground. The show certainly got my heart beating a mile a minute, metaphorically speaking, I heard Dennis say. Amber stepped out with me and I spotted how they looked around, their body shrunk and a lot of color gone from them. Yeah, I feel the same way, I thought. There were only a few sounds that cut through the air and they sounded louder as a result. The thrum of the cars with Carlos' car was much louder, though Dean's sounded deeper than it had when we'd first started the journey. There was the talk of children, but they were almost whispers, and the sound of branches as they snapped and the bark or deep breathing from the wolf. I walked around the car, careful not to leave the thin path. Amber and Chris were behind me, with Dean and Dennis on the other side. My sight, ever active, spotted light different than Carlos' headlights, a thick length of rope that stretched from Dean's car to Carlos. It wasn't real, which meant we could move through it if we wanted to, but everyone present gave the rope a bit of distance. Is that her? Dean asked. The person the shuddering salamanders lost. We think so, Victoria said. She had a compass in her hand and the point was directed towards the pair, which were now further away and doubling back. The woman in red found a tight cluster of branches to move through and the branches ripped at her poncho, but it was just in time to avoid the wolf as it swiped a massive claw. The compass is pointing at them and the big bad wolf is another, so it's unlikely it's her. What do you mean when you say them? Dean asked. General direction, Victoria returned, an air of professionalism about her. When they're too far apart it points between them. The big bad wolf managed to hit the woman, a swipe at her back. She screamed and fell, then pulled herself through a tangled mess as another paw swiped and broke branches. The big bad wolf tried to bite between the space and only came back with branches. It bit through them and the sound rippled around us, bounced off every tree and seemed to echo far longer than it should. We have to do something, said Victoria. The road is safe from the things that lurk, I thought, which meant that the second we left the road we would forfeit its safety. It was scary to think about the whole being lost thing, and whether that was part of the safety we were forfeiting. The woman in red crawled out on the other side of the big bad wolf and ran away. She came closer but the big bad wolf moved faster, it tore through branches and jumped in her way. She skidded to a stop and fell. The big bad wolf, large and bristling, darted. Carlos put his fingers to his mouth and whistled. The sound was loud and it cut through everything. I saw as every web connected to him flared and grew taut. I couldn't help but turn in his direction and see that at some point he'd pulled out a shriveled hand, browned with age, 3 of its 5 fingers with ugly candles sticking out, the remaining fingers covered with wax. Carlos blew and one of the candles lit, the light was bright as that of my flashlight and it cast out around us. That should hold for a while, said Carlos. I turned back to the woman in red and the big bad wolf and saw that both were frozen in place, their eyes on Carlos and his hand. What is that? I asked. Hand of Glory, said Carlos. I'd really appreciate it if you didn't tell any of the adult protectorate members I have this. If they don't ask then I won't tell, I said. That's good enough, he said. How much time do we have? Dean asked. Not a lot, said Carlos. The candle burned bright and fast, wax dripping at its side and the smell of urine rising through the air. The question is, said Chris. How much safety are we giving up if we step out of the road? Do we get lost too or does that wolf come after us? Do we open ourselves up to other monsters in this place being able to come after us? Reading the instructions it only mentions being lost in a few places, said Victoria, a hint of desperation in her voice. The light from the candle flickered but didn't go out. Both times it has to do with the turns. Yeah, but do you trust those instructions? Eric asked. Because I don't. They're vague in a lot of places. I don't know about the rest of you, I said. My voice came out shaky. I had to stop and take in a breath to make sure my words weren't lost. But I don't want to risk being lost like she was. We were supposed to go to school and get books that would help us figure things out, weren't we? Why don't we do that? Then come back for her when there's a better plan? When we know more. I feel like such a coward, I thought, and it was made worse because I could see the judgment in the others. They were scared too, we all were, but I was the one who said it and that said something. We didn't know she would be playing out Little Red Riding Hood, though, said Victoria. She stared me down and I flinched. She was shorter than me but she felt taller, more prepared. She could be hurt or killed. This could be our only opportunity to save her. I swallowed. True, but the same thing could happen to us. I want to save her, I do, but sometimes risks aren't worth taking. Sometimes it's better to learn as much as possible then come back. But I didn't say that because that would make me feel more like a coward. We could be hurt and killed too, said Carlos, and I felt so grateful for the words. We need to make sure that any risk we take has a high chance of success. It won't be worth it if we try and save her, fail and we're lost too. That means that we can't go back and tell everyone the things we figure out. Thank you, Carlos, I thought. But what about her, said Victoria. Here and now? If we don't save her, she might die. That'll be on our heads. It's too much of a risk, said Carlos. He stared down Victoria. The compass works and that can be used the next time around. Hopefully with the stuff we pick up from the school we'll know for sure the risk we're putting ourselves under by leaving the road. But right now, I don't think we should step outside the road. What about others? Dean said, his eyes were on Victoria. They're exempt from the rules in some capacity. Chris shook his head. In all the runs in, there hasn't been any other that we'll let leave the path. Even when Weld fought the wolves, they didn't leave the road. We don't know if it'll hold the protection being on the road gives us. Does everyone else agree? Victoria asked. She didn't look happy. There were nods, though most were reluctant. She looked at Eric. That we shouldn't go out there and take her. Sorry, cuz, he said. But, yeah, this is a little too dangerous. We haven't even counted all the pieces yet, I don't think we can take fighting our way through this. There are things that lurk in here, but the things we've seen are these pieces. What if they come alive and come out after us if we leave the road? Victoria sighed. Okay, but maybe we can nudge things. I can give her a bit of my karma so that she survives. Wouldn't karma help the friend? Chris asked. This is her domain. Karma can't be taken, said Victoria. It can only be freely given and even that take a lot of knowledge not many people have. I don't think she'll be able to give it away. Do it, said Carlos. We'll talk about everything we've seen so far, anything we might have missed. Victoria went to the car and started preparations for whatever she was about to do. We talked about the pieces we'd seen. There was the hoisted other, the tree, the white squirrel and the cackling birds. Hey bogeyman, said Chris. Does this place remind you of the abyss? No, said Chompers. He stood on the back of Dean's truck taller than us, he didn't have any eyes and his yellow teeth showed behind a lipless mouth. A long, grey-green tongue rolled out of his mouth, it flapped through the air and smacked against his face before it wiped it in slobber. but I can taste its taint in the air. We're supposed to see the village next, said Chris. Then we drive until we meet the next turn. I think if we miss that turn and keep driving straight, we'll drive into the abyss. Chompers, tell us if we get too close to the abyss so we don't pass the turn, I said. Chompers gave me a nod. Amber. They jumped at my word. Keep an eye out for the road, okay? It feels like you have the best eyes of all of us. If she's got the best eyes, how did she miss the white squirrel? Chris asked. We should have seen it first. Amber sees danger, I said. The white squirrel wasn't dangerous, maybe. Carlo's hand of glory popped and the smell of horse shit hit the air. I looked and the candle he'd lit was a nub. Victoria was still doing her work. She had a bottle with water and she ran it over a silver blade, muttering words under her breath. I need light, she said. Carlo stepped forward. Victoria shook her head. That's karmically dubious. Does anyone have a lighter? She asked. I reached into my pocket and pulled it out. She lit it and neared the flame to the silver blade. A sliver of the light bounced off and hit here, while another shot through the forest to hit the woman in red who was still stuck in place. A few seconds passed before the light faded. Carlo's candle popped and the light died. The woman in red and the big bad wolf were free. The big bad wolf turned, but the woman in red had already started to move. She turned around and dodged as the big bad wolf made to bite her. She got to her feet, dove through a thick cluster of branches and was off. The big bad wolf roared and took off after her. The woman in red wasn't faster, but less branches got in her way as she ran and she was able to move further away from the big bad wolf. Victoria sighed. Let's keep moving, she said. Carlos shook his head. Let's grab a bite, first, he said. Gather ourselves. Then we get going. Remember, cool heads or we'll mess up more stuff. Victoria frowned but nodded. It was a little strange, but I felt like I was seeing another part of her. Victoria had always seemed like she was on top of things. She wasn't the leader of the group, but she was amongst the loudest voices, but in one word it felt like Carlos had sort of taken over. Is this karma? I thought. She gave some of hers away. I ignored the thought and ate with the others, surrounded on all sides by a gloomy forest. The drive was sedate as it could be, with sudden bumps and uneven ground that made my heart stop as I thought the car would suddenly fall over. Dean had taken up my idea and pasted day runes on his headlights, which meant the light was brighter and was cast further than before. We'd put up flashlights on the roof of the trucks and they helped to illuminate the area as a whole. It was unlikely that we would miss the art pieces, but some of the others I wished we'd missed. The obelisk was made of dark stone with a pyramid for the head. There were carvings and patterning all over it, intricate work that I was sure was integrated with magic. As we rolled past and the light from the various flashlights hit it, it revealed blood and the full picture became clear. Above the obelisk was a golden chalice wider than my head, tipped over so it spilled blood over the top of the pyramid. With the sight active, the obelisk was breathtaking. It moved even though it stayed in the same place. It wasn't a four-dimensional shape, but there was more of it that spread across different places. It was the easiest of the art pieces to complement. The menagerie were a set of cages filled with humanoid creatures, all bent and warped, limbs chopped off and others grafted on. A man with hooves for legs, a woman whose face had been splayed open to reveal a younger face within, another man with the head of a pig while another had crab claws for hands. They looked at us as we passed, a child with eyes so big they were the only feature of their face, pleading eyes. Paltry, Chompers muttered at the child as we passed, which didn't help things in the slightest. The garrote was ahead with what looked like millions of thin tendrils that sprouted out around her. The trees had started to clear and the garrote moved through them, propelling herself through the trees in a course that took her close to the road. I'm lost and I can't get out. Please help. I'm lost and I can't get out. But we couldn't stop because we couldn't actually help her. I heard her scream after us as we passed, and through it all, I had to compliment the friend. The head was that of a giant, without a neck, scraggly black hair that spread across the ground for a mile. The head was alive and it lay on its side, brown eyes following as we drove past. The puppeteer, a giant who stood behind a house whose face was gone. There were people in the house with lengths of thread connected them, stretching up to the giant. He moved his fingers and within the house, the people moved. The smooth man, a tall figure with skin of porcelain, he stood and did nothing as we passed, and the snowman, a man made of snow who stood against the sun, pain in his eyes as he slowly melted. Oh fuck, said Dennis. That's actually good. The piece was an old muscle car resting under the shade of a large tree. It had just been painted from the looks of it, almost shiny. I wasn't into cars and I couldn't really appreciate it, but Dennis and Dean seemed to appreciate it. That's 13, said Chris. Hopefully it's the last one. It wasn't. The last one, the nesting doll, was perhaps the worst. The tall trees had disappeared and the terrain had changed into plains of dried grass that dipped and rose in short hills. The last piece was another giant that we first saw in the distance. It was naked and it sat on with legs apart, its back bent and its head hanging. The drive was straight, but we came at the giant from behind and went around to its front without ever having gotten to a turn or a bend. As we drove closer, more of the piece revealed itself. The front of the giant had been splayed open, its chest parted and organs carved out to fit a smaller giant within. It was like the first, back bent and head hung, and its front splayed open to fit something else within. A Russian nesting doll with 9 dolls in all. Gruesome, and I had to find something worth appreciating, something to compliment in it all. By the time we passed the 14th art piece, I was left mentally drained. I know this is bad, said Dennis. We're all tired. But let's try our best to keep focused. We're almost at the end, we just have to keep our eyes out for the waypoint. Can you take over driving? Said Dean, his voice sounded shaky. I'm on edge. Sure, said Dennis. We stopped the car and they changed places. The drive was sedate, but Dennis was a different driver to Dean. He stepped on the pedal a lot more and swerved the car with more intensity as he tried to avoid bumps or potholes. It wasn't raining like it had for the shuddering salamanders. The day was nice, all things considered, with only a few clouds in the sky and all of them light and fluffy. Which was when I noticed a picture in the clouds. Clouds, I said. They look nice. Head swiveled up. Fuck, Chris muttered. What if there were other things that we missed? If this place was built by the friend from the top down, everything has its place, then there might be environmental features that we missed. We're already too far into it, said Dennis. Let's keep driving. The clouds are a nice touch, though. Chris told Victoria and the others about the clouds so they could get in their compliments too. The children were still around us, and with the sun out and the monsters away, they seemed to be finding their energy again. Chris jingles filled the air and the children joined them. They pushed each other and were an all-round nuisance. More annoying now when I felt worse about everything, when I was so on edge. Most of the words I said were complimenting whatever cool thing I could find. At one point a fence started up, old, not painted and some of the wood rotten, but I found something nice to say about it just in case it was the friend's art pieces. I think I see it, said Chris. I followed his point to see a smudge in the distance. When I squinted my eyes, they looked like houses. There were a lot of them and most were made from wood. I couldn't see any people. Everyone see it, said Dennis. Yes, said Dean. Yeah, I said. Next thing is the turn, said Dennis. He glanced at the rearview mirror. Eyes out. We're almost done. Keep telling yourselves that. We kept driving and the sun rose until it was at the middle of the sky. The road was worse, with long trenches that appeared that had us slow to a crawl to get past without further damaging the truck. We stopped a while later so Carlos could fill his truck with gas. It was on the old side and it was a gas guzzler. We moved again, our eyes in search of any roads that we might miss. There weren't many trees around us, only tall, faded grass, and I couldn't imagine we'd miss if another road appeared. But that sort of thinking was a trap, which made me look harder, my head out of the window so I could see any indentations that showed a path. There, said Dean. I looked and I didn't see anything. Dennis slowed, put on his blinkers, then turned into grass that started to scrape the undercarriage. I couldn't see the path ahead and I was sure Dennis couldn't either, so hidden by tall grass that even the tracks were gone. But I could feel that there were some because the truck bounced when we reached a place where the tracks veered or the earth folded up. All at once one side of the car fell and a clang reverberated. Dennis stepped on the gas and the car groaned but pushed forward. Carlos' truck moved with more deft in the area but its undercarriage hit the spot hard too. Sorry, man, said Dennis. I expected this might happen, said Dean. My car might be ruined, but this is all to get to the friend. This is all to get to her company, I said. All to visit a friend. Chris and Dennis did the same, half-hearted statements that could be construed as forgiveness offered. Amber ceased as her head snapped out of the windows. I turned in the direction and spotted a dark shape between the grass with the corner of my eye. A wolf with glowing amber eyes that ran silently. The more I focused the more I saw. 3, 5, 7, 9, 12. They don't, said Dennis. I turned to him, to his side and spotted more dark shapes. Ignore them. I nodded and looked ahead. Amber, though, couldn't ignore them. They visibly shook and that had an effect of the kids who grew blurrier around the edges. They still sang but a few had large eyes and looked in the cusp of crying, they didn't talk or cajole. They were almost spent. I'm scared, Amber said. They'll attack. Think about what you know about connections, said Dean. Don't reinforce your connection to them, it's already the thickest one here. I looked at the webs in my peripheral vision, there was a veritable network around me. The webs that connected Amber to the wolves was the thickest but I was a close second, the others were doing a good job at ignoring the wolves. Connections, I thought to center myself. If I paid attention to something, saw it, the web grew thick, thinking about it also did the same but that wasn't as strong, but talking about it while thinking about it could be enough. I couldn't help calm Amber down which twisted my stomach into knots. I looked ahead, my attention on my breaths and watching the road I couldn't see. We hit another bump and I snapped forward before I stopped hard. I heard a howl in the distance, then a set growls before there was a scream. My head snapped in the direction and I saw one of the wolves. The webs that stretched between me and the wolves snapped into place. Fuck, said Dean, and I saw as the webs around him solidified. A wolf lunged out of the darkness and landed on the roof of the car. Fuck. 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 The wolf jumped off and the surrounding wolves disappeared. It was as though every connection that had centered on us had found something else. That was a good rabbit, I heard Chomper say behind us. You'd better think of something. It'll be caught soon. I'm sorry, I said. It's done, said Dean. Jingling gesture, light flashed outside of the car and the sound of small bells reverberated. We passed by a man dressed in motley. Keep them entertained. We left the jingling gesture behind. How long? Chris asked. He's got 3 good songs in him and a good juggle sequence, said Dean. I don't know how long that'll entertain dogs, though. Maybe if they're other enough it'll be better, but who knows. I'm really sorry, I said. We all make mistakes, said Dennis, tone gentler than Dean's had been. Learn from them then move forward. I nodded but I still felt bad. I checked on the others and they were still there. There was a man standing on the back of Carlos' truck, shirtless and wearing blue karate pants. He had a red belt cinched tight around his waist and tied a red band around his head. He was too bright, his colors too vivid and the edge of his body seemed like pixels. Someone up ahead, said Dennis. I'll roll past. Chris, tell the others. They should stop and pick him up. Chris nodded and spoke into his radio. Eric confirmed. We passed the man, dressed in casual clothing, normal looking with skin the color of cinnamon and long, straight hair that reached his shoulders. He had his thumb out and shook it as we passed. As the others stopped, I saw great relief before he climbed into the car. Caw. I heard and I looked up at the other who stood in the back of Carlos' truck. He'd moved, a sudden thrust forward with cupped hands that let out a ball of fire. The ball sailed into the grass and detonated, the sound of a wolf's cry reverberating. They've already moved past the jingling gesture. I looked at the webs. They were taut and alive with activity. I looked around me and saw that though they were connected to everyone, the webs that connected them to me were thicker. I was their target. Caw. 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 The caw let out a ball of fire while the Kia let out a beam of fire that cut into the path of the wolves and left fire in its wake. A few of the webs disappeared as the wolves were killed, but there were a lot of wolves. No. 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 Amber said, and I followed her attention to see another wolf. Just as regular animals could use their terrain to catch their prey off guard, these wolves could do something similar with magical prey. The wolf hadn't been paying direct attention to me and its web had been too discolored against the much harsher webs of the other wolves. But as Amber alerted me and I looked, the web snapped into place. The wolf, big and ruddy, ran at speed and pounced. The kids around us screamed and broke apart into nothing. Amber scrambled back and I did the same and my seatbelt snapped tight. I couldn't move. Glass shattered. Eyes closed. Dennis shouted. I couldn't close them, not in time, not when my life flashed before my eyes and darkness probably meant death. I heard the sound of a grand clock as it ticked and then everything was different. One side of my face ached, my chest hurt and the car had stopped. At the front, their airbags had activated and both Dennis and Chris looked dazed. What? I said. What happened? We crashed, said Amber. I looked around. Dean hadn't been wearing his seatbelt and he'd hit the back of the driver's seat. He was still conscious but he looked dazed. Carlos' truck behind us had its windows shattered and its inhabitants were out of the truck, Carlos with his hand of glory held up high while the pixelated other shot its fireballs at the unmoving wolves. Dean, I said. Are you okay? He groaned. My door opened and I started, ready to fight even though I didn't know how, nor did I have my stick in my hand. Relief flooded through me when I saw that it was Chompers, his clothes were torn and there was grass in his hair. He had a nasty scar over his face and a few teeth missing. You might want to get out, he said. I don't think the car is a safe place. The wolves, I said, are being taken care of, he said. I nodded. Help me help the others. Chompers nodded and disappeared. I heard him as he climbed the back of the truck and went to open Dean's door. He carefully pulled him out. I got out, with Amber following close behind me. I made sure to grab my stick before I ventured out to pull Chris clear of the car. It meant I saw what we'd crashed into. It was partially hidden by grass, but beyond the blood I saw a dark shape of a cow, its blood marring the brown grass. Hey, I said to Chris. Hey, you've gotta wake up. This would be a perfect situation for smelling salts, I thought before I slapped him. His eyes opened but he looked bleary. We crashed, I said to the unspoken question. He nodded slowly. Gotta grab my stuff, Can you? I asked. Are you hurt? I can move, he muttered. It was slow but he pulled himself out and stood. I went to the back to grab my backpack before I climbed onto the back of the truck. On the floor was a thick blanket with tubes running through it to make it firm. There was a bit of wire that connected the blanket to a battery. Around it were boxes filled with our food, water, and gas in case the car ran out. I was careful to step around everything as I stood on the back of the truck. Is my stuff still okay? Chris asked. He was slow as he climbed onto the back. I think so, I said. I have fought well and hard, the pixelated other said. My enemies may not be defeated but I have done enough. He turned and gave Eric a thumbs up. Fight well, young hero. He blinked red and the pixels broke apart into light that rose up into the air, the other spent. I checked on the webs. There were still wolves but they were further away. Dean and Dennis climbed onto the back, and after them was Chompers. Victoria, Eric, and Carlos got on the top their truck. You guys okay? Said Carlos. Alive, Dennis replied. You. The hitchhiker climbed onto the back of Carlos' truck to join the others. All things considered, he looked well at ease with the situation. I think we're doing better than you guys, he said. The truck can still go, but we won't be able to get past you. The roads have gotten dangerous lately, said the hitchhiker. People talk about a great beast that walks this place. A wolf as big as a hill, with the horns of a moose. People, said Victoria. Which people? People from the village, the hitchhiker said. He sighed. I was happy to hear a car coming. I thought I'd get home. I'd better walk. We'll walk with you, said Victoria. I think we're going in the same direction. The hitchhiker smiled. It's safer in numbers, he said. And you all look like you can handle yourselves. Pick up any supplies you can carry, said Carlos, we're in for a long walk. We didn't have any ghost children but Chris had a radio that played cassette tapes and from it came a jaunty tune that filled the air. The road wasn't as filled with grass as before, but it was still too narrow for my liking. I walked at the back of the group, Chompers to my left and Amber to my right. Eric and Chris walked together, the former carrying the latter's blanket thing while Chris typed on his laptop while he walked. He was surprisingly good at doing that without stumbling. The gallant knight was out and he carried the battery hooked up to Chris' blanket thing. Dennis, Carlos, and Dean were up front and they were talking in whispers. I didn't think the conversation was jaunty, but then none of us were jaunty. Victoria was ahead of me, sharing a conversation with the hitchhiker. The man, said Victoria. It's who our acquaintances picked up when they went through this road. Oh, him, said the hitchhiker. He had a genial face and warm eyes, and he talked with an ease to him. I heard he left and his house is vacant. It's why I'm on the road right now. I'm going to check the place out. You don't have a house, said Victoria. The hitchhiker shook his head. So where did you live before the man left? Wherever I was when the sun sets, he said. He shrugged. Some of the villagers are kind and they give a man a bed for the night. But if they didn't, he shrugged again, there's always some place to sleep. And you're not worried about the dangers that lurk? Victoria asked. Oh, the dangers sleep most of the time, he said. The worst things. They only ever wake up when there's something new and they have to take their roles. Roles. The hitchhiker hummed. Each of us has a role to play in this life, the man said. Is that literal or metaphorical? Victoria asked. Yes, the man said with a large smile. Oh, he said as the song changed. I know this song. He started to whistle along with it and from the looks of it, he wouldn't answer any more questions. Victoria looked ahead just as Dean looked back. They both tensed, then Victoria turned to me. She slowed down to walk beside me. Still holding up, she asked. I swallowed. We were attacked and crashed because of me, I thought. You guys probably hate me and regret letting me tag along. I opened my mouth to say something and ended it with a shrug. This isn't what we thought it would be, said Victoria. She let out a breath. If I'm being honest, I'm a little freaked out myself. There's a lot of messed up stuff here and, I want to do something about it. Stuff like this, especially if it's intentional, shouldn't be the norm. Yeah, I said. But what can we do? I swallowed. I messed up. The wolves attacked because of me. What if we tried to help and made things worse? I think what's important is that we tried, right, she said with a shrug. Even if we don't succeed. I guess, I said. I'm sorry, for messing up. I can't say it's okay. The whole truth thing. But, it's to be expected. The shuddering salamanders have more experience than you do but they made a mistake too. Weld's team has more experience too and they made a mistake, they were attacked by the wolves. These things happen. I still feel guilty, I said. I took in the injuries that everyone had, slight bruising, limps, and in totality the fact that we were walking. And it sucks that I can't do something to make up for it. You'll help out in the school, right? She said. I nodded. Then that's making up for it. It'll help us put all the pieces together and hopefully stop all this, maybe save all the people in here. The webs around us flared, there were still 3 wolves on the prowl and they went on the attack. Eric unfurled the blanket thing. Awake, said Chris. The battery flared and lights on the blanket blinked on in a pattern. I looked away as a man made entirely of light appeared. He was tall, carrying a bow and arrow and in a swift, smooth motion shot 3 arrows. The webs from the wolves dulled of color as they died. Sleep, said Chris. The man disappeared as the lights turned off. Would have really loved to do that if we faced something stronger, Chris said. At least we don't have to deal with any more wolves, said Carlos. And your other's still going, Eric muttered. Mine's done. Do you know how hard it was catching that bug? I know, said Chris. I'm the one who helped you with it. There you go, making me feel guiltier. Dean glanced back towards me. Maybe we should get Ember in a hallow, he said. The wolves went off because Taylor reacted to Ember's fear. The same thing might happen with the goats that are coming up. I don't have a hallow, I said. I haven't made one yet. Victoria pulled off her stud. I gift you this, Taylor a bear, expecting nothing in return, she said. Thanks, I said. I took the stud. Ember, get in please, and come out when I call you out. Ember reached for the stud and was sucked in. I put it in my ear for safekeeping. This feels better, Ember said. I looked at the others and they didn't seem like they heard them. Safer. It's away from Chompers. He scared me when you weren't looking and I felt more scared. I felt a little less. He scares me so much and he likes scaring me. This place scares me too. I think it would make me be chased if it caught me. I swallowed. Can you quiet down, please, Ember? I said and I felt bad for it. Tell me if there's something I should be worried about. Okay, they said. We kept on our walk, surrounded by tall grass so thick it was hard to see through. We stopped a few times to drink water and eat some sandwiches. Victoria offered some to the hitchhiker and the man took them gratefully. So, said Victoria. The song you were listening to is done, can I ask you more about this place? For another sandwich, yes, he said. Eric handed one over. You talked about roles, said Victoria. Does everyone in this place have a role? Everyone does, he said. Each has their part to play. If we were to call this a play, she said. Would it be fair to say that you were the man's understudy, and now you've taken on his role? The hitchhiker frowned. Not his role, he said. Not in as many terms, but, perhaps his narrative in the grand scheme? From what I've heard. I'm much friendlier. Everything I heard, said Eric. I can agree with that. The hitchhiker smiled. Thank you. So, you take on his part, but you have freedom in how you play the role, or maybe the story you can tell in the same framework, said Victoria. Hypothetically, he was the stranger beside the road you were always afraid was going to kill you, while you're. Maybe you can call me the hitchhiker you meet, the one who's traveled a lot and who imparts a great lesson, he said. Is that why you're answering Victoria about this place? Eric asked. The others didn't get anything from the man. Everything I heard about the man said he was very old, that he'd been here a long time, he said. After some time, the role chafes, it becomes predictable, it's better to go backstage than to be on the stage. Who decides the role? Victoria asked. Is it the friend? This is their domain, after all. Ah, the friend, said the hitchhiker. They're quite an interesting figure from all I've heard. Generous, quick to temper, fair in their own way. You say all that you've heard a lot, said Chris. You haven't met the friend? No, he said. I noticed you didn't answer my question, said Victoria. Goats, said the hitchhiker. Ahead in the road was a flock of goats, more than I could count. Most of them crossed the road without a glance in our direction, but there were 3, all black with almost glowing eyes and large horns, their attention on us. As we walked close, the 3 goats stood. They'd been standing before, but now they stood as men stood. They rose to stand on 2 feet, their straight fur dropped into cloaks to hide their arms and legs, their heads, though, remained those of goats. They were taller than all of us present and they stared us down. They seemed regal in stature, standing ghostly still with an imperial air to them. They're dangerous, said Ember. But even if they were dangerous, they weren't going to hurt us if we didn't show them fear. I felt his webs flared a little, people who were worried that I'd react and the goats would come after us. I let out a breath and stayed calm. Practitioners, said one of the goats with a woman's voice, this is quite the sight. They've become frequent of late, another said, its voice hard to put a gender to. It would explain the beast, the last said with a man's voice. Go forth practitioners, said the androgynous goat. To be around you invites great danger, the woman goat said. The goats who'd been crossing the road stopped to open a path. There was a goat that had died by the side of the road. Carlos walked ahead without hesitation. We followed, pulled by his gravity, before. Wait, I said. I felt an edge of nervousness, but I didn't let it consume me. I couldn't show them fear. I caught that the others were trying to do the same thing. All three of the goats turned to me. That goat, I said. The one that's dead. May I have its blood? All three hummed. You have a stick, said the goat with the voice of a man. Show it to us, the goat with an androgynous voice said. I held up the stick. Who gave it to you, the goat with a woman's voice said. An elf, I said. Elwyn. A name I thought might be lost, said the androgynous goat. Yes, quite some time, said the man goat. Not the blood nor the meat, said the androgynous goat. But perhaps the skin we can part with, said the woman goat. For that is ours. Tell the little prince that there are those who wait for his return. I nodded. I will. Then take, young practitioner. I looked at where the dead goat had been and there was only sheepskin left behind. I picked it up, it was a little on the heavy side, with the smell of dirt and grass permeating it. We passed the goats without incident. How did you know that would work? Eric asked. I shook my head. I didn't. Just a shot in the dark. Maybe next time fill us in before you do that, said Dean. It could have been dangerous. Yet. Sorry, I said. It worked out, said Victoria. And this feels a lot bigger than I thought it was before. Did they talk with the others, said Dennis. I don't think they did. They didn't, said Victoria. Strange. Unless it isn't, she asked the hitchhiker. I'm not as old as most, he said. But I've heard that the narrative, in a matter of saying, has been known to change. Do you know what changes it, she asked. The hitchhiker shrugged. Do you know when the last time it changed was? He hummed. It was before my time, he said. So, more than 20 years ago? It's hard to keep track of time around these parts. Do you know what the narrative was like back then? The same in some ways, he said. May I have some water? Eric handed him a bottle. There were rules, there were roles to play, and it was more elaborate. I've been told that the storyline has become condensed and those who live further off have had to move here for the chance to fulfill their role. Victoria nodded sagely. I looked at the others and there were glimmers of understanding. I swallowed and took a breath. I wanted to close my eyes and couldn't. I thought about the pieces, what the hitchhiker said and how it related to everything else we were trying to figure out. The running hypothesis was that the friend had tapped into something fundamental, something that had existed before they'd arrived. This place, before the friend, had a narrative of sorts and everyone had their part, but that changed when the friend arrived more than 20 years ago. The story had been much longer than it was now, and the friend had found a way to shorten it. But how? There's a road. Eric said. What? Said Victoria. When Jamil went through a tour of the friend's house, he said. There was a road, behind the house. It hadn't been used for a long time, but the salamanders spotted it. So, this road doesn't end at the friend's house, said Victoria. The friend just planted themselves on it and virtually took over. How would that even be possible? Carlos said. What kind of power did they have before? There are scourges, said Chompers. Practitioners who deal with bogeyman, who have such a close relationship to the abyss that their domains lie partially in the abyss. But this isn't the abyss, asked Carlos. It isn't, he said. Though the abyss is close. The only other place it could be is one of the paths, said Carlos. It's the only thing that matches. So we think that they built a domain and then planted it in the middle of a path. Dennis said. How is that even possible? Some people do crazy things with domains, said Eric. Our aunt knows a guy in her hometown who made a domain the size of a neighborhood. The others stopped back to look at Eric, then to Victoria to confirm. She nodded. I know, she said. How? Said Carlos. Domain that big would take a lot to do. Imagine the competition that kind of claim could make. Well, he also has Angel for a familiar, so. Holy fuck, who is this guy? Dennis muttered. What's your family's relationship with him? Carlos asked. Because a guy that can get that powerful might be able to help me with my thing. They have a diabolist in town, said Victoria. Maybe the diabolist family in Canada. I'd steer clear just for that. Ah, right. Fuck, Carlos muttered. Back on track, what are we thinking? They claimed the path, if this is a path, as a domain and then changed the rules to get more powerful. If this is a person, maybe we can talk to them, said Victoria. I'm worried that they might be too far gone at this point, said Dean. More other than person, From everything we've seen they don't practice, at least not in the conventional means. If then, at least we can bargain, she said. Maybe we can bargain for the life that the shuddering salamanders lost. She looked at the hitchhiker. Feel free to chime in at any point if you want. The hitchhiker sang and he had a beautiful voice, one that fell into harmony with the song playing on the radio. Funny, said Victoria and she chuckled a little. The hitchhiker smiled and winked. I noted as a network of webs flared, between Victoria and the hitchhiker, Victoria and Dean and the hitchhiker. I didn't know enough about reading the emotion from the webs to read what they were feeling, but I could tell that it wasn't good. We'll get to the schoolyard and we'll get more information there, she said. It might fill in the picture. There were nods. On we walked, surrounded on both sides by tall grass. Oh, fuck, wow, I said, moments after having shrugged on my goatskin cloak. The cloak was largely white with lines of brown running through it, the wool was long and straight, though there were parts that were curly around the ends. Holding it, it hadn't been that long, but on shrugging it on, it fell so it covered me completely. Should we be worried? Dennis asked. We'd begun the trip at dawn, at around 6 in the morning, and now the sun had passed its apex and started its descent. I had a ritual to get through and a part of me was worried that things would stretch too long and I wouldn't be able to go through with it. But we were still ahead of Weld's group when they'd come here and the salamanders had made it before evening. The tall grass had shortened and we could see into the distance. The grass in these parts was greener, there hadn't been a wolf to come near and we hadn't seen anything that might be life. My group, consisting of Dennis and Eric, were at the rear. They were ahead of me, both walking backwards. They'd been the ones to get me to try on the cloak in the first place, not that I hadn't wanted an excuse to do so. I'd been worried about not having a clasp to hold the cloak together, but by magic it closed neatly without needing one. No, I said. At least I don't think so. Just, I'm not as tired as I was before, all the kinks on my shoulders have been worked out. First thing you should definitely do when you get the chance is learn about all the mythology you can on goats, said Eric. If those goats back there were elves like we think, you might have to look at Germanic mythology or any European mythology to give you the heads up. It can give you a sense of how to do that unless you can build an alcazar. I don't even know what that is, I said. More magic stuff, he said. You make a space into an object so you can figure out the type of magic in it, mostly it's used for curses. I haven't gone into one, yet, it's a lot more boring than what I usually do. And what was that back there? I asked. It looked like a video game character. It was a bug, he said, as if that explained anything. I don't know what that is, I said. Not really, I amended, because he'd tried to explain it to me even if I couldn't remember what he'd said. Well, that was Samson Punch Party, he said. He was part of this game whose developers, there were 3 of them and I can't remember their names, died before they could get it done. But it was hyped up, so a lot of people wanted to do it, but the family of the devs were like, no, that's not going to happen. Someone broke into one of the homes of the devs and stole it, but before it could get out, they died too. I whistled. Yeah, said Eric. The game sort of had that reputation, you know? People tried to steal it and they couldn't get it. It was a story that was passed around online. Then the family sold it because there was talk of how much people would fork out to buy the thing. People started to buy it, they played the game and almost everyone said what was there wasn't worth it, but then people started to die and the mythos around the game grew. It got so bad that everyone talking about it were adding fuel to the fire, and the game got a sort of intelligence, especially when someone just dumped the whole thing online. It took on a life of its own, then, and at the height of its power it could come into the real world to fight people it thought were bad. How did you manage to catch it? I asked. Through a lot of work, Eric muttered. Most of it is technical, and thankfully Chris and Colin were there to help me or Martin would have gotten it. Eric grinned. And he would have really liked it too. He's got a hate boner going for me because of it. He'll be pissed when he finds out I spent it. Will you be able to get it back? I asked. He shook his head. Bugs don't last very long, he said. Do you remember that ad that was everywhere about 2 years ago? Breathe, be present, and let go of the past. There was a woman with dark hair, very pale, and she had. I remember it, I said. I always thought it was strange, it didn't feel like it was selling anything. I thought it was like the gorilla in those chocolate ads, but I just always missed what it was an ad for. That was a bug, and who knows how it formed, but it did, and it didn't last very long. It got a hold of the TV for about a week, but before anyone could do anything about it, it disappeared. How much of that stuff happens? I asked. Things that are magic that seem like they were just there. All of them if the Protectorate is doing a good job, said Dennis. Isn't it hot under there? Not that much, I said. I stretched a little. How do I look? It would have been better if you had horns, said Eric. You should think about getting them. Maybe from an elf too, so that becomes your thing. Maybe that's dangerous, though, said Dennis. Elves are the cousins of fairy, and you don't want to get involved with the fae or you'll get caught up in their games. Oh, wow. The smell of cinnamon had reached us. My mouth started to water as the scent of ginger got into my nose and hit the back of my throat. It felt like I wasn't the only one who walked with vigor towards the sweet smell of bread and pie and a whole lot of pastries that should have been oppressive and yet weren't. It was a few minutes later that we spotted the house. It was made out of brick, most a dark brown but with a few that were lighter. The windows were clear and shutters stood open, all of them a bright green decorated with reds and white. At each corner of the house there was the white of icing, and when I laid eyes on it, its smell found my nose, reached down my throat and shook my stomach so that I felt hungry. Anyone else really want some of that house? Dennis asked. I wasn't the only one who nodded. Let's walk away really quickly, Carlos said. I again nodded, but it was so hard to keep walking. Hunger started to gnaw at me. I ate my sandwich, but it was cardboard in comparison to the sweet smells that came from the house. We were far away, but the smell still left me yearning. It reminded me of when Mom had been alive and she'd made apple pie, of when Dad had been a different person and he'd watched Emma and me try, and fail to bake cookies. Then it was a memory of Emma's home as her mom made her ginger snap cookies. There was a bakery Mom had loved in the Lower Bay which made the best muffins, and the smell shifted to remind me of that, then a donut store that sold one of the best downtown. 30 minutes later the smell finally evaporated, which was sweat relief because every part of me had wanted to turn back and take a nibble. At around about the same time we reached the schoolyard. There was a thin path leading out from the road to the gates of the school. There was a fence around the school, but it wasn't well tended and it had been rusted over. The school building was made of wood, so small I would be surprised if it had more than 5 classes, and most of its windows were shattered. We had to walk one after the other to make sure we stayed on the path, all through which Amber whispered for me to be careful so I didn't leave the road. As we got closer, I spotted a few kids sitting in desks. They were normal looking, though some had odd features. A girl with a mousy expression and a blonde boy that had a crack running through his head. When I looked with the sight, there was something writhing under his skin, maybe a bird. All of them focused towards someone I couldn't see. We reached the property, then walked into the front door which hung open, one of them off their hinges. Okay, said Carlos, remember. 1 page and that's it. You can take more if you want, but you'll be losing a bit of focus. It doesn't make a difference if it's only once, but that sort of thing can build up. Remember that what we do needs a lot of focus, all the studying you need to do, all the patience you have to have when you're drawing a major diagram. It'll be even worse for you if you give up focus and you don't think you have it in the first place. Why does it feel like you're talking to me? Said Dennis. He was probably talking about me, said Chris. I think I'm going to bow out of it. I can't lose more focus. I think we get it, said Carlos. I think everyone would understand if they knew the reason. The reason is that I have dyscalculia, he said. It's already fucking hard to focus on math, I don't need more of that. Carlos nodded. The only thing we can think of right now is paths, he said. So you'll ask for paths and then check out whatever book we happen to find. There are other priorities, so we'll have a hierarchy. Dean, Dennis, Eric, Victoria, and Taylor. What about you? I asked. Curses, he said. I'll see if I can't find anything that can help me out. I can't lose this chance when it might be a difference. You don't need to explain, I said. I have to, he said. You're giving something up by doing this. We're sort of asking you to do that. You have to know why some of us aren't willing to do the same. Okay, I said. We started forward. The school wasn't empty of life, but there was no one in the halls. Sometimes, when we passed through the classroom, we saw people within. Kids sat at desks, quiet, their attention on the teacher who stood up front. All the kids were dressed in the same uniform in large part, and the clothes the teachers wore was old but with an air for professional. None of them talked or spoke, only stood in place. Set pieces. This is very creepy, said Eric. Maybe it's just me, but school shouldn't be empty. Yeah, Chris said. Every footstep we took rung out into the air around us as floorboards groaned. Things were made worse by the gallant knight whose metal made a loud noise that seemed to reverberate. Thankfully, there were no strange rules that said we should be quiet, at least not in the school, but the library was coming up and that would be different. We reached the library and it was emptier, with a silence that was almost oppressive. There was a receptionist's desk up front, behind which sat a thin woman with grey skin and a nose shaped like a beak. She had grey hair, pulled so tightly into a bun that it pulled back her face. Her eyes were small and dull green, and they didn't settle, shifting from side to side to take us all in. Dean, you're up, said Carlos. Dean nodded. Gallant, stay, he said, and he walked into the library. Hello, he said, his voice hushed. Would you mind taking me to the section on paths? The librarian looked him up and down before she nodded. stood to her full height of 7 feet tall with long arms that reached her knees, fingers which were thin and longer added to the length of her arms. Silent, she gestured the way and Dean followed after her. I think I would like to go exploring, said the hitchhiker. Really? Said Dennis. Now. He shrugged. I haven't been to these parts before. I might not get the opportunity again. That's a very big might, said Chris. If you've taken the man's place, then you'll be doing this a few more times. Unless he's using might because there's always the possibility that he might take the place of whoever screws up, said Carlos. He frowned. Have we lost Dean? Are you going to take his place? No, you haven't lost Dean, he said. But you're very close to losing him. What? I thought and my heart started to beat faster. What's going on? What did we do wrong? You collective or singular? Victoria asked, calmer than I felt. The hitchhiker smiled. Have we lost anyone? She asked. The hitchhiker didn't say anything. What the fuck did I miss? Everything had suddenly taken on a serious air. I thought about everyone even though it wouldn't help. I had Chompers and Amber with me. In the group there was Victoria, Dennis, Carlos, Eric, Chris, and Dean. We'd come here in a party of 6 people and I'd come with 2 others. I'd left Jonah behind because I hadn't known how I would use him and that make him a liability. I didn't have the sense that we'd lost anyone. I don't think we lost anyone, said Victoria. He said you almost lost him, but he means me. He's flirting with me and it's getting under Dean's skin. That's enough for him to say what he said. The hitchhiker's smile was warm. You noticed. Some of my cousins have fairy for familiars, said Victoria. I know what it feels like to be played. Oh, so the jig is up? I thought we'd be acting some more, said Eric. For the rest of us, said Dennis. Thank you. He's been trying to get one over us since the beginning, said Eric. You remember what he said about himself? About being the hitchhiker that imparts wisdom? Well, he said he might be called that, but what is he really called? Why doesn't he out and out say what he is and his narrative role is? They warned me about practitioners, he said. What were you going to do? Can't go telling you that, now, can I, he said. There's more coming, I might get one in over with them. But I think I'm done. You're done, said Carlos. The hitchhiker nodded. I'll be going backstage, so to speak, until I'm needed again. Bye, now, Victoria, he said. The web between him and Victoria flared. He walked off, whistling a jaunty tune. He turned a corner and his whistling disappeared. I didn't even think there was something up with that, said Carlos. Tell me about it, said Dennis. What do you think he would have done? Most likely killed us or tried to kill one of us, said Victoria. Probably me. He would have gotten my guard down before he did it. I just can't think about the karmic costs to it, unless there's some strange rules in this place like the conditions to being lost. We're going to have to keep an eye out just in case he tries anything, said Carlos. I think he might have a thing for you, Vic, so be on the lookout. She nodded. We settled into silence as we waited. It was 10 minutes later that Dean returned. How did it go? Carlos asked. I got a way to get into one of the paths, he said. It's called Falling Oak Avenue. It has flying buildings and you have to fall in a way that makes you not touch the ground. I don't know about many lengths there are, but the page I had only 2 with some bits of info. Jot it down, said Victoria. So we have a sense of things as we wait for the others to get back. Going in, said Dennis. Wish me luck. Luck, said Carlos and Chris at the same time. Dennis walked in and went to the librarian. Can I get some help finding books on paths, please? The librarian stood and gestured for Dennis to follow. Dean quickly wrote it down, things he'd read for a single page on a path that someone from the Protectorate had kept them from because it was too dangerous. Everything I heard about the path said that it was fucking dangerous. It involved choosing a unique set of numbers to get into a state of falling in terminal velocity, trying to get through building all while not landing on or touching the ground. There were checkpoints that needed to be passed, at which point a length would be passed, and then the person would find themselves where they wanted to be at the end. The last part matches how you leave the friend's house, said Victoria. You walk out the door and you're home without having to walk back. It could be that, but it's not conclusive. But the others of this place don't seem as violent as this is, said Carlos. Or maybe not yet, said Eric. The hitchhiker left and he was creepy about it. Should we expect a problem? Dean asked. Maybe, said Victoria. Anyone keeping track of him? He asked. None of us are that good with connections, said Eric with a shrug. I was watching him with the sight, but he slipped the moment he was out of sight. Same, said Carlos. If I had more of a connection, I'd be able to do something, but I didn't think to do it. Dean sighed. So, this isn't a lot. Hopefully Dennis gets something firmer. We might be able to use this, though, said Chris. Maybe? Because we can give this to the woman in the red cape so she can leave through Falling Oaks Avenue. It's an idea, said Carlos. Seems a little too simple, but we'll see how it works. Dennis got back. Another path, he said. The garden route. Going in, said Eric. Jot it down, said Victoria. So we can get a sense of it. Dennis had found a path that hadn't been too long, which meant he'd read all of it. The page had been written by someone who'd still been teaching their apprentice about paths, and it was one for beginners. Getting into the path was easy. The practitioner was supposed to walk down a road that they enjoy until they were bored, then they were supposed to say, I wish to travel through a place that will titillate the mind, after which they would see a way into the path. The path would keep in theme with whatever road the practitioner had been traveling down, and there would be fascinating things within. There weren't any challenges down the path, and there was a gift, a boon, at the end. The practitioner would find that the paths they traveled down were always interesting, with the effect getting more powerful the more the road was traveled. When Eric got back, it was with the Old Town Road. I think you'll want to read this before you go in there, said Eric. The Old Town Road. Greetings, dreamer. I bid you good travels through roads so well worn that they have been forgotten even by the great abyss. If you have picked up my work, then I postulate that you were able to do so through one of a few means. First, you are an apprentice o' mine, and I have finally seen fit to have you travel through a road to greater boons. Second, knowledge has been sold to you. Third, I have died and you have found my workings. The third is the worst of ends, and therefore, forgive me if I turn away. If you have been a part of the practice for any amount of time, you will have learnt, to look invites others to look back. Forgive them, then, if I do not look towards my own death with any vigor. I dally. For the first and second, it is my assumption that you have sufficient knowledge that explanations are unneeded, dreamer, so quickly off we go to the Old Town Road. There exists a town where the oldest of others exists. The home of servants of once great gods who are now forgotten, others of yore so old they have become myth to those who have awakened, beings whose only hold to reality are the dreams we create. To reach this town and be granted boons from these great patrons requires travel down the Old Town Road. The dream begins with a path down a well-worn road. It should not be new, for the things which you seek visit are not new, but should be so old it is disused or adequately well traveled. The road should be straight, and you, dear dreamer, should choose how you will travel. It is a great walk to reach your destination, but it might be safer from the threats that lurk, but a horse might do you well if it is loyal and skitters not easily. Travel down the straight road until you see in your way a path that should take you out of the road. Go in, dreamer, and within the dream's hold you will find yourself. The first leg of your journey will be quite easy, dreamer. There is a road and you should travel down its length. There will be nightmares at the fray, and the mares will entrance you to step off the path. Do not, dreamer, no matter the temptation, for there is protection along the road. Okay, said Victoria. So can we reasonably say that the road we're walking down is the Old Town Road? We can, said Eric. He had a grin. But is it true? Don't try to be smart, Victoria said, but there was a light smile on her. There's a few differences, though. Like, you don't need to start the trip at dawn, and you don't need to compliment the scenery. You just have to walk down the first and keep to it. At least we know we made the right call in not leaving it, said Chris. It feels like the road is protection from outside things, and maybe stepping outside of it means that they can come and attack. We still don't know enough, said Victoria. But the Old Town Road is our best bet. Maybe I should go in there and look at another page to see more. Yeah, said Carlos. That'd be good. Go while we talk this out. Victoria nodded and walked in. Hello, she said, and I could hear the smile in her voice. I'll like to go to the section on paths, please. The librarian stood and led her off. I think I might have an idea, said Dean. Yeah, said Carlos. He nodded. Remember Mr. McIntyre? How he made the math class his? Yeah, Dennis muttered. He fucking took away the color. Took off all the posters and inspiration quotes. I think if he could get away with it, he would have painted the walls grey so they seemed more like a prison. I think this might be that, said Dean. The friend might have added all these extra rules so that they could get away with making this space theirs. Look at everything we've been doing. The moment we stepped into this place we were validating the friend. We're absolving them of the blame of the bad roads, and we do the same thing again when we turn. Also why we keep complimenting them, Chris said. Maybe that's why they're so angry when we miss things? Because we're breaking the hold in little ways. I mean, the only punishment from missing the sum of the pieces is that they're angry, said Eric. It's not like the monsters of this place are the one that attack. And then after everyone's left things change, like the rain with the salamanders. So maybe the friend expends a lot of power when they have time to prepare the terrain for the next time around, said Chris. Trying to direct how we think this place works. I think that might be it, said Dean. Or close enough that it gives us more of an idea how all of this shit works. Okay, said Carlos. If that's the case, then, are we free from consequence if we don't play their game? If we don't follow their rules? We'd need to know what their rules are and what the Old Town Road's rules are so we can follow those, he said. Maybe that would undermine them and strengthen the road. An expectation has been set, and it's been going for maybe over 30 years. There's long way to fall. That might be a way, said Carlos. But it feels dangerous. There's a lot we don't know and I feel like this place, especially since they've had it so long, would turn on you more if you weren't playing by the rules and still broke some of them. The others nodded. We know more than we did before coming here, that's for sure, said Carlos. We have an idea of what the friend did to get this power and how they're keeping hold of it. We thought this was a ritual and a way to suck up its power was to go through it, but that's not right. This is a practitioner who was maybe experimenting and the power they have is on metaphorical stilts. We just have to kick them out from under them, said Dennis with a grin. I think we could go to this with the Protectorate and have them look at it. Or we might find a person who specializes in paths. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, said Carlos. Let's. I jumped as wood slammed against wood, and there came the loud raucous of big things falling against each other, quickly followed by the sound of smaller things falling. Victoria, said Dean. He and Dennis rushed forward into the library. The gallant knight followed after them, the others' strides long and the sound of metal against metal cutting through the air. Chris, Eric, Taylor, stay behind and make sure we're not taken from behind, said Carlos as he rushed into the room. He reached into his backpack with one move and pulled out his hand of glory. Eric, said Chris. The boy started. Help in case something tries and attacks. Okay, said Eric, but he had trouble pulling his eyes away from the library. Okay, he said again, his voice stronger. He ran over to the blanket thing Chris had used to form his archer. What do you want me to do? Check connections and lights, he said, his laptop open and the click of the keys loud. Marks of power, if any of them have faded tell me so I can redirect how the power moves. Okay, said Eric. Chris pulled out a monocle from B-bag and handed it over to Eric. The boy started to fumble with the blanket, leaned close so he could see maybe symbols or sigils. I looked between them and what they were doing, and the library where I sometimes heard the clatter of something loud. My feet bounced a little and I wanted to move. I pulled my stick free from the loop in my belt, then pulled out my chain to wind it around my left arm. Amber, I said. Can you keep an eye just in case there's something coming? Okay, they whispered in my ear. Chompers, I said. He'd been quiet since we'd gotten here. He was hard to read unless he wanted to, and I wasn't sure what he was feeling now, or what a bogeyman could feel. Do you have any good tricks you could use? They might not be so good in a place like this, he said. In a school? I thought. Is this because you come from the academy? But I couldn't ask that because of the contract we'd concluded. It would be too close to revealing his weaknesses to others. Do what you can, I said. He nodded. There was a bang, then a hiss that filled the air. Back. I heard, then a word in a language I didn't understand, with sounds like they were said at the back of the throat. I caught a flash of light, heard a bang, and then a crash. Someone's coming, said Amber. Behind you. Heads up, I said. I turned around and the web flared. I heard sharp footsteps against hardwood floors. A man turned the corner, dressed in a white shirt along with grey pants and a heavy coat. His skin was a dark grey like people in old television show, his hair, black and slicked back, and wearing glasses that had static. In his left hand was a whip thing. It wasn't the sort of whips that had a leather rope in the end, it seemed more like that whips used for horses except it was longer and thicker. It was made of hard plastic that was thick near the handle and thinner near the tip, it was a black that reminded me of Gru's shadow. What was most worrying was that it was longer than my stick. Troublemakers, he said. He had an accent that trilled the RS and put stress on the KS but I couldn't tell where it was from. Go to your classes, now, he said, and the now sounded like a no. We didn't move. Miscreants, he said and he broke into a run. Stall, said Chris. Chompers, I said. Chomperetched and the hand things he'd sent after me came out, one of them with an eye badly damaged. One scrambled forward while the other tried to dart to the side and out of the way of the headmaster's sight. The first hand jumped and it was dashed aside, hit so hard it was left a bloody smear against the wall. The second, using the distraction, pounced. The headmaster stopped on a dime, spun and hit the hand hard into the ground. My rabbit would have been good to have, said Chompers. The headmaster started his run again. My heart was still beating hard, but I couldn't let him get to the others. I took off in a run even as my heart was close to bursting. His whip came up and then down. I skidded to a slow and threw myself to the side. I jumped further than I'd meant, landed on one side of a wall. My shoes found a lot more traction than I was expecting and used that to pounce off with far more maneuverability than I usually had. I landed behind the headmaster, spun with my stick already moving. His whip came down and it thwipped as it passed through the air. Stick and whip meant, and stick was stronger. The whip bent then snapped back with a crack that hit my hand. Pain flared and it was the only thing I could think about for a hot second. My hand opened and my stick escaped. The headmaster stepped forward in a rush, his whip going up then coming down. I stumbled back then leapt. I sailed a bit away, landed with a stumble and fell on my rear hard. I spotted Chompers. The headmaster started to turn. My hand still stinging with pain, I licked it then drew a line in the air to reinforce the web between me and the headmaster. He hesitated for a second, that was enough for Chomper to jump at his leg. He chomped and swallowed. The headmaster lost his balance and fell to one side. He grabbed at thin air. Chompers tried to move about, but by some magic the web between Chompers and the headmaster bunched, and the man was able to grab the boy. Magic innate to the headmaster, or an interaction between the fact that the headmaster had dealt with unruly student and Chompers was being won. Ears. Chompers screamed, desperation in his voice. I quickly got my arms over my ears a second before a shrill scream cut through the air. The sound sent out a reverberation, I felt as a myriad of webs suddenly connected. I looked left and the right and saw as students came out into the halls. Fight. 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 I spotted a teacher, their expression stern, with a walk in their step that promised punishment. I scrambled up to my stick duck, said Amber, and I let myself fall forward. I spun around to see the woman from before, tall and willowy, with hard eyes. Nail polish, she said. Unbecoming of a lady. She made to grab and I kicked. She dodged the kick and grabbed my leg, fingernails ripped through my jeans and dug into my leg. I screamed. A bit of my chain unraveled and I threw my hand as I leaned forward. She was still close and I managed to hit her face. She freed my leg and scrambled back. I got up and almost fell as my leg threatened to give out. I stood. Down. I heard and I let myself fall again. Light flared and the woman was punctured by another arrow. More lights flared as I looked up, taking out all the teachers. I was left breathing hard while young kids jumped for joy around us. Hey, said Dennis. Are you okay? Leg, I said. Everyone else got out in one piece, he said. It was the hitchhiker. Tried to push a bookcase on Victoria and the librarian went postal with the noise. She's okay. A bit banged up, but alive, he said. Can you walk or do you need help? We'll leave the school, check on injuries and move on. We won't be able to get more on the Old Town Road right now. Okay, I said. The school had more activity as we left. We'd killed all the teachers and the kids had a day where they were free and seemed to be enjoying it. We got out of the school and into the road. We spent a good few minutes tending wounds, drinking water, and eating. Victoria looked a little frazzled, her hair unkempt and blood on her hands. Dean had his arm in a sling, while Carlos and Dennis looked okay. Chris' blanket thing with the lights had been lost, burned because they'd rushed the process, but he still had his battery which he'd given to the gallant knight. Eric stood close to his cousin, at times giving her long looks. Chomper's clothes were torn in places, he still had the wound from fighting with the wolves and now he had a tooth missing. He spent a majority of the time playing with another tooth that was close to falling. Through unspoken words, we started walking. All of us were so tired. My leg flared with pain every time we walked, but after a while, it became easier to put pressure of the leg even if the wound still flared with pain. We reached the manor, bounded by a neatly trimmed hedge, a tall house that looked Victorian, with cars in the driveway. I spotted Dean's truck as one of them, free of all the dents and scratches. Dick move, he muttered, but we moved on. We spotted another house, one that would belong to the man. The hitchhiker was there and he waved at us as we passed. Victoria directed the middle finger at him and though I couldn't hear it, I saw as the man laughed. We don't talk from this point on, don't mention what we're trying to do or what we already figured out, said Carlos. We're just meeting and leaving, the rest we'll figure out outside. Chins up. We're almost done. On we walked until we came upon the friend's house. The house was a log cabin bounded by a wrought iron fence with furnishings of flowers crafted by the metal, vines and flowers grew through the fence, some blooming in reds, whites, blacks, and purples. The house sat at the center of the yard, to the left was a wall topped with chopped logs, so many that I would have been afraid to get close lest they fall on me, and to the right was a little garden with pumpkins and squashes. The log cabin looked in good condition, with a porch that had one of those swinging chairs, it swung even without a person sitting on it, and lavender growing around the beams that kept the overhang up. The door to the house was closed and one set of windows were open, upon which a pie sat, its smell sometimes drifting our way. Carlos, in the lead, walked to the gate and said, "We've come to visit the friend." The door opened and the friend stepped out. They were only a little taller than I was, and I was the tallest person in our group with the exception of the gallant knight, with a frame on the muscular side. They had straight, black hair, so long that it reached the small of their back. They done a style that had 2-3 strand rope braids that were set so they were up front, while the rest of their hair was left to fall straight on their back. Their hair was shiny and it caught the light so it seemed to have a sheen. Okay, said Carlos. Is anyone else jealous of their hair? Yes, I said, a little too quickly. Very, Victoria muttered. Priorities, said Dennis. Dennis, you use body wash on your hair, said Carlos. So no. No, dude, said Eric. Just, no. I feel attacked, Dennis muttered. The friend's skin was the tan of someone who spent a lot of time in the sun. They wore clothes made out of leathers and wool, colored in bright blues and reds, with square and triangular patterns. It felt like they wore more clothes than anyone should, too many layers, but they carried themselves with confidence and that made the mishmash of clothes come together. To the sight the friend was a figure in brightness. It wasn't the same bright I'd seen on Victoria's father, this was something else. It reminded me of desks at school, things that had so much attention that they were veritably alive. Everything about the friend, from hair to well-manicured toes, had a similar light. More visitors, they said, their voice sweet. They smiled and it left me a little flustered. They friend's ears were a little big but they framed their face well. I'm surprised. I don't get them so much and it seems I've been getting more and more, lately. You've got to know what that means, don't you? I asked. That we're trying something? Especially since so many of us are practitioners. You sent out ways to visit you, said Carlos. He shrugged. The friend hummed. Even so, they said. Come in, guests, so you might have food and drink at my table. They flicked a hand and the gate opened. They turned and went to the house. We followed. I was near the back of the group and Chompers was by my side. The steps groaned a little as the gallant knight stepped on them. Leave your bags in the cupboards, please, said the friend, and any weapons. You will not be harmed so long as you have my hospitality, that would be unbecoming of a friend or a good host. What about others? Dean asked. Do they count as weapons? The knight would, yes, said the friend. Gallant, said Dean. The knight walked around Dean and disappeared mid-step. I'm a boy, said Chompers. A schoolboy. The friend turned to him. I know you are a bogeyman, they said. I never said I wasn't, said Chompers. But I'm from a school in the abyss, and I'm a boy. You have any weapons on you? They asked. My teeth are a weapon, he said. Just as yours and just as anyone else? And what is a weapon anyway? These are practitioners and their words can be used as weapons, should they be left behind. Because. The friend held up a hand. You may come and dine at my table, bogeyman. They turned to me. But since there exist ties from you to him, practitioner, you will ensure that he behaves. I didn't say anything. An answer, they said. Am I afraid? Yes, I said. The friend's eyes narrowed but they turned. Come. Come. You will be tired and perhaps hungry. I have food prepared. May we have a tour before we eat, said Carlos. I'd also like to use the restroom, said Eric. It's been a long day, and I'm sure the ladies are embarrassed about asking. Yes, said the friend. The bathroom is down the hall, third door on the left. All of us went. Carlos got first right and then Victoria because the two of them wanted to go on the tour. Then it was me, where I spent some time splashing water of my face and checking for any scars that I'd need to explain away to Dad. There weren't any on my face, through my hand was red where the whip had it. I'd have to figure out a way to hide it. I got out and ambled around. I found a study with a few bookcases and looked over them without touching anything. There was hospitality to be observed and I didn't want to go over the line. The house, what little I saw, was really comfortable, and to the sight everything glowed to show that care and attention was devoted to it. It was unsettling that a place this homey could be a product of a lot of people disappearing or being killed by the wolves or the hitchhiker or the denizens of the school. The tour over, the friend called us into the dining room where a long table had been laid out, filled with food, well-cooked food. Oh, wow, I said. This looks fantastic. The friend beamed. Does it really, they said. Tell me your name. Taylor, I said. Taylor a bear. Well, Taylor, thank you, and you are wearing the most beautiful cloak. If I might ask, where did you get it from? From Three Goats while we walked here, I told her. The elves, they said. They aren't known to grant boons. Either you're very fortunate or quite unfortunate. What does that mean? I asked, my heart beating a little faster. Please, I'll sit so we might speak while we dine, they said. There was meat and veggies on the table, all well made and all smelling nice. The friend took a bowl and started to plate for herself. We did the same. Elves are gardeners, but not like humans. They are long-lived, near immortal, and much like fairies they can weave intricacies into how they tend their gardens and how they grow their plants. I wonder what vision these elves have where you're concerned, Taylor. My eyes were wide and my heart was beating hard. You never know if a seed is going to grow well, said Victoria. So you plant a lot of them. It could be the same thing here for Taylor. Planting many and then refining. Were it a person, then perhaps yes, but the elves have an eye for these things, they said. Forgive me. I know Carlos, Victoria, and Taylor, but how about the rest of you? Introductions were shared and in between them there were compliments on the food that the friend had prepared and it was really good, especially after how tired we all were and how everything had started to taste like cardboard after the gingerbread house. What about you? Dean asked. Is the friend your name? It seems like a title, not a name. It can be both, said the friend. But in this case, is it? It is, they said. How? Asked Victoria. I've met people who wanted to change their names and it was hard. Oh, this wasn't easy, either, said the friend. In a matter of speaking, I had to lose myself. Untethered, I shucked off such constraints as gender and a name to become the friend. How did you manage not to go into the abyss? Chompers asked. Because I was accustomed to being lost, they said. Tell me of yourselves, how did a motley group come to find their way into my domain? Chris started to tell the story, though he made sure not to make it known that there was coordination between us and other practitioners, or that we were trying to get this to stop. I looked outside to see how close the sun was to setting. I had to get home soon. Victoria noticed too. It's starting to get late. We have gifts for you before we can leave. Some of us have things to do. Oh, of course, said the friend. Some of them are in our backpacks, do you mind us getting them? Go ahead, they said. We quickly went and got back with our gifts in hand. The friend looked close to elated as they looked from unwrapped gift to unwrapped gift. Carlos started, he handed over a wooden mask with a placid expression, painted in red and blue. This the first mask I made for myself for hiding purposes, he said. The magic in it is spent, but it's been with me for a while and it has sentimental value. He gave it to the friend. Thank you for your gift, Carlos Alvarez, they said as they took the mask, and a gift in turn. News, ill news, but news which will help you, nonetheless. Your abuelo has died. Carlos tensed, his eyes wide. Your cousins will come to America and the curse will come with them, drawn by the clustering of your bloodline. Make your preparations. Carlos didn't move, stuck on the spot. Dennis got close and threw an arm over Carlos' shoulder. Carlos visibly shook, moments from breaking down. Another gift, please, the friend said, too happy, especially after the news they just delivered. I need some air, said Carlos. Give me a sec and I'll be right there, said Dennis. Carlos nodded and left. My gift, he said, resentment in his voice. He pulled out a watch with a broken face. It's got a broken face but it always seems to work. I have no idea how. The friend took it and looked it over. Its wearer was taken before their time, they said. Dennis frowned. Hadn't he realized? Or maybe something else. Quite the gift, yes, quite the gift. Dennis Cooper, you'll have a year with your father, a quarter of that will be in good spirits. Dennis let out a shaky breath, there were tears at the corners of his eyes. He turned and left without a word. More gifts, said the friend. None of us moved. You, said the friend, with a point at Eric. Your gift. Eric pulled out a harmonica. He swallowed before he said, this is a harmonica I tried to learn to play. He shrugged. I'm not using it anymore. Please don't tell me the song that'll be playing while either mom or dad dies, please. The friend hummed. They reached into the folds of their clothes and pulled out a comb. They gave it to Eric. Eric Pelham, you should now be able to change your hair to any color you please, they said. Just run that comb through it as you would with any glamour. Oh, thank God, Eric muttered. Thanks. Chris was next. He had a small video game, old from the looks of it. It's a Game Boy, he said. Imbued with magic so it can always run. Something to keep you busy if you're bored. The friend took it. Christopher Roberts, your mentor thinks you're quite gifted, said the friend. Chris smiled. I stepped forward because I couldn't take the suspense. 2 gifts had been good, but the bad had been really bad. I wanted this over and done with. This is one of the last books I read with my mother before she died, I said. It's my copy. The friend took it. My heart started to beat faster as I waited for her gift. A bit of history, they said. Taylor Hebert, your maternal great-great-great-grandfather is a betrayer. He had the trust of a great many people, but he chose to lie to them so it would benefit him and his family. That taint still lingers on you and yours to this day. Maybe that's why I have bad karma, I thought. Because of him, whoever he was. Dean was next. He held up a silver locket. I bought this, he said. It looked nice. A thoughtless gift, the friend said with a bit of a frown. They turned and walked over to a cupboard. They pulled out a silver spoon and gave it to him. I had another gift, said Victoria. But I thought this would work too. She gave the friend a hairbrush. You have very beautiful hair, their words were a compliment, but the tone was terse. Thank you, said the friend. My gift to you. Quite complicated. Quite complicated. They hummed. Perhaps word. Warning. Guard your heart, Victoria Dallin. When Dean Stansfield meets with the match set by his family, and begrudgingly, he will be enamored. Victoria and Dean shared a look. Dean's shoulders slumped. Victoria's hands clenched into fists. I caught sight of the web between them, how it soured. Gifts have been shared, said the friend. It was a pleasure to have your company. You may leave. Step 1 foot out of the gate and you will find yourself a few steps from where you want to go. I have to go, I said. My ritual. Go, said Chris. We'll call. First I reached into my bag for a pen and then drew an attention-turning diagram on 2 pieces of paper. One I stuck to me and the other I stuck to Chompers. Bye, I said to the rest. I got nods. I thought about home as Chompers and I stepped out of the gate. A step and everything around me suddenly shifted. I was in a little alley between houses, 3 houses away from home. Danny a bear, I said and the web flared, away from home. I let out a sigh of relief. I had time to get showered and decompress before I had to deal with Dad. I started for home. So what happens now? I asked, my phone on loudspeaker. I'd done my ritual, showered, called Dad to tell him I was home, then compiled a loose series of notes so I wouldn't forget everything I'd learned today. Chompers was in the basement in his circle and Amber was out of her hallow and searching the house for anything dangerous. Now we talk to everyone about everything we figured out, said Victoria. I don't think anyone's going to be in the mental space to go back in there for a while, so we're going to push for more people to have their go through. Yeah, I said. What happened back there was really heavy. Tell me about it, said Victoria. But at least this is close to being dealt with. We figured a lot about the friend, and I think the next part is going to really hurt them and whatever they've done. I nodded, then said, yeah. Can you keep me updated? I asked. Just so I know what's going on? With the woman in red and the friend and everything. Yeah, she said. Want the heads up if we're going to be trying anything else? We might go down the old town road when we get all the pieces. But that might be in the far future if we even do it. There's just a lot. Yeah. I'll be busy for a while, I said. There's something I've been putting off for a while. I don't know, almost dying twice in the same day gave me the confidence to finally tackle it. I'm glad some good came from this, she said. She sighed. Listen, sorry to cut this short but I'm really tired and I want to sleep. I'll maybe bring back your bike tomorrow. Me or a parent? Sure, I said. I need to sleep too. I'm beat. Bye, Taylor, she said. Bye. I dropped the phone then lay on my back. I closed my eyes for a second and darted away as my alarm rang. I had to release Chompers. I checked on Dad with the sight and he'd gone to sleep. He must have tried and failed to wake me up. Listen, I muttered to Chompers. I don't think I'm going to be able to wake up again, so let's make a deal. The same one we made when I was going to Victoria's place. You get freedom until your second deadline, and you give me those eyes as payment. Agreement accepted, said Chompers. I had a few more hours of sleep and nifty eyes that I was going to sell to Mr. Calvert so I could start repaying Dad for the bike. When Chompers came back, he had all his teeth back and he no longer had a scar on his face. I could have been worried but I was honestly too tired. I went to bed again and slept like the dead. How was the camping trip? Dad asked as we ate breakfast Sunday morning. I still felt so tired, especially after having to wake up to let Chompers in at 2 in the morning. My sleep last night had been plagued by a stream of vivid nightmares involving everything I'd seen. The people in cages, the woman with the tendrils that had been screaming for help, the woman in red, and everything else. I'd been caught in the sort of sleep where I jolted awake sometimes and, in the minutes awake, it felt like hours stretched. I took a deep breath and took in the scent of my tea. I gave myself a moment to think about the answer. Camping involves a lot of sleeping in a tent that doesn't have heat, I said. Dad snorted and smiled. You're not a camping girl, he said, that same smile in his voice. He had coffee in front of him and he'd made it strong. He took a sip. I liked being with the others, I said. But not the camping, he said again. The camping I didn't enjoy so much, yet, I said as I thought about Chompers being a dick and trying to scare us. What sort of stuff did you do? He asked. Walked a lot, I said. I think that's called hiking, said Dad. Talked about interesting stuff, I said. There was some relationship drama between Victoria and Dean. Dean Stansfield, right? Dad asked. Mark mentioned him. Mark. Mark Dallin, said Dad. You call him Mark? Dad shrugged. I had lunch with him yesterday, he said. Talked to him about, well, your religious thing and how to interact with it. He practices it too, did you know? Yeah, I said. Their entire family does. Says a lot about how what we know about people, he said. He was talking about supporting you, that sort of thing, and how to raise a teenager who's spiritual in the same way you are. I don't want to do anything insensitive, you know? I want you to explore your spirituality however you want. A smile stretched on my face and I looked down. I felt a well of emotion and shrugged it off. Sorry, said Dad. I made this about me. You were talking about your trip. I shrugged again. Things sort of ended badly, I said. One of the guys, Carlos, found out that his grandfather died. Which? Yeah, said Dad. That can be hard. I nodded, then worked through my breakfast. I'm going to go upstairs to do some stuff, I said. Finish up homework and that sort of thing. One of the Dallins might be coming over to bring my bike. I'll be here, said Dad. There was homework to be done, and I did a few minutes of that just so I wasn't caught in a lie. Then I turned to magic. I'd already jotted down notes of interesting tidbits from last night, but I hadn't neatly compiled them into my grimoire yet and I wasn't in the mood to do that, so I turned instead to searching all I could about goats. The first thing that came from the search were satyrs and fauns, from Greek and Roman mythology. It wasn't Germanic like Eric had suggested, but there was a lot to learn there, especially about the similarities between Greek and Roman myth. Faun and satyrs both were bottom half goat, which I wasn't sure fit into what the cloak could offer me, but it was worth a read nonetheless. Reading about Faun and satyr told me they borrowed their forms from the god Pan, which I made a note to look into because that was another topic that might be interesting. Fauns were connected to bringing fear in men, but also served as guides in some stories. Satyrs, though, were more connected to sex and the Greek god Dionysus, who seemed a lot like a party god. There was more information on satyrs than fauns, but I was aware that all the information I was getting was from the internet and I couldn't trust, firstly, its authenticity and secondly, if it tracked with everything connected to the practice. It felt like if I wanted to know more, I'd either have to go to primary sources or talk to practitioners that might know more about goats and the connected mythology. The former seemed the tedious option, but I really didn't want to deal with practitioners, especially when they might ask me for payment. I pulled back a little and did more of a general overview so that I could get a broader sense of goats in relation to history and mythology, as well as places to look for more in-depth searches. The broad strokes seemed to be that goats were known to symbolize fertility, vitality, and ceaseless energy. In the past, goat skin was used to carry water and sometimes as parchment, which distracted me as an idea hit. I had to go to the basement for the really heavy work, bringing everything I'd moved up so I could start working. I got my goatskin cloak and turned it over. I started to draw a rune on the circle with a pen and it was surprisingly easy to draw on, sucking up the ink and letting the circle I'd drawn on stay. I thought about what I wanted to draw because it felt important. I thought about an attention-turning diagram, but I didn't like those for how fickle they were. They disappeared pretty quickly and there was the rebound effect. But with my experimentations on the day and night runes, they could help in making it hard to fade the attention-turning diagrams if they weren't used right. I pulled out my notebook and started to draw rough sketches of diagrams, mixing together the warded day rune like I'd used on Chomper's circle, as well as ways to break connections, but I quickly stopped because my mind felt scattered and a bit tired. Like a part of it was going through the motions without a firm drive. This isn't productive, I muttered to myself. I went over to my backpack and picked up my exam pad and started on a new page. With pen in hand I started to jot down all the things that I wanted to do. There was Chompers and the alabaster situation. I wanted to talk to Mr. Calvert about selling the eyes, and perhaps so he could get me a meeting with the elves so that I could deliver the message from the goat elves. There was Jonah the Hex, and whether I could do something with him or if it would be better to sell him, I wanted to figure out. All the magic of the goatskin coat so I could start interacting with it. There was reading up on Hallows and making my own, and compiling my notes. In a word, a lot. But I had to break it down, figure out the most important things and those that could be completed first. I didn't know the scope of the thing with Chompers and I'd already wasted a lot of time. I needed to start working on it. I also needed to get the meeting with the elves out of the way as quickly as possible so I didn't forget and become forsworn. One was easier than the other. I went upstairs to call Mr. Calvert. He answered after 3 rings. "Taylor," he said. I couldn't read anything from his tone, but a part of me realized it was Sunday, that he might be enjoying time with his family. "I hope I'm not interrupting anything," I said. "I had a good hunch you would call," he said. I frowned. I did a reading on you when I heard that you and New Wave were going to be dealing with something big and strange. I wanted to know if I should step in. Did Lisa tell you about that? I asked, my voice even. No, he said. It wasn't Lisa. How was your trip? We got good information, I said. Victoria thinks things are going to resolved. Good, he said. I have something to tell you, but I don't want to interrupt the reason for your call. Right, I said. I need to meet with the elves. I met some elves on the path to the friend, and they asked me to deliver a message to Elwyn. He hummed. Should I be worried? I asked. The friend said I might be a seed that the elves are planting for a particular result. That is very likely true, he said. How much do you know of the Fae? Not a lot, but people mention them and I get the sense I'm supposed to stay away, I said. That would be for the best, said Mr. Calvert. He hummed again. I am in Brockton Bay and I will be for the next few months. I think it's time that I took on my duties as mentor more seriously since you seem to be getting involved in matters of greater scope. I still didn't trust him, but I didn't think I could just refuse lessons when there was so much stuff I probably still didn't know. And it might help me figure him out, I thought. If I did, then I would know why Lisa had warned me against him or why he was doing all the things he was. Then I could use him with less risk. Okay, I said. Good, he said. Can you avail yourself tonight so we might meet Signward and Elwyn so you can deliver your message? I'll tell you more of the Fae and the danger they pose. At a few minutes to midnight. Okay, I said. There's something else I want to talk to you about, but we can do it when we meet. I look forward to it, he said. I'll be seeing you. That done, I went to the basement and stopped in front of the alabaster head. I waited for a long moment before I let out a breath, broke a line from the circle of darkness, and, as stomach-churning as it was, picked up the head and put it on the table. I ran my hand through its hair and used that to see the network of webs that sprouted from the head. I didn't follow any of them, because I knew that to look would mean whatever was on the other side would be able to look back and I didn't want them to see where I lived. Instead I took in the general sense I had of webs, their light, thickness and tautness. There were at least 300 webs that stretched out from the head, but there were differences that were visible, clusters of threads that pointed to different parts of the alabaster's head. I knew that Chompers had added false parts to the head and I used the different webs to get a sense of the different body parts that had been added. A section of hair, a few teeth, a tongue, an eye, the tongue. They're messing up the reading, I thought. You know what you have to do. I went to my supplies and got out my box cutter. I cleared some of the alabaster's hair to get at the false patch, then with a push, pressed my box cutter on the alabaster's scalp. Blood, fresh blood, poured out of the wound and coated white hair in my fingers. My stomach rolled, my hand opened and I dropped the box cutter. I stepped back, breathing hard. When I looked at the alabaster's face, it was twisted in pain. I can't do this, I thought. But I have to do this. Before I stopped and looked at the patch of darkness. If Chompers heard he might try to mess with me. I went upstairs to my room. Before the end of tomorrow I'm going to cut off a patch of the alabaster's hair, or may the spirits take my power. It was terrifying, the promise, but I needed to be able to hold myself accountable or I feared I wouldn't be able to do it. Mr. Dallin arrived in the evening with my bike, he and Dad shared a few words before he left. Dad was smiling after the conversation. Dad, I said, do you have a man crush? Dad chuckled. What? I shrugged. I don't know, Dad, you seem to gush whenever you meet Mr. Dallin, I said. He's just a swell guy, you know. Dad said. Dad, you have a crush, I said with a broad grin. Said Dad. I'm going to meet the other branch of their family, Neil Pelham. We're going out for drinks. Look at you, I said. Meeting with the upper crust of Brockton Bay. I think if I was friends with them, maybe the Stansfields, I might be able to get the ferry started. People don't like to mention it, but everything in politics seems to be about who you know. If I know the Dallins and the Pelhams, then I might be able to use that. I wonder if that's really true in your case, or if it's the family karma making things you're trying to do less likely to work, I thought. I'd have to work to make sure this worked out for him. There was bad karma. I wasn't totally sure, but it may have been a domino into the accident that had happened with Mom, a slight nudge which had cascaded into something big. I had to make sure that that wasn't in play anymore, that Dad didn't have that hanging over him, and that, if I had any children, they wouldn't be beleaguered by the same thing. Which meant learning as much magic as I could and dealing with fucked up situations like the friend or how Chompers had corrupted an entity that served disenfranchised people. Tomorrow, no matter what, I'd have to push my squeamishness aside and start to deal with Chompers and the alabaster. But don't let this get in the way of your friendships, said Dad. Just some adult things. Okay, I said. After dinner we watched a movie and I went up to my room to get my preparations done for the trip with Mr. Calvert. As usual, I had paper with an attention-turning diagram on chompers when he went out of his circle. I gave him the same deal as before for the gloves. He'd be free for the night, but he'd still be bound by the terms of the contract of his freedom deal and he'd have to come back at his second deadline. I set my watch so that at 1 in the morning so I had warning to get back home for chompers. Near midnight, the witching hour, I was dressed in my goatskin coat, my backpack on filled with a few supplies I made sure to have tape in case I needed. I still didn't have smelling salts but I'd buy them tomorrow. My stick was in a loop in my belt and I had my chain wound around my left arm. Mr. Calvert rolled up a few minutes later. Elves are gardeners while fairies are storytellers and actors, said Mr. Calvert as he drove. We were going to the camping grounds but the path we were taking felt roundabout. Mr. Calvert had first gone downtown before turning towards the hill which would take us to the heights until finally, we reached our destination. In the end they're the same, he continued. They wrap you in their work to serve their own ends, but the how is different. Fairy use glamour, and how they interact with others around them is much alike to their preferred magic. Glamour is entrancing and gets your attention, but the more attention you give it, the more of a hold it has on you and the more it can sway you. So, I said. Fairy are attractive and pull you in, then when they have, you're a part of whatever they're doing. Mr. Calvert nodded. The Fae are storytellers, he said again, but they also like to wrap themselves in those narratives. They are long-lived creatures, they enjoy beauty, splendor, and excitement, and much of what they do is wrapped around that fact. To be close to a fairy means excitement, it means keeping track of a variety of plots, it means tracking every word that's spoken and its implication, every movement made and its eventual result, every item of clothing and what it says, the intention it communicates and the part it adds to the greater narrative. Sounds complicated, I muttered. He smiled. Yes, he said. It is, but there are gifts to be earned when playing a fairy's game and some people thrive in that world. But most of those people are those who grew up dealing with the Fae. If you were to ever deal with the Fae, I would say make yourself as boring as you can so you aren't caught in their narratives. This will be hard, of course, but it's often the best thing to do. I'm not going to make any promises, I said. I have no idea if that's in my control. Good, he said with a smile. Okay, I said. So, would I be wrong if I said that fairy focus on the short-term plots and plans, while elves focus on long-term? You wouldn't be entirely wrong, said Mr. Calvert, but you would be underestimating them. Elves do focus on the long, yes, they plant, tend and watch what they've planted grow in a way that'll help them in the future. Fairy work in the short term and the long. They keep themselves busy with small plots that drive the narrative towards a greater goal. Imagine, if you will, a book spread into arcs, he said. The first few arcs seem to be monster of the week, no overarching narrative. But as everything culminates, you see that all the little pieces explored in the previous monster of the week arcs help to drive the greater narrative to the end point. Okay, I said. So elves, they don't do the monster of the week thing? Their focus is on the end goal. They pick, tend, and move pieces so that they can deal with something in the end. Not always so impactful, he said. In the great garden of an elf, you might be nothing but a mushroom that grows beside others to make a fairy ring. You alone mean nothing, but you along with others grown for a similar purpose, you, the royal you, come together to build a door into the elf realm. If that's case, I said. Should I keep my distance? I've been using the stick that Elwyn gave me and it's helped me a lot. It's the reason I have this cloak. I would say, keep it in mind, he said. It's, not better, but marginally safer to work with the elves than it is fairies, for you more than me. Because I'm still a seed, metaphorically speaking, I said. But you're maybe a sapling or something. Still keeping with the metaphor. Metaphorically speaking, yes, he said. So what do you get out of taking the risk? I asked. Is it worth it? For that, I would need to tell you my plans and we're not ready for that yet, he said. Yet? I asked. I think you'll be ready soon, he said. Just so you know, that's worrying, I said. He hummed. In an effort not to sour our relationship I will say this, he said. There are a lot of things that need to be changed in this city. There are 2 goblin warrens in the bay and there's threat of a third one in the train yard. The second most powerful practitioner circle are Nazis and because of them, practitioners of color haven't been able to gather without reprisal or make domains without first having to beg to the Protectorate for aid. There is a lot that's unjust that needs to be fixed. And you're the one who's going to fix that? I asked. I'm the one who hopes they'll be able to, yes, he said. I ruminated the words. There were a lot of shitty things I'd discovered and I thought about everything connected to the friend, and all the people who'd disappeared. I thought about Skidmark and how the Protectorate had dealt with him, which was pointing the gangs at each other and then cleaning up the mess. What's my part in it? I asked. The mentor-apprentice relationship is supposed to be familial in a respect. I will admit that I don't see you as a daughter, surrogate or otherwise, nor do I have heavy ties towards you, but, I've watched different people and their interactions with their apprentices. Most want their apprentices to be mirror images of them, which means restricting what they can and can't learn, directing their path. I want you to study whatever magic you can. I want to help you in your path. Then, at the end, when I explain the reason I do, I hope that you'll help me because you want to. I let out a long breath. Okay, I said. I guess. Just that I don't trust you, I thought. Not trusting me is fine, Taylor, he said. I turned to look at him, my heart beating quickly. He smiled. I didn't read your mind, but I can see it in the tie between us. I would be disappointed if you did trust me. A level of distrust means you're on your toes and you're less likely to get in trouble, which will transfer to me in part. I nodded again and looked forward. We were quiet most of the way to the camping grounds. We got into the trail to the elves' domain and after a short walk we arrived to Elwyn who was already waiting for us. He beamed brightly. Hello, visitors, he said. He turned to me. Oh, wow, that's a beautiful coat. Thank you, I said. I got it from goats that told me to give you a message. Oh? For me, he said, excited. What did they say? What did they say? Paraphrasing, I said. They said that to tell the little prince that there are those who are waiting for him to return. Oh, he said. I thought it would be something more exciting. I'm sorry to disappoint, I said on instinct. If you're really sorry, then come climb with me, he said. Goats are good at climbing. Before I could say anything, he grabbed my hand and pulled. Come on, come on. A tug and I stumbled forward. He got running and I trailed after him. He let go and darted forward. He stepped on an exposed root, used that to get jump up, landed in a quick run up before he jumped over to a branch. I was taller and jumped. My foot landed on the trunk of the tree with a lot of traction and I used that for leverage to jump up. I landed a little hard on the branch, my chest hitting it. Elwyn waited for me standing on the branch. I pulled myself up and sat. Stand, he said. Stand. Stand. Slowly I stood, first a little unsure of my balance, before my body naturally settled in movement that made sure I was balanced. Elwyn pushed his feet down and the branch dropped. My heart jumped to my throat and my entire life flashed before my eyes, it ended with me hitting the ground face first. But my body knew how to lean and it shifted in ways that made sure I didn't fall. Elwyn let out a loud bout of laughter then jumped to another branch, landed silently and turned. Come on. I followed. How was it? Mr. Calvert asked. It was fun, I said. But I could tell he was training me. We ran through trees and at one point he wanted to play fight with our sticks. We did for a little while, when my alarm rang. I can see you're attached to that stick, he said. Are you thinking about going back? A part of me wants to, I said. I looked at the bruise I had at the back of my hand where the headmaster had hit me with what I'd learned was a sjambok. I didn't want that to ever happen again. I could be better at fighting with my stick. But I'm worried about what that'll mean. I looked at him. Do you have any advice? I'd say go ahead, he said. Train with him. You'll get stronger even if he's driving you towards a certain end. There are a lot of practitioners who don't know the value of being able to fight, and when their monsters are turned back at them, more than a few find themselves defeated. How do I get back? I asked. I don't think I can bike all the way up here. Find yourself a fairy ring, he said, tell it who you want to visit then step through. Why would I have to use a fairy ring to go to elves? I asked. Because the fairy are tricksters, he said sagely. We arrived in front of my house where Chompers was already waiting for us. The bogeyman, he said. I nodded. Do you need my help? I might, I said. But not yet. Mr. Calvert nodded. Feel free to call me if you do, he said. I got out of the car. Expect the money from the items in 2 days. I nodded and started to walk away. And Taylor, he said. I stopped. Stay out of the docks for the time being. There are skirmishes going on and I don't want you to be caught in the middle of them. I understand. Come on, I said to Chompers. I pasted on a symbol to turn away attention as we got into the house, and I made sure that Dad wasn't awake enough to be a problem. The next day I didn't go to school. There was a lot to do and I wanted to get started. I would go to school, because I'd been doing okay and I didn't want that progress to be undone, but I could pick and choose the days I needed to go and catch up. I spent most of the morning trying to make a diagram that would serve my purposes. I wanted something that would break connections and I wanted to reinforce that with being harder to see in the form of a darkness generating rune or maybe a warded day away. It took time of experimenting before I found what I wanted, something that I wanted. It was comprised of 4 circles. One at the center with the connection symbol of 2 diamonds intertwined, with 3 warding lines growing out of the circle. I'd learned about the connection rune first from the diagram Victoria had used on to make the call with the Boston wards, then seen it used by Dennis as a way to make attention slip away from him. The other 3 circles, within which were the warded day runes, were laid so they formed a downward pointed triangle, with lines connecting them large enough to fit text. I wrote the words reinforce break within so they served to augment the power of the connection breaking rune at the center. I then connected the outward circles in a massive, double-bordered, circle and within that I put the words keep day out. My handwriting was such that the phrase fit in twice within each section of the double-bordered lines. I would need a power source to make sure this complicated a diagram worked, because I didn't want to use personal power, especially when something close to a plan was starting to form. The idea came to me pretty quickly. I still hadn't worked with the bone yet, I hadn't made it into chalk, but there was other power I could work with. But that power needed me to have a courage. 2 hours passed, time I used to buy some supplies that were missing, fill up stationery stock and some new supplies. I went to a hipster stationery place and bought some ink that wasn't in pens which seemed to be a lot more expensive than it needed to be. When I got back home, I took a bowl and some bits of wood. I put the alabaster head of the bits of wood so it was above the bowl. I started to cut and blood poured out, a lot of blood. It was disgusting, and I had to stop a few times, but I pushed myself to continue until I'd removed the patch of hair that had messed with the connections I could see from the head. There were other parts to be removed, parts that might be worse, but it made it a little easier to imagine all the power I was getting from all the parts I was taking. Either Chompers had used them from innocence, which sucked to think about, or from monsters he hoped would get me if I looked or stumbled in their way. Either way, there was power, even if I wasn't sure what that power meant and how it could manifest. I still remembered how Stinky, a wind spirit, had been able to disrupt connections, but how she'd done it by imparting some disgust that made people move away from me. I wondered if there was something similar to that in how I used other forms of power, if they had functions they were specialized towards. Bogeymen were creatures of fear, would their connection disruption have something to do with that fear? Maybe use a sense of fear to keep people from looking towards me? But what would it mean to use alabaster blood as a power source? I still didn't know enough about what an alabaster was. I knew they were guardian spirits, and that they had access to their own world where they drew in people in desperate need. But what magic did that impart? The thoughts were a distraction, though, a way to procrastinate like I had when I'd gone shopping because I was a lot more scared of what I was going to do. There were still the teeth I had to pull out, the tongue I had to cut off and an eye I had to scoop out. Fuck you so much, Chompers, I thought as I went upstairs and got some pliers. After a few minutes of starting and stop, I managed to get one tooth, squeezed it and started to pull. None of the teeth belonged to the alabaster in the end. Nor did the tongue, which I had to cut off at the base because I could see the point where it attached. But I just couldn't. I'd already done a lot of gruesome stuff and I felt so drained. The tongue felt like too much, too soon. I checked on the connections on the alabaster, there were probably less than 100 now, which meant I was going on the right track. It felt like enough for one day, so I collected all the teeth, bits of hair and blood that I'd pulled out and put them in one corner and put up a circle that was hard to see through so Chompers didn't know about my progress. I didn't think it would work, but tonight I was going to follow Chompers. He was using his freedom for something, and sometimes he used it to get into the alabaster's domain. I hoped that if I was quiet enough and kept trailing him, that I would catch him and bust down the door. The problem was what I would do then. I still didn't know a lot about the alabaster, their magic, and what they could do. I didn't know how they fought or how to pull off a binding if they came against me. I didn't enough know how to bust down the door in the first place. There was just a lot of stuff to do around the case in the first place and I hadn't, which frustrated me a little because right now it felt like I was in a little over my head. If you don't know enough, a part of me thought, you can learn from others. Everything came at a price. Sometimes it was obvious, other times it wasn't. I was a little scared of prices that weren't obvious because I wouldn't be able to predict abstract prices and the payment thereof. But I could make it so the abstract became concrete. I could ask for knowledge and offer something in turn. But what? I mentally recited everything I had. It would have made me much happier to have still had the items I'd gotten from Chompers to trade, but I'd already given them to Mr. Calvert and there was no use crying over spilt milk. But maybe I could get something else from him, and I could use that as an excuse to give Chompers enough freedom that I could trail him through the night. The rest of the day I spent doing my preparations, filling my backpack with stuff I might need as I followed Chompers. Paper with runes that needed only S-line before they were complete, a chain and lighter, a knife and a stake, a flashlight that I'd taped with an incomplete day rune with radiating lines out of it so I could use it as a device to blind. I did my ritual in the evening and then painted my nails. I checked with the sight and the look of claws for nails was slowly getting stronger, without the sight the shape of my nails had changed so that they were sharper. Similar deal like last night, I said to Chompers that night, and I get the tongue. It feels like you're trying to drain me of my gifts, he said. Does it? I said. It does. I shrugged. Do you want to make the deal or not? I asked. You could choose not to take it. I accept the deal, he said. He threw up the tongue which looked cancer-ridden and a little disgusting. Okay, I said. Okay, he said. He turned and left. I waited until I couldn't see him anymore before I quickly ran into the living room, shrugged on my backpack and put on my cloak. I had my stick and I put it in a loop in my belt, and I had my chain wound around my arm, not heated though I had the lighter ready in case I ran across a goblin. My hand closed around the tongue and glanced at the webs that stretched from it. The strongest was mine, though the second was Chomper's, I was sure. I didn't use it to look at him, that would give up the game too quickly, but I used it to get a sense of where Chomper's was. Maybe it was because of my karma, but the direction Chomper's was moving pointed towards the docks, the same ones that Mr. Calvert had warned me against. But if that was where the alabaster probably was, then I couldn't sit by and do nothing. With a shaky breath, I started after Chomper's at a sedate jog. Chapter 15. Chapter text. Chomper's wasn't a fast runner but he had good stamina. What helped me was that I could essentially trespass where he seemed to move around houses. I took the little exercise as training akin to what Elwyn had taught me. I jumped up on picket fences, balanced on them and run a little before I hopped off and kept booking it. Chomper stayed half a block ahead of me but that was by design. This was strictly an info-gathering mission and I didn't want to let on that I was trailing him. Which meant I kept sight of the web that stretched from the tongue to him, and, no matter the impulse, I didn't move through it to see what he was doing. In the better neighborhoods, there wasn't a lot of activity, but as I got closer to the docks things shifted. There were a lot of roving webs waiting for connection and this made it harder to move through the mess. Thankfully between my diagram and my sight, I kept track of it all, but it was harder to keep up with Chomper's who had a better time moving through the morass. The docks were an area that had a lot of old warehouses. Some had been refurbished into apartment buildings, but a lot of them weren't. Instead they'd been boarded up, their doors, if they had any, chained shut. It was a sharp contrast, because one block could be all well and bright against my sight, while another could be entirely dark. I started to run into graffiti, some of which seemed fresh. The 88 from the Nazis, the colors of the ABB and sometimes crude imageries made of blood and shit that made me think of goblins. Which made some sense because there was supposed to be a goblin warren in the docks, not that I knew what that was. I squeezed the tongue and the web flared. Chomper's was 2 blocks away in the direction of the boat graveyard. I started in a run that took me through empty streets, the sidewalk with cracks and potholes running through them and tight alleys. Gotta start working on a way to see in the dark, I thought as I spotted too late that there was a pothole filled with water blocking me from the other side of the alley. With a breath, I pushed forward, then jumped towards a wall. The cloak and its magic gave me enough traction that I ran across the wall. A web flared beneath me. I felt a momentarily panic before I thought to jump. I shot forward while a thin arm, its skin inky dark, shot out of the water and scratched at the underside of my feet. It missed from grabbing me. I landed with a bit of a stumble, my stick already pulled out in case of attack. The other started to rise, an inky black thing with bright red eyes. It moved slowly, pulling its long, thin mass out of the puddle without disturbing its surface. It stood 7 feet tall, its weight spread on all fours. I don't want to fight, I said, and I really didn't because I didn't know what this other was or how to fight it. The other didn't say anything, but through its web I knew it would move. An arm swiped forward and I jumped back, landed and spun around. It was better to run than to fight, and I darted away, only keeping track of it through the sight. It followed, long arms and legs silent as they scrambled towards me. It wasn't fast, but it had a long stride and I could feel it get near. I got out of the alley and the other stopped instead of following. Is that because it S-bound to the alley or is it something else? I couldn't consider it for long. My heart beat fast against my chest and I felt like I had energy for days. I ran and found a place I could stop. I shrugged off my coat and checked the line I'd drawn. The central circle with the connection breaker had disappeared while the surrounding diagram was still intact. I'd thought something like that might happen and come prepared. I reached into my backpack and pulled out a compass and a pen. Normally pens were too thick to get into the pencil hole of a compass, but I'd forced it so many times that my pen now slid through. I drew the circle again, then the interconnected diamonds, then the breaks. I used the tongue as a power source. It was supposed to be able to lie and I hoped there would be a bit of deceit into how the spirits chose to reflect the breaking of the connection. I put on my coat and checked on Chomper's again, 4 blocks away. My pace was a jog as I raced after him. This would have been so much easier if I'd brought Amber, a passing thought flicked through my head, but I didn't like the thought. Amber's existence was something I'd been thinking about on and off, especially as I'd been collating my notes. Amber was a spirit that was mushed together bits of fear, alertness, and apprehension. I was the reason they were like that, because I'd wanted to use them for my own ends. Amber's entire being was anxiety, but they didn't like those feelings. They didn't like being in situations where they had to be around Chomper's who was always trying to scare them, or being around fear and those who perpetuated it. Me putting them in those situations was immoral. I didn't think it was feasible that I could just not use them like that. Their specific abilities were an asset that might have helped me avoid the long thing in the first place. But I wanted to give them a night where they weren't a part of this. I spotted a trio of goblins, more animal than human, as they ran after another. I kept my distance, keeping to darkness. They passed past me without ever turning in my direction. I continued forward, paying attention to webs around me, then stopped as a series of gunshots filled the air. My breaths came hard from the run, but my heart pounded because of guns. It seemed stupid that I would be afraid of them, especially after I'd almost been killed by wolves, the headmaster and the teacher who'd wanted to come at me, or the long thing, and I could still go forward. An answer of gunfire started and there was a scream there. I have to do something, right? I thought. Someone's getting shot. But there was supposed to be something going on between the ABB and E88, and so this could be that. But what if it isn't? Fuck, I muttered and I started to run in the direction. I ran half a block and heard more gunshots. I didn't want to get too close and I chose instead to use a fire escape to get up to get a bird's eye view. I made sure that darkness wrapped around me so I couldn't be seen. I found the disturbance, 11 people in all, 7 of them white and 4 Asian. The white people were all men, they had guns and they hid behind a trash can, peeking at times to fire. 2 of the 4 were men who returned fire, 1 was a woman who'd been shot, and the last looked like a woman, but there was something about her that didn't seem to fit. Maybe it was the way she stood and looked too calm, even as probably her friend bled out to death. This is a gang thing, I thought. I can't get involved. I swallowed and started to turn when I spotted something. It was a figure dressed in black, wrapped in a black cloak and wearing a carved mask. I saw by their hair that they were a woman, and gloveless hands that they were black. They kept to the darkness as they ran, deathly silent and with a grace that reminded me of Stinky. At the foot of the woman was a fox that I knew, Sophia's fox. Sophia and her fox split off. The former keeping behind the men while the latter ran off towards an adjoining alley. The fox screamed and all webs grew taut in its direction. Sophia used that to catch the men unawares. She threw something, a piece of paper, and the guns were wrenched out of hands and drawn towards the piece of paper. She jumped and glided forward, 2 knives flashed out and she cut 2 throats. She landed in a roll. The men turned around. Sophia darted forward and slashed at the closest throat. Knives came out and up. Sophia stepped back into a patch of darkness. Her fox screamed once more and all 3 of the men started and looked towards the fox. Sophia stepped out near her the piece of paper with the gun and splashed some of the blood on her knife. The knives from the men were pulled out of their grasp. They twisted around to look at Sophia but she was already gone, having slipped into darkness. She came out behind them and slashed a throat. Her fox appeared almost from nowhere and jumped at a face. The man's scream cut through the air, then it was gargled as the fox started to get into his mouth and push itself down the man's throat. Sophia killed another man, leaving only the one her fox had gotten inside of. What did I just see? I thought, my mouth dry and eyes wide. Sophia's a killer. I turned to the ABB members to see what they were up to. They'd seen the attack and moved away, pulling away the woman who'd been shot. The only one they'd left behind was the strange-looking woman. I don't give a fuck about you right now, Sophia said. Don't come for me and I won't have to defend myself from you. The woman said something in maybe Japanese. Sophia looked at the fox and it translated the words too softly for me to hear. I've heard what they say about Kenta and Lung, she muttered. We both don't want these fuckers to get more traction, but I'm not willing to work with him for that shit. The woman nodded and left. Sophia pulled off a backpack and pulled out a glass canister filled with salt. She started to pour the salt in a large circle around all the men she'd killed. Her fox, still possessing someone, stayed out of the circle. Sophia stepped out and started to do more work around the central circle with chalk. It was complicated and hard to see from afar, but I could see that blood was starting to spread and in some parts it had hit the lines of salt and been sucked within. I call forth the echoes of the fucking Nazis, she said. I call forth the Nazis fuckers who made the world shittier by existing. I call them forth and call them to this place. I call them in memory and spirit and being. I call their tainted selves forth so that they might serve. They spent their lives fucking over people like me, people different to them, making sure their lives were shit. They earned their bad karma for themselves, of their own volition and unco-opted. Death strips some of that debt away, but it isn't enough to wash that shit away. In lieu of that shit being heaped on people that have no idea what the fuck's going on, I call them forth to fix it. Now come. There was a flash of light and as it faded a man, white, with features that seemed ordinary appeared. What? What is this? The ghost said. I hadn't meant a lot of ghosts, but I knew they were supposed to stutter. This one didn't, it seemed, not a person, but a collection of people. What's going on? I bind you, Nazi fuck, said Sophia. I bind you to the world you and your kind ruined. I keep you from finding the peace of death so that you can fix what you fucked over. I bind you to servitude, not to me, but to those you ruined. I bind you to this half-life and compel you to linger, forever kept from peace, until the last life you marred is healed and replenished. Chains appeared, first made of light, before they congealed into something harder, heavy. Chains around the necks that kept the ghost's neck down, around the arms that kept them together, around legs so they shambled instead of walk. Sophia broke the lines of her diagram with a rub of her foot. No, fuck off and fix the shit you broke. The ghost lingered for a second, flickered, then disappeared. Well, Sophia whirled around and looked up. There were 3 people on a rooftop, 3 others, and they looked prepared for battle. We finally caught up to you, haven't we? The first was a wolf adorned by weapons. I didn't look too deeply, afraid they might be able to look back, but there might have been skin beneath it all. As it was, all I saw was a wolf made of knives, big and small, thin and thick, needles, the sewing kind and syringe needles that might have fluids beneath them, and hooks big and small, sharp and blunted. He had 3 tails, made out of long chains each of which ended in spearheads. He was largely silver, though there were bits of rust in the weaponry and parts I was sure was blood. As if alive, each of the knives, blades, needles and hooks moved like they were hairs, large knives framed as ears twitching as the wolf turned to and fro. Hook wolf. To his left was a woman, black as night with long wings that had with tips, legs that ended in long talons, and an expressionless white mask that shone in the darkness. She sat in a squat, her wings left drooping so they brushed against the wall of the building she and the others used as ledges. Cricket. To Hook Wolf's right was a man that looked normal compared to his compatriots. He wore only jeans, wore no shoes and his blonde hair seemed caught in a breeze I couldn't feel. With a bit of the sight, he looked like he wasn't complete, as though portions of him evaporated off his bulk. Storm Tiger. I knew the trio from Lisa's dramatis personae. They were 8 Nazis. Not practitioners, none of the 3 had awakened, but all 3 had drunk so much power from others that they were now more other than human. Lisa's nose had also spoken of a fight club thing, but it hadn't gone in detail. Sophia had just killed people, but I didn't think things would end too well for her with these guys. She must have though the same thing because she turned and bolted while the fox ran for the weapons on the ground. Cricket spread her wings as she jumped forward. She dove, her speed controlled as she swooped down. Sophia's fox, still possessing a person, whirled around, gun in hand, and fired 3 times. Cricket flapped her wings and changed direction all at once. Then she screamed and the sound, like nails on a chalkboard, cut through the air. I instantly covered my ears and went low, but even then, the sound was cloying. I pulled myself up in time to see as the fox man was pulled up into the air. I spotted the form of the fox as it fell out of the man's mouth. Sophia, I couldn't see her. Sophia Hess, I said and the web flared to quickly dull. But I knew the direction she was moving. Cricket dropped the man with Hook Wolf and Storm Tiger, then flapped her wings to get height. Hook Wolf said something to Storm Tiger, then the wolf man jumped down to land with the sound of a truck on the ground. Hook Wolf was the size of horse and with more mass, but he took off as fast as a horse if not faster. I have to help her, I thought. Even with the shit she just did. I made sure Cricket wasn't close and that Storm Tiger wasn't face my way before I started to move. I started to run, following the direction Sophia's web had gone. I could have first gone down to the ground, but in a moment of bravery I ran and jumped across rooftops onto a sloped roof. My feet found traction and I pushed forward. Sophia Hess, I whispered and the web flared. I empowered it and looked. I saw her as she ran into a warehouse. I felt as she looked back and she saw me. She didn't break the connection between us. Another bout of bravery hit me and I jumped over to a lower building. I landed hard, the impact jolting my still healing leg, but I pushed past it. I found the roof access and started to climb down where I found Sophia waiting for me, wearing a dark metal mask. She rode up the mask. "A bear," she said, a hint of confusion in her voice. "Sophia," I said. "I'm here to help you." "Who the fuck says I need your help?" "Crickets in the air and Hook Wolf's chasing," I said, ignoring both her words and the feeling that Sophia was still Sophia, and that she'd killed people. "He's got a good nose," Sophia muttered. "Even with my fox leading him away, he'll circle back." "I might have a way to get us away," I said. "But we'd have to walk long enough for us to get bored." She gave me a long look before she nodded. "Keep up," she said and she started to run. Sophia, now that I was closer and could look with the sight, had used wind spirits to move around. When she jumped, she moved further because she was carried forward, darkness seemed to draw into her in the same way it did for my cloak. It made me feel uncomfortable, to be so similar to Sophia. Sophia the killer. Killer of Nazis, I thought. People who hurt others. She did it so they could right wrongs. But she still killed people. We crossed the inside of the warehouse and reached a window that wasn't boarded up, Sophia peeked and then jumped through. I followed. We got into an alley and booked it down towards the main road. Fuck, said Sophia and she looked up. I did the same and the web snapped into place. A large form, wings spread and talons stretched, swooped down. Sophia and I jumped to either side. Cricket missed, flapped twice to get distance and height. Sophia reached into her side and pulled out something I couldn't see. Ears, she ordered as she foisted them over. Earplugs. I didn't hesitate. Not a second later Cricket turned and screamed. I felt the sound reverberate through my body but it wasn't debilitating. Sophia bolted and I followed. We ran for a building because we couldn't run into the open street with Cricket overhead. She jumped through and I followed after her, landing with less grace. Cricket didn't follow us inside the warehouse, but I saw from the web she was circling around. We won't be able to get out, said Sophia. An idea flashed and I reached into my backpack. Flashlight with a day rune to blind, I said. Sophia nodded. We're going into the sewers, she said. Hook Wolf might follow us in there, but it's better than being up here. Sure, I said. I closed off the lines and didn't empower the rune. We ran outside and darted into the main round. The web snapped into place and I whirled around. I flicked on the flashlight and the light was blinding. It caught Cricket head on and she screeched. She flapped her to get distance but clipped the side of a building, tumbled and fell hard. Something big galloped in the distance, too close. Hook Wolf. Fuck, said Sophia. She reached into her side and pulled out over a dozen pieces of paper. Attack her and anyone that tries to help her. She threw in small things, most the size of a fist with some bigger, things with two big heads and mismatched teeth, all with screws or spanners or improvised weapons, ran forward as an army. Go. Sophia said to me. We ran and reached a manhole cover. The thing was heavy but we helped each other and jumped in. Sophia pulled out another piece of paper and pasted it on the side of the manhole entrance before we started to move. We ran at a sedate jog, but I could feel that all the running would hurt tomorrow. Tell me when you're bored, I said. We ran for almost an hour, lost in sewers of Brockton Bay. I got bored at some point as the fear of being chased by Nazis started to subside. I'm bored, said Sophia a few minutes later. We wish to walk through a path that'll titillate the mind. I said and my voice echoed in the narrow space. To the left I spotted an entryway. I got in and Sophia followed. The path was very thin and dark, but I had my flashlight. I didn't know what I was expecting, but from something called the garden route, I'd been expecting more plants. Instead it was just another sewer tract, that had a lot of junk. We spotted a shoe and Sophia said it was a limited edition sneaker, but the shoe was damaged. Along the wall we spotted graffiti that wasn't in any real style. I saw a mouth that stood on two legs and carried around a sack. Raton Cito Perez, said Sophia. It's a Spanish-American other like the Tooth Fairy. Cool, I said. How do you know about this place, she asked. I shrugged. Something I've been working on with the wards and New Wave, I said. Something we found out. She nodded. We kept trudging. You killed people, I said finally. People who've done worse, she said. You can't. Stop, a bear, she said, before you lie. If you were going to say I can't know that. I know. Those guys deserve to die. Them and people like them. There are laws, I said. She snorted. Must be nice to think that they do shit for people like me, she muttered. I would have thought you'd know how screwed up the system can be. I frowned, feeling a bout of anger. You mean what you and Emma did to me, I muttered, my hands clenched into fists. I spotted a gold coin and stopped, on one side was a head on the other was a tail. When I looked at it with the sight it was bright with magic. I pocketed it. Yeah, she said. Emma's on top of the, what do you call it, social hierarchy, and she didn't get shit for what she did. The teachers promised to look out for it, I'm sure, but did they? At the end, I'm the one who got her to stop. You're the one who got her to stop, she said, cutting me off. It left me angrier. Stop before you lie. Check your emotions, a bear. I swallowed, counted to 10 as I controlled my breaths. I glanced at her to see if she was smug but I couldn't read her expression. At some point she'd pulled her mask back down. Police aren't doing shit, she said. They're just as dirty. You've never been to the meetings, have you? You don't see how the spirit in blue is buddy-buddy with the Anders family, head Nazis. E88 might be running the streets, but the Anders family and the man in blue hit us where it fucking hurts. Blame me if you want to, taking justice into my own hands, but I'm not going to fucking wait for a system that's screwed up to fix itself. That's something you should have learned, a bear. We hit a dead end, above us was a manhole. We pushed it open and stepped out in my neighborhood. You spared me from a lot of shit, a bear, she said. Is that you saying thank you, she said. She snorted, started to leave and stopped as we spotted a kid. She reached for a knife but I stopped her. "Chompers," I said. "I hope you're not going to start trouble." "I'm done causing trouble for the night," he said. "You stink." "I had a trip," I said. "Look at you," said Sophia. "See you at school, a bear, and bring protection. The Nazis are fighting against the ABB and they might not follow up on tonight, but Tammy knows I have a fox spirit and she might start shit." I took a breath, held it, but I nodded. Sophia took off in a jog. I really didn't like her. Even with what she'd said, the things she'd done still felt wrong. But I felt a little guilty. Most of this had stemmed from decisions I'd made. I'd been the one to get involved with Skidmark, which had led to new territory being opened up and now a war being the ABB and merchants. Then I'd just checked out. I didn't watch the news and I hadn't known about the gang war until I'd been told about it. I was white and not affiliated with E88, which meant I didn't get any shit from the gang kids at school. I could effectively ignore it all. But Sophia couldn't. Other kids that were anything but white and straight, couldn't. To them, this gang war meant a whole lot more because it meant the Nazis got more ground. I'd been physically tired most of the night, but it felt like all my emotional energy was suddenly sapped away. Others in the world of magic lets a lot of shit happen, I thought. But I can't forget about the other side of the coin. The non-practitioner world also has its shit, and that shit is worth seeing, internalizing and trying to fix too. I wasn't sure if Sophia's way of going about it was the right way to do it, but I hadn't even thought about it for a second, which felt like I didn't have much ground to stand on. I got home, took off my clothes and put them in a circle, then drew T-shapes within the circle, hoping all the bad smells would stay within. The moment I was in bed I conked out, and a second later my alarm rang so I could go on my morning jog. A part of me wanted to sleep in, but I couldn't. Even with how tired I was, last night had shown me how important being able to jog for long periods of time was. I got up and went on my morning jog. Chapter 16. Chapter text. With my eyes open I could see. There was an atmosphere of strife between the students of Winslow. The lines between the white and Asian kids were starker, there was a general sense of fear from the more quiet kids of color, and it seemed like overall, people without power had their heads down. Amber was in my earring and they whispered advice of which kids to stay away from. Amber had a good sense of the people who were dangerous, which I confirmed with my sight to see blood on most of those people's hands. I also had Jonah with me, aware that I hadn't empowered him and I still didn't know what he could do. I had my chain in my backpack as well as a knife, which was terrifying all on its own because if I could get weapons into the building, then what about the other kids? There were a few pieces of paper with runes waiting to be filled out, and I had a few connection breaker runes prepared so I could paste them on my clothes if I needed to do it quickly. In the abstract I was aware of Tammy the Nazi, but I didn't see her, which brought with it relief. I had a few classes with Sophia and it was odd to see how normal she was after I'd seen her kill people. It made it seem like the whole killing thing was something she usually did and I wasn't sure how to feel like that. But isn't what she's doing the logical extension of what you did with Jonathan? The thought came to me. It felt so long ago, now, but I'd caused Jonathan to get dysentery with Stinky as retribution for all the shit he'd caused. Sophia was doing that except, more. But she was doing more and that felt like the difference. For all I'd done, Jonathan was still alive. And things aren't exactly fixed, are they? It's just that he's no longer at the top. A fight broke out in the end of the day. Not big, no blood that I could see, but there was a fight and it was between racial lines. I gave myself a few minutes to center myself when I got home as my mind thought to extrapolate all the shit that might be happening in the city. I couldn't do anything about it. I didn't have the power to do anything about it, and I had to focus on the things that I could do. Chompers first and foremost. I used that as the push I needed to get started on working on the alabaster head again. First there were my rituals to go through, but after they were done, I went through the disgusting task of cutting off the alabaster head's eyelids, then getting a spoon to scoop out the eye. I threw up at the last because the eye was connected to the head and after scooping it out, I had to cut the long wiry thing that connected the eye to the brain. I fucking hate you so much, Chompers, I muttered and I meant it. I took a breath, put away the bits of the head I'd cut away, then stored them in their own circles. I put everything back in their circles, went upstairs for a long shower and then started on some of my homework and some projects. I was aware of how close the school year was to ending and a part of me was looking forward to it so I could get more free time to deal with the practice. Dad came back with pizza and he told me about work. We've got fights breaking out more often, he said. Which means I have more work to deal with, disciplinary hearings that I have to mediate. I thought you were just the head of hiring, I said. That's my title, yeah, he said, but budget cuts mean I'm doing a lot more than I get paid for. He shrugged. What can you do about it? Something, I said. Dad smiled. We all know something has to be done, he said. But what? And how? Most of the people who could do something about it have other problems or they've got their heads up their asses. Dad looked sheepish. Sorry. I shrugged. You know I'm not a child, right? I hear worse at school. Don't remind me, he said with a sigh. The thought of my little girl growing up is terrifying. What would you do? I asked. If you could. Ideal world where I had the money, he said. I nodded. Find a way to clean up the boat graveyard, maybe that could lead to the docks opening back up, maybe re-establishing the shipping industry. But that's unlikely. I think what would help would be the ferry. There are a lot of people in the lower bay, but jobs are downtown. The buses in the city are shit, which means a lot of people lose jobs or they have to get loans for cars, and that's its own mess. Open up the ferry, better movement through the city, and it's cheaper. It's not everything, but it's a start. I've talked to Mayor Christner about it, he continued. Written up reports with projections and everything. But none of them have gotten through. There's always budget stuff that aren't lining up or going through. But you see how much money is being spent on the boardwalk and you start to see where the mayor's priorities are. Maybe you could run for mayor, I said with a shrug. I'm not a politician, he said. You know that stubborn thing you have. I'm stubborn. Stubborn, headstrong, he said, all with pride. Those are things you get from me and your mom. He smiled, it was somber. Doubly so for you. I see it in you sometimes. It was worse when you were a kid. Or maybe not worse, but different. You were loud about it when you were a kid, almost petulant. But now, he sighed, his smile was gone, now you're quiet mostly. I didn't say anything. Mom died and things changed. Then Emma changed and she pushed me down. I couldn't have friends, couldn't talk to anyone, couldn't share secrets with anyone, couldn't laugh without worrying it would come to bite me in the ass. I couldn't talk to you because, I still don't know. Dad sighed. How's school, he said. He smiled but it didn't reach his eyes. I'm about to repay you for the bike, I said. Oh, said Dad. You've found someone to tutor. I taught a girl something that's useful, I said. At least to me it's useful, no idea if she's going to use it. Your mom had the same problem when she was teaching, he said. You can't really know if people will use what you give them, you just have to try, be there when they need help. I nodded. You don't have to rush paying it back, said Dad. 2 more years of studying, and your bike wasn't too expensive. I made a promise, I said. I've gotta keep it. The mark of a good person, said Dad. Not as simple as you think. He stood. Gonna go upstairs and maybe work while in bed, he said. Good night. You too, I said. I went upstairs to finish off some work before I went to free Chompers. Are you here to ask for another empowered object, he said. Not tonight, I said. I was still sore from all the running last night and I didn't go to the docks when there was the chance of running across the Nazis again. More than anything, I didn't want to bunch my info-gathering missions too closely together. I didn't think Chompers knew I'd been trailing him and I didn't want him to find out, better that I had something close to an alibi so he wouldn't ask questions. I'm looking for a fairy ring, I said. Do you know where one is in the city? I assume you'll want the closest one, he said. I nodded. There's one in the park close to here, he said. Further in, beyond the basketball court. It's centered by a tall tree, on its ground there's only grass around which are flowers. I'd like you to lead me there, I said. I'm willing to give you that as price for more freedom. You must be confident you'll catch me with all the freedom you're giving me, he said. I'm not, I said. But I'm hoping you won't see the obvious thing, that I'm using this all as a trap so you don't find out what I'm trying to do. I accept the deal, he said. 15 minutes before he was free, we left the house and went into the park. Chompers lead me to the fairy ring, I spotted the bedraggled spirit of the park as we walked. This was the boon of the garden route, now every time I traveled, I'd see one interesting thing. On my trip to school I'd seen a man dressed like a punk with a pink mohawk, and on my way back I'd seen an owl flying through the sky which I found odd because I thought they were supposed to be nocturnal. I couldn't help but wonder how more interesting the world would be the more I used the path, a path I'd shown Sophia how to use. I made a mental note to tell her at school tomorrow about the boon and what it could mean. We reached the fairy ring. I've completed my duty, he said. I'll see you if I return. If I could be bound, he said. There's a lot more activity going on in Brockton Bay. And of course you're thriving in that, I thought. Thankfully, because he was free for that time, he couldn't be sent against his master. And double thankfully, he was bound by contract to return lest he be forsworn. Which gave him all the incentive to make sure he wasn't caught and bound. I wish to visit the elf, Elwyn, I said. I stepped into the fairy ring, noticed a hole at the base of the tree at the center. It was big enough for me to get in. I did and traveled through the tunnel. I came out on the other side to find Elwyn already waiting for him, a stick with a bulbous end in hand. En garde, he said. Young Ms. Bear, said a low, breathy voice. There was only one S in the sentence, but it was felt with how the voice hissed. Mr. Calvert had been parked at the curb when I'd arrived from home. I'd seen a man with ring that shone bright against the sight on my way to school, and a shoe like the one I'd seen on the garden route on my way back. At his neck was a snake that peeked out. It had stripes, black against white, small and thin, with a small head. Silas, I said. I haven't seen you in a while. These are busy times, the snake said. They are, said Mr. Calvert. He smiled. You went to the docks. I didn't say I wouldn't, I said. Mr. Calvert hummed. I hope you know now why I told you not to go in the first place, he said. I frowned. How do you know I was there? I asked. Are you spying on me? Word reached me, he said. Because you have people in E88. I said. He smiled. Not an answer. The window to his car was open. He pulled out an envelope and handed it over. I opened it to see money, more than we'd agreed for the magical items I'd given him. It made shivers run up my spine because I didn't trust it. I didn't trust that there wasn't anything he was getting from this. This is more than I asked for, I said. Enough money that I could pay Dad back for the bike and still have some money left over. Yes, he said. But you're dealing with a bogeyman. How and why, I'm not sure, but I've had people do readings to protect myself and I know you'll need support. Is this a trap? I asked. Is there something I'm not seeing? I don't know what you're seeing, he said, so I can't tell you what you're not. I frowned and Mr. Calvert chuckled. I don't intend for this to be a trap, but nonetheless one exists. Karmic imbalance is a tool, subtle, and not one you should put much stock in, though it's no less important. By giving you something without a price, there is an imbalance. Everything has a price. Some may say they're foregoing a price, but the spirits don't like imbalance and they want the debt to be repaid no less. So by giving me more money that you owe me, the spirits see me as owing you. He nodded. And in turn, he said, if I were to ask for a favor, small perhaps, and you were to refuse, the spirits would think you were being unfair for all the gifts I gave you. The thought was terrifying to think about, especially when I already had a karmic debt because of my great-great-grandfather or something. It made me think of everything Mr. Calvert had given me, directly and indirectly. The Undersiders had helped me a lot, and I had to wonder if that was also that he could accrue a great debt that would have me unable to say no when he asked for something. This is why Lisa told me to stay away from you, I thought. But why are you telling me all this? Why are you telling me this? I asked. You could have used it against me. Because you're my apprentice and the spirits wouldn't like it if I withheld knowledge from you so that you were in my debt, he said. It would be akin to someone having a child sign a contract then expecting them to go through with the terms when they're older. It's not done. So I don't owe you anything. I asked. Karmically. You owe me some, he said. But I couldn't use it against you. It might be better to work off the debt in little ways. Give me more information so as to make things uneven, give me back some of that money I see you're very attached to. I'd really like to keep the money, I said. All things considered. Then you're free to do so, he said. Silence stretched between us. Was that all? I asked. No, he said, a little disappointed. I'd thought you'd tell me a little about the project you're working on, perhaps ask for information, but I think you won't with everything you know about karma. Instead I'll give you fair warning. Over the next few days I'll be talking to your father. My heart started to beat faster. Why? Because I've bought a few buildings in the docks area, he said. I've started to talk to construction companies that will work on refurbishments and the like, but part and parcel of their contract and the grants I've been given is that local labor will be employed. Your father's worked for the Dock Workers Union for a while. He knows the locals and, small though it is, he has a voice. I want him on my side. I swallowed. Is this why you awakened me? I asked, but I doubted it. Why put up with the risk of an apprentice when he could have just talked to Dad and left me unaware of this world? But it needed to be asked. So you could get to Dad? Not your dad, no, he said. But your family has some cash in the city. Were some of my family practitioners? I asked. Mr. Calvert frowned. Not that I know, no, he said. This is a different cash, not magical in the least, though it should be clear soon. Should I be scared? I asked. Of you, of everything you're trying to get. That's a complicated question, he said. Your proximity to me might be a problem when all is revealed. But for now you shouldn't be hurt by my machinations. If you are, it's unlikely to be through fault of mine. I feel like that's you chiding me for being in the docks, I said. I'm not your father, he said. But if I were, yes, I would chide you. Silas hissed something. A few last things. In the span of perhaps 2 weeks there will be a meeting between the practitioners and others of the Bay. I'd like you to attend. Why? I asked. So you get insight on the greater goings-on of the Bay, he said. But that's not all of it, I said. No, he said. But you're not going to explain that, are you? Come, he said. I followed him to the back of the car. In a crate were a bunch of books. The youngest book is 15 years old, he said. Did I assume correctly that your bogeyman is from the academy? Yeah, I said. You know about the abyss. I've had occasion to visit a few times, he said. He frowned and shook his head. I can't decide for you what you can and can't do, but I would keep away from the abyss if you can. I'll keep that in mind, I said. I should be off. Okay, I said. Wait, E88, are they going to come after me? I don't know for sure, he said. But I doubt it. One less problem. I know someone that they might go after, I said. I swallowed. I stopped. She might need help but I don't think she'll ever ask for it. One Miss Sophia Hess, no doubt, said Mr. Calvert. You know her. I tried to recruit to get her to join the Undersiders and she refused, said Mr. Calvert. Bad blood, it would seem. Ms. Hess values her independence perhaps even more than you do. She's been a practitioner long enough that she knows how things work. If she did something concerned with E88, she'll be prepared for the fallout. I nodded, though I wasn't sure quite what to feel. I took the crate filled with books then, after I'd finished my ritual, I had Chomper stand in a corner while I reworked his binding circle. I took the youngest book and started to rip out its pages, then I put them over the inner circle that kept Chompers in. Then drew another circle over the pieces of paper. I removed one of the papers, told Chompers to go back in, then put the paper back in place and made sure that the lines connected. Chompers or his creations hadn't gotten out ever since that first time, but I felt more better with the binding circle as it was now. It was a positive binding, catered to him as a bogeyman of the academy and that made me feel better. I decided to change out the diagram that kept Dad out of the basement. Instead of the attention-turning circle I used the connection breaker with the interlocked diamonds and the warding lines. I drew out the new diagram along the door frame. I made 4 of the circles, then connected them with lines. Satisfied, I went to work on the alabaster head to clear the last of the excess parts. I checked the web stretching out from the alabaster and found that they were all the same, nothing corrupted. There were still at least 30, but some were weaker than others and I knew there wasn't anything useful that could come from those. Which means I have to start getting as much information as I can on alabasters, I thought, which I dreaded, especially after the conversation with Mr. Calvert about karma being accrued by getting more than I was giving. But at least I had payment. There was the tongue, the eye I'd pulled out which might be magical, the teeth I'd pulled out, the eyelids and the coin I'd picked in the sewers when I'd been walking the garden route. I could trade for information, but who would I ask? I picked up my phone and called Lisa. Hey, she said. You're calling way sooner than I expected. Yeah, I said. I was actually hoping for a trade. I've got some stuff that might be magical and I need some knowledge on alabasters. Lisa whistled. It's scary that you'd ask about that with everything going on, she said. It's not that, I said. You mind keeping this on the lowdown? I'll do my best, yeah, she said. Okay, I said with a sigh. The project I have going on with Chompers right now involves an alabaster. Not the alabaster of Brockton Bay, she asked. No, I said. Not him, but I might need to learn more about him because it might help with the one I'm trying to help. Lisa groaned. That's not as easy as you would think, girl, she said. The Anders family keep a tight lid on how they managed to get an alabaster in the first place, or how they bent it. The most that I know is that they're supposed to be guardian spirits of some kind. Can we meet? I said. Talk. I could share what I learned from Chompers. I'm sorry, Taylor, she said. But I'm swamped. We're still working on getting the pieces to bind a revenant in the lower bay, then there's the fighting in our backyard. We have to make sure none of it is too close to us. We're preparing just in case we have to fight someone. I don't think I can spare the time. Okay, I said with a little sigh. I'll talk to someone else. Sorry, she said. We'll talk when I have more time. Sure, I said. I called Victoria. If you're talking about the alabaster of Brockton Bay, don't get involved, said Victoria. It's one of the most protected others in their group. Do you know why? I asked. Because of how alabasters works, she said, they draw in people that are vulnerable. But the alabaster of Brockton Bay's been turned by the Nazi family and it draws in people so that are on the path to be radicalized. That's one of the reasons they can have such a large gang. Chompers had known and he'd warned me that something similar would happen with his alabaster if he were to drop into Abyss, that she might be perverted and corrupted the same way. I need info on powers and ways to bind it, I said. I'm willing to trade some things I picked up for it. Call Chris and he'll be able to give you the information, she said. I could give you something from our library, but he's got a more comprehensive store of knowledge. Could you text me his number? Yeah, sure. Sorry, but you caught me at a bad time, she said. Family obligations. It's okay, I said. Bye. Bye, I said. I called Chris and we agreed to meet on Sunday because his schedule was filled for most of the week. I didn't trail chompers for the rest of the week, instead I gave him freedom so I could train with Elwyn one more night before I started to practice on my own to fight with my stick. I had an idea for the chain and it was fucking hard to implement it, but I diligently worked at it. It involved carving a rune into the chain that would suck up all heat and keep it within the chain. Then I had to cut a sleeve from old clothes, on which I drew a heat-insulating rune. I did the same on the glove of my left hand. With the setup, my chain was always hot, which meant I no longer needed to heat it before I fought, something that was hard to do when caught by surprise. I finally mixed blood with ink and then I had the hard task of trying to fill the ink reservoir, but that felt futile and I resigned myself to buying the expensive quills I'd seen. I could probably make my own, but I didn't want any of the work to be messy. I had a lot of cash, so I could buy the quills with metal tips. I chuckled a little. At least I'll feel like a wizard. I spent a lot of time thinking about my stick too, about whether I could carve diagrams onto it, but that felt permanent in a way that it wasn't with the chain. And it would mess things up with my training. If I added a wind rune to make it move faster it could throw things off, and if I add an earth rune it could be too heavy. For now I decided to let things be. Unlike before, I kept track of the news where they seemed to revolve around the territory disputes at the docks, about more people being recruited forcibly into the ABB and a few cases of people disappearing. Sunday finally came and I met with Chris in a large park in the North End. I was on the tall side, which meant a lot of people looked short to me, but Chris was a little shorter than most. He was pale with eyes that were similarly pale with a ring around them, his hair was a dark brown, not styled in any way. To the sight the only difference was that from his hands stretched lines that looked like circuits. They moved from his fingers, where they were thick and bright, up his arms to just over his elbows. There were similar circuits around his eyes. He'd come on his skateboard, which was bright against the sight, a diagram on the underside, and he carried with him a backpack. There were a lot of people out in the park, mostly because it was better kept than the park in my neighborhood. The day was nice, spring that neared summer, and there were birds out. I spotted a few whose coloring told me they might be spirits, which made me a little jealous because I hadn't seen anything of the sort on my walks home. Hey, said Chris, his voice was a little bored. I smiled. So, you wanted to know about alabasters? Yeah, I said as I looked around. We sat on a bench with a few flowers in the air, there were a few bugs in the air. Aren't you worried about being heard? Give me a sec, said Chris. He pulled out his laptop, a blocky thing that looked like it had fallen a few times, with scratched and scuffs, stickers with diagrams, as well as diagrams carved into it, and booted it up. He opened a file and on it was an image, a connection breaker. That should do it for a while. How did you do that? I asked. Tablet PC, he said. Then I use some online others as bits of power because blood isn't as easy. There's some code work too, if you're interested in this. I shook my head. I can program a calculator but that's about it, I said. He shrugged. Anyway, what do you have to offer for the information on the alabaster? He asked. A tongue that'll let you tell a lie and take the karmic debt, but it'll leave your mouth sour metaphorically and literally, I said. I reached into my backpack and pulled it out. Chris' expression twisted. I've also got a coin I found in the garden route. You walked it, he said. Yeah, I said. How about you tell me about that and I'll give you the info I have, I said. You're still working on the friends game. More that I want to add to collective knowledge to the paths and this isn't there yet, he said. I've done a little digging since everything happened and the safest pathfinders talked about was the Forest Ribbon Trail, which doesn't seem safe at all just that it's the most widely known path. If you walk this one and you're alive, well, it's worth documenting to find out the rules. If you walk it again, then we should talk more and I'll offer bits of knowledge for your time. Okay, I said with a shrug and I told him about the path, though I didn't tell him why I'd needed to walk it in the first place, or that Sophia had been there, or that she'd killed people without batting an eye. So every time you go somewhere you see something interest, he said. I nodded. I haven't walked it again to see what the magnified effect is, I said. But I'm a little scared about the sort of stuff I could see. I mean most of the stuff I see is harmless, but while I was biking here, I saw a goblin that was chasing after a squirrel. Chris nodded. But it's a path, he said, and paths lead somewhere. It might be useful to someone. Thanks, he said. He pulled out some papers and handed them over. There isn't a lot there because there aren't a lot of no alabasters, they usually stay on their own and they've gotten rare, but most of what the Protectorate knows is there. Most. I said. Restrictions, he said. Good luck with whatever you're dealing with. Thanks, I said, and with that, our conversation was over. Alabasters were powerful others, not guardian spirits as Chompers had said, at least strictly, but they were so abstract that they could fill the role if it was needed. A lot of the stuff Chris had given me seemed abstract. I couldn't understand how the alabaster could take the role of dream or what that would mean, nor what taking the role of war meant. They were supposed to be powerful creatures but they weren't fighters, and for being bound they became weaker. Which meant the alabaster Chomper's head would be weaker for being in his company, especially if she had been bound for a very long time. But that still didn't make things easier to me because alabasters were also supposed to have insight for the future, and guiding things towards certain ends. There were examples of what binding another might entail, which were twofold, either betrayal, something I guessed Chompers had done to get closer to the alabaster, or by hunting it as it tried to get into its sanctuary. Unlucky for me, the alabaster was locked in their sanctuary and there would be no hunting involved. I read on, about some of the gifts others had gotten from slaying an alabaster, how its horns or hide could be used as access into the sanctuary, or how those objects attuned a person to paths. Ideas started to form, 2 ideas in particular, and I had no idea if they would work. The first was a path. If gifts from an alabaster attuned the person who possessed them to paths, then perhaps I could get into the sanctuary by using a path. If that didn't work, then I already had the alabaster's head, which had its blood. Maybe I could create a halo, find something that was symbolically linked to the alabaster, give it alabaster blood for that essence, and that might be enough to trick the door into its sanctuary enough that I could walk through. The path part was simpler, I could just take the garden route again, but the halo part was a little more complicated, because it would need me to visit the elves again. I needed a prey animal with horns, and I needed help hunting it without buying it. I would need their help, especially since it could take a while to get in that sort of hunting. I was aware I was around them a lot, aware of what Mr. Calvert had told me about karma and imbalances, and I made a mental note to first give Elwyn a gift before I asked for the favor, or at least payment, so I didn't incur a debt. But I had to do this to free the alabaster. It felt wrong that 2 guardian spirits could be perverted and there would be no one to help them out. I didn't think I could do anything to help the alabaster of Brockton Bay, but Chomper's alabaster was a different story. Tomorrow I'd skip school and walk the garden route. If that didn't work, I'd go talk to Elwyn. Chapter 17. Chapter text. My stick was in a loop in my belt. I had the glove and sleeve which insulated heat, and the chain had been fed heat. My flashlight had a piece of paper with a light rune on it, radiating lines spreading out from it. A warded day rune with a connection breaker at the center was of my cloak, though I wasn't wearing it. Then there was my backpack with some first aid supplies, vials filled with ink, the quill, the coin, the tongue, and some locks of alabaster hair. There were the paper stones as well as Amber, who was in her halo, in my ear, and Jonah in his lunchbox. I wasn't sure what I would be going into, but it was better to be prepared. The morning was warm, but there was the smell of a rain in the air, dark clouds looming in the horizon. It was near 10 and I walked in near empty street because people were either at work or at school. I walked up my neighborhood, further into the north end where the neighborhoods were nicer. Technically, my neighborhood was in the north end, but the area had started to be called the Rills as more people of color started to move in. As it was, the neighborhood I lived in marked the area between the north end and the south end of the docks. Houses were nicer for the most part, but there were some that were on hard times, and I could tell. Lawns which had turned from green to brown, overgrown with weeds along their walls. One house had sunflowers on its front yard, but they were so tall they seemed a nuisance. I walked through with a sense of awareness of how I felt, but the moment I neared boredom I spotted 2 houses on opposite sides of each other, one with a pride flag, while another had a Confederate flag. I walked on until I got to a row of houses that looked identical. Well-manicured lawns, white picket fences, the same boring beige paint with white framing, windows that were a similar shape with only slight deviations. Suburbia. A few minutes into the walk I grew bored. I wish to travel a path that'll titillate the mind, I said. I noticed a street I hadn't seen before and I turned into it. The moment I was through I saw what felt like life. There were houses of different models and makes. A house of wood, colored in bright colors with graffiti painted at its front. I spotted something moving within, big, dark and hairy. Houses made of logs like the friend's house, but with differences that told it wasn't the same house. A Victorian manor that stretched into 3 stories, crows on the eaves, and a boy standing behind one of the windows, deathly pale, dressed in black, with black eyes. I kept walking to see other things, people going through their routines. Well, not people, but others. I saw a man, human from the looks of it save that he had yellow skin. When I looked at him with the sight, he looked human, his skin no longer yellow but pale. He stood at his fence, leaned against it, a cigarette in his mouth. He put out his cigarette as I walked past. He smiled. Hey. I said. Hello, he said, that one word with too much stress on the wrong syllables. How are you? Well, I said. I was scared but I was good all things considered. You? Me too, he said. You are American. I nodded. The man chuckled. You are the first American I see in long time. Mostly it is dark people. Black people. Yes, he said. They speak different, he pointed at his mouth, tongues. It is why my English is not so good. I learn from them. I can understand you okay, and that's all that matters, right? The man hummed. I am Blesk, he said. Blesk? I asked. Where is that name from? He shrugged. He tapped his head. There are holes, he said. I remember small parts, but not things that make me me. I don't know what I was before this. You look human to the sight, I said. He nodded. I know, he said. It was an apple that turned me to this. The yellow skin? I asked. The yellow skin, he said. There were others like me, men, women and children turned so they looked strange. I met with them, talked to them, but the life was torture. My eyes can see ways to walk. I ran and have hidden here. I frowned. Why are you telling me all this? I asked. Because a man like you, he said, a dream walker who was a friend has not visited me in a long time. I think he is die. I am hopeful that maybe you will help me so I free the others like me. I swallowed. Could I trust that this was true? That this wasn't some trick by another? I remembered what had happened on the Friends Road, and the switch between the man and the woman in red. How the hitchhiker had acted like a friend, but the first chance he got he'd tried to hurt Victoria. I started to say I'm sorry and stopped. I took a breath and turned forward. Blesk sighed. Perhaps if you dream this way again, we will speak. I walked away. The street ended and I walked out of the other neighborhood. Reality seemed to shift around me and a building made itself known, a familiar building where I spent most of my days in the week, Winslow. Which wasn't right. I reached for my backpack and pulled out the lock of the alabaster's hair. I focused on the webs. One thread, thick and taut, stretched in a direction that would take me to my house, while a whole host stretched out in different directions. I scanned through the webs until I found the nearest one. It stretched into Winslow. Why? Why hadn't the garden route led me to the alabaster's sanctuary or at least close to it? And who was connected to the alabaster in Winslow? I folded up my cloak and put it in my backpack, then walked into school. The security guard gave me a look of disapproval as I walked in, but he didn't say anything. I followed the web through school until I stopped in Mr. Gladley's civics class. There I saw that the web stretched to Sophia, who sat in class, her expression placid. Conversation stopped as I loomed over the table. A bunch of girls, all looking at me, none of which knew what to say. I had my sight active, but my attention was divided between three webs, not enough focus to pay attention to how people looked. Sophia's web was of dull ambivalence, with only slight hints that there was interest. It was thick and heavy, which I didn't understand as well. The other two webs were worrying. The first was from Emma, and it was a thick, twisted mess of emotions I couldn't parse. Emma had stopped wanting to be my friend, and to this day I still had no idea why. Then we'd come to school and she'd turned into an awful person. She hadn't wanted to be my friends, and from that it should have been the case that her web was loose and fluttered with the wind, close to breaking. Instead I had the sense that there was a lot of resentment and anger there. Why? One part of me wondered, and it was a young Taylor, the same one who'd grown up with Emma. I don't fucking care, another part thought, louder and angry. But that wasn't the truth, because the truth was, I don't want to fucking care. The other web came from the Nazi cluster, and looking with the corner of my sight I knew it came from Tammy the Nazi, which was worrying. "A bear," said Sophia. "You look decked out for war." I shrugged. "Can we talk?" The webs between Sophia and Emma, and then Emma and I pulsed. I turned towards Emma and I caught an expression of utmost loathing before it turned into a grin. "If the war's against fashion, then she's gonna win hands down," Emma said. The table tittered nervously. I ignored them. "Can we?" I said to Sophia. Sophia shrugged. "Sure," she said. The web between her and Emma flared again. Sophia stood and Emma did the same. Sophia stopped. "I'm coming," she said. "Whatever," said Sophia. "This isn't what I want," I thought. "It makes things more complicated. Both because it's Emma and because she's innocent." I started to walk away. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a pen. I drew a circle with a point at the head, then the turning sides. I licked my finger and dabbed it in the middle. "Emma," said Madison. "Your phone's ringing." Emma frowned. "Wait for me," she said. "Not gonna do that," said Sophia. I said nothing, still walking ahead. The ink off my diagram was disintegrating, not helped by the persistent web of Tammy the Nazi that was trying to connect after being turned. Emma jogged over to the table. Sophia and I left. When we were outside the cafeteria I reached into the pocket of my backpack and pulled out the tongue. I squeezed it so saliva flowed off, then rubbed that onto the diagram. The lines grew starker and as I watched the webs, they had a harder time trying to reconnect. We found a place where there weren't a lot of people. What's going on? Sophia said. Do you know anything about an alabaster? I asked, direct because there wasn't a lot of time. The effect wasn't as bad as before, but the lines of my diagram were still thinning. The alabaster of Brockton Bay, she said. I think most people know about it. Her expression turned ugly. Why, did it call you or something? No, I said, and that's not the alabaster I'm talking about. The one I'm talking about presents as a girl, or maybe a woman. She frowned. She took a step back and she stood straighter. Do you know anything about her? I asked. Yeah, she said. What's it to you? I need your word you won't tell anyone, I said. Swear oaths that you'll keep it down low. I swear that whatever the fuck you're going to tell me I'll do my best to keep a secret, she said. Unless keeping the secret means that I'm going to die, then I'll sing like a bird, metaphorically. Good enough, I muttered. Do you remember the other that we saw after? I didn't want to mention the Nazis when one of them was trying to look our way. Sophia nodded. Well, he managed to get the alabaster and he's tainted it. I think he's using the alabaster as a place to get power, which means he might be eating the people in her sanctuary. Sophia frowned. How the fuck did he manage that? He said. I can't tell you, I said. Deals I made. I want to free her and I'm trying to find her sanctuary to see if I can't get in. The door's locked, but there's a way I might be able to get in. I walked the garden route today to get me there, instead I got here where you were the closest connection to the alabaster. Sophia nodded. I don't know where her sanctuary is, she said. She frowned and her eyes looked harsher, her body was rigid. Last time I was there was almost 2 years ago. I walked out and she told me I'd never be able to walk back in there. She swallowed, frustration in her eyes. I sighed. I thought you'd give me a good lead, I muttered. Guess I'll. When did you hear me say that I couldn't? She said, heat in her voice. I know someone, a guy that communes with her, in the lower bay. He's the paranoid type and he doesn't like people like you. People like me. White people, she said. Doesn't trust them. I'll take you there, help you out, then you can consider us square. Square. You kept me from having a shitty time, she said. I helped you, I said. And there doesn't need to be a square about it. You know you can just help people, right? That, fuck, Sophia, how bent are you that you think that there needs to be equity in this? I was aware that I was frustrated but I just couldn't help it. How bent are you that you think someone has to ask to get help first? You're still on that, she muttered. You, I stopped, I was talking too loudly. You killed people and it was so you could help. I was absolving myself, she muttered. She shrugged. It's bad karma to kill innocents. But the spirits like balance and I'm being their agent, they're more willing to give me slack. Tell me that's the only reason you're doing it, I said. Not because you want to help people. I heard what you said. Sophia stepped forward and I stood my ground. She stared me down. You don't know me, a bear, she said, her voice soft. Don't pretend like you do. Now. I turned away as webs finally connected. Not Tammy the Nazi, but something else. A ghost, her ghost, the manacled man. He stood at the doors of the cafeteria and he watched us. Sophia turned and saw him too. I'm tired of her shit, Sophia muttered before she strode towards the ghost. The manacled man, bound by heavy chains, flickered into a bent form, tired, his eyes red. The feeling cast out and I took a step back, wrapped by a strong sense of futility. Unlike the first time I'd felt the aura, I knew what it was now, but it didn't make it any easier to move. Sophia didn't have the same problem. I'm not you, she said, her voice raw. I'm not a victim. I fight back. She spat. The gob of spit hit the manacled man. He disappeared, reappeared, flickered, then, with a scream of rage, broke his chains and pushed the doors open with force. Another scream before I caught the flicker of him running. Then there were screams. Let's head out, said Sophia. Unless you don't want me to get you there. Let's go, I said as my stomach roiled at the thought of whatever the fuck was going to fall out from the ghost being sent back. At first I thought we would take the bus to the lower bay, but Sophia laughed more than needed at that, which told me enough. We took a cab instead because I didn't want to travel through the garden route a third time, nor did Sophia for that matter. I didn't know any of the places in the lower bay, which meant trusting that Sophia wouldn't screw me over. It was anxiety-inducing, but I had the alabaster hair and I used that to see the closest web, then used that to know if she was really leading me towards whoever this guy was. The lower bay was a neighborhood that was a mix of Latinx and black people. Much like the train yard, it wasn't a place that I frequented and I felt uncomfortable as I walked through its streets. There were white people, but they were so few that a part of me thought it might be the garden route ensuring that I saw something interesting. Sophia didn't talk to me, she only kept ahead, which meant I had a lot of time to think and my thoughts seemed to stick on something. I was uncomfortable here as I had been when I'd been walking through the train yard area with Alec. Then, I'd thought it was because of being in an unfamiliar neighborhood, and even now I thought the same thing. But I couldn't ward away the niggling thought of maybe it wasn't the only reason. I was watching the news now, and I could see all the stuff that had been hidden from me before. There was a gang war with the Nazis, but it felt like the precursor to something worse. It felt like if this gang war was won by the wrong side, then it would be a collective loss. People were afraid and they were doing their best to speak out, telling others how much of this was a problem. Trouble in the docks seemed to stay in the South End and they were impacting people of color more than white people. Police were in the area but they seemed to be making things worse. There was a lot of racist shit going on and I felt like the part of me that was uncomfortable with being here was informed by it. I wasn't racist. I didn't believe racist shit. But, the feelings I had now made me think I might have biases that were informed by racism. It was an uncomfortable thought, one that hung heavy on my shoulders and one I wanted to lock away in a little box so I didn't have to think about. But that felt dishonest. We reached a house, its lawn bedraggled and paint peeling from its walls. The blinds were drawn and there was a giant mark on the door written out in blood. I looked at it with the sight and it shone with power. "Stay here," said Sophia. I didn't move. She climbed up the stairs and knocked, hard. She waited a little before knocked again, louder. The door was wrenched open and a thin man, his eyes big, beard unkempt and with wild hair, stepped out, a gun leveled at Sophia. "What do you want?" the man said. "Brought her," she said with a point in my direction. The man's eyes flickered in my direction. The web that stretched between me and him soured, not that it had been too good in the first place. "She's looking for info on the alabaster. Can we come in?" "You trust her?" the man asked. Sophia hesitated. The man stepped back and Sophia stepped forward. The man closed the door and Sophia put her hand on it. It stopped. "Be very careful." "She's genuine," said Sophia. "She's genuine how?" the man asked. "The alabaster's in trouble and she wants to help her." The man hesitated then nodded. "Swear oaths," he said. "Not to cause trouble." Sophia nodded. She motioned and I walked towards them. "Swear that you don't and have never worked for E88, he said. I did. "Swear that you don't and have never worked for the Anders family." I did. "Swear that you won't cause trouble while you're in my house." "I swear that I won't knowingly cause trouble," I said, "and if you tell me I'm starting to cause trouble, I'll stop whatever I'm doing, or, if I can't do that, I'll leave." He nodded. "Come," he said. We stepped in and the house was bigger than I'd been expecting it, yet it felt smaller because there was a lot within it. The man was a hoarder. There were piles of newspapers from different publications, there was a wall filed with so many pictures that I couldn't see the wall beyond, another that was filled with sickles of different sizes and in different conditions. There was always a lot of furniture, tables that lined one side and each of them had something, lamps of different sizes, skulls from different animals, chains big and small, and even guns. A lot of guns. We went into the living room where there were 3 TV sets, all on and all playing static. There were 5 radios in the radios in the room and they also played static. On the wall were 10 different types of mirror and none of them showed a reflection. The smell of something damp filled the air, while static reverberated. It was dizzying. There were 3 sofas and they had stuff on them. The man moved the stuff onto the floor with care. "I don't have anything to drink," he said. "That's fine," said Sophia. I nodded. "What do you want?" the man asked. "I want more information on the alabaster," I said. "She's been captured by a bogeyman and I want to make sure she's freed." "Captured how?" the man asked. "I can't say," I said. "I made a deal and I have to be very careful about the information I shared." The man looked at me with distrust. "When's the last time you saw her?" Sophia asked. "A year, maybe more," he said and shrugged. "I don't visit a lot. Especially after," he looked around. He swallowed. "I went looking for her, she told me I'd have her aid and I needed it, but she wasn't there." "Did you look into it?" I asked. "What did you learn?" "I blamed the Nazis," he said. "Alabasters have an eye for these things. They knew I was going after them, that I was going to supplant that fucked up alabaster of Brockton Bay. So they did this, then they made sure she wasn't going to be a problem. At least that's what I thought." "But you say it's different. It's a bogeyman." I nodded. I swallowed. "Can I ask, what happened? Ever ask yourself why there isn't a counter to the Nazis?" Sophia said. "Their gang? Their influence?" I shrugged. "This," she said. "They do this. It's hard to have a gang running when they have so much power. They need a place to gather and the Nazis can use magic to find that place out, then call the man in blue to do their work for them. For that to happen, you need a domain, but they stop people like us from getting one. But isn't this a domain? I asked. You have one. I'm also broken, aren't I? The man said, anger in his voice. The protectorate didn't help. Couldn't afford another gang, couldn't afford a break in the status quo. They wanted to bind me with deals. When I said now they came at me too hard. When the Nazis came, they came last, I didn't have that much power. I won the battle, but the fuckers made sure they won the war. Things are very wrong when the only answer seems to be starting a gang. The alabaster was helping me, the man continued. She can ease it, he said and he pointed at his head. Make sure I can work. But she's been gone and now look at this fucking place. Can you find her sanctuary? I asked. She's in there and it's locked behind her. I might have a way to break through. What way? He cut in, tone harsh. I have access to her blood, he said. I'm going to build a hallow then fill it with her essence. I'm hoping that will be enough to trick the door into opening for me. The only other way is finding a key and I feel like that will be harder. The man stood and walked on over to a room divider filled with different plates. He opened it and within were jars filled with rats suspended in liquid. One, the size of a fist, was filled with blood. He took it and handed it to Sophia. He looked at me. Swear that that blood won't be used against me, he said. No dallying, no weaseling out. Swear. I swear I won't use the blood against you, I said. Swear that you'll use the blood only to get the alabaster, he said. Only. I was going to make a hallow with alabaster blood and that promised to be powerful. It sucked to think that I wouldn't be able to use it for any other purpose, but... I nodded. I swear that I'll use the blood to only find the alabaster, I said. Swear you'll ensure that this blood cannot be used against me, nor for any other purpose than to find the alabaster. That one was a little trickier, but I swore nonetheless. I took the blood from Sophia at that. I didn't trust her so much that I was willing to be forsworn. I'll have to burn the hallow after I'm done, to make sure it can never be used. Find a third, he said. Someone tied to the alabaster. There's power in the number 3. Thank you, I said. Now leave me alone, the man said. We left the house. Give me the hair you've been using, said Sophia, when we were a bit away from the house. I gave her a look. I'll find the others and you can work on building that hallow. Why? I asked. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth, she said. This horse may be diseased, I said. You want my fucking help or not, she muttered. I'm not sure if I want your help because I don't get you, I said. You said before that I shouldn't wait before someone asks for help, she muttered. That's what I'm doing now. Yeah, but it's not that simple, is it? I said. You're expecting me to forget all the shit you've done. I can't just trust you, Sophia, and implicit in asking for help, is a need for trust. You trusted me to get here, she said. Not one bit, I said. I verified all the way here. I was scared that you'd gotten me into some shit. I don't trust you and I have no idea if I can. Whatever, she muttered. Give me the hair or not. It's up to you. I gave her a long look before I let out a frustrated breath. I gave her the hair. I had more. I gave Chompers free time that night for an umbilical cord that could strengthen connections and I went into the elves' domain. Elwyn was bouncing as he waited for me, his stick at the ready. I need help, I said to Elwyn. We'll talk and spar, he said, his voice filled with jubilation. I pulled my stick free and got into my stance. My footing apart while I angled my body so I was ready to move. Elwyn was shorter than I was but he was faster and had a way of moving that was fluid. He could get in my guard and hit me hard, and he always moved first. Elwyn took off and I went on the defense. Clack 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 reverberated as I guarded, the sound stretching longer as I was forced to bet Elwyn's stick aside. I went on the offense when I saw an opening but Elwyn spun out of the way and hit me on the leg hard. My leg folded and I fell. Elwyn stepped back and waited for me to get up. You said you need help, he said. He waited a little longer which meant it was my turn to go on the offense. I did and Elwyn fended off the attacks with ease. I want to build a hallow, I said, and infuse it with blood for a project I'm working on. Ooh, he said. He pushed aside my stick as it hit his, stepped into my guard and hit me with the back of his stick in my stomach. My breath left me and I stumbled back. What blood are you going to be using? I coughed before I regained my breath. I still didn't answer. I swear I won't tell anyone, he said, that I won't talk about it to anyone that doesn't already know. More people are finding out about this, I thought. I'm not sure why I'm still keeping it a secret above the fact I still want this to be mine. Alabaster blood, and the blood of a person who's close to an alabaster, I told him. Ah, he said. Ah. Ah, he said. There was something a while back. The days and nights pass so fast it's hard to keep track of time, but there was a person who was bound to another alabaster. I thought the alabaster of Brockton Bay would be unseated. Nothing ever came of it. That's the alabaster I'm trying to help, I said. It's been perverted by a bogeyman and I'm going to get that back. I need a way to break into the alabaster's sanctuary. He nodded. Okay, he said. You want to go hunting for a doe? And making the hallow in a way tied to nature, I said. The ways I know are tied to prayer, purified water, or sage burning. I wonder if there's a. Elwyn went on the attack but I'd been expecting it. I guarded then stepped forward and kicked. I caught him in the chest and he flowed with the motion, fell, rolled and came up. A more natural way to build a hallow, one that'll make it easier for the alabaster's essence and whatever alabaster-like spirits are around to find home in the hallow. He nodded. I'm willing to give you gifts for your help, I said. I don't have a lot, but I have some stuff I got that might be gifts. Like. I'll give you a seed, he said. With instruction on how to grow it. You'll plant it and you'll tend to it for 3 months. Are the instruction hard or will they mean I lose myself? I asked. No, he said. Not particularly. Is there any penalty that might see me lose myself? Only that I will be a little mad at you if you fail, he said. The spirits won't like it too, but you won't be forsworn. Then I'm willing to accept the price on review of the instructions, I said. Elwyn smiled, which gave me an opening. I stepped to attack but that had been a trap and Elwyn blocked and hit my hand hard enough my stick was knocked away. I hissed. Let's go running, he said and he darted away. I picked up my stick and followed. Chapter 18. Chapter text. It's been a while since we had a chat, said Chompers. I was starting to think you were bored of me. Did you really? I asked as I sat in my chair. It was 3 days after I'd talked to Elwyn about hunting a doe and building a hallow, and I still hadn't gone to school. The world of magic did a good job trying to protect itself. I'd noticed it at home with Dad and Ember, which presented itself as Dad thinking that the house was too old and it was starting to have the tendencies that old houses often had. It creaked and groaned, doors shifted, the pipes growled as water passed through them, and, in general, the house settled a lot more. None of which was true. Amber regularly checked everything through the house to ensure there was nothing untoward that might get us. In a similar vein, something to that effect had happened in Winslow. The manacled man had rebounded after Sophia had banished him, and he'd attacked his master. Usually ghosts couldn't be seen, but there'd been enough energy that the veil had been lifted. The kids of Winslow didn't know that it was a ghost, but they'd seen a black guy attack the Nazis and the Nazis responding in force which the ABB had responded to in turn. Police had been called and the entire thing was a mess. Dad had decided that it was better not to go to school for a while until the administration had an idea how things would follow. Which gave me more time. I was starting to, said Chompers. Okay, I said. I just haven't had a lot to ask until now. What do you do when you're free? I walk around, he said. Mainly in the South End. There's a lot of activity and a few bodies won't be missed. Do you have a side in the ABBE-88 conflict? I asked. No, he said. So you're there for personal reasons? I asked. Getting power. He nodded. What are the ways that a bogeyman can get power? Fear is the easiest, he said. Terror that lingers. But more than anything an impact is the best way for a bogeyman to keep themselves out of the abyss. A killing that hits the news, perhaps a legend that grows in your particular killing style. Enough of a pattern to form grooves in reality, and the abyss hold is halted for longer. Halted. The abyss hold is always there, he said. It almost never goes away unless stronger bonds exist. Like familiarhood, he said. Is that you asking to be my familiar? It didn't feel right. I nodded and jotted that down. How did you get the alabaster? I asked. A detailed answer. A betrayal, he said. I was invited because she assumed me to be something I'm not. Innocent. Chompers didn't say anything. Innocent. Yes, innocent, he said. She has good eyes, but even the best of eyes can be fooled. I fooled her, got close and took her head, then gave her another for good measure so she didn't bite back. Can she do that? I asked. Bite you? She's a big spirit, he said with a shrug. I assume so. Better safe than sorry. How did you make yourself innocent? I asked. He opened his mouth and the baby popped out. It didn't have its umbilical cord because he'd given it to me, but it was still alive, its little hands moving. I swallowed, a pit of unease in my stomach, but not as strong when he'd first thrown the baby up. How did you get it? I asked. A deal, he answered. I had the chance to kill a woman that was to be with child. She said she'd give me anything for her life. I asked for her unborn child. She said yes. Fuck you so much. I jotted that down. Is the baby still alive? I asked. Young children are hallows, he said. They are usually protected by their mothers, with the mother deciding the spirits that flow into a child. A mother that stays too long in bad places will corrupt the child. When they are born, they aren't as hollow, but there is still a tendency for them to draw in spirits. This child has been within me for 6 years, surrounded by the abyss, a place which doesn't hold death to high esteem. So the child can't die? I asked. I haven't tested it, said Chompers, but I think it would take a lot for the child to die, yes. They are more likely to find their way to the abyss than any true death. And what might happen there? I don't know, he said. What would be the price of me getting the child? I asked. Freedom, he said. That's a big ask, I said. He smiled. Better to start high so you're more amenable to my true wish, he said. Which is? A deal similar to that we've had on and off but extended through my binding, he said. I get freedom of 7 hours in total, from 11 at night to 5 in the morning, with similar terms as before. Will the baby die if it's out of you for an extended amount of time? I asked. I don't know, he said. I've been carrying it for a while, but I think it might find its way to the abyss. I nodded, my lips purse. Ideas started to form. I'll get everything in writing for the deal, I said. It would be giving up the ability to drain him dry slowly, but the baby was a big win because babies were all about innocence. I wasn't sure how Chompers would be received after this, but I hoped it would be a lot worse. The price was worth it, and maybe I could make sure the kid grew up for a semblance of normality. I stepped forward and redrew the warded day runes in their circle. Chompers found himself surrounded in darkness. I still hadn't made chalk from the bogeyman bone, but the last few weeks had been really busy, and I wanted the matter with Chompers and the alabaster done with. Which meant limiting distractions. Upstairs, a sandwich in front of me, I called Mr. Calvert. Taylor, he said. Hey, I said. I have something to sell, but I've got some terms. I'm listening. I'm going to get a baby, I said. It was given to a bogeyman by a deal, and the bogeyman is going to give it to me in payment for some breathing room. The baby has been within the bogeyman for a while. Quite the find, said Mr. Calvert. Are you sure you want to sell it? I don't think many of those exist. It could be a strong power source. I thought about it for a second, realized what I was doing and felt disappointed in myself. I shook my head. I want. If there's a chance, I want it so this kid grows up, I said, has a normal life. That's part of the terms. They go to a good family, they're not sacrificed or any of that sort of shit. They get the chance to be. There's a lot we can do with the wording, he said. I'll draft a contract and have it to you in 2 days' time. Thank you, I said. I'll have to auction it off, he said. It'll take longer, but the yield will be higher. Thanks, I said. You'll take a cut, for the work you put in. Would you like me to? 10%, maybe. I asked. 10%. Good. Good, he said. To inform you. I've already talked to your father about our deal. He seems amenable. Okay, I said. He hasn't told me. Until we next meet, he said. I cut the line. Dad deserved to have his own secrets too, especially when the secrets I was keeping from him were so much larger. I took a breath and went through a mental list of all the stuff I still had to do. Yesterday had been more tree running with Elwyn. He'd told me that my footsteps were too loud and they'd spook prey animals, which made that the top of my list. I still had the silence rune Victoria had given me, though I hadn't used it much. Which was a bit of oversight on my account because the combo of darkness, connection breaker, and silence would make following people undetected much easier. Which is how I spent most of the day before I tended to the seed Elwyn had given me. The instructions weren't dangerous, but they were annoying. They required me to keep a chart of the days, have a good sense of direction for the house so that I could move the plant. The instruction could be something as easy as watering the plant 3 times a day, to moving it to the north-facing window on the 2nd Wednesday of the month. But I'd made a promise that I'd do my best to tend the seed, and I didn't want to break the spirit of the promise even if there was some wiggle room. The next day I started to write the contract for Chompers. We talked it over to make sure the wording was okay. I gave myself breathing room, which I didn't really need because there wasn't anything there. Most of the backbone of the contract was built on similar past deals. Finally we both signed it. I'd given up a lot of time, but hopefully I'd saved a life and taken away more of Chompers' innocence. The latter, possibly, would mean that his hold over the Alabaster Sanctuary was lessened, but it was a small hope. I didn't think Chompers would have done it if he didn't have something under his sleeve. Mr. Calvert came to pick the kid, a doctor with him. They left soon after without much of a conversation between us. I spent the next few days sleeping most of the time, while my nights were spent with Elwyn trekking through trees as silently as I could. On Friday I thought about following Chompers again, but things in the docks were still rough and I didn't want to be caught up in it. The news said an old warehouse connected to E88 had been burned, and there was a lot more news of disappearances in the city. Not a time to be out and about, even when it could lead me to the Alabaster's sanctuary. But at least I had something of an idea, questions I could ask that would narrow things down. Questions that were better asked when everything was set up and I had only to break down the door and get into the Alabaster's sanctuary. Then what? The only plan I had so far was returning her head, but I had no idea how that would work. Maybe I could get her to eat it like Chompers ate stuff to imbue it within him, but how would I get that to happen? I'd first need to bind her and compel her into my service. Which either meant a positive or a negative binding. Positive was perhaps the easier of the two, because I already had the blood of people connected to the Alabaster. I didn't think I'd be able to use Alabaster's blood, but maybe I could use one of the people connected to her. Sophia had said she would help. I needed to follow up on that so I didn't do any redundant work. But I really didn't want to talk to Sophia. She was draining in a way I couldn't quite pin down, so I put her off for tomorrow. I'd use an alabaster hair to find the one she had. But since I wanted something to do, I sent Chris a text that I'd walked the garden route so he could prepare a piece of knowledge to give me for the exchange. Unlike me, he had school, so he asked that we talked on the weekend, though he asked for permission to give Carlos my number because he had a request. I acquiesced and Carlos called not a few minutes later. "Yo, Taylor," he said. "Hey," I said. I swallowed. "How are you doing with everything? Things have sort of been hectic and I haven't kept in touch with everything." "Victoria said you were dealing with something on the higher end," he said. "I get it. So, hey, I heard you had a hex a while back. Do you still have it?" "Yeah," I said. "I want to trade you for it," he said. That hand of yours," I said. "Could you write me a how of making it?" "That's," he sighed. "I know how to make one, but I don't think you'd be able to make it." Without giving away too much, the hand I had was a human hand. "Oh," I said. "I hadn't thought about that." Wow. "Yeah," he said. "One of the reasons I asked you not tell the Protectorate. They don't like what they think is dark magic. Or any of the stuff that's not PC. What else can you give me?" I asked. "I could teach you to make a mask," he said. "It's close to being a hallow, but this one draws certain spirits. It means connections have a harder time sticking to you." A mask like Sophia's, a part of me thought. "You're really starting to be like her, aren't you?" But masks were useful. It could mean I was better able to hide from Chompers as I trailed him. "Wait, will I have to learn how to carve like you did?" I asked. "It would help," he said. "Time, devotion, to make it more yours." Sorry, no," I said. "That's too much to learn. Do you have anything simpler?" Help me out here," he said. "What sort of stuff do you need? Do you think you'd be able to give me blood from someone who's mentally infirm? It would help on my project. In case Sophia doesn't pull through. You have access to blood, you might have access to this." "I'll be able to get it," he said. "I'll call when I do. We'll meet and trade." "Yeah," I said. "Bye," he said and he dropped the line. "Guess I'll be saying goodbye to you soon, Jonah," I said. Which was good, I hadn't used him because I feared his influence, at least with Carlos he'd do some good in helping with the curse he had over his family. Chompers smiled and my stomach dropped. My heart beat faster as my mind started to run over everything I'd done, everything I'd said and every deal we'd concluded in search for a trap. I didn't think there were any. I'd been exceedingly careful. "He's just trying to scare me. I think," he said slowly, "that I will save my 7 hours." I frowned. "What?" I said. He said, "I think I'll save the night's 7 hours." Could he do that? I started to think things through before I stopped and ran upstairs to pick up the contracts, all of them. The first deal we'd made was that he could have an hour's freedom, and it stretched from 10 p.m. to 11 p.m. The second deal had been from 1 a.m. to 2 a.m. The third, for the baby, had been an extension, freedom from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. In total 7 hours. There'd been nothing on the contract that kept him from saving up his time, but I couldn't understand why he would, not when the period he was bound within, 10 p.m. to 5 a.m., couldn't be changed. I glanced at my clock. He wasn't going to be free for a few more minutes. "Okay," I said. "What are you hoping to get from this?" "My freedom at an earlier date," he answered, a bit of giddiness in his voice. "How?" I asked, because as I looked at the contract, I still couldn't figure it out. "Read the contract over again," he said. I frowned and my eyes ran over the contract. He had 7 hours of freedom, but those 7 hours stretched from 10 to 5. So what? How would he be able to weasel out of the terms to get his freedom earlier? "You don't see it," he said. Then I should answer to keep my end of our deals. The contract states that I shall have freedom of 7 hours, and that my freedom shall start from the hour of 11 at night and end at 5 in the morning, but does it state anywhere if the end should be the next immediate time? I frowned. What? Said simpler, dear Taylor, he said. There are 744 hours left in my binding as per our terms, or 31 days, said simpler still. If I start now, I will save in total 217 hours, which will mean I am freed from you almost 9 days earlier. My contracted freedom will begin at 10 and end at 5, before my true freedom begins. You're so smug for so little time, a part of me thought, but that part was stupid, because that was almost a third of a month. It meant I had a third less time to learn to hunt, to build a hallow, to find the alabaster, to find a way to bind, and then figure out a way to help her. Which was above such things as school, sleep and anything else that might come up. It had been 2 weeks without school, but that was set to end. I now had 3 weeks, probably less, and all because when I'd been making the contract with Chompers I'd been lazy. To make all of that worse, I wouldn't be able to follow Chompers to the sanctuary of the alabaster anymore. You are not going to have this win, I thought. I could not accept this, I said. The contract states nothing either way. I could consider you free as you are slated to be. He hummed. I've already stated my intention, he said, and I stated it first, which means the spirits are already in my favor. You would have to a lot to convince them that I was free. I could just stay in this circle and I could still be considered bound. I could take it away, I said. And the second circle? That too, I said. The house, then? Would I have guessed right? Would I be free to move about as I please? Would I have that freedom? I stopped. I wasn't going to give him that. It was too much of a risk. He started to laugh. I swallowed. Okay, I said. I hadn't been prepared for it and it would mess things up for me, but I wasn't going to get shafted by Chompers again. I went to the corner of the room and armored up. Cloak, sleeve, glove and chain, the flashlight with the radiating day rune. I put on my backpack with everything I had, bits of paper with runes already prepared and waiting to be finished off, as well as the tongue which I'd started to use more often as a way to fuel my connection breaker. A breath, and with my mind on the conversation we'd just had. You've said you thought to choose to forego your freedom this night, I said, standing straighter. I glanced at my watch. Only 2 minutes till 10. As such you will still under my service, still bound to protect me. I tell you, bid you, to make the decision now so I know where we stand. But no, I will ask you to lead me to the alabaster's sanctuary. Chomper's smile dipped. So that's been your card, he said. That's why you've been so comfortable. Honestly, I just had the thought that I might do that right now after you forced me to read over every contract we made. Nothing's stopping me from doing that, is there? I said nothing. I'll take my freedom, he said, and tonight and every other night through my binding if we add an addendum to our deal. You will no longer have the power to compel me to divulge the location of the sanctuary in any way, directly or indirectly. That's giving up a lot for 9 days, I thought. No, I said. Chompers chuckled. Oh, he said. Is it, then, because you know who I gave the key to and now need only the location? He shook his head. Or perhaps because you have a way to get in without the key. He grinned. I did my best not to swallow, but the thought that he might know terrified me. That's it. That's the one. He can feel fear, I thought. He felt how afraid I was at him getting close. Fuck you so much. I glanced at my clock. 30 seconds before 10. Are you going to take your freedom or are you going to accrue it? I asked. I bid you to answer me. I think I'll take my chances, he said. I'll accrue my freedom. I wasn't prepared for this. I wasn't prepared to go out. 10 hit. But I'd made a promise. Chompers, I said as I walked forward and moved one of the pieces of paper to break his circle. Lead me to the alabaster's sanctuary. He stepped forward. I have to protect you, he said, so no, I had guards around the alabaster's sanctuary to keep you at bay. Wouldn't expect any less from you, I thought. If you'd follow me. How many guards do you have? I asked as we walked at something of a sedate pace. It was still early enough into the night that there were some people out and about, but not enough that we couldn't move away. The runes I had on my goatskin coat kept away much of the light, which meant I was harder to see in darkness. I hadn't used the connection breaker because I couldn't account for Chompers and I didn't want him to know how far I'd progressed. Do you even need to keep that card up your sleeve with the sheer and utter stupidity you're pulling right now? The thought was loud and desperate. I was scared, but more than anything I was scared that Chompers would know that I was scared. Which made me realize that he very likely already knew that I was scared because of his fear sense. I can't let him win, I thought, and I let that anger fill me up. There was an out. I'd told him that I'd tell him to lead me to the alabaster's sanctuary and I already had, but this was to show him that I wasn't just blustering, that there were consequences for the shit he was trying to pull and it put him in danger. Are you sure he's the one who's in danger? Because it feels like it's all you. 5 others, he said. 3 bogeymen, a goblin, and hunger spirit. What are the names of the bogeymen, which parts of the abyss do they come from, and what magic do they have? I asked. The matron, the clerk, and the bellwoman and her flock, he said. The matron is from the infirmaries, she puts those who are suffering out of their misery. She isn't a fighter but she is very good at her purpose. The clerk is from unknown parts of the abyss, but we've worked together, late at night in stores that open through the night. I took the role of lost child crying for a parent, while he was the sole employee in a department store. I haven't seen him fight, but he's good at sneaking up on people. The bellwoman is another bogeyman from a part of the abyss I don't know. She has a bell she tolls that draws people near, when she gets them, she turns them into sheep. She can't fight, but her sheep can fight on her command. How many sheep does she have? I asked. 5. I swallowed. You shouldn't be doing this. You should turn back in this of a way to fight them. But Chompers is going to win. Chompers is going to win if you die too. He has to protect you, but was there anything explicit in that contract that gives a penalty if he fails to protect you because of events outside of his control? I stopped at the thought. Chompers stopped too. He turned towards me, lipless mouth pulled back to reveal a toothy smile. Fuck you so much, Chompers, I said. I want to hit you in a way that truly hurts. But I can't right now. Not like this. Not alone. I took a deep breath and counted to 10. My hands were clenched tight in fists, frustration bubbling through me. I felt powerless in a way I hadn't for a while. All the progress I'd made, all the lessons I'd learned and the power I'd accrued, and still Chompers had outwitted me. Things weren't as simple as I thought. I could get away to bust down the door, but I'd still have to get to the door and that would be hard as hell because my opponent was smart. Something I think I'd started to forget after Chompers had lulled me into a false sense of security. You've gotta be smart about this, I thought. So what's the smart thing to do? Get information, as much as I could to bind the threats that would be in my way. I would have to be prepared to fight them and I'd have to lean on others for help because I didn't think I could take care of those threats on my own. Which meant taking the initiative and talking to people without being pulled into it. I had to finish the work I was doing on the Hallow, on the doorbuster. Just because I'm angry, it doesn't mean I have to forget that I have a plan. I remembered what Dennis had said while we'd been walking through the Friends Road. I'd made my mistake and I had to learn from it. There was nothing now but to move forward. Getting angry right here and now would be playing into Chompers' hand, and I couldn't give him that satisfaction. But I can take off that smile off his face, I thought. Even if it isn't going to mean much. The key to the alabaster, I said. Where is it stored? I don't know, he said. Who did you give the key to? I asked. Chompers smiled. A practitioner by the name of Krieg, said Chompers. A practitioner who is no longer in Brockton Bay. You never intended for me to win, I thought. All of this was rigged from the start. You wanted to give me something to do so that I don't focus on you and draining you dry, or making you easily bound. I consoled myself in him not knowing that I had another way, that the key hadn't even really been a factor in my plans. How do you get into the Alabaster's sanctuary? I asked. I'm connected to her, he said. It's easy to slip in even with the door locked. Then my plan can still work, I thought desperately. But there was still a lot to do and there was significantly less time to do it in. We're heading back, I said. Chompers giggled in the most grating way possible. Stop that. And he did. When we got home, I added a third layer to the circles around him, nothing fancy, just a circle that would block out all sound from getting into the circle. It was midnight when I was done with the circle, and I didn't go to bed, instead I visited Elwyn to get my training in. The sooner I had the Hallow, the better and stronger I'd feel. Don't forget about allies, a part of me thought, and as much as I dreaded the possibility, I would have to go out there and get help. Thankfully, the meeting with the practitioners and others of Brockton Bay were going to make an appearance at the meeting that night. The perfect time to talk to people. Why is that the part I dread the most? I pushed the thought aside as Elwyn and I dashed through the trees. The Brookfield Conference Center was one of the most prestigious buildings in Brockton Bay. It was a place frequented by the elites of Brockton Bay. Benefits for mayors, police commissioners, or district attorney candidates were often held here. The building had the sort of architecture that made it look distinct cultured when most of the buildings around it were tall, monotone, and mostly filled with windows. When I looked at the building with the sight, there was the general shine of attention, of importance seeped into its very walls. It added to the intimidation factor in standing before its doors dressed in jeans, a roomy hoodie and carrying a well-worn backpack. I belong here, I thought as I let out a breath. Another in, I held it and then let it out again. I started up the stairs and into the front doors of the place. There was a man behind the desk, young, bored and his attention on something I couldn't see. He's like me, Amber whispered, and when I took him in with the sight I could see that he was a spirit. He wasn't filled in like people were, he was a being that existed as something without hard edges. Excuse me, I said. He looked up. Can you point me to the restroom? He pointed. I found the bathroom, got into a stall and started to change into my gear. Coat on, my sleeve and glove, then my chain, which I packed with heat. I holstered my stick and then shrugged on my backpack, which was lighter without all the stuff that had been in it. I looked at myself in the mirror. The coat hid my body, falling straight until it hit the ground. As I turned, even the lump of my backpack wasn't visible. I took myself in and couldn't help but agree with something Dennis and Eric had said a while ago. I would look much cooler with a mask with horns. Walking out of the bathroom, I went through a set of doors that didn't take me into the conference center itself, instead finding myself in a space that served as a foyer, tables placed out along the walls, all with different types of foods and drinks. I'd come here 30 minutes early thinking I'd be early, but I wasn't. I saw a man I didn't recognize, tall and broad-shouldered, with brown hair and a neatly cut beard. To the side he was wrapped in diagrams, so many that I couldn't take them in individually, but they moved and shifted, an entrancing network that I could watch for hours without getting bored. Enough, the man intoned and I jumped. She got lost. Chris said. The man hummed. I suggest you don't look at me with the sight, he said. I have protections. Her eyes are always open, said Chris. I thought she specialized in the sight, but, he shrugged. Sorry, Colin, this is Taylor, she's the one who gave me the info on the garden route. Taylor, Colin, my mentor. Hello, I said. Colin nodded. Sammy mentioned you, he said. You were attacked by another. Yeah, I said, and I felt a little embarrassed about the incident. Have you made the same mistake again, he asked. Not the same mistake, I said. Good, he said. There's food. Eat as much as you like. Taking some home is acceptable, but don't thank or show thanks for the food in any way. Brownies, Chris explained. If you break their rules, they can break the truce without recompense. Without much recompense, said Colin. Pay attention to your phrasing. Chris nodded. I'll be inside making final checks. You're free to stay with your friend. Chris shrugged. Colin left. Good thing you came in because checking systems is very boring, said Chris. He walked over to a table with some juice and poured himself some. How have things been? I heard that there was an attack at your school. Yeah, I said. Tammy the Nazi sent a ghost to me and it was sent back. It caused an incident. All the food looked fantastic but I wasn't really hungry. I just looked it over, letting my eyes rove over the large space, the detailing on the corners of the wall and the fact that there was a very expensive-looking chandelier at the center of the room. Really fancy. Have they come after you or anything? He asked. I shook my head. I've been home mostly, I said. How have things been going with the friend? It's been a while and I don't know if the woman in red's been helped out yet. Soon, said Chris. Right now things are being set up. We've found full instructions on the Old Town Road and people are taking them in, but we've got some people who are practicing with the Falling Oak Avenue. Abstract plan is that they're just going to grab the woman in red and then escape through Falling Oaks. Will that work? I asked. A lot of this is trial and error, so, he trailed off as the door opened and in stepped a dark-haired woman with olive-toned skin. She was dressed in jeans, a t-shirt and a jacket, but beneath the jacket, holstered, was a knife. Hey, Hannah. Hello, Chris, she said with a smile. Colin. Inside. Thank you, she said. She smiled at me as she passed. She's old money, right? I said. That's complicated, he said. And I don't want to divulge. Okay, I said. A web connected to me and flared a moment before the door opened. Mr. Calvert stepped in. He was dressed in a black suit, black shirt, and a white tie. Silas was wrapped around his neck, skin black against white that matched Mr. Calvert's. His eyes met mine. Am I supposed to ignore you and pretend we don't know each other? How am I supposed to do that when everyone here can see connections? Taylor, he said. Good, you're already here. Come, it's better we're inside. See you, I said. Sure, said Chris, his expression one of confusion. I followed after Mr. Calvert into the main hall. It was separated into 4 sets of seats, at the bottom of which was a stage, above which was a screen. Mr. Calvert and I descended, with webs from Colin and Hannah connected to us the entire way, as we walked to the front seats of the leftmost section. We sat. Should we be seen together? I asked. I thought you being my mentor was a secret. Secrets can only remain hidden so long, he said. I told you that I wanted you to get a sense of the greater workings of the Bay, and that involves introducing you to the most important figures. They're the leaders of the Protectorate. I asked, with a look at Colin and Hannah who were talking on the stage. Mr. Calvert reached into his pocket and pulled out a playing card with a complicated diagram. He pressed his finger onto it and the webs around us grew loose. Colin and Hannah didn't seem to notice. Head and Deputy Head, said Mr. Calvert. I'll try not to say their names for fear that they might focus on us, but context should make things clear. I nodded. He is an astrologer of sorts, but he doesn't use stars as a form of power, instead using traffic and the movement of people. I don't know what an astrologer is, I said. He looked at me. I thought you spent time with our astrologer's apprentice, he said. Chris? I did, I said. Did you happen to see him do magic? I did, I said as I thought about what I'd seen Chris do. He'd moved electricity through lights, some of which had lines of power, all to make an archer of light. I thought maybe I could extrapolate, even if it was abstract. Maybe how people moved was the electricity and that could be used to form images. How does that work? I asked. Moving people around. Traffic lights, said Mr. Calvert. He and his people control them, shifting how traffic moves. He's part of the reason that Brockton Bay hasn't shifted to automated systems. I nodded. The deputy is an interesting woman, he continued. Her family practiced in the most nefarious of others, demons. Like the Endbringers. I said. Nothing so large, he said. And they weren't established, her family that is, and they ended themselves quickly and violently, which is perhaps the reason the woman herself isn't as tainted as she otherwise would be. She's made much of herself, treaded the line well so people don't fear her or some of the morsels of knowledge she knows. Because the stuff she knows is dangerous. Mr. Calvert nodded. Are you trying to get me to not trust her? I asked, because now more than ever I felt cult vibes from him. Mr. Calvert frowned. That's complicated, he said. I'm building towards something that'll hopefully be made clear soon. But before that can be done, I hope a few pieces might slot into place. That's a worrying thing to say, I said. You should be worried, he said. We live in tumultuous times. Mr. Calvert glanced at his clock. People should be beginning to arrive in earnest. As he finished his words, the door at the back opened. I had to crane my neck to see before I had the idea to use the sight to help the process. It was Sophia. She scanned the room and her eyes found me. She walked to our set of chairs, came down, but sat near the middle rather than come up front. I felt her eyes on the back of my head even as I ignored her. You and Ms. Hess are friends. Mr. Calvert said. I snorted. No, I said. We just go to the same school. I see the link between the two of you, he said. It's quite strong. Hate is a strong emotion, I muttered, darkly. Mr. Calvert chuckled, which I didn't entirely understand. A family walked in and I recognized them from television, the Stansfields. They came in as a group, a family of 5, a mother, father, 2 sisters and Dean as the youngest. They dressed like people who were used to money, expensive clothes but without brand names attached. It would have been easy to pass them in the streets and not know who they were. Dean's father, I noticed, had a thin sword at his side, a lot like a fencing sword. The Stansfield family, said Mr. Calvert. A web flared and a few of them turned in our direction, but their attention quickly waned. One of the oldest families in the Bay, perhaps the founders of this place, in the context of history books of course, because reality is another matter entirely. The most influential family, though they don't hold the position of lord of the city. Old money, I said. Metaphorically speaking, yes, said Mr. Calvert. Their words have weight. The lands they hold are so tied to them that the universe finds it easier to give them wealth than to take that away. I'm not sure I understand, I said. They faced a rough patch where they lost their affluence, he said. Bad investments. They would have had to sell their property to stay afloat, but because said property has always been domains of their kin, the universe saw it better to nudge wealth their way than to do the harder task of finding a way to strip them of that claim. The Stansfield family sat in one of the center sets of seats, and they sat so there was a set between us and them. They sat up front, and the way they sat made me think they sat by power structure, with Dean sitting before his sisters. Such is the way of things, Mr. Calvert continued. There is momentum to these things, grooves that the universe seeks to hold onto because it is what was. The status quo, I said. He hummed. A hard thing to move to any degree, he said. Many people think the status quo can be nudged gently into a new path, but that's often rarely the case. You push, but things have a way of pushing back. Was what happened to the Stansfield a push? I asked. Someone trying to take their wealth. If my history is correct, yes, said Mr. Calvert. If I remember correctly, the position of lord had opened up and the Stansfield family stood against said potential lord. They were attacked, nothing too violently, better thought of as a nudge. The potential lord had an eye for the long term and he thought he might be opening up channels for success in the future. But, as is the way with the world, the status quo reasserted itself. Lessons you've taught yourself? I thought. Next to come in was New Wave and I put faces to names. Pelham Mom, Pelham Dad, and Crystal Pelham. There was something different about Victoria. When I looked at her with the sight, she seemed to have a layer over her skin, as if she wore something I could only see through a shimmer. The thing, whatever it was, looked similar to what Pelham Dad wore, which looked almost like a force field that coursed with light patterns. New Wave sat at the centermost set of seats, behind the Stansfields. What about them? I asked. I think you've met them, you know enough, he said. They're largely dabblers, that is to say, they don't practice anything to a strict degree and I don't think they have a practice that's distinct to them. In the past they were poised to fight against the status quo, to unravel it to usher in a brighter future. It was their plan to systematically strip the old families of their power before taking over. They succeeded with the Lavere family, former lords of the city, but before they could catch their breath and attack once more, the Anders family took one of them. It caused a Fisher the sisters have a brother, and after his first wife died, he left the Bay, travelled, before he found kinship to the Dushan family. Now they've lost their ambitions. Sarah Pelham, last I'd heard, was trying to coax spirits to become a Pegasus. That can happen? I asked. Winged horses exist, he said. Most were made by gods, but perhaps the spirits, guided a certain way, can do the same thing? Who knows for sure? I'm getting distracted, I thought, and I pushed my mind away from the flying horse to what Mr. Calvert had said, the picture he was painting with his words. There was a status quo and everyone who tried to go against it suffered. I thought about the man Sophia had led me to, the man who tried to stand against the Nazi, and how he'd been ravaged by the attempt at a better world. Is there a way to change things? I asked Mr. Calvert. It feels like you are telling me people try all these things and they all fail. There is, he said, but it is never pretty and it is never clean. Violence, I said. More often than not, said Mr. Calvert. It's an oft-forgotten thing, but all people who've sought to free themselves from persecution have had to fight. The great lie we tell ourselves is that these great shifts were granted through peaceful talks, that there was no violence. But, at least from all I've seen, all I've gathered, the talks came about because the violence reached the point where it wasn't being experienced by only one side. I swallowed. What you're saying is terrifying, I said, my words a whisper. Yes, said Mr. Calvert. A man stepped through, dressed in armor that looked Greek, all of which glowed with golden light. Beside him was a boy, dark-haired, and who looked at everything with excited eyes. He said something to the man in bright armor, and the man nodded. The boy ran down the stairs to sit next to Eric. The man himself went to sit in the center section with everyone else, though he kept away from the Stansfield family. Hannah dropped down from the stage to sit near the man. Colin stayed on the stage fiddling with a microphone. Dauntless, said Mr. Calvert. The man didn't turn but the web between him and us flared. He's a blood mage and a powerful one. He doesn't come from a line, but how he imparts power has allowed him to greatly empower the clothes he wears. Clothes? I asked. Look with your eyes, he said to me. I pulled back my sight and still saw him in golden light. I closed my eyes and rubbed them, then reopened them. It was still the same thing. Mr. Calvert hummed. I think you've kept your eyes open so long they can't truly close, he said. Is that bad? It means there are some things you might not be able to see, he said. Tell me when you next change your prescriptions, we can make it so your glasses allow you to close your eyes. Or perhaps we can make a separate set of glasses or something to that effect. Ones you'll use in moments you want your eyes closed. I'll think about it, I said. Can you tell me what I'm not seeing? When your eyes are closed to the sight, you see that what he's wearing seems mundane, said Mr. Calvert. Pieces of metal strapped to clothing in a design. I don't doubt many who are unaware would think him crazy if they saw him in his get-up. He's with the Protectorate, right? I asked. Mr. Calvert nodded. All I've heard says he's primed to become the head of the Protectorate soon, he said. The current head is quite a powerful man, but his power base is clunky and needs time. Dauntless, though not as powerful, is more able to expand that power in more useful ways. What happens to the current head when that happens? I asked. He can stay, or go elsewhere, said Mr. Calvert. But the head's practice makes it very hard for him to move all his equipment. The group that came in next was large and all of them were white, which made it obvious who they were. There were 13 of them in all, and Tammy the Nazi, Hook Wolf, Cricket and Storm Tiger were a part of their group. The leader seemed to be a man dressed head to tail in a suit of armor, and as ridiculous as it looked, he was straight-backed and hard-faced. There were 2 women in the group, also dressed in armor, though theirs was scanty in the way armor for women in movies often was. There were 2 sets of seats that were at the center, one had already been filled by the Stansfield family, New Wave and Dauntless. The other was the one closest to us. The Nazis arrayed themselves in those seats, spreading out to ensure there was room between them, all while Max Anders moved to sit at the front, a boy beside him. "The Nazis," said Mr. Calvert. A web flared. "Is any one of them Krieg?" I asked. "Yes," said Mr. Calvert. The man dressed in a suit, wearing a cloth mask. The mask the man wore looked like the face of a scarecrow, with its mouth a zipper that had been pulled shut. When I looked at him with the sight I saw only a hazy outline. "Is the albino man the Alabaster of Brockton Bay?" I asked. Mr. Calvert nodded. Krieg had come back to town, unknown by Chompers, but I didn't think I'd be able to get the key into the Alabaster's sanctuary, not when there were so many people from the Nazis and when they looked like they might be powerful. "Their leader hails Vulcan and many in their number claim their power from the Roman gods," he said. "The twins, his bodyguards, hail the war gods, Minerva and Mars. You'll find smatterings of patronage in some, though others have tried to branch out. I know one of them has a spirit that's adroit at stealing things." "Them having an alabaster must be a bitch," I said. "It is," said Mr. Calvert, an edge of interest in his voice. "Alabasters have good eyes for trouble." He frowned. "But you already knew that. Can you remind me to talk to you about something?" I said. I've been thinking a lot, about the systems that persist and a part I can play in it. I think I might have a way to make things better, but I'll need help. If I'm right about you, then you want the same thing. You have only to ask," he said. The Undersiders were next to step in. Rachel had brought a few dogs with her, all bound in chains. They walked to our row of chairs, but they didn't come close to us, sitting themselves away from Sophia. A young girl came in and she walked over to New Wave where she sat with Victoria. Mr. Calvert told me her name was Missy, one of the youngsters of the wards, a girl who'd befriend a fledgling incarnation of Paths. Then it was Rory Christner, the mayor's son, and he had in his company a young girl. "Dinah," said Mr. Calvert. She faced emotional distress harsh enough that a part of her was torn off. There was an omen near her, as happens with these things. She became a partial hallow and the spirit inhabited her. Now it whispers to her of ill futures. "Poor girl," I said. They sat with the Stansfields. 2 police officers came in together, Officer Williams and a man dressed in blue, pale-skinned with red cheeks, a bushy mustache and a large pot belly. The two split off, with Officer Williams going to sit beside Dauntless and Hannah. The man in blue, while he sat with the Stansfield group, still put himself away from the Protectorate practitioners and only a row away from the Nazis. Chris finally stepped in with Dennis and the two sat near New Wave. A pair of guys, one black and the other white, came in and sat near the back of our group of chairs. They were Jerome and Martin. Others started to arrive about the same time, ghosts and specters, people and goblins of varying sizes, and other things, much scarier things. They spread about seemingly at random, though most chose not to sit at all, and instead found places to stand. A few could fly and found places on the rafters. A woman with a flock of sheep walked in, sat on the back of one of her sheep. Elwyn and Seinward stepped into the room from a door I hadn't noticed before, leaves finding the air after them. For a moment there was silence as everyone watched them, but when they didn't move, small thrums of conversations continued. "What's that about?" I asked. "If the elves favor you, then you must have some importance in their future plots," said Mr. Calvert. "It would mean that you have their weight behind your words, which is a security in some ways. Like that they're not choosing sides?" I asked. He nodded. 2 Asian men and a woman, followed by a string of others, were the next to step through. I didn't need to be pointed to which of them was Kenta because I could see. The man was tall, but he wasn't anything out of the ordinary. I could imagine just passing him in the street without occasion. He wore jeans and a shirt that was too tight, and a tattoo that snuck out at his neck. But when I looked at him with the sight, I saw Lung, a massive serpentine dragon with brown gold scaling and a shock of red hair, which wound around Kenta, hiding him in its embrace. The dragon was asleep against the man, but puffs of smoke escaped its nose with every breath out. And I thought Saba's bear was scary. He sat on the rightmost set of chairs along with the man and woman, as well as the others drawn to him. "Are they the only Asian practitioners in the Bay?" I asked. "No," said Mr. Calvert, "but people learn to hide well or they'll be drawn in by Kenta. Most practitioners don't go out looking for trouble, they like their small practices, and he often demands too much." "What are their deals?" I asked. "Kenta has the eternal threat of the dragon on his shoulder," said Mr. Calvert. "If you go against him, you always fear that you might jostle the dragon awake, at which point he'll point it at you, and it's quite hard to defeat dragons. The others. Kenji is quite adept at dolls, almost lifelike, I've been told. The woman, I don't know much about her." He sounded like that part grated. The last dregs of people and others started to come in, amongst them Saba and her partner Ashrakat. Saba sat at the backmost seat of the Stansfield section, while Ashrakat stood with the elves in low conversation. Ashrakat looked a lot like an elf, tall and statuesque, with sharp ears and eyes. Her skin was a dark navy and there were swirling patterns carved in. Her hair was black, but it moved like smoke and her eyes burned with fire. A woman, Kaden, entered and she sat behind the Nazis. A few other people entered, but Mr. Calvert said they were inconsequential to the greater running of the city. "We're almost set to begin," said Mr. Calvert after a glance at his watch. "Palanquin," he said as a group walked in. "Finders who focus less on objects than on the strange phenomena of people-spirit hybrids. Things like who wolf's people?" I asked. "Funnily enough, no," said Mr. Calvert. Hook Wolf is another, with the practice closed off to him, but the people Palanquin finds are something else, with some abilities that others have, and yet still human enough they can awaken and practice. 2 of the 5 had the bodies of others, but when I looked at them with the sight they reminded me of Blesk and how he'd looked human underneath it all. Neuter had orange skin and a tail, while Gregor was fat and pale, bald and with spirals over his skin. Beneath, one was a teenage with sun-kissed skin, and the other was a man who, though he was overweight, looked normal, with bleached blonde hair and grey eyes. The group, without a lot of place to sit, chose to sit in Kenta's section at the back, away from the plethora of others. Another group stepped through, 7 men strong, one of them a girl with mouths visible where there was skin, though she looked human when looked at deeply with the sight. They looked around, shared words between them, with the girl with the mouths having the final word, then chose to hang back instead of finding a place to sit. I noticed a strong web of attention from them to the Palanquin group. It was a minute later that the doors violently opened and in came a rush of wind. Carlos was the second person to step in behind a woman a few years older than him, and behind him were 3 others, one Carlos' age and the others younger. They sat on the Stansfield row of chairs but they didn't sit with anyone. "Intriguing," said Mr. Calvert. "Perhaps one more, then our arrivals are done and we'll begin." A man was next to step through. It was hard to pin down his race. His skin was the color of cinnamon, though it was blistered like he'd been in the sun too long. He looked like he'd seen better days. He was thin, but wore layers that made him seem bigger, with a few patches on his clothes that seemed wet, and he carried in his hands a bottle that was half filled with alcohol. He had shaggy hair and a shaggier beard, and his eyes were narrowed as they took the room in. He slowly walked through the seats to the bottom, which got everyone's attention, then he walked to our set of seats. He climbed a little, then shuffled into the row of seats behind me. He kept shuffling until he sat behind me, the stink of sweat, alcohol and the salty sea coming from him. I felt a lot of webs connect to me. I looked at Mr. Calvert. He had on a smile. Mr. Calvert wasn't offering an explanation, so I had to think there was a reason why. At the beginning of our conversation he'd drawn a diagram that had given us privacy, with the network of webs spread around us, all taut and bright. The diagram must have faded. "He's why you took me as an apprentice, isn't it?" But the realization didn't complete the picture. Not when there were so many gaps. I knew that Mr. Calvert wanted to run the bay, but I didn't know him well enough to guess how he'd do that, and my part in his plans. "Everyone who was set on arriving tonight has arrived," said Colin. The words helped to pull some of the attention away from me. A relieved breath left me and I settled back into my seat. "I therefore call this gathering into session. First matter of business, we have a few new faces. It's customary, though not an obligation, to make introductions. I'll leave you the floor." I looked at Mr. Calvert. "Will I have to go up there?" I asked. "Some people already know who I am." "That would be different from this," he said. "In introducing yourself you would be known. It's not too dissimilar to the awakening ritual, where you introduce yourself to the spirits and your words gain a certain weight." "What's the power?" I asked. "The advantage. Allies or enemies," he said. "Others may know you, know your relationships, and they may be less or more likely to attack you knowing the attention it could get them." "Do you think I should do it?" I asked. "I think you should do what you think is best," he said. "What about your plans?" I asked. "Your plans for me?" Mr. Calvert's eyes flickered to the man behind me. "Introducing yourself doesn't matter in the grand scheme," he said. "What do you think you should do?" I frowned and thought on it as the first group reached the stairs. Carlos's group. There were 5 in total, 2 women and 3 guys, with the oldest woman in the lead. The woman spoke. "I'm not new," she said, her voice strong and her eyes set in a scowl, "but for our new arrivals I'll reintroduce myself. I'm Ariana Alvarez. Here with me are my brothers, Carlos and Alejandro, as well as our cousins, Valentina and Lautaro. We came onto this stage because this is a declaration to all who sit here, that the Alvarez family calls Brockton Bay its home and we're going to be a circle in this city." Her face still set in a scowl. Ariana had only eyes for the Nazis. They didn't say anything. Ariana and her family returned to their seats. "Will they get trouble for that?" I asked in a whisper. "There are no circles or covens in this city made up predominantly of persons of color," said Mr. Calvert, which was answer enough. Someone has to do something about them, I thought. We should all be doing something about them. They're not a problem that should be ignored. But it felt like such a big problem, and it was hard to even think about a way to start going about fixing it. Unless Sophia wasn't paying as much attention to me as before, but I could still feel how taut her web was. I thought about the man she'd taken me to, and how he'd tried to work against the Nazis only to be defeated. The alabaster seemed to play a part in why the E88 was so powerful. The man, whose name I hadn't thought to ask, had tried to use Chompers's alabaster towards those ends, one powerful spirit against another. Could I do the same? The unknown group made up of the girl with the mouths reached the stage. It wasn't all of them who went up front, only three, two guys and a girl. The rest stayed back, probably so they wouldn't leave the girl with the wheelchair behind. The conference center wasn't wheelchair accessible. Mouth Girl was in the lead and she took the mic. I'm Noelle, leader of the travelers, she said. We're nomads who practice a variety of magics. Our usual MO is staying a short while in a city before moving on. Our usual M.O. I whispered to Mr. Calvert. If you've caught it, then the rest have too, he said. Quite interesting, isn't it? He seemed to calm. I looked with the sight, and there were webs from the group to everyone. I couldn't read a lot into webs, but I could tell bits of information. Looking at the connection between Mr. Calvert and the group, I saw that it was thicker than everyone else's. They weren't strangers to him. There's so much that's been going on here, I thought, and it feels like it's starting to come to a head. The group left the stage. This is your moment, said Mr. Calvert. You can stay on the sidelines if you so please, or you can take the forefront. I want things to change, I said. There's a lot of shitty things happening and I want them to stop. I want Brockton Bay to get better. Some are able to do that from the shadows, he said. But I don't think you would be able to. You haven't established such a rapport with the spirits, small or otherwise, nor the major players in the Bay. Things are about to change, for good or ill, now would be the best moment to achieve that. I have to remember why I'm here. I want to save the alabaster. I don't know how, but I eventually want that to lead to the alabaster of Brockton Bay being knocked out of his seat of power, so he doesn't keep drawing people in, so that Brockton Bay has the chance at getting better. Introducing myself can help me with that. I let out a breath and stood. I officially grant you permission to disclose me as your mentor, he said as I left. It wasn't a long walk to the stage, but a weight settled on me as I noticed everyone looking at me, that people were muttering and it was most likely about me. A web flickered and I looked towards its end. Lisa was there, she smiled and gave me a thumbs up. Another web flared and it was Victoria. I didn't see anything negative radiating from it. Them being there gave me some strength. I reached the stage and the mic. A breath out. I'm Taylor Bear, I said. A relatively new practitioner, a dabbler, and the apprentice of Thomas Calvert. The web between me and Mr. Calvert flared. It had always been there, a testament of our relationship, but it had been loose, liable to get blown away by the metaphysical wind. As the words were said, the connection grew straight and taut. I've bound myself with you in a way, haven't I? I thought. Your goals have become sort of mine. It was scary to think about that when I still didn't know who Mr. Calvert was as a person and how he'd go about reaching his goals, no matter how benevolent they might seem. But this is for the Bay and everyone who lives here. It felt like I should say more, as if I should say something better. I swallowed. My first major act in magic was solving a small issue, I said. A goblin that was attacking my school. I helped to figure out some stuff about a threat that's big-ish. I think that's what I'm going to do. Fix the problems that I see in this city. It felt right, putting into stone thoughts that had been rolling around in the back of my mind for a while. If Mr. Calvert was right, then this introduction would mean certain practitioners and others would drift in my direction. Hopefully it would be for the best. Introduction's done, said Colin as I reached my chair. The walk felt shorter on the way back than it had when I'd been walking to the mic. We'll move on to business. The first is a matter at Winslow, between Sophia Hess and Tammy Wright. As I'm to understand the matter, a ghost belonging to Tammy Wright attacked children before it was successfully bound. The damage wrought was large and it has caused an increase in violence perpetrated by Empire 88 at Winslow. As if the Nazis need an excuse, Sophia said, it was not a shout, but her voice still carried across the hall. Why had we needed to go to the stage if we could speak from our seats and still be heard? I turned to see her leaned back in her seat, her feet on the chair in front of her. I hadn't noticed before, but her fox was with her. Be that as it may, said Colin. Magic in schools is not to be used in a way that could hurt innocents. Except in self-defense, Sophia cut in, or to stand your ground. I was having a conversation and she sent that fucked up ghost of hers to me. I sent it back. You could have bound it instead of sending it against her, said Colin. Funny how I have to be the one to go to all the trouble, she said. You're not telling her she shouldn't have sent the ghost to me, and we all fucking know what type of ghosts the Nazis have. We're the Empire, said Hook Wolf, his voice like metal rubbing against metal. Get it the fuck right. Fuck that, said Sophia. Nazi fits. I'm not gonna whitewash your shit or let you decide how you present it. Hook Wolf let out a grumble of laughter, low and wide-reaching. What the fuck are you doing, Sophia? There was a witness, said Tammy. A bear. She was a witness, she can tell you who the aggressor was. Can you, Miss A Bear? Colin asked. Suddenly there were a lot of webs on me and it felt important. I looked at the Nazis, most were focused ahead, but there were some who were looking at me. The boy beside Max Anders was one, the Alabaster another, and the last was Hook Wolf's group, which made it feel like a threat, as though there was only one thing I was supposed to say. Tammy the Nazi was, I said. Mr. Calvert chuckled. It took me a second before I realized that I'd verbalized the title I'd given Tammy in my head. I pushed that aside and focused on the argument. She sent another against us and we had no way of knowing it's or her intentions. Sophia's black and Tammy believes I'm Jewish. She's a Nazi and those are who the Nazis target. Not to mention that the ghost radiated emotions. I think that happened before Sophia sent it back. You think, said Colin. Yeah, I said with a shrug. I can't remember that day clearly. I was doing more important stuff that day. Colin nodded. He looked towards Tammy. It would seem, intentionally or unintentionally, you were the aggressor in this case. We'll take care of her punishment, said Max Anders. There would need to be additional compromises on your end, said Colin. There is the matter of the goblins in the train yard, we would like your assistance in its resolution. Max Anders nodded. You'll have it, he said. The next issue, the conflict between the ABB and E88, said Colin. Magic, it seems, is being used in such a way that it's starting to harm the city. Buildings burnt, people hurt and killed. That's the price of war, said Kenta. Wars can be dignified, said Colin. Then you haven't been part of war, Kenta responded. There will be mess until the matter is resolved. We're perfectly willing to abide by any mandates given out by the Protectorate, said Max Anders. Allowing, of course, that Kenta and his circle do the same. Kenta snorted. You're not as clever as you think, he said. We all see through you. But the bait is very juicy, Mr. Calvert whispered to me. Perhaps it would be in everyone's best interest if this matter was discussed cordially, said Mr. Stansfield. The merchants no longer exist in their previous incarnation and their territory can be split neatly in half, accords reached. I'd like to remind everyone present that if such a thing were to happen the Nazis would be more powerful, said Mr. Calvert. For all that I think Kenta and that dragon wrapped around him are dangerous, we should not forget who and what the Nazis are. They present an existential threat. Their power comes at the price of everyone else who has even the smallest difference to them. Kenta, on the other hand, is only a criminal. The dragon snorted. It hadn't awoken, but above Kenta was a plume of smoke. Others near them reacted, standing and going to the back of their set of seats. Practitioners stopped for a moment to watch the dragon. Mr. Stansfield continued, you'd rather war. I'd rather we work towards true peace instead of the negative peace you and the Protectorate seem to want, said Mr. Calvert. People will get hurt, said Mr. Stansfield. People are hurting, said Mr. Calvert. That isn't going to stop because of your negative peace. Will you say that a third time, Calvert, for advantage, said Max Anders. Combo break, I heard behind me. I turned and saw a grinning Alec. Yes, Mr. Calvert admitted with humor. He stood and walked up to the stage. Colin stepped back but didn't walk away. Mr. Calvert reached the mic. Negative peace doesn't help us. The status quo doesn't help us. The keepers of the status quo don't help us. The Protectorate has failed people who look like me, people who aren't already in positions of power, the marginalized and the ostracized. They are afraid of the uncertainty which comes next, more worried about the monsters that go bump in the night than the monsters who smile to our faces while making life harder. It is for this reason that I officially make my bid to become Lord of Brockton Bay. Brockton Bay already has people who preside over it, said Colin. Yes, said Mr. Calvert. It would seem I'm making an official challenge. I wonder how much you can bring to bear in protecting your own power. And with those words Mr. Calvert left the stage, having sowed discord. Colin's eyes were hard, but he continued with the meeting nonetheless. There were other matters that needed to be discussed and just because Mr. Calvert had made his declaration didn't mean things had stopped. Which concludes our official gathering, said Colin. You're free to leave. The others were first to go, a rush of different bodies that left from 3 different doors, 2 of which I was sure hadn't been there when we'd come in. The practitioners lingered, standing and stretching, conversations starting between friends and allies. With a glance first at Mr. Calvert, Mr. Stansfield went over to Colin for a conversation. Can we talk? I said. Can I ask questions? Can you ask who our friend is, you mean? Mr. Calvert asked. I nodded. Would you like to introduce yourself? Mr. Calvert asked the man. The man took a swig of his drink, wrapped in a soggy paper bag. I'm the spirit of the docks, he said, his voice hard and with a thick accent I couldn't place. Knew Samson and Harriet during the Prohibition. I was their inside man in moving stock to and from Boston. Josiah came to pray for us when he had to go out at sea, a devout man, a little too uptight but he loosened when he met Brianna. Dean carried me on the ferry, nice fella, we were friends for a bit and went fishing together. When I fell on hard times he pointed me to Mabel, and she pointed me to jobs that needed doing. No, Danny too, good man, helped me when I was laid off, fought for me even if it didn't work out so well in the end. I've seen you, in the docks. You and her, he said with a flick at Sophia. You've got your family's knack. Okay, I said. Josiah was my great-grandfather and Brianna was my great-grandmother. I had to think that Samson and Harriet might have been their parents or at least relatives. I think I get it. He's connected to my family. Not just your family, no, said Mr. Calvert. There are a lot of families with ties to the docks and thus ties to him. It's just that your voice is louder since you awakened. I'm only special because you made me special, I thought. I still don't understand how I can help you. He wants me on his side, said the spirit of the docks. He took a swig, long and hard, some of the liquid spilling on his beard and dribbling across his shirt. He foisted the drink towards me. No, I said. He shrugged and wiped his mouth. I don't know him. I don't trust him. He's just like them, said the spirit of the docks, with a glance at the Nazis and further still, the Stansfield and the Protectorate. He's too big and he'll lose sight. Close to a prophecy, said Mr. Calvert. The spirit of the docks hummed. That's a worry, he said. But even if I were to lose sight, it wouldn't be as it is with them. They're old, from old wealth and power. I'm new. I know what it is to roll in the muck without ever believing I would be able to rise up. All well and good, the spirit muttered. But will you pull people up? I've known people who've struck gold. I know how easy it is to forget where you come from. Oh, I'll never forget where I came from, said Mr. Calvert, his voice taking on a hard cast. Stand with me and the docks will have new life. You will have new life. Uh-huh, he said. He stood. Treat her right, he said and he left. A hard fellow to talk to, said Mr. Calvert. Is that why you wanted me? I asked. Awakened me? So you could talk to him. That and I thought our goals might align, he answered. I swallowed, a feeling of discomfort writhing in my stomach. I turned away from him and looked at the groups who were still leaving. There was only one door now where there had been 3 before. Kenta and his people had already gone and so had most of the others, along with the woman with the sheep who was one of Chomper's guards. The Nazis, who weren't in conversation with anyone else, chose that moment to leave. What happens now? I asked. Between you and me? Between me and the spirit of the docks. Not yet, he said, and not here. You said you had something you wanted to talk to me about. Let me drive you home and we'll speak. Can you give me a bit? There's something that's maybe time sensitive, I said as I glanced at the Palanquin group. They were all on their feet and the only person who kept them from leaving was Victoria, who was talking to one of the women. Sure, he said. I have a few people to speak to. I passed the Undersiders as I ran up the aisle. Trevor had momentarily left them to go and chat with Eric and Dauntless Spoy. Lisa was in a conversation with Gru and I couldn't hear a word of their conversation as I passed. I got to the top near the exit and walked across to reach Palanquin. The conversation between them and Victoria stopped as I arrived. Taylor, said Victoria. She gave me a smile. You're Calvert's apprentice. Yeah, I said. Sorry, but, can I have a moment of your time? I won't give you my time, the woman said. Say what you want to say. Rude, I thought, but after Elwyn had used my apology I could understand why. I heard that you find people in the paths, I said. People who have different forms. I do, she said. I found a person while walking the garden route, I said. He called himself Blesk and he's like, he has a human body when you look at him with the sight. He told me that he escaped from the place that turned him like that he wanted someone to help him. I didn't believe him, I thought it might be an other's trick to get me to stray from the path, but, I shrugged. I don't know. It seemed like he wanted help. Maybe you can give it to him. When did this happen? Victoria asked. A while back. I said with a shrug. I haven't been keeping good track of time. Is it important? A lot of people like us cannot remember, said the big guy, in a thick accent that was maybe Russian. I am Gregor. Hello, Gregor, I said. What's the path and how did you get into it? The woman asked. The garden route, I said. You walk until you're bored, then ask for a road that'll titillate the mind. Hey, said the boy who looked like a lizard. It's like the long walk on a short pier. When I looked at him with the sight, he was my age, with dark skin, short curly hair, and eyes so dark they almost looked black. I'm neuter, by the way. He came forward and stretched out a hand. I started to take it. Don't do that, said Gregor. He has the magic of poisons coursing through him. You were going to poison me, I said. Probably give you a high, he said. You mean you were going to roofie her? Victoria said, accusatory. Wait. What? No, that's not what was going to happen. Just sometimes my magic has a mind of its own. I try to tell it to go one way, high, rather than the other way, maybe death. Why would you shake her hand? Victoria asked. If there's a risk. Neuter's expression twisted and his shoulders drooped. Oh, fuck, I just realized what I'm saying. Tell me a little about this path, said the leader of Palanquin. Surely you're going to pay her for it, said a voice behind us. The web suddenly snapped into being and I was surprised to find that Lisa had gotten close to us. I wasn't the only one. Everything has a price. Lisa, said the leader of Palanquin. Melanie, Lisa said back. A dark cast flickered across Melanie's expression. Lisa grinned. You're back and you have someone new, and they've already coupled up. Kinky. Can you not, please, said Victoria, her eyes on Neuter, who'd retreated from the group. The three of us would be the best research group if you two got over your beef. All of us have notes, and if we can work together we'd be closer to solving all of this. One of us is a pain to work with, said Lisa. Yes, said Melanie. One of us is. She turned to me. Come to us with the information prepared and we'll discuss Blesk. Actually, I said. I already have an idea in mind. I'm working on a project and I'm going to need help. There's some others who are guarding something. I want people who will pick them off. That's a steep price for a measly amount of information, said Melanie. Everything I've gotten about paths so far tells me that they are very personal things, said Victoria. I've read the notes Taylor provided on the garden route and it's presented itself in two different ways to her. It might be that the presentation that had this person might be something specific to Taylor. Which means you might need her to get in. I'm willing to give you some info Weld gave me to add to her price. You were always going to give me that info, said Melanie. Not a very compelling addition if that's the case. She's my friend, said Victoria. I know you can be a hard ass when you want to be. I don't want her to get the raw end of the deal. Fine, said Melanie. We'll deal. Meet me at Palanquin when you're free. We'll discuss terms. I stopped and nodded. Melanie and her group left. This have anything to do with the A? Victoria asked. Oh, you told her, said Lisa. Good, because I was wondering about the same thing. Yeah, it does, I said. What you're doing sounds like a big deal, said Victoria. Being interested in an A. What's that about? I have to be very particular about what I say, I said. There's some deals that I made that I have to think about. But I'm looking for a closed-off place and hopefully if I can get in, I can free the A. Lisa whistled. How did you get involved in something like that? Chompers, I said. The bogeyman? Victoria asked. I nodded. How is there a connection? It's complicated. I want in, said Victoria. Whatever it is. You do. I said. She nodded. I want to get more combative magic under my belt, she said. I've dealt with scary things, but it's always been a controlled scary. That and I want to test out my new friend. What is that? I asked. It looks like Pelham Dad has one too. Pelham Dad? Victoria said with a smile. It's what I've been calling him in my head. Do you also do that with Tammy the Nazi? Lisa asked. I shrugged. I call her Tammy the teenage Nazi in my head, Victoria admitted. Imagine if we got it to stick, said Lisa. The web between me and Mr. Calvert flared and I turned to look in his direction. He'd been talking to Carlos's family and was now making his way into the foyer. A person whose form shifted like water, always so I couldn't make out their body type, walked beside Mr. Calvert. It might have been a trick of the light, but as they left, I caught the outline of a sledgehammer. So he's the one who introduced you into the world, hey, said Victoria. You know anything that I don't? I asked. I should be asking you that, she said. I made promises. I get it, she said. Good luck with all of this. If he's your mentor, then you're going to be in the thick of things whether you want it or not. You too if you're going to be part of the A mission, said Lisa. So be it, said Victoria. Even if Calvert doesn't win this, maybe it'll be enough to knock some sense into how the Protectorate runs things. The web flared again. I have to go. I'll call you. Don't need to, said Victoria. I'll come by tomorrow, prep before we head over to Palanquin. This is an A, it's big and important. You're going to have to be careful. That's a lot of pressure, I said. I'll help you, said Victoria. Lisa smiled. Okay, I said, nodding to myself. I'm going. Bye, said Lisa. I left the building to see that Mr. Calvert was already in his truck. I had a connection breaker on my bike as well as a strand of hair, so I always had a connection to it. I ripped the piece of paper, then worked, alone, to stow the bike on the back of Mr. Calvert's truck. I got into the passenger seat and let out a breath. You could have helped, I said. My suit is very expensive, he said. Silas let out a wheezy laugh. Mr. Calvert started his pickup and drove away. I wonder if Colin will be petty and have us, it seems so, he said as we reached the first set of traffic lights that turned red as we got close. I predict traffic. He didn't defend himself back there, I said. Colin isn't one to put too much effort into political dealings, said Mr. Calvert. He'll wait, likely hoping either the Nazis or Kenta stand against me. If I win against them, he'll choose to attack. If, of course, things are neat. I guess you won't try and make it neat. I've already explained, I think, he said. The status quo is very hard to shake, and if it's done gradually things will right themselves again. However, if there's a shock to the system. I get it, I said. At least I think I do. You wanted to talk to me, he said. It seemed whatever it was important. The thing I'm trying to do with Chompers, I said. It's trying to free an alabaster. Ah, he said. How could a bogeyman achieve such a thing? I could explain, I said. But I made a deal with Chompers that I wouldn't share information that could see him bound, at least while he's still bound by me. What matters is that he has an alabaster and I'm trying to free her. I think I understand, he said. You're hoping in freeing this alabaster you'll unseat the alabaster of Brockton Bay. That's what I was hoping for, yeah, I said. Is it doable? I really wish you could have shared this information much earlier, he said, disappointed. The words stung. You haven't really given me reason to trust you, I said. You're the one who told me I was right to distrust you. All true, he said, and yet I still wish you would have told me sooner. Alabasters have an eye for the future. I don't know to what extent, but it isn't out of the question to think that the alabaster might have an idea of the threat you present. Does that mean the Nazis will come after me? I asked. They'll try, he said. It seems my plans will have to be moved up. They'll focus on me while you focus on resolving this matter, successfully, I hope. I swallowed. Pressure, I said. Unfortunately, that's the price of the stakes we're playing at, he said. What help do you expect to need? Numbers to deal with threats, I said. I already have a deal in the works with the Palanquin where they'll help me take out some guards around the place. Good, he said. You'll have the undersiders as well. I'll talk to them, make any payments that might be required. He sighed again. I really do wish you would have told me sooner, because then I might have said introducing yourself would have worked against us. But such is life, we can only work with the information we have. What now? I asked. Try and not worry about it, he said. The Nazis will be kept busy. But deal with matters as soon as possible. Try and keep control, that'll be important. Make this yours. With your declaration at the meeting it will enrich yourself, and if it's sufficiently tied to you, you'll be able to ask this alabaster to stand with us against her brother. Pressure, I said again. Unfortunately, he said. You've done well so far, Taylor, I think you'll continue to do well even here. I give you this gift with no repayment wanted nor expected, said Elwyn as he handed over a wooden bowl filled to the brim with a dark liquid. The bowl had a pattern carved into its side, flowing lines that didn't touch and worked to support 4 ovals, each of which had a symbol within. You're curious about the symbol? Elwyn asked. I nodded. It's a symbol my kind use to preserve all manner of goods. You're free to it. What's the price? Does everything have to have a price? I didn't like that, not when I was already putting myself into a sort of karmic debt by accepting all the help he was offering. I don't know, I said. But most things do and I'm wondering about this one. I'd like it if the price were explicit. I give you something for the rune. Elwyn pouted and tapped his lips. I don't think you have anything I want at this moment, he said. And what do you want? In my most immediate future, barring the unforeseen, a champion who would stand for me against a fairy who's close to winter. Not something I think you could do, not without a few more years and much more practice in the arts. He flicked a hand. Take the symbol. I give it to you freely. I sighed. A part of me didn't want to take it, but the blood I had would get old if I didn't find a way to preserve it, and here Elwyn was offering me something that would help in that regard. But that's the trap. That's how you get into debt and the elf gets more influence over you. I pushed the thought aside and focused on the bowl and blood within. Won't there be a conflict? I asked. Between the goat and the wolf. They're both of nature, said Elwyn. There will be some, between prey and predator, but it should not be much. Then I accept your gifts, I said, and only offer you my thanks. I had to hope that at least was some payment so the debt wasn't too large. I accept one thanks and leave you the rest. Be careful when you are giving those out. More gluttonous others might take them all. I swallowed, my heart beating hard against my chest. Stupid. I only nodded. The pressure of what I had to do was heavy against my shoulders. Only 2 hours prior I'd been in a meeting with the major players of the Bay, talked to Mr. Calvert about my plan to rescue the Alabaster, and been told how important what I wanted was for the city. I still didn't entirely trust Mr. Calvert, but he and I wanted the same thing, and if this could help him, it would help the Bay. You can't make these kind of mistakes. Dressed in shorts, vest, and with no shoes, I sat on my knees in a meadow illuminated by moonlight. My cloak was on the ground beside me, along with my belt, which had loops for my knife and flashlight, my chain was to my left, coiled and cool, and my stick was stuck tip first on the ground, seeming more regal at the center of the meadow, with its shadow falling so it stretched long and thick. I'd had my chain longer than my stick, but as I looked at the network of webs that stretched between me and my armament, the thickest and brightest was between me and my stick. Okay, I said. I'll call you when I'm done. Elwyn nodded and scampered out of the meadow. I took off my clothes and put them aside, then, with the silver light of the moon around me, never mind that there was no moon in the sky, I hoisted the bowl of blood up over my head, tipped it over, and let it pour over me. The bowl wasn't too big nor too deep, but a rivulet of blood poured off it, first touching my forehead before it started to pour into the creases of my face. Long minutes passed with more blood covering me, first my face and hair, then down my neck to my chest and stomach. On and on it went. It reached the point where I had to rise to my feet and let more of the blood drench me. The blood seemed to peter out as it reached my feet. My arms had been spared, and I worked to get them under the effect. The blood was warm, thick, and goopy, and I worked it from my chest so it covered my arms and the spaces between my fingers. When I reached my nails they flared with power, between the ritual of painting my nails and the influx of fresh blood they seemed to solidify into claws. The power of the wolf coursed through me. My senses rose, both hearing and scent. My sight wasn't as it was, not human, there wasn't the same variety of color, but I tapped into my sight to account for the differences. It had also changed, darkness became lighter and I could see on the ground the imprints of where animals had stepped before. I swallowed and tried to speak only for a snarl to leave me. I wanted nothing more than to move, to chase, but I kept my breaths even so I wouldn't be overwhelmed by the wolf's instincts. I put on my shorts and vest, then my goatskin cloak. The former would be covered with blood at the end of the process, while the latter would take in the blood to fuel the diagrams I'd drawn onto it. 3 diagrams connected by tunnels like those I'd seen Dennis use to make amber. 2 were for silence while another was to break connections while warding the day. Elwyn, I said, and the words came out in a snarl. The web between us flared and he appeared from the edges of the meadow with a smile. He was dressed in silken pants and wore no shoes, the parka he wore was red-orange, the color of leaves in fall, he had a similar looking hat, and he carried his own stick, which had a bulbous head. He'd called it a knob carry. You would tap into more of the wolf's power if you were naked, he said. Clothes are a recent thing to humankind. I'm more comfortable with my clothes on, I said, the words short, growls mixed in them. He nodded. My knife was stowed and so was my flashlight. I put my stick in a loop in my belt. You look almost beautiful, he said. I grunted. Neither agreement or disagreement, just wanting the conversation to move on. Let's be off. He took off and I followed. My body tipped forward, as though it wanted to run on all fours but was hindered by physiology. There was power in my gait, and through wolf-drenched eyes, ears, and nose, there was a new dimension to the world around me. The trees were tall and winding, almost beautiful in how they were spread out. I tapped into wolf senses and speed, but my maneuverability was that of a goat. Exposed roots popped out and I jumped over them without much mind. Elwyn ran up a tree as though it was the ground and I followed. I couldn't do the same thing for long, there was something careful in the footing of goats, but I tore into the bark with sharp claws to help the climb. We used the trees from then on. Elwyn had an eye for thick branches and I trusted the cloak to keep my balance for me. A gap arose and I jumped without a second thought. I landed on a branch on the other side, leaned forward as the branch drooped, then ran, trusting my feet to find traction. They did without trouble. Barefoot, I moved better than when I wore shoes, as though my feet could find better traction and propel me to greater speeds. A good 30 minutes passed before I caught the smell of prey in the air. I changed direction without a word and heard as Elwyn shifted to follow me. We were silent as we moved, almost like wind that passed through leaves and only left fluttering in its wake. I followed the smell, salivating as I got closer. I felt as the wolf threatened to take over, the need to move, to run faster, strategies on how to catch my prey popped into my head, and all of them seemed hollow because I didn't have a pack. What is your name? Elwyn whispered. He was not part of the pack. He was a danger and untrusted. Like a lot of people were untrusted. Except maybe Lisa. Except maybe Victoria. Dad was definitely trusted. Taylor a bear, I answered, irritated that he was in my way. Things clicked into place. The influence of the wolf still lingered but it was weaker. Daughter of Danny and Annette a bear. A practitioner. I had control once more as we moved. Don't lose yourself, he whispered. Just like the music when we were on the friend's journey, I thought. Don't get drawn in too deeply. I kept the thought at the back of my mind as we got closer to the smell and I felt the wolf doing its best to come to the fore. I reminded myself who I was and why I was doing all this and it worked to fortify me against the power's influence. The deer was awake and on its feet, the sound of urine hitting the ground where it stood. It was prey and prey had great situational awareness. I saw this through the roving web that almost connected to me a few times. I kept to the shadows, silent save for the creaking of wood beneath me, which blended well with our surroundings. After its pissing, the deer, on the small side, with nubs for horns, moved away to find a little alcove. It lay down and closed its eyes, yet its web still roved around, flaring whenever I shifted, with the deer on alert each time and ready to bolt. It's gotta sleep soon, right? So I waited, hungry for my prey. 30 minutes passed and the deer stood up again. It went off to relieve itself before it returned to that false sleep. I felt a snarl start up in my throat, but a touch from Elwyn reminded me who I was. He was a lot calmer than I felt, settled comfortably in a tangle of branches. Another 30 minutes and it was still too alert for me to sneak up on it. Fuck this, I thought, frustration and anger at the fore. I'm Taylor a bear. Daughter of Danny and Annette a bear. The feelings dulled. An idea hit me, a story of a wolf in sheep's clothing. I didn't have a sheepskin cloak, but a goat had to work just as well. I moved away and then dropped to the ground. I covered myself with my cloak and shuffled forward. I was sure I looked ridiculous, but I didn't care. The deer reacted as I got close, its web becoming taut as it looked at me, but it didn't run. I neared. The deer stood but didn't run. I got closer. The line between us got thicker with each step, lined with more unease. A breath away the web line flared, its color changing. The wolf in me came to the fore and I pounced. The deer darted away. The wolf's instincts wanted me to chase, not blindly but with less forethought than I liked. I pushed it down and reached for me, Taylor a bear. Not enough to overwhelm, but just enough that there was balance. I ran forward and up a tree, into the branches where I quickly got ahead of the deer. It heard me and turned away. I ran after it, finding spaces in the foliage to move through and ahead. Our eyes met. A mistake on its end. My flashlight was in my hand and I flicked it on. The light was blinding. The deer bleated and bolted, only to summarily trip over an exposed root. I let myself fall, landed in a roll and came up with my torch dropped and my knife in my hand. I got close and jumped onto its back. My urge was to bite but my knife came down and stabbed the deer at the neck over and over again. Pretty quickly it fell. Not dead, but close. Nothing wasted, Elwyn said, and he opened his parka to reveal a bowl and some rope. You'll make mistakes but it's acceptable. Let's begin. I had no reservations because I was a predator. Under Elwyn's instruction I started to bleed and skin the deer. Sophia, I said as I opened the door. She wasn't alone, there were 3 others with her. I didn't know the fox's name, but it was present, black and shadowy with red eyes, sitting on Sophia's shoulder, 2 tails wrapped around her neck like a scarf. The fox wasn't a problem. It was the others. A breath left me, filled with all the fatigue of not having slept, of chasing down a deer and then skinning and stripping the deer of its meat so I could get at its bones. And friends, I finished. Emma's smile was bright as she took me in, her eyes glowing a harsh red to show that she'd opened her inner eye. There was a strength to her now as I took her in with the sight. Before, her shoulders had been slouched and her expression afraid, but now they were straighter, and there was a surety to how she took things in. Madison, by contrast, seemed a bit shaken, standing behind Emma with the expression of a person who wanted to burrow into the ground and disappear. Taylor, she said, the words smug. You look terrible. I ignored her, which felt easier to do than it had a few months back. What do you want? I asked Sophia. She reached into her backpack and pulled out a jar of blood. There was a diagram drawn in marker, 4 circles with a symbol within, connected by thick bands inscribed with Spanish words. Blood from someone who's met and dined with the alabaster, she said. You have no idea how fucking hard that was. That hair you gave me had traps. I gave away Jonah because I didn't trust you to get this, I thought. Since binding him, I'd kept Jonah in a box. Now giving him away like that felt awful, more so since the blood Carlos had given me wouldn't have any use. I made a mental note to ask Mr. Calvert if there was anything I could do with it, just so Jonah wouldn't have been given away for nothing. Sophia and her circle hadn't moved. Are you expecting a thanks? I asked. I wanted to add that she wasn't ever going to get it, but that would be an oath. Ask, she said. Mr. Calvert had mentioned a relationship between Sophia and me. Something of one did exist, but I didn't know what it was, at least from her end. She wasn't nicer, but she'd helped when she hadn't needed to. I just didn't get her. Why she'd let Emma and the others bully me, why she'd been a part of it, and right now, why she wanted me to ask or confront her about awakening Emma and Madison. You don't owe me any explanations, Sophia, I said. We're not friends. I don't think we like each other. I know that I don't like you. There's a war out there, she said. I know, I said. But do you know, she said. How do you think the Nazis are going to punish the Nazi fuck, Tammy? I don't know. Call her unworthy, said Sophia. Then they'll strip her of the power they gave her, leave her only the stuff she managed to get herself. Then they're going to tell her to prove herself, prove that she belongs. No ifs or maybes. She knew. How do you know all that? Because I make it a point to know what the Nazis are doing, she said. People like me or close to me don't have a choice but to. We know their tactics, some of us so we can fight back, others because it'll make it easier for them to run and hide. We know their tricky shit and we make it a point of making sure we can tell when they're trying to slip things through. My eyes went beyond her, to Emma and Madison. Sophia was an enigma, and at moments like this it was very frustrating. I hadn't lied when I said I didn't like her, but a part of me still wanted to understand. As much as Emma had hurt me, there was a part of me that wanted to know why, before she'd awakened, her shoulders were drooped to the sight, and why she seemed scared. I wanted to know why Madison had been a part of all this. I wanted to know why Sophia had been there and why she was now doing all of this. I tried to put a few things about her in perspective. I knew she'd met the alabaster and I had to think there was a reason for that, a reason that she would have been drawn to her, perhaps feeling hurt and completely alone, but whatever that reason it still didn't excuse what she'd let happen to me, especially when she'd apparently had the power to stop it all along. Whatever had happened to each of them, whatever personal shit they'd gone through, there was no excuse for the bullying. I had to remember that. I honestly don't know what you want me to say, I said. She frowned, opened her mouth and then closed it as a web flared. Sophia turned. Emma did too, belatedly. A cab had stopped at the curb. Victoria and Eric stepped out, the latter of which having blue hair. I saw the concern on their expression as they walked up. Victoria was poised as always, and her expression was hard without being a scowl. She moved in a way that made the others step back, Madison much quicker than Emma. Hey, Victoria said to me. Hello. Hey, said Emma. Victoria. I'm Emma, I think we were in a photo shoot together once. Your mom knows my dad. I remember the photo shoot and I remember you, Victoria said coolly. You were a bitch. Emma's eyes went wide. She gaped and then closed her mouth. She deflated. Oh wow, said Eric. Claws out, hey. Have you told her about karma? Victoria asked. She knows, said Sophia. She seemed bored of the entire thing. I always wished I could curse you back then, said Victoria. That girl needed to be happy, she was going to be, but you and your friends decided to be dicks to her. You're a practitioner now, and that comes with judgment from the spirits. So next time you feel like being a dick, remember that dickishness is going to bounce right back to you given enough time. A grin had spread across my expression and it was hard to fight it down. I was still tired, physically and emotionally, but seeing Emma without her charms brought me strength, as vindictive as it was. May I come in? Victoria asked. You may, I said. You too, Eric. Let's head out, said Sophia. There's still a lot I've got to teach you. A bear, watch your back. The three walked off. Threat? Eric asked. I don't think so. You're earlier than I expected, I said as I closed the door. Thinking about Sophia, Emma, and Madison wasn't something I wanted to do and there really wasn't any time to. There were more important things going on. I didn't have time to prepare anything to eat. I have some cold pizza if you want some. Yes, said Eric. And water, please. My mom's on my case about all the sugar I consume. I promised to try and cut down. I nodded and went to the kitchen. They came with me. Dad had gone out with a friend and he'd be out for a while. How do you know them? Victoria asked. We go to Winslow, I said. And I get the sense there's bad blood between you two, she said. You and the redhead. Did you look at our webs? I'm not very good at reading those, she said. But I can read faces. You were not happy. Yeah, said Eric. Thanks. He started to eat his pizza. Also, as delicately as I can, you look like you didn't sleep. How much does he know? I asked. I didn't tell him anything, just that I was helping you with a project. You can ask me, said Eric through a mouthful. I'm right here. I'm sorry for the suspicion, I said. But I have to ask, is this you guys trying to get information on Mr. Calvert? I mean, I'd like to know more, said Victoria. The guy's sort of an enigma. He didn't really have a presence in the Bay, only attended the occasional meeting. But now he's made a play for Lord and it looks like he's way more connected than I thought. But, said Eric. But, said Victoria, I care more about your project and what it'll mean for the Bay than who becomes Lord. Is it that important? Eric asked. I sighed. It's very important, I said. Promise of silence. I promise that I won't disclose the information you're about to tell that is connected to this project, directly or indirectly, to any person, being or other unless you, Taylor A. Bear, give me permission. Chompers, the bogeyman who's bound to me, managed to bind an alabaster. Eric's eyes bugged out and he coughed. He swallowed hard. How? He asked. I can't say, I said. I made a deal not to disclose information that could make it easier to bind him. That's too close to his nature and it could be information you or any practitioner can use for a negative or positive binding. Okay, I guess, said Eric. So what are you going to do? I want to free the alabaster, I said, then I'll ask her to help us unseat the alabaster of Brockton Bay. I think it was you, Victoria, who said he's the one who pulls in people who are likely to join E88. He helps, said Victoria. But it's not simple. He pulls in people that would have made the leap in the first place. Magic helps, but it doesn't create something that's not there. Getting him out doesn't mean no one will join E88, I said with a nod. I think I get it. But it's something, said Eric. Something big. If the Nazis know about this, they'll try to stop you. I've been told they'll be kept busy, I said. But I don't trust that and I don't want to wait too long. Chompers figured out a loophole that'll cut down the time he has with me, and when he's no longer bound by me, he'll be able to move the door into the alabaster's domain. How are you going to get in? Victoria asked. I've already started on a hallow, I said. I'll fill it with alabaster blood as well, the blood of 2 people who've gone into the alabaster's domain. I tapped the jar Sophia had given me. I've hunted down a deer and stripped it of pelt and meat. The bones are in a shrine Elwyn made where the sun hits, where impurities will be purged out over the next 3 days. Then I'll draw an elvish diagram before imbuing the deer skull with the blood. Eric whistled. How long have you been working on this? He said. Was that why you asked for information on hallows in the first place? Victoria asked. That was happenstance, but I've been thinking about it for a while, I said. Things are close to coming together. But when I asked Chompers to lead me to the door, he told me about the guards. Which is where we fit in, said Victoria. We have to prepare a deal so that Mel doesn't screw Taylor over. Gods, your life as a practitioner seems to be moving so fast, Eric said. Before the friend, the last major project I did was catching Samson Punch Party, and that was way back. I haven't even thought about getting a new other, never mind finding one that's interesting. I haven't done a lot, I said. You've done more than most of us when we were as new as you, said Victoria. The only person I know who has as much drive is Carlos, but that's because he has a curse to worry about. Can I ask? Can you? Eric said. Victoria slapped his shoulder. The boy smiled. May I ask, if it isn't too personal, I said. What's going on with him? It feels like he's not in the wards anymore. That's because he isn't, said Victoria. The Protectorate asks for a lot when you join, but what Carlos needs is freedom to study as much as he can so that he can keep back the curse. Not to mention that with some of the knowledge restricted to people in the Protectorate, more so with the wards, who knows how long it'll be before he has clearance to know about major curses. He and his family decided it was better to go it on their own since they have a shorter timeline. Do they need help? I asked. I could talk to Mr. Calvert. He wants to be Lord and part of that is looking after people. I'm sure it'll be a part of it, said Victoria. Part of the lordship. Allies help and he'll talk to as many people as he can. Which is why I have to ask, said Eric, did Calvert send you to us because he wanted us on his side? Mr. Calvert didn't send me to you, I said. Lisa did. She thought you and I would be good friends. I shrugged. Guess she was sort of right. Lisa has that knack, said Victoria. Comes with being an enchantress, Eric added. Anyway, we should start, said Victoria. Mel is very strict, so she'll want to know everything about the threat she'll be presenting her team to. What will we have to deal with? We went through the list. 3 bogeymen, a goblin, and a hunger spirit. Chompers had already given me all he knew about the bogeymen, but nothing about the goblin or the hunger spirit. What do you know about the goblin? I asked. We'd moved our conversation to the basement so we could talk to Chompers. Are you sure you want to ask me that? He said. The information could very well lead to the revelation of a weakness that could see me bound. I'm asking so I'm protected when I go against them, I said. It's within the terms of our contract. I asked a question and you haven't answered it completely. Very well, said Chompers. The goblin is a crone who has a soft spot for children. Well, as soft a spot as goblins can have in their perverted way. She took a liking to me when she found me traveling through the warrens. What are the warrens? I asked. Pathways the goblins travel through, Chompers answered readily. They form between locations of larger caves goblins and other perverted things call home, allowing them to move through the city without getting into the spaces that take from their essence. He's trying to distract you, said Victoria. I know, I said. He does that sometimes. I jotted down what he'd told me then went back to the questions we'd written down. The goblin, what are her abilities? She's a mother, said Chompers. She's able to birth smaller goblins at the expense of herself, though I taught her my trick so she's able to use the essence of what she eats as power to make babies. The second last time we talked she hadn't quite figured it out, and when I came asking for her service I made sure not to ask in case she could do something special. When did you teach her? I asked. Less than a year, he said. I'm not very good at keeping track of time when I don't need to. Mel's not going to like that, said Victoria. Going in without knowing the threat. Do you have some sort of deal that stops them from hurting you? Chompers didn't answer. Do you have a deal where they can't hurt you? I asked, an obvious question in retrospect. They may hurt but not kill me or their prize is forfeit, said Chompers. And what prize is that? I asked. They will have keys into the Alabaster's domain that they may use 3 times, said Chompers. It's quite the prize, fighting in the Alabaster's domain is barred and they would have a measure of safety when they most need it. You'll be forsworn if you can't give them that prize, said Eric. That's a very big risk. Not as large as you would think, especially when the person who stands against me is a fledgling practitioner, he said with a shrug. A fledgling practitioner with help, said Victoria. How certain are you of your victory? Enough to stake your very being over it. The greatest treasures require the greatest risk, he said. There are ways of doing this where you could still come out of it intact, said Victoria. Don't fight us. Go into the Alabaster's domain and free her. We could talk to her, ask her to keep your promise to these others. You have to realize that things are starting to look bleak. For you or for me? Chompers asked. Victoria didn't answer. Chompers smiled. Tick 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 goes the clock. You haven't even seen the door into her domain, nor do you have the key. You have an idea how to get in, but an idea is only that. How sure are you of your victory? Diplomacy wasn't going to get us anywhere. What do you know about the hunger spirit? I asked. He's a wandering spirit, said Chompers. In a place as rife with hunger as this city he's made quite the home for himself, feeding on impressions of hunger to ensure he doesn't cease. How did he form? Victoria asked, and I repeated the question. I don't know, said Chompers. He's an Asian spirit. The rules may be different. Should have definitely led with that, said Victoria. Does it make a difference? I asked. A very big difference, said Victoria. The binding won't be the same, the way of banishing the spirit won't be the same. There are different expectations in the Asian practice even if there are some similarities. If it was American, then maybe we could banish it by giving it food, but in an Asian context there'll be a lot of rituals they follow during the binding that might make things different. Or they could just force it, said Eric. Isn't that what happens in Japan? Japanese spirits are scary, said Victoria. They're big and they're sticky. Give one room to grow and you'll have a problem on your hands. The girl with the tape? Eric asked. The girl with the tape, said Victoria. Now you're distracting me, I said. Sorry, said Eric and Victoria gave me an apologetic smile. I put that down on my notes even if I wasn't sure how to use it. What abilities does he have? I asked. As most spirits do, they impart their misery on others, he said. In this case hunger and a drive to sate it. Do you think Mel will be satisfied? I asked Victoria after we'd moved upstairs. I'm not really sure, she said. It would be better if we went there and found out more. Or at least dealt with them enough for us to tell her what she's going to deal with. She's, particular, a professional. A job like this would usually take her months to do, to plan, scout, and all sorts of things. She only took a job with this short a time frame because of the price you're offering. Then I'd be happy just for an info gathering thing, I said. I haven't been to the sanctuary yet and I want to go. If they could serve as bodyguards to at least take me there, no expectation that we'll bind any of the others there, I'm fine. Victoria nodded. I think we can negotiate on that, she said. Let's write things out and then head over there. I'll call and tell them we're on our way. Compiling the info we had didn't take too long. We only had to ask Champers for a bit more detail for things such as description as well as history of how he'd come into contact with each of the guards before we left to meet Melanie and her team. Palanquin was also the name of a club downtown near Lord Street. It was the sort of place that opened near 8 and always had people, even in the middle of the week. There was a list of places that were safe to be at night if you were a person of color, places where you couldn't get into trouble for walking down the street at night, and Palanquin was one of those places. I'd never been, but I'd heard about it from listening in on conversations. The doors were open but there was the air that the place was closed. Victoria let us in. The place was dark, with only a few lights on and not many windows. There were diagrams near the roof hidden within graffiti, a circle of sorts that glowed bright with spiritual activity. Since walking the garden route I saw one interesting thing per trip, and I had to think the diagram was that. We're closed, a man with a mop said. We're here to see Mel, said Victoria. Go to the bar, he said. Don't step on the wet floor. Jordan. Get the boss. We found a seat at the bar where a woman was cleaning some glasses. Want anything? She asked. Scotch, said Eric. On the rocks. The woman reached for a glass, added some ice and then poured some. She slid it forward. Wait, seriously. Eric reached for the glass but the woman was faster. She grabbed the glass of scotch and downed it. I snorted as Eric became crestfallen. I expect you to pay for that, said Melanie. I'm sure someone will offer me a drink tonight, the woman said with a smile. She was probably in her 20s, tan skin and dark curly hair, wearing dark eyeshadow and darker lipstick. There was a sultriness to her voice, almost flirtatious. Am I the only one feeling that? I said. Feeling what? Said Victoria. I just shook my head. Let's head upstairs, said Melanie. Will I have to pay for some juice? Eric asked. We don't serve juice, said the woman. There'll be juice upstairs, said Melanie. We followed her to the back then up a set of stairs. It was clear that there was something going on the moment we reached the living quarters, everything seemed to glow in a low light of spiritual activity and when I squinted I caught imprints of images that looked close to people. Is this a domain? Eric asked. No, said Melanie, but Elle has a lot of cachet with the spirits in this building. Is she agoraphobic? I asked. Lisa mentioned there was someone who lived in a space that seemed like a domain but isn't. Melanie nodded. We walked down a hallway, narrow and stretching longer than it should. Each door had a bit of personality to it, with one even covered by graffiti in abstract shapes. We reached the furthermost door, which led into an office, with a plate of finger foods on a table and some juice. You're free to eat, she said. Eric went for the food. At some point you're going to start putting on weight, said Victoria. I'm a growing boy, Eric said through a mouthful. Let's start, said Melanie. I've got a lot of things on my plate and I'd like to get this done as soon as possible. I'll start things off by saying we've already traveled down the garden route and we didn't find Blesk. It's going to be harder the second time around, I said. Just as you're close to getting in, you'll find something interesting that will extend the trip. How many times have you gone down the route? She asked. Twice. Third time's more impactful, said Melanie. Is there any risk that she'll become a finder? Victoria asked. I don't think that's what Taylor wants, right? What is a finder? I asked. My copy of Essentials didn't cover it. A practitioner who walks the paths, said Melanie. Each path grants certain boons and prizes. Knowledge in some respects, passive abilities, or objects with power of varying uses. I think I ran across one of those, I said. When I was walking the garden route I found a coin. I haven't used it, but it was magical. You'll have to be careful how you use it, he said. The boons the paths give are powerful sometimes, but they also exact a price. That seems to be a running theme in the practice, I said. Anyway, back to the deal. The payment I'm offering isn't too large, so I'm hoping that I could use your team to get to the place I want to go. If you can, I'd like it if you bound at least one of the others in our way, but that's not a strict requirement. I want to get a lay of the land. Information gathering, she said with a curt nod. I can respect that. But do you? I asked. Eric grinned and held up his fist. I bumped it. Victoria let out a sigh. I'm ambivalent, said Melanie. I care less about you and your goal than I do finding Blesk, helping him out of the path he's in and learning about what he knows. To answer your question, Victoria, I don't think she will. Everything I've seen and heard says you're tied to bestial and elf magic more than the paths. Did the claws give it away? Eric asked jokingly. That and the impression of a wolf that's still on her, said Melanie. I didn't know you could see that. Okay, I said. Are you amenable to the deal as things stand? I'd need to know a lot more than what you've already told me, she said. Where are we going, for instance? What are the threats we're facing and what abilities do they have? I reached into my backpack and pulled out the notes Victoria, Eric, and I had compiled. I slid them over and Melanie started to read them. I don't know where we're going yet, I said. But I think it's in the docks. She looked up. Where a majority of the fighting between E88 and the ABB is taking place. We'd be putting ourselves in danger other than these others. Don't forget about what I'm going to tell you, said Victoria. Notes welled and I compiled, stuff we've been working on and maybe a path that could give you more information. It could be things I already know, said Melanie. That's the gamble, said Victoria. I'm not much of a gambler, she said. You're more of one than most, Victoria countered. You went to Vegas on nothing more than rumors. You know about that. Lisa, said Victoria. Of course. Melanie sighed and looked down the notes. Okay, she said. She held out a hand. For a night you'll have my team. We'll attempt to take you to where you want to go, in return you'll lead my team into the garden route and Victoria will tell us what she found out on her end. Attempt. I said. An earnest attempt, staked on the reputation I've accumulated having helped various others and others in numerous jobs, she said, with the knowledge that, with everything we don't know, we might be overwhelmed and might not reach the destination. It's the only price you can afford. After a bit of thought I took her hand and shook it. I accept. I do too, said Victoria. Go on, said Melanie. The Friends Road has access to a library, she said. When we walked through we messed things up but it might be fixed now. Weld got some names that are familiar, William Manton and Aphrodite Sitchin, but most aren't. Melanie frowned. How does this library work? You ask the librarian to take you towards a particular subject and she does, said Victoria. Weld asked about the strange variety of others with human cores and he was taken to some books that could get him answers. He found a dramatis personae with a few names, but those were the only ones we recognized. Who are Manton and Sitchin? I asked. Manton was in the Protectorate, said Victoria. He was someone with exceptional knowledge in dreams, astral forms and projections. Victoria ran a hand over her arm. Knowledge from him is part of the reason that my fragile friend is with me. He came up with the Manton limits, which describes the amount of self certain people should be willing to give up before there's the danger of something malign happening. Sitchin was with the PRT when they were a bigger thing. She was aware but unawakened, and studied the categories of others, their weaknesses and strengths, as well as the intersection between most of them. She came up with the theory on Sitchin ranges, which is the variance that can exist within a certain subset of others and the underlying logic that carries across them, as well as how to account for overlaps between subsets. Wasn't her work debunked? Asked Melanie. No, not debunked, said Victoria. Just that goblins messed with it. Goblins? Melanie muttered. Goblins, said Victoria. Goblins are an academic's nightmare, Eric explained. Which didn't help at all. I don't know what that is, I said. The PRT. You can explain that to her after our meeting, said Melanie. I'll need all those names so I can look through them and check if I haven't had any past interactions, as well as details on how to get on the Friends Road. Victoria pulled out her phone and pressed it a few times. Email sent, she said. You could give me stuff you've figured out. I can be the go-between for you and Lisa. I don't want to work with Lisa, Melanie said. What's wrong with Lisa? I asked. She's too full of herself. She thinks she knows more than she actually does. In this case, she might know something, said Victoria. I'll figure it out, she said. I want us to wait 2 nights before we go ahead with the mission. I have a feeling that the first skirmishes of the war for the Lordship will start soon. I want to see how things will fall before I think about a plan on how to approach this. Okay, I said. I have some stuff to do too, preparations for the best case scenario. We'll meet then, said Melanie. You can see yourselves out. What now? Victoria asked as we left. I'll visit Elwyn to get started on the Hallow, I said. Hopefully I'll have it done in time. What about the binding? Victoria asked. You won't be able to fight in her realm. Positive binding, I said. Blood from people close to the alabaster. I have no idea how I'm going to get the circle around her, but that's the initial plan for now. You've really been thinking about this a while, said Eric. Props. I smiled. Do you guys want to come with me to meet Elwyn? I asked. As much as I'd like to do that, said Victoria. I can't take the risk of getting too close to an elf. Sorry. I get it, I said. I get that what I'm doing is a risk. I'll think of ways to get the circle around the alabaster, she said. I'll work with the family to bind some others so we have people on our side as we go looking for the alabaster's domain. I nodded. We'll talk. We'll talk, she said, and we split off. I'd said I would visit Elwyn, but I hadn't given her a time, which meant I wasn't bound to anything. When I got home I thought about setting the alarm, but decided that it would be better to let the rest of the day pass me by. I woke up, still feeling horrible, as though I needed a few more hours to even things out, and did my ritual around the house. Dad and I had dinner in the evening. Last week before you have to go back to school, he said as we had dinner. Yeah. He nodded. Winslow's going to have police at school to make sure no more fights break out, he said. I'm not sure how good that is. Dad sighed. It's a solution, he said. I don't think they're going to have a much better thing at least until after summer. It's temporary. I asked. Hopefully, said Dad. The thing with temporary things is that they can become permanent pretty quickly. Bleak. Yeah, he said. Anyway, I've got good news. I might have a new job, head of hiring for a construction company that's going to be building apartments in the docks. That's good. Better pay and jobs for some people. But it still depends on a lot of things, he said. I'm worried about gentrification. The Bay already has a homelessness problem and this could push it over the edge. Some of the landlords could start kicking people out when they think they could make more money from other tenants. I thought this was supposed to be good news, I said. Sorry, Dad said with a sigh. Might be in a mood. Something wrong? Nothing you should worry about, he said. Oh. How do you feel about candles? I'm not sure what that means. I know someone who has a lot of candles and I can buy them in batch like the salt. I don't know if you're into that sort of thing for your religion. I'd like candles, I said. A smile stretched across my face in the way it often did when Dad helped me with the practice, even though I was sure he didn't understand it. Thank you, Dad. He smiled. Just don't burn the house down, he said. I'll try. Dad chuckled. Better get to sleep, he said. Work tomorrow. Good night. You too. After Dad had gone to sleep, I drew a connection breaker and donned my practice clothes and backpack. Amber was in there hollow in my ear, whispering of warnings when we were with Chompers. I made sure to get an oath from the bogeyman that he wasn't going to use his freedom tonight, then I left to visit Elwyn. There is someone walking behind you, said Amber as we walked to the park. We were only a few houses away from mine, in a place that shouldn't have had another skulking around. I whipped around. Sheila. A man stood behind me, big and burly, his eyes desperate and his hair unkempt. Sheila, I've been looking for you everywhere. Oh God, I was worried that something bad happened to you. There was pain in his voice. He flickered and his expression changed into anger. You ran, didn't you? Why did you run? Why do you make me do this? He stepped forward in a rush. Why do you always make me do this? I took a few steps back and reached into the pockets of my backpack. There was a mound of salt there. The man got close and reached. I threw the salt at him and he disappeared. He'll be back, said Amber. They always come back. They always have ways of finding you. I'll do my best to make sure he doesn't hurt us, I said. Just warn me if he or anything like him comes back. Okay, said Amber. We got to the fairy ring and walked through the path at the base of the tree. This time the path led me to the clearing with the deer. Elwyn was there, with animal skulls laid out around him. We'll practice your carving tonight, he said. I pulled out my knife. No. You've used that knife in combat, it will have gathered spirits from each one it cut. He pointed to a silver knife. You'll use that one. We began.